conversation. As for Angelina, she was happy seeing the two men bond. Although she couldn't help but think about the message she received last night. It had been bugging her since morning, and she couldn't forget it. She glanced at Kazir with a complicated gaze. She did her best and hid her emotions while spending the night in her father's place. Yet despite that, it seemed that her acting could not escape a director's eyes. Did something happen in your job? You look like you're thinking about something. Kazir asked Angelina while on the highway. He was looking ahead, but his voice was filled with concern. Angelina was a bit surprised, but she controlled her expression. I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. Just contact me if you need help. I will. She smiled and kissed him on the cheek, making the director laugh. Easy, easy. You know that I'm driving. Well, how about we stop at a hotel? I'm also fine doing it inside the car. She giggled. Kazir chuckled and didn't know what to say. Chapter 377. 2 days before New Year, an extravagant party was happening at the Waldorf Astoria, Beverly Hills. This hotel became famous after being part of the famous CCU. Many guests visit the hotel just to experience life inside the Continental Hotel. 20th Century Fox decided to rent the hotel to celebrate a party for this year's success. 20th Century Fox became stronger after acquiring Grey Pictures and Marvel Comics. These two companies had great futures ahead of them. The fact that Fox's stock price was going up meant that the public had the same opinion. Being one of the biggest individual shareholders of 20th Century Fox, Kazir was naturally invited. He hated parties, but he also understood that he had to attend, especially when Rupert Murdoch himself personally called him to attend the year-end party. It seemed that Rupert Murdoch wanted to meet me tonight. Well, that's a good thing because I also want to talk to him. Kazir wanted to prevent the phone call tapping from happening. This was the start of the downfall of News Corporation's empire. This directly affected 20th Century Fox, causing the studio to be acquired by Walt Disney. This incident shouldn't happen. And if it already happened, then News Corporation should stop it before it bled them. If possible, Kazir didn't want any of that to happen. Although if things really happened, then I'm lucky because the shares I have are from 20th Century Fox, not from the News Corporation. These two companies would split a decade later with 20th Century Fox having the upper hand. News Corporation suffered badly, while 20th Century Fox had steady projects throughout the years. Of course, 20th Century Fox still failed in the end. Anyway, Kazir's shares were safe. For now. After being greeted by some actors and actresses in the industry, Kazir realized that both Gail Berman and Carl Ludwig approached him. Gail Berman was the president of Fox TV while Carl Ludwig was the head manager of Blue Sky Studio. Both had high status in the company, although Gail Berman was obviously higher. The two looked at each other before Carl Ludwig nodded his head and excused himself. It seemed that he had to find another chance to talk to Kazir about Kung Fu Panda. The president of Fox TV was eager to talk to Kazir since November, and this was the only time they could talk personally. Kazir always prefers to talk on the phone. Director, it's nice to meet you. President Berman. Congratulations on your network's positive rating. Gail smirked. Yeah, about that. Kazir, are you interested in making another TV show? You don't have to worry about the budget. Fox TV will cover it. As expected, it's about TV show again. And this time, Gail wants a bigger profit. Kazir thought to himself, if another person or company invested in their TV show or movie, then this entity was legally allowed to fight for a bigger share of profit. So Kazir didn't want investors because the profit would be lesser if they agreed to their terms. And from the looks of it, Fox TV and Gail Berman wanted a TV show that would be rightfully theirs. The rights for Game of Thrones were owned by Grey Pictures, and they could change the TV network to broadcast their show, depending on how the contract was written. Although most of the time, only famous TV shows could jump into another ship. Game of Thrones was promising, but it currently didn't have the strength to find a new home. In fact, hundreds of TV shows are produced every year, but only a few of them were lucky to be aired on television. So yeah, Fox TV was still a good network to latch on. Kazir had no intention of changing the TV network for Game of Thrones. However, he also had no intention of looking for an investor. If they had to get a loan, then so be it. It was a safer method, and loans were good for the company. I heard that you have to sign a loan just to fund Game of Thrones. With Fox TV as your backer, then you don't have to worry. All we want is the domestic and international broadcasting rights of your show. Oh, and also a share of profit. Gail Berman added. Kazir was not even surprised. If he was in Gale's position, he would also strive for better deals. The director smiled. He then said, President Berman, you know that Grey Pictures is still new in the TV industry. We can't act hastily, or else the company will suffer. However, I can assure you that if Grey Pictures has a plan to start another TV show, then it will naturally be broadcast by Fox TV. As for the budget, we will talk about that once it happens. Kazir, that's also what you said last time on the phone, minus the budget. What can I say? Kazir excused himself. No reason to talk. He didn't want to endanger the stability of the company by making another TV show. This year, they produced 3 movies and 1 TV show. These 4 projects were enough to erase their funds. Thankfully, all of their projects were profitable, so they didn't suffer a loss. Sir, just listen to me. I just want to talk to CEO Rothman. Please, just let me through. I have my business card here. It's not fake at all. I'm sorry, but your name is not on the guest list. I wonder how you even got into the party. Kazir heard a commotion that caught his interest. My name is Mark Randolph. Mark Randolph. You can check the list again. I already did, and your name is not on the list. TCH, did you just click your tongue? Of course not. Please, just let me talk to the CEO. I have a business proposal that will interest him. Watching the commotion, Kazir shook his head and turned around. This kind of incident happens sometimes. Some people would infiltrate a celebrity party to form a connection with rich people. In fact, it also happened at one of Grey Pictures' celebration parties. I'm Mark Randolph. Please look at it again. When Kazir recalled the guy's name, he felt like he recognized it. Mark Randolph. Where did I hear that name again? Kazir stopped walking. Mark Randolph. Isn't that the founder of Netflix? Chapter 378. Netflix, a famous online streaming service where you have to pay monthly to watch movies. In fact, Netflix was the first to popularize this business. With the advancement of technology, Netflix followed the trend perfectly and started the monthly payment streaming service, where you could watch movies in your home without buying DVDs and visiting Blockbuster. Besides, who likes to visit Blockbuster anyway? The workers in your local Blockbuster store were an arrogant bunch of pricks. Watching movies online was faster and easier, with no hassle at all. The biggest factor why Netflix became successful. After the success of Netflix, other streaming services followed suit, such as Disney Plus and Hulu. For around $7 per month, individually, a person could happily watch movies on Netflix. You know the drill, Netflix and chill, somebody's daughter getting drilled. Anyway, the founders of Netflix were Mark Randolph and Reed Hastings. The two started the company with the idea of selling or renting DVDs by mail. They made a profit, but not that huge either. Things started to change when the company used a new business method called online DVD rental. Kazir stopped for a second and decided to turn around. He looked at the man who was arguing with the security. He had no idea about Mark Randolph's appearance, but he indeed recognized the name. What's happening here? He decided to strike up a conversation. He was not sure why, but he decided to do it anyway. The security realized that Kazir Grey showed up and respectfully explained the situation. I see. You can let him in. I can vouch for his name. Yes, sir. The security left the two. Mark Randolph was confused at first, but then he recalled the director's name. Are you Director Grey? Kazir Grey. That's right. That's me. Thanks for helping me. I heard that you have something to talk to Tom Rothman. Maybe I can hear about it first? Oh, really? Give me 10 minutes, and I'll tell you about our company. The two found a quiet place, and Mark gave Kazir a business card with Netflix clearly printed on it. I'm Mark Randolph, CEO of Netflix. Mark seemed nervous, but he explained well how their company ran. A DVD rental through mailing, huh? That's an interesting idea. But I'm sure you have more reasons why you snuck to this party, right? Sir, we're hoping that Netflix will be the sole distributor of 20th Century Fox's DVDs. Kazir just shut his mouth. That kind of business proposal was too arrogant. Not even 20th Century Fox or other studios won't easily agree with that. So far, Blockbuster, Walmart, Hollywood Video, and Movie Gallery are the major movie stores in North America, with Blockbuster being the most popular. As for Netflix, it was nobody. Even Mark Randolph was not confident. He was sweating a bit. If Kazir didn't know the future, he would surely walk away after that statement. How many movies does Netflix have in their film library? 300. Kazir was speechless. It was too small. For the record, Blockbuster had more than 10,000 movies in its film library, with 70% of them being B-movies. Don't underestimate B-rated movies. Even though they were lower quality compared to Hollywood movies, many people would still consume them. Hey, horror movie enthusiasts might watch all kinds of zombie movies and slasher movies, just for the sake of it. And God knows how many horror B-movies were out there. Even though these movies were not famous, there were still some people who would watch them. In fact, Kazir's horror movies were getting popular lately, giving Kazir a few $1,000s per month. These 3 horror movies' film rights were bought by Blockbuster, meaning they were the sole distributor of these movies. Being a director, Kazir had a measly 3% of the sales, and that contract would last for another decade. Because Netflix only has 300 movies in its catalog, Kazir was disappointed. It means that Netflix had few products to sell, and these products were not even high quality. I guess that's why they are desperate to form a contract with 20th Century Fox. 20th Century Fox has been in business since 1935. Their film library was massive. Unfortunately, Kazir was not looking for that. What he wanted was the concept of online streaming. He was waiting for Mark Randolph to hook him with the idea. Yet it seemed that Mark Randolph didn't have that on his sleeve. Perhaps it's still too early. Well, uploading a 5-minute video on the internet is already a hassle. The internet speed is limited. Furthermore, watching videos on the internet is also not optimized. I guess I'm asking for too much. It would be a lie if Kazir said that he was not interested in investing in Netflix, but he knew that. Netflix's early history was full of losses. Kazir didn't want his investment to be wasted. If he had to invest, then it should be around the time when Netflix started the online streaming service. He had no intention of joining the hardship of Netflix. What Kazir wanted was the easy and safe ways of making a profit. At the moment, Netflix was not worthy. I'm not interested in acquiring Netflix. I already have a lot of things to think about. I'm good with being a shareholder. Besides, he had no idea how online streaming works. I guess I'll wait a few years, huh? It's nice meeting you, Mark. Kazir stood up, showing that he lost interest in Mark. Director, can you please introduce me to Tom Rothman? Mark also stood up, ready to grab Kazir's thigh. You should look for his secretary. Well then, see you next time, Mark. Perhaps in a few years. He excused himself, leaving Mark alone. It might look cruel, but that's how business works. Even Tom Rothman won't listen to Mark's proposal. Chapter 379. Spider-Man landed on the roof of a train. Well, it was not a safe landing. More like he was rolling on the roof. Especially when he was currently brawling with Dr. Octopus. The roof of the train caved in, and the passengers were terrified as they realized what was happening. The train was still running fast, with no intention of stopping. Once Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus found their balance, the two started fighting again. Dr. Octopus's metallic tentacles moved, fluidly attacking Spider-Man. Cut, Kazir announced, and the camera stopped rolling. The train was nothing but props, and it was not moving at all. The crew just gave it the illusion of moving. As for the background, well, it was a huge green screen. Kazir was not insane enough to film an action stunt on top of a moving train that was running at 120 km/h. Once the director said cut, Alfred Molina sighed and laughed lightly. The metallic tentacles on his back were of course not real, they were also props. These tentacles were not remote-controlled. Instead, 17 puppeteers were responsible for moving them. Each finger, each arm, was controlled by puppeteers. The puppeteers used thin, invisible cords for the fingers while they used a black pole to move the trunks. These black poles would be edited out later, together with the green screen. Using remote controllers to move around these things would be difficult and inefficient. In fact, even though they used puppeteers to do the job, the filming still took a long time to finish. Sometimes mistakes happened, such as one of the tentacles moved wrongly, causing the scene to be reshoot. By the way, these metallic tentacles were not all made of metal. Most of its parts were made of foam, painted with metallic paint. Or else Alfred Molina would have a hard time moving around with a piece of heavy equipment on his back. Well, even though the tentacles were not made of metal, it was still heavy. Imagine 4 tentacles on your back. Ahem, sounds like something from a hentai, to be honest. While on break, Alfred Molina decided to sing a song from a play. Alfred Molina was actually part of a play this month, and he had a habit of practicing his song in the set in every break. He was a stage actor. When he auditioned for the role, Alfred Molina was already part of a theater play. He couldn't let go of the theater play despite winning the role of Dr. Octopus. Thankfully, director Grey was generous. As long as his play didn't clash with the filming of Spider-Man 2, the director didn't have a problem. It was his private time after all. It all depends on Alfred's schedule. So yeah, now you see Dr. Octopus singing while his 4 metallic tentacles join the beat. One of the cameramen filmed this short performance. Perhaps they could add it to bloopers once they sell the DVDs. Speaking of DVDs, the market for DVDs already defeated the thicker and heavier videotape. A new year arrived, and the statistics clearly prove that. Now only a few households use VHS. Most families use DVD players. DVD players mostly cost around $80, and this price was getting lower as time went on. It's very affordable. As for DVD discs, a DVD movie could cost around $5 to $20, depending on the contents. However, if the DVD contains a complete trilogy or a complete season of a TV show, it could cost at least $50. In fact, after counting their profit last year, Grey Pictures confirmed that they earned more than $100 million just by selling DVDs. Last year, 2003, the DVD market had grossed more than $4.2 billion in revenue. DVD market doesn't only sell movies after all. TV shows, children's shows, anime, and even adult films were also included in the DVD market. A lot of niches that people could enjoy. DVD rentals were also included in the statistics. Because of this, Grey Pictures returned to its wealthy status. Kazir naturally gave the workers the bonus they deserved. However, Kazir and Grey Pictures also understood that the money that they made would return to invest in more projects. This year, Grey Pictures will release Fast and the Furious 2 and Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. This time Mr. and Mrs. Smith would have a cameo in Fast and the Furious 2 to help Brian O'Connor in finding wanted people. In exchange, Brian O'Connor would also show in Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. This was just a short story of the 2 movies. Grey Pictures understood that producing 2 movies per year was their limit, added that they have Game of Thrones to handle. Last year, they almost suffered some setbacks because of 4 projects, with Pirates of the Caribbean having the biggest investment. Regarding Pirates of the Caribbean, Grey Pictures confirmed the profitability of this movie, and they were good with making another sequel. However, the sequel was planned to be released in 2006, meaning Kazir currently had no projects for 2005. The director had an idea of what to do about it, but it was another story. After all, Kazir was not sure if he had the chance to direct a certain movie. For now, the director decided to focus more on finishing Spider-Man 2 and getting his salary. If he remembered it right, Spider-Man 2 had the lowest box office out of the 3 movies. It made $789 million. Well, it was still a lot of money though. It was still a box office hit. Chapter 380. Kazir announced that the filming for today was over. The cast was very happy, and so were the crew members. They packed their belongings, planning to return to their places or the hotels that they rented near the studio. Tobey Maguire politely bid his goodbye. Kazir felt like this actor changed somehow. Tobey still looked the same, but his outlook in life changed after the small charity that they did last month. In fact, Tobey personally joined the Make-A-Wish Foundation to help children in need. Kazir and Sony Columbia obviously supported his intention because it could help them promote the movie. Tobey, a hero even in real life. This kind of headline could be seen in many newspapers. Of course, Sony Columbia was partly responsible for that. After that, Kirsten Dunst also bid farewell to Kazir. This actress also changed after what happened last time at the celebration party for Spider-Man. Kirsten seemed humble, but it was clear that she didn't like the set. She was only here for the money and the trilogy contract that she signed. Kirsten was not comfortable in the set because of a certain person. It seemed that Jezebel didn't change at all. She still has a prejudice against women. Kazir thought to himself. However, Kazir was a director known for his efficiency. As long as the project was going smoothly, he had no problem keeping the status quo. The director also left the studio, but he didn't go straight to his house in Beverly Hills. Angelina was not in the house anyway. Now that I think about it, Angelina is getting busier lately. We don't have any time to talk at all. I feel like she's avoiding me. Kazir was in deep thought. Anderson, Kazir's bodyguard, sensed that Kazir was thinking about something, so he decided to lower the volume of the radio in the car. Next to Anderson was Erica, who was currently texting her little twins to not stay up all night. After Kazir hired Anderson, Erica Mendez became a full-time assistant. Her job slightly alleviated, but she was still busy. She couldn't help it. Her boss was busy, so she also had to work hard. The three were quiet inside the car, waiting to reach their destination. A few minutes later, the car stopped in front of a building. It was the headquarters of CAA. Unlike WMA that have two headquarters, one in Los Angeles and one in New York, CAA's foundation was set in Hollywood. WMA was a talent agency, but its services were wide. Their clients ranged from athletes, models, directors, and actors. They have deeper roots because WMA was founded before CAA. After all, Michael Ovitz was once an agent from WMA. Of course, CAA also has clients from different industries, such as sports and modeling. But its major business lies in Hollywood. Because CAA was a talent agency created to accommodate actors, directors, and many professions related to showbiz, it has a clear vision. The reason why Kazir went to CAA this time was because of Salvatore. Kazir didn't know the specifics, but it seemed the internal conflict in CAA was intensifying. Anderson parked the car while Erica and Kazir entered the building. The receptionist greeted them warmly, despite the late-hour visit. It was already 10 p.m. The two entered the elevator and reached the floor where Salvatore's office resides. Unexpectedly, Kazir saw Scarlett Johansson talking to someone. Yeah, I also can't believe an untalented woman like her will be cast into a mid-budget movie. That Mara Bick, HM? What are you doing here? Scarlett stopped talking midway when she realized that Kazir had come out of the elevator. I should be the one asking you that. I thought you were promoting your movie internationally. That was 1 month ago. Scarlett answered and tilted her head. Scarlett Johansson got a huge role in Lost in Translation. The movie only had a $4 million budget, but it grossed more than $100 million. Because of this, Scarlett's acting career was recognized by the industry. By the way, congratulations on your movie. Kazir praised her. Thanks, Scarlett slightly smiled. She suddenly recalled something. She introduced the woman next to her. Oh, this is actually Sofia Coppola. She's the director of Lost in Translation. Of course, nice to meet you, Miss Sofia. Kazir extended his hand for a handshake. Nice to meet you too. Sofia Coppola was a well-known personality in Hollywood. Well, if your father was none other than Francis Ford Coppola, the director of The Godfather, it would be hard not to recognize her. I'm a fan of your dad. That's nice to hear. Sofia didn't know how to respond to that. Kazir then glanced at Scarlett and narrowed his gaze. Now that I think of it, you... What? Scarlett was curious. You look taller now. Kazir continued. Of course I'm taller. I'm 20 years old now. Scarlett replied and looked at the director. Okay. Kazir nodded. This guy? Anyway, I heard that your devil of a half-sister got a role. Remembering the news, Scarlett's mood turned downhill. Scarlett and Mara had been enemies from the moment they met. Mara actively competes against Scarlett for movie roles, but Scarlett always wins in the end, making Mara livid as fuck. However, Mara's modeling life seemed promising. What are you talking about? When Kazir heard what Scarlett said, he was confused as this was the first time he heard about it. Looked like his half-sister successfully found a role this time. I guess you don't know it. I thought you were the one who helped her get the role. I heard it's a movie about zombies. I don't know the specifics, though. A zombie movie? Kazir had a few movies in his mind such as Resident Evil, Zombieland, I Am Legend, and Dawn of the Dead. Perhaps it's a small-budget horror movie. Wait a minute, isn't Dawn of the Dead directed by Zack Snyder? Kazir recalled the complicated emotions that Zack Snyder had when they met last time. It seemed that Universal Pictures wanted to hire Zack Snyder to direct this zombie movie. Chapter 381. Dawn of the Dead was Zack Snyder's first movie. It was also his first step into stardom. Zack Snyder had a unique filming style that followed noir genre. As for Kazir, perhaps his uniqueness was his fast filming. This kind of talent only worked for someone like him, since he already had an idea what to film. The vision was already completed in his mind, and there was no reason to experiment. Usually, when creating a movie, more than 30% of the scenes might not be included in the official film. The best example was Ridley Scott's Kingdom of Heaven. This movie was based on a historical event. However, a lot of scenes didn't make it to the theater version, so the plot became confusing, causing the film to flop. When Ridley Scott had the chance to prove himself in the DVD version, he gave the movie justice. At least the plot had more sense compared to the theater version. For Kazir, Wasting scenes rarely happened because the complete version of the movie was already in his mind. His vision was firm and rarely changed. Anyway, that was Kazir's unique talent, his strong memory regarding movies that he watched. As for Zack Snyder, he was known for using darkish lighting effects in his movies. It became his originality. It also helped his career. This was one of the reasons why Kazir wanted Zack Snyder to work for him. The second reason was the possible creation of DCU. Zack, in the future, would be the one responsible for the creation of DCU. Now that Kazir officially joined Marvel's side, of course he didn't want to see the success of the DCU. If possible, he wanted the DCU to fail. So hiring Zack Snyder was part of his plan. Once Zack Snyder became part of the 20th Century Fox family, then it would be hard for Warner Brothers to hire him. It depends on the contract and salary, though. Now that I think about it, Zack didn't visit Grey Pictures after our meeting. It seems that he decided to work with Universal Pictures. Huh. From the looks of it, Universal Pictures offered Zack a contract he could never say no, which was a mystery because Zack Snyder was just a newbie, basically a nobody. Universal Pictures owned the rights to Dawn of the Dead. He was relieved a little bit since it was not Warner Brothers. Kazir didn't know that Universal Pictures was cooking something. Perhaps we can have another chance to work next time. I still have the adaptation rights of 300 after all. I believe Zack is interested in this comic. As for Mara, I have no idea about her at all. Let's just forget about her. While Kazir was in deep thought, his eyes kept staring at Scarlet. By the way, this was normal for many men. Once in a while, they would stare at nowhere, their minds devoid of anything. What are you looking at? Am I that pretty that you can't stop staring at me? Scarlet stared back, but Kazir was just staring. Seconds passed, and Scarlet started getting flustered because the guy never averted his gaze at all. Hey, anyway, me and Sophia have something to do. So bye. Huh? Oh, Scarlet, you are still here? I thought you already left. Kazir stopped daydreaming and realized that Scarlet was blushing for some unknown reason. You never changed at all. I guess so. He scratched his hair. Take care. See you next time. You look tired. You should probably need a sleep. Scarlet waved at him before entering the elevator. I need sleep? Am I really that sleep-deprived? Since when did Scarlet worry about me? Kazir shook his head before looking at Erica, who witnessed the whole bantering. Is there something you want to say, Erica? Sir, you have a strong sex appeal. I can understand why some women in the company pester me about your contact information. Anyway, you're usually mature, but sometimes you act stupid and childish. Although you only show your childish side to few people. Thanks, I guess. Kazir had no idea why Erica said that. Let's go to Salvatore's office. Salvatore was one of the biggest agents in CAA. His position was just lower than the co-chairman since many of his clients were famous celebrities. Even Scarlett Johansson was getting a steady foothold in the industry. Even Enzo Park was doing well. Salvatore's status was equal to Pat Kingsley, who was Tom Cruise's agent. In fact, Salvatore also had his own secretary and his office was huge. The secretary saw Kazir and Erica, and she immediately called her boss. Director, Sir Barlow is waiting for you in his office. Kazir didn't think twice and opened the door. Erica stayed outside, knowing that Kazir's meeting with Salvatore was something private. Kazir then found Salvatore at his working table. The agent looked tired. If Kazir was haggard, then Salvatore was dead tired. His eye bags had their own eye bags. How is that even possible? The Red Bull cans on the table also attracted Kazir's attention. How's my co-chairman? Kazir, don't jinx it. Salvatore sighed and greeted Kazir with a bro hug. The two found their seats. Do you need coffee or Red Bull? I'm fine with water. Kazir, I guess you know the reason why I called you here. Scarlett was here in the building. Did you also talk to her? No, but she greeted me earlier. You're the first client I will talk to about my situation. You don't have to worry, Salvatore. We are not partners. I already considered you as my brother. I'm glad to hear that. Salvatore nodded slightly. Kazir, if we lose next week, are you fine with leaving? CAA. Kazir already heard that Kevin Huvon wanted to become the CEO by kicking Brian Lord out of the company. Kevin Huvon and Salvatore were on the same side. If Salvatore helped Kevin win the voting next week, then Salvatore would get the position of co-chairman of CAA. However, if they lost, there might be a chance that Salvatore would be expelled from CAA. Chapter 382. CAA had 3 co-chairmen. This was used so that no one could dominate the company. CAA was founded because agents were tired of WMA bossing them. Because of this, every agent could become a co-owner of CAA as long as the money he or she brought to the company was significant. I can't confirm this part. I just know that every agent is a legitimate partner of the company. CAA is also a private company. However, despite having 3 co-chairmen, the company only had 1 CEO. This position was currently held by Brian Lord. In a way, this position technically held the authority over the company. This was the position that Kevin Huvan was striving to acquire. Lately, Kevin Huvan's side was getting stronger, and they decided to start voting for election against Brian Lord. With more shareholders on his side, the election for a new CEO was authorized, and it would happen next week. The situation seemed good to Kevin Huvan, but there were always unpredictable things that could happen, such as Brian Lord and Richard Lovett working together. Richard Lovett was also one of the 3 co-chairmen. If that happened, Kevin Huvan might lose his position instead, and it could also affect Salvatore's position in the company. So it was understandable why Salvatore seemed stressed. Salvatore's, I trust you. Grey Pictures is already steady, and we have 20th Century Fox as our backer. The company is stronger now compared to 5 years ago. Hearing Kazir's response, Salvatore slightly smiled. His tired face alleviated a little. The reason why I stayed at CAA is because of you. I trust you. And you're also the first person who trusted me. Let's exclude my brother since we're relatives. But anyway, you sure understand, right? Haha, of course. The agent laughed. If you want to start an agency, I will leave CAA and become your client again. Thanks, Kazir. Your answer helped me a lot. Salvatore suddenly felt brave. He didn't fear the outcome of the election anymore. But that bravery only lasted a few seconds. The agent remembered that Kazir was not the only client he had. Sure, Kazir was the most significant client, but it didn't mean that the others were not important. Every one of his clients was important. They all found their footing in the industry. Everyone had steady projects and made millions yearly. It would be painful to let them go. So if possible, Salvatore would fight for the election to make sure that he would get the best outcome. It's nice to talk to you, Kazir. I'm glad I can help. The 2 stood up and hugged again. Oh, by the way, before I forget, do you mind speaking with Brianna? I'm a little bit worried about her. Brianna? Are you talking about her interest in Monster? That's right. I actually want her to talk to a psychiatrist, but I don't know how to convince her. Salvatore sighed and shook his head. Kazir felt like the situation might not be that simple. Monster was a movie that Brianna was super interested in doing. However, she failed to get the leading role. Instead, Charlize Theron got the role. Brianna almost shaved her brows just to show her seriousness. Kazir recalled that Brianna was a bit unstable while training for the role of a serial killer prostitute. Is this the reason why Brianna didn't have any role lately? Don't worry, she's doing fine. She's just been depressed lately. Salvatore added. Kazir nodded. I hope so, because Brianna is deep into method acting. If she failed to get out of her role, she might lose herself. Method actors were known to do extreme stuff just to master their art. Method acting could create trauma, especially if the character they portray is mentally unhealthy. I will talk to her tomorrow. Knowing that Brianna might need help, Kazir decided to talk to her tomorrow. Kazir knew the danger of depression. In fact, in his past life, he also underwent therapy. He had 4 therapists in his lifetime. If not for them, he might have killed himself earlier. Although attending therapies also remind him of his trauma, so he couldn't be confident about its effects. Therapy is not a popular thing in the early 2000s. Although mental health would be recognized later on, so therapists became a stable job. As of now, Kazir believed that he didn't need a therapist. His life was going well in the right direction. Sure, he was afraid of women, but that was a defense mechanism that he didn't hate. This trauma protected him, sort of. I will contact Brianna to tell her to visit your studio tomorrow. Salvatore said. Thanks. Good luck with the election. Yeah, I might have to talk to Enzo and Fremont tomorrow. I'm sure they will understand. The 2 bid farewell, and Kazir left the company. The next morning arrived. Kazir texted Angelina good morning, but the woman didn't respond. Perhaps she was still sleeping. After that, his car was already waiting outside of the house. As usual, his bodyguard Anderson was the driver. Good morning, Anderson. Good morning, sir. Half an hour later, the car reached the studio that Sony Columbia used to film indoor scenes. Sir, this is your schedule for today. Miss Willow wants to talk to you after the filming to talk about CCU. Right when Kazir entered the studio, Erica was already there to greet him with work. Thanks, Erica. Kazir chuckled. He was used to this kind of situation. In fact, he was lucky today because he only had one meeting. As for filming for 8 hours, that was Kazir's fun time, so he didn't think of it as work. At least not that much. Oh, Miss Evans is already waiting for you. I advise you to be prepared because she's not looking great. Erica whispered. Chapter 383. Kazir went into the studio. He saw the crew members working, and he was greeted with good morning. Kazir returned the greeting. Sir, Brianna is in the trailer. Erica reminded him. Thanks. Even though the studio was indoor, the crew still prepared trailers for the cast to use. These actors and actresses needed privacy after all. It didn't help that celebrities were arrogant and loved to have their own space. Well, they were the faces of Hollywood, so they have the reason to act arrogant. Sometimes, trailers were used to do drugs, have sex, and do makeup/change clothes. These 3 things were the normal stuff happening in trailers. God knows how many celebrities used their private trailers to have sex. Kazir headed to one of the trailers designated for female extras. Typically, female extras and background actors share a single trailer, taking turns using the space whenever they need to change clothes. Brianna, are you there? Kazir knocked on the door, asking for permission to enter. The door's open. You can go in. Hearing the approval, Kazir opened the door and found Brianna sitting in front of a mirror. Hi, Brianna. We haven't met for quite a while. Good morning, Kazir. Kazir studied the woman. Overall, Brianna seemed fine. However, he felt something odd about her gaze. Kazir felt like the woman was lifeless because her eyes didn't have emotions. Like a serial killer who didn't show sympathy for her victims. Kazir gulped. Kazir realized that if Brianna successfully got the role in Monster, she might drown in the character and completely lose herself. Thankfully, Brianna didn't get the role. Brianna, Salvatore is worried about you, so he wants me to talk to you. Don't worry, director. I'm fine. She smiled. Yeah, you look fine. This was not the Brianna who participated in Wanted. This was also not the Brianna who starred in Runaway Bride. The person in front of Kazir was a different Brianna Evans. She is really talented. A chameleon who can easily change the color of her skin. Kazir admitted that the woman was a great actress. Her acting could attract every director in the industry. Brianna, do you want to do a cameo in my movie? Don't worry, it's just a short scene, and you don't have to say a line at all. I want to. Salvatore stopped me from participating in any film lately. When she heard that she would have a chance to act in front of a camera, Brianna became excited. That's great to hear. But I have to tell you that your role is only a vase, a background character. That's fine with me. You don't even have to pay me at all. The woman easily agreed. Usually, she had an agent who would negotiate for her salary. Sometimes it was Salvatore, and sometimes a different agent. Okay, now let's get to the job. Here's the background information of your character. Kazir gave Brianna a thin document, listing all the information about her role. This made Brianna a bit surprised. She didn't expect that she would have to read a background profile for this cameo. For the record, Brianna was now in her late 30s, and she had worked in the acting industry since college. She was a theater stage actress from Australia, and she also had her fair share of experience working in movies. Although her roles were usually vases. So she didn't expect that this background character would actually have her own story. I know that you're an actress who loves diving into your character's story, so I prepared something for you. Well then, see you later. The crew will call you once the set is ready. Brianna nodded and started reading. Shella Vankop, a woman in her 30s who wants to be a famous actress. She was from the UK, but went to America to pursue her dream of becoming a famous actress. Brianna felt like the character resembled her life. She was clueless about the reason why Salvatore wanted her to talk to Kazir. So she didn't understand the purpose of this cameo. While she was reading more, her mood slowly changed. She was internally absorbing the essence of the character to become her. She closed her eyes, merging with Shella Vankop. Then, the door opened. This trailer was for extras to use, and they didn't expect to see a famous actress inside. Brianna opened her eyes and greeted the person. Good morning. Good morning. Wait a minute. Are you Miss Brianna Evans? That's right. That's me. Brianna's eyes were lively, unlike earlier. She smiled and waved her hand at the actress. Wah. See, can I get an autograph? I'm a fan. Of course. Wah. The female actress almost squealed. Because the trailer was for female extras, Brianna decided to leave the trailer and check the studio. As of now, the crew members are adjusting the seats. The studio looked like a restaurant. This was the scene where Dr. Octopus attacked Peter Parker in the restaurant to ask him about Spider-Man's whereabouts. Brianna looked around and saw some actors she recognized, such as Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst. They became famous after the success of the first movie. "Oh, looks like you came out of the trailer." Kazir saw Brianna. "So here's your role. You're the waiter who will bring coffee to Peter Parker and Mary Jane. You will smile at them and leave." All right. Brianna knew that this was the usual role for a vase. A vase is a term used when a beautiful woman is used as a background character, just to make the scene pleasing to the eye. However, even a small screen time was very important to extras, because that could become their opportunity to be recognized by other directors. Even an extra who had one line had a higher salary compared to other extras who were just in the background. Kazir was satisfied when he saw that Brianna looked fine now. At least her eyes didn't look dead. That's great to hear. "Oh, after this scene, don't immediately leave. I have a script here that might take your interest. I know you want to participate in the Academy Awards, so maybe this script can help you." Brianna then looked at Kazir with surprise. Chapter 384. Do you love me or not? Mary Jane asked an important question, staring at Peter Parker. Peter Parker paused. He didn't know how to respond. Mary Jane was waiting for his answer, hoping to hear yes. "I don't." Peter looked down, with his eyeglasses becoming a bit blurry. Mary Jane looked disappointed. "You don't," she said back to him. Excuse me, but here's your order. A cup of latte and cappuccino. Have a great day." Their conversation stopped when a woman in her 30s put their orders on the table. She smiled at them before leaving. Mary Jane bit her lip and closed her eyes for a second. Then, she stared at Peter. "Kiss me," she said. "Kiss you? I need to know something. Just one kiss." She touched Peter's hand. The two closed their eyes, and their lips slowly came closer. Unfortunately, right before their lips touched, Peter's spider sense started acting up. A fucking car dived into the restaurant. The glass wall cracked as the car crashed into the restaurant, destroying the property. Peter grabbed Mary Jane and protected her from the danger. The debris flew everywhere. The waitress screamed and started running away as she witnessed the destruction. Cut dash. Kazir uttered, and the performance stopped. Based on his reaction, he had no intention of reshooting the scene, probably because the performance was on point. The crew members clapped their hands, congratulating the cast and extras who participated in the scene. Even Brianna was congratulated. "Ma'am, I'm a fan. I want to say that you're an amazing actress," Kirsten said to Brianna. "Thanks. You too. You're an amazing actress," she replied. If this happened 7 years ago, Brianna might be over the top in celebration. Becoming a background character in a big-budget movie was a huge accomplishment for a nobody like her, especially when the movie was directed by Kazir Grey. This was enough to boost her credentials as an actress. But now, Brianna already reached the top, and she was recognized as one of the most talented actresses in the industry. Brianna saw Kazir talking to Alfred Molina, probably about the next scene, because Dr. Octopus was the one responsible for throwing the car into the restaurant. "Okay, let's take a break." A few minutes later, Kazir announced the lunch break. People needed to eat to gain energy. Kazir understood the importance of eating at the right time, so he would make sure that the crew and the cast would have the time to eat and rest. Furthermore, Kazir was also hungry. "Brianna, let's eat together. I'm sure you're interested in the script I talked about earlier." "Yes, director." Despite being both clients of Salvatore, Brianna still showed respect to Kazir. After all, directors like Kazir had a higher status than Brianna. Also, Kazir was the person who introduced Brianna to Salvatore. She would never forget that goodwill. "By the way, your acting is on point. I thought you're really a waitress." "I worked in a restaurant as a waitress before auditioning for Taken. I have experience." The two found a restaurant near the studio. This restaurant also had some crew members eating. This was one of the nearest restaurants in the studio, so it was obvious why some of the crew members were eating here. The crew greeted Kazir, Brianna, Erica, and Anderson. "I want 2 bacon sandwiches and cold water," Kazir said to the waiter. "That's also my order." Brianna followed. While waiting for their orders, Kazir decided to give the script to Brianna. "Actually, I have 2 scripts here for you. It depends on what you like to choose." Kazir gave her 2 documents. One with the title of La La Land, and the second had the title of Nomadland. Brianna looked at the 2 documents and then stared at Kazir. The guy chuckled and explained. Fremont Smith is interested in filming an art film to compete at the Academy Awards. However, he can't find a good script that will help him. You know, the Academy Awards is very picky, so I decided to help him and wrote these scripts. Kazir was now a master in lying. La La Land is a musical, while Nomadland is about a woman who travels around the country with her van. Brianna felt like the characters of these 2 scripts had no mental illness, which was a big factor in winning an Oscar statue. You see, the members of the AMPA's, Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences, had a thing with psychotic characters, especially when the said characters were based on real life. Charlize Theron as Aileen Wuornos, a prostitute serial killer. Heath Ledger as the Joker, a fictional character but had a strong impact on the comic industry. Joker is the definition of insanity. Natalie Portman as Nina Sayers in the movie Black Swan, a ballerina who slowly loses her sense of reality and falls into madness. The list just keeps going on. Anyway, Brianna didn't know that Kazir had no intention of giving her a dangerous role. However, he also knew that Brianna was interested in winning the Oscar. This was the best thing he could do to help her. You can only choose one. Since you have experience working with Fremont once, I'm sure that you know his ability. You can convince him to join you in this endeavor. Brianna was silent. Her heart was actually beating fast. These 2 scripts were created by Kazir Grey, one of the best screenwriters in the industry. Each of these 2 had their pros and cons, so choose wisely. You also have to sign an NDA if you want to take the scripts. You know, for security. If people knew that Kazir wrote 2 new scripts, the Big 6 might kick the door of the Writers Guild just to get a copy. This kind of method was frowned upon, but the Big 6 were powerful enough to disregard the consequences. Chapter 385. La La Land was a musical romantic comedy drama film. The film originally stars Ryan Gosling as a jazz musician and Emma Stone as an aspiring actress who meets and falls in love while pursuing their dreams in Los Angeles. Of course, now that Kazir moved the timeline, this piece of art would become part of his portfolio as a screenwriter. The film was notable for its homage to classic Hollywood musicals, its vibrant cinematography, and its original music. La La Land received critical acclaim and won numerous awards, including 6 Academy Awards, with Emma Stone winning Best Actress. This was also the reason why Kazir recommended this film to Brianna. Brianna Evans worked in the theater stage, and she knew how to sing. She was good at singing, to be honest. The film's themes of love, ambition, and the tension between personal aspirations and romantic relationships resonated with many viewers. This was a box office success and also an art film that was recognized by the Academy Awards. To make it better, the female lead was not mentally crazy. A great thing for Brianna, who was deep into method acting. Director, La La Land seems promising, but it's a musical. 2 years ago, Chicago was released and won many awards from the Academy Awards. Perhaps the Academy members might be tired of musicals. That's also right. But you have to remember, the purpose of La La Land is for you and Fremont to win the Best Actress and Best Director respectively. Actually, the original director of La La Land won the Best Director. This was also the reason why Kazir chose this script. La La Land could give Brianna and Fremont the golden statues they were eager to get. Director, this is a musical. Do you even know how to write a song? I mean, there are song lyrics on the script, but I have no idea about their tones and rhythm. Composing a piece of music was not that easy. It could even take months or years to perfect a song. About that, I have a copy of the album here. You just have to listen to it. For the record, I'm not that good with singing, so you guys can decide how much you tune it. I didn't know that you also have this kind of talent. Sometimes I feel like you're not a human at all. Tell me, are you an alien or time traveler or something? Actually, I'm a time traveler. The movies I directed are all from the future. I stole all of them. Kazir replied very seriously. Brianna just nodded, treating what he said as a joke. As for the choreography, Fremont can hire a professional choreographer. He can also hire a musician. Kazir estimated that Fremont could finish this project in at least 2 years. This was not Fremont's expertise, so it might take a while for him to get the knack for musical. If you're not confident, then how about Nomadland? La La Land and Nomadland almost have the same name. Both had the word land in the end. That's right. But unlike La La Land, Nomadland is a realistic film. There's no musical in between. Nomadland is an American drama film about a woman in her 60s who, after the economic collapse of her hometown in rural Nevada, decides to become a modern-day nomad, living in her van and traveling across the American West. The film explores themes of economic hardship, community, and resilience, capturing the lives of those who choose to live on the road outside of conventional society. Nomadland is actually based on a nonfiction book, so it was based on real life. The film received widespread acclaim for its direction, screenplay, cinematography, and the lead's performance. It won several prestigious awards, including the Academy Awards for Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actress. The film is praised for its storytelling and its authentic depiction of the nomadic lifestyle. In my opinion, Nomadland is better than La La Land in terms of recognition. This movie won 3 Academy Awards. However, the box office of this movie is not that great. It only made $39 million, unlike La La Land, which grossed more than $472 million. The difference between the two was huge. Of course, Nomadland would only take a year to film, and this kind of genre would not be a problem to Fremont. As for La La Land, Fremont had no experience in musical, so the creation of this movie might take a while. Both movies had their pros and cons. You can convince Fremont. That guy is not an amateur anymore. He knows how to determine the value of a script. Thanks, director. I will treat you to a nice restaurant once I win the Best Actress award. That's at least a year from now on. Do you know how long is that? Kazir joked, and Brianna laughed. Kazir was relieved to see Brianna smiling. It was actually concerning how easy it was for Brianna to change her whole personality. Perhaps she really needs a professional therapist. I should probably talk to Salvatore about this. A person's mind is a powerful tool, but also a dangerous one. Their orders arrived, and the two started eating. The filming of Spider-Man 2 was smooth sailing overall. There were some problems, but Kazir had enough experience to fix them. While the filming of Spider-Man 2 was happening, the 3rd week of January just passed. This week, The Lord of the Rings, Return of the King just surpassed $350 million in North America. As for the international box office, it already grossed more than $270 million. Warner Brothers forecasted that the last movie of the trilogy could possibly surpass $1 billion based on how fast the box office climbed. Meaning, the #1 movie of 2003 might become Lord of the Rings, Return of the King. With that, Finding Nemo would lose its #1 spot on the ranking. Good for Warner Brothers, but bad for Walt Disney. Well, profit-wise, none of them lost. They still made huge money after all. Chapter 386. A new year had arrived, and production studios were once again busy preparing for their upcoming releases. Many were already promoting their films in hopes of earning more at the box office. January, being the first month of the year, was relatively quiet in terms of blockbuster releases, except for one. Universal Pictures had released a romantic comedy titled Along Came Polly, which was expected to surpass $150 million at the worldwide box office. Other than Along Came Polly, January remained uneventful for new films. However, this lull only applied to recent releases. Meanwhile, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King was continuing to dominate the box office. The number of people watching the film every day was astounding. Some moviegoers even attended screenings dressed as characters from the film, wearing elaborate costumes of dwarves and elves. The Lord of the Rings had become more than just a film franchise. It was now an integral part of Western pop culture. Many fans engaged in live-action role-playing, LARPing, and played Dungeons & Dragons using LOTR as our influence. Merchandise sales for The Lord of the Rings had already surpassed $1 billion. Every time a new movie in the franchise was released, merchandise sales skyrocketed. It was undeniable that The Lord of the Rings had a stronger consumer base than the Continental Cinematic Universe, CCU. LOTR offered a vast range of products, including wigs, toy swords, toy bows, and detailed costumes, while CCU primarily relied on action figures. Taking into account the officially licensed video games, merchandise, and box office earnings, Forbes estimated that the Lord of the Rings franchise had generated between $3 billion and $7 billion in total revenue. It was obvious why Warner Brothers was determined to hold onto the franchise. They had no intention of letting it go, especially with the possibility of the Hobbit adaptation. While The Lord of the Rings was making history, Wanted 2 had officially ended its theatrical run, concluding with a worldwide box office total of $821 million. Although this was $200 million lower than its predecessor, Wanted 2 was still recognized as a box office success, especially considering its production cost of just $100 million, plus marketing expenses. Unfortunately, Wanted 2 failed to surpass Finding Nemo, which had grossed $871 million worldwide. Hey, did you hear the rumors? Are you talking about that? Yes, that's right. At the reception desk of Grey Pictures, two receptionists whispered to each other while idly waiting for visitors. With little to do at the moment, they passed the time by gossiping. People loved to gossip, especially when the topic was juicy. Recently, rumors had been circulating about Kazir Grey and Brianna Evans. The two had been spotted leaving a restaurant together, looking rather close, as if they were more than just friends. Naturally, the two receptionists were eager to discuss their boss's supposed romantic entanglement. Kazir Grey was known throughout the company as a serious, hard-working man. Everyone was also well aware that he was deeply in love with his girlfriend, Angelina Jolie. However, some tabloids had begun publishing stories suggesting that Kazir and Brianna were having an affair. First, tabloids were notorious for fabricating stories. In some ways, they were even worse than fanfiction. At least fanfiction openly admitted to being fictional, whereas tabloids often pushed misleading narratives, making people believe they were true. This time, their target was Kazir and Brianna. What do you think? Are the rumors true? I thought Mr. Grey was devoted to his girlfriend. In my opinion, he should leave Angelina. That woman has already been through a divorce and a failed relationship. Her past romantic history isn't great either. I actually agree with you. Kazir Grey is the best thing that's happened to Angelina. I'd be really sad if they broke up. For me, Brianna Evans is the better choice. She has a stronger career, and she's never been involved in any scandals, except for this one. I also heard she's been single since 1997, which shows how serious she is about her career. Your opinion sucks. Just shut up and do your job. Don't spread baseless gossip unless you want to get sued. A new voice interrupted their conversation. Who said that? One of the receptionists turned around, only for her face to go pale. Standing there with ALD stare was Erica Mendez. Ma'am, it's nice to meet you. One of the receptionists stammered, her confidence crumbling. I don't feel the same. Without another glance at them, Erica walked past the reception desk, clearly unimpressed. It was unprofessional and outright disrespectful for company employees to gossip about their boss's private life. She made a mental note to contact human resources. These two didn't deserve to work at Grey Pictures with such an unprofessional attitude. If they wanted to gossip, they should have done it somewhere I couldn't hear them. Erica sighed. The truth was, Kazir had already spoken to Angelina about the situation to clear things up. Their conversation had gone well, but afterward, Angelina had started acting a little strange. Eric cold sensed it. She had worked with Kazir long enough to want the best for him, both professionally and personally. Kazir and Angelina were still in a relationship and remained affectionate toward each other. But for some reason, Erica had a gut feeling that their relationship wouldn't last much longer. It certainly didn't help that tabloids kept flooding the media with claims that Kazir was cheating on Angelina. Frustrated, Erica had already contacted their legal team to file lawsuits against these tabloids. Most of them were small publishers, so the legal battle wouldn't take long. However, the damage had already been done. The smear campaign against Kazir's reputation was clearly deliberate. Chapter 387. Let me check. It's done, huh? It looks amazing. The UI is simple and easy to use. The comments section is also not that bad. People who created an account can react to comments. Kazir explored the new website of Grey Pictures. The internet industry was booming despite the dot-com bubble crash that had happened a few years ago. This website was designed by him based on how websites looked in his past life. Clean, simple, and easy to use. Of course, he had only provided an example, while the actual programming and coding were handled by professionals. This website had taken quite a while to build. To be honest, It took 2 years to complete because the internet was still a new industry with no clear rules to follow. On the website, news about their upcoming projects was displayed on the front page. People could also check their past movies by searching for their titles in the search box. Each movie had a comment section where people could share their honest opinions. Of course, there were still no comments since the website had just launched today. Kazir decided to comment on one of the movies, as he already had an account. 10 tenths. I love the movie. I love it so much that I bought both the regular and deluxe DVD versions. I watched both versions just to see the differences. Guys, I highly recommend buying both versions because they are amazing. Deluxe DVD. Versions of movies were rarely available for rental because they tended to sell out quickly. This was especially true for CCU movies, which were always in high demand. Kazir was personally promoting his movies on the website. Speaking of websites, I wonder when Facebook will be created. I heard the website will be launched this year, but I have no idea when. Facebook was actually founded in February 2004, just 1 week from now. Knowing the potential of this website, Kazir was excited to invest in it. He had already acquired shares from Google, holding a 7% stake. After receiving $1 billion from 20th Century Fox, Kazir diversified his investments. For every company he recognized, he invested a portion of the money. It was better than letting it sit in the bank and depreciate. It was also a good way to protect his money from taxes since they couldn't tax funds that were invested in the stock market. Kazir was also interested in Netflix, but he wasn't in a rush to invest. He was waiting for the moment Netflix launched its online streaming service. That would be the right time to buy in. Financially, Kazir's life was in great shape. He had no fear of losing money. In fact, he had no idea where to spend it. He wasn't a materialistic guy, though his film library at home was now filled with old movies, ranging from silent films to black and white classics and early color films. His collection was worth more than $7 million because the films he had were authentic. Originals. Sometimes, there was a novelty in watching old movies on videotape. In the next few years, people would lose interest in VHS technology, but Kazir would keep his collection. He checked every movie section of the website until he reached the TV show section. There was only one TV show that Grey Pictures had produced so far, Game of Thrones. This TV show had received amazing ratings, averaging 19.28 per episode. The show had already aired its 9th episode 3 days ago, and it had been a great success. Next week would be the last episode of the season. Unlike most TV shows that had 20-plus episodes per season, Game of Thrones only had 10 episodes. The reason was the budget. Every episode cost millions to produce. Since the audience loved the show, the second season was already in production. Kazir checked the comment section and was surprised to see that someone had already shared their thoughts on the show. It's an amazing show. I'm excited to watch it next week. The comment was short, but Kazir could sense the sincerity. He smirked. Since Season 1 was a success and Season 2 was on the way, Grey Pictures understood that they had to increase the budget. They had only broken even with revenue this season, but their profits in the next season seemed promising, so Grey Pictures was not hesitant to invest more. NSBAS. Naturally, the actors also received a salary increase for the next season. Emilia Clarke's salary per episode was around $12,000, but in Season 2, her pay per episode might double, depending on negotiations between her agent and the producers. If Kazir remembered correctly, by the time Game of Thrones reached Season 7, many of the actors were making $500,000 per episode, including Emilia Clarke, who played Daenerys Targaryen, and Kit Harington, who played Jon Snow. Obviously, the production studio wouldn't offer that kind of salary unless the TV show was highly profitable. By the time we're done, the valuation of this TV show will be around $1.5 billion. The problem is, when should we end it? Season 8 had been a disaster, and even the cast admitted it. They had failed to deliver a satisfying ending. Kazir didn't want that to happen again. While surfing the website, his phone rang, and Kazir glanced at it. It was Angelina. The current scandal circulating in the industry was affecting Kazir's reputation. He had already explained everything to Angelina, so he thought things were fine. "Hey babe, how's your day?" He answered the call, and Angelina responded. "Kazir, I think you should turn on your television." Kazir raised an eyebrow, but did as she suggested. Angelina remained on the phone as Kazir turned on the television in his office. He switched to a news network. Breaking news. Tobey Maguire beat a reporter to death. Kazir was speechless. Chapter 388. Ugh, that motherfucker. Tobey Maguire cursed under his breath while applying a cold compress to his head. His neck had a small cut, and his head had a bump from the scuffle earlier. He slowly touched the bandage on his neck, the sensation of his throat almost being sliced still lingering. Thankfully, Tobey trained 3 times a week for his role as Spider-Man, so his reaction time was quite fast. Tobey, our situation isn't great. A woman in her 40s entered the hospital room. She sighed as she looked at Tobey's appearance. It's a good thing your face doesn't have any scratches. You'll still be shooting tomorrow. I don't even know if the shoot will happen tomorrow, he replied. The woman shook her head. This incident had happened so quickly that she didn't have time to respond. The woman was Tobey's agent. Her name was Diana Taylor. Tobey, be honest with me. What you did was self-defense, right? The female agent asked. What the fuck, Diana? I'm not lying to you. That fucker attacked me first. Tobey roared. I know. The agent tried to calm the actor down. Diana asked the question because she knew Tobey had some anger issues, especially when he was drunk. Though lately, Diana could see that Tobey was changing for the better. He rarely went to clubs anymore. If he had to get drunk, he'd just invite some of his friends and party at his own property. But still, the situation was against them. Okay, Tobey, tell me the story. I also want to hear it. Kazir appeared with Jezebel. The two were the ones responsible for Spider-Man 2. Jezebel briefly glanced at Diana before looking at Tobey. Diana knew that the female producer had issues with other women, so she decided to stay silent. Agents had thick skin. As long as they made more money, they would do almost anything. Besides, keeping quiet is easier than twerking on the table. Diana thought to herself. As for why she made that comparison, it was probably based on her experience. So the agent sat in the corner, waiting for Tobey's full story. Director, I swear, I'm not the bad guy. I'm the victim here. I was just trying to protect myself. Tobey's face flushed red, perhaps from shame or hatred toward the reporter. Tobey, I trust you. Kazir nodded, reassuring the actor. Kazir had witnessed Tobey's gradual change. There was probably more to the story about why Tobey attacked the reporter. Wait, really? Tobey was stunned. He couldn't believe Kazir would easily believe him. I know you're doing great and changing to be a better person. I'm proud of you. Hearing Kazir's response, Tobey suddenly wanted to cry. Damn, that was the greatest thing he'd heard all day. Everyone who heard the story believed Tobey was the bad guy, but Kazir was different. Kazir, thank you so much. Tobey, don't cry on me. I'm not comfortable with men crying on me. Kazir could see the tears building up in Tobey's eyes. Why? Yeah, sorry. Tobey snorted and then laughed, forcing himself not to cry. He wiped his eyes and began telling the story. First of all, that guy isn't a reporter. He's a paparazzi, a stalker. He'd been following me from the studio yesterday. His car followed me everywhere I went. I got irritated, so I decided to confront him. Instead of asking me questions, he started taking pictures, and the flashes of his camera almost blinded me. It was already 6 p.m. at that time, so it was dark. Because I was mad, I decided to give him the middle finger. That bastard smirked instead and kept taking pictures. At first, I wanted to beat him, but I controlled myself. I returned to my car and decided to go home and relax, hoping to forget about it. You did the right thing, Kazir nodded. The story should have ended there. Unfortunately, the paparazzi kept following him. When Tobey reached Beverly Hills, he thought the paparazzi would stop stalking him. Beverly Hills was a safe neighborhood where many celebrities lived. This neighborhood had strong security to protect the privacy of its residents. The stalker should have been stopped by the guards right at the gate of the subdivision where Tobey lived. However, things didn't go as planned. For some reason, the stalker got into the neighborhood where Tobey lived. And you know what happened next? The stalker even entered the house where Tobey was living. He found Tobey opening a bottle of whiskey, and that's where the scuffle occurred. Tobey easily overpowered the stalker, smashing his face badly. Tobey was already mad at the stalker, and he used this chance to teach him a lesson. He called the police and reported that someone had trespassed on his property and tried to harm him. This isn't the first time this has happened. Some paparazzi have been pestering me lately, and I don't know why. They're asking me stupid questions, and I'm slowly losing my mind. The last person received all of my wrath. The stalker was sent to the hospital. Toby thought everything would be over after that. However, just minutes after the incident, breaking news was released by NBC, a TV network affiliated with Universal Pictures. The headline was that Tobey Maguire beat up a poor reporter to death after the reporter allegedly asked him some questions. Now, that was the stupidest thing. Yet almost everyone believed the news without even hearing his side of the story or the police report. How many people lost their jobs due to false allegations? Probably a lot. Chapter 389. The events that transpired were against Spider-Man 2. Even though NBC was the major TV network that spread the news, other smaller TV stations also covered it. Even news publishers printed articles related to the incident. In just one night, the news of Tobey Maguire beating a reporter spread so fast that even kindergartners heard about it. This news would obviously affect Spider-Man 2 very, very badly. The profit that Sony Columbia could earn from this project would decrease, perhaps even drop into the negatives. Sony Columbia couldn't accept that. They had invested too much money in this project. More than $100 million had already been poured into the movie and advertising. If they backed down now, they would bleed too much. So, immediately, Sony Columbia retaliated to protect Tobey. Besides, Tobey was the victim here. They had the upper hand in terms of the law. They contacted Get TV to assist them. Get, Great Entertainment Television, was a national television channel owned by Sony Columbia. Unfortunately, this channel was nothing compared to NBC. It didn't help much. Sony Columbia also reached out to numerous newspapers to repair Tobey's image. It was fortunate that Tobey had security cameras on his property, and they had recorded everything that happened. The police also had a copy of the footage and were trying to determine how the paparazzi had infiltrated the neighborhood. The news of Tobey Maguire beating a reporter became a sensation, and many had complex opinions. Some believed Tobey was the victim, while others sympathized with the reporter. Universal Pictures showed sympathy for the reporter, who was still in the hospital, allegedly comatose, after the brutal beating he had endured from Tobey. Sony Columbia did its best to protect Tobey, spreading the truth about what had actually happened. Smart people understood that Tobey was innocent. He had only been trying to protect himself. The evidence was clear. However, the media was a powerful tool capable of manipulating public perception. Suddenly, two major studios joined the battle. Walt Disney started attacking Tobey Maguire. While they acknowledged that Tobey had been protecting himself, they still condemned his actions. In their opinion, he shouldn't have hurt the reporter, but should have talked to him peacefully instead. They claimed Tobey lacked control over his anger. They also pointed out that Tobey had undergone anger management. Disney's involvement worsened the situation for Sony Columbia, but their troubles weren't over yet. Warner Brothers also joined in. Backed by Time Warner, one of the biggest media conglomerates in the world, they began spamming hateful news against Tobey Maguire. There were only a few media conglomerates in the entire world, and these corporations controlled the media. News, TV shows, movies, newspapers, and even the internet. Time Warner, the parent company of Warner Brothers. The Walt Disney Company. Viacom, which had acquired Paramount in the 90s. Sony, the parent company of Sony Columbia. Vivendi, which owned Universal Pictures. News Corporation, the owner of 20th Century Fox. Perhaps the reason the Big Six became the Big Six was because of their powerful backers. And this time, those powerful backers were at war with each other. To be precise, three of them were trying to destroy Tobey's reputation, while Sony Columbia was doing its best to protect him. The outcome was obvious. Even though Tobey was innocent, it was impossible to maintain his image as an amazing actor. They began spreading stories that Tobey had anger issues, that he used drugs, that he wasn't a good person. His image as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man was crumbling. If this continued, Tobey might lose his place in the industry. He might be forced to leave Hollywood and go into hiding. Thankfully, the police announced that Tobey was innocent. With that, Sony Columbia began issuing lawsuits against multiple companies just to silence them. But it was more difficult to deal with the big three. They didn't care about justice. They only wanted to destroy Tobey's reputation. Even though Tobey was the victim, as long as they ruined his public image, their mission would be complete. Although they toned down their attacks, they still focused on his alleged drug use and anger management issues. Spider-Man had grossed over $1 billion, and the Big Three understood that its sequel would be their toughest competition of the year. Since they had an opportunity to undermine it, they took full advantage. Meanwhile, 20th Century Fox and Paramount remained silent, choosing not to join the battle. They had cooperated with Kazir in the past, so they stayed out of it. That was the best they could do. Even though 20th Century Fox and Grey Pictures had a partnership, Spider-Man was a separate entity. The movie wouldn't bring them any profit. As for Marvel Comics, they were also in a difficult position. Spider-Man was their character, so they had to protect its brand. Unfortunately, they lacked the strength to do so. News Corporation provided some assistance, but not much. Barry Mayer paused what he was doing when his secretary delivered surprising news. "I can't believe I'll be meeting you today, Kazir." "Yeah, I apologize for not making an appointment. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak with you." "Of course." Barry Mayer nodded. He had taken the reins at Warner Brothers after Terry Semel left the company. As the leader of one of the biggest studios in the world, Barry couldn't ignore the most profitable director of all time. The two men locked eyes. Barry already had an idea why Kazir was visiting. It was most likely about the Spider-Man 2 controversy. Warner Brothers had been one of the studios condemning Tobey Maguire's actions. Even though Tobey had been proven innocent, public opinion remained against him. Warner Brothers was partly responsible for that. "Kazir, I know you understand that this is just business. We're all competing for our own interests. I hope you understand that." Obviously, Barry wanted to work with Kazir, so he kept his tone respectful. There was always a chance they could collaborate, especially now that Warner Brothers was looking to build its own. "I understand that very well." "That's good to hear." Barry sighed in relief. "That's why I will fight for my own interests," Kazir replied, his gaze firm and unwavering. Batman." Barry's eyes trembled slightly. "I want to direct Batman. I heard your studio is searching for a director. Why not me, the most profitable director of the era?" Barry fell silent, but he couldn't stop his heart from racing. This might be the biggest shock he had received this year. And yet, 2004 was only just beginning. Chapter 390. Kazir understood it very well. Showbiz is not that simple. It is an intense competition aimed at making more money. He didn't blame Warner Brothers and Walt Disney, because he understood their situation. These two companies just wanted to take advantage of the situation to defeat one of their rivals. Sony Columbia was getting stronger, and they didn't want that to happen. If Kazir were in their position, he would have done the same. However, even though he didn't blame them, he was still filled with anger. He was human, after all. He had feelings, and he didn't like that the three giants were trying to destroy his project. He didn't like it at all. Thankfully, Kazir was mature enough to control his emotions. He was not stupid. He had experienced so many things in life and knew that life was not over just because of one mistake. In his opinion, he had experienced far more painful things than this. So what if Spider-Man 2 flopped? Would it affect his position in the industry? Yes, but Kazir understood that it would never stop him from making movies. If Hollywood wanted to kick him out, he had other countries to migrate to. Well, TV shows were also not a bad option. Kazir was not afraid. As long as he could pursue his art, it didn't matter. However, he also understood that the situation would badly affect everyone around him. Tobey Maguire and the cast of Spider-Man 2 would be affected. The crew members who worked hard to finish the project would be affected. The workers from Sony Columbia would be affected. This was not just about him. Kazir was the director, and it was his responsibility to make sure that the project would be a success. So he didn't hesitate to contact the current chairman/CEO of Warner Brothers, Barry Mayer. "If I have to work with Warner Brothers to protect Spider-Man 2, so be it. This is not about me anymore." Kazir stared at Barry, who seemed surprised by what he had just said. "Kazir, can you repeat what you said? You want to direct Batman?" "That's right. Or is there someone else you want to handle the project?" There was actually a new director they were interested in working with. But compared to Kazir, the value that the new director could bring to the table was insignificant. Kazir was the most profitable director for a reason. His creations were all aimed at making money. His artistic passion was about making money. That was the reason why so many studios wanted to work with him, because their mission was the same. "I've been interested in Batman. He is my favorite superhero. Actually, if Warner Brothers had acquired the shares of Grey Pictures, I wanted to work with DC Comics and Warner Brothers to revive Batman." Unfortunately, the acquisition failed, and Grey Pictures became part of 20th Century Fox. Even though it was wrong, Barry blamed Terry Semel for that mistake. The value that Grey Pictures could have brought to Warner Brothers was immense. The last live-action Batman film was Batman and Robin. The result was so awful that Warner Brothers hid the Batman movie adaptation rights in their film library for almost a decade. They wanted people to forget about Batman with nipples. The costume designer was immediately fired after that. Who thought that putting nipples on Batman's armor was a good idea? Barry took a deep breath. He suddenly wanted to call his secretary to bring cold water to calm him down. Instead, he made do with warm tea. Barry took a sip of the tea. Of course, they wanted to work with Kazir. In fact, they had wanted to contact Kazir in hopes that he would direct at least one of their DC movies. Kazir, you do understand that you're actually helping your enemy by doing this. Marvel Comics and DC Comics were rivals, yet Kazir wanted to do something outrageous. I know it well, but do I even have a chance? He smiled, but his gaze didn't seem happy. I will only direct Batman. A trilogy at best. But I want Warner Brothers and Time Warner to stop sabotaging Spider-Man 2. Trilogy? Barry almost jumped. A trilogy was a huge commitment. Still, he controlled himself. Kazir, you know that's hard to do. I'm just the CEO of a multi-billion company. I don't have influence. No deal then. I will contact some people. It would be stupid if Barry said no. Of course, he would agree with Kazir. Glad to hear it. The only way to stop Warner Brothers from sabotaging Spider-Man 2 was by giving them an equal or better deal. Kazir directing Batman was enough. Barry hated to admit it, but Kazir had enough power to negotiate with them. This was just a verbal agreement, but it meant that the negotiation had started. It meant that Kazir had a high chance of directing Batman. Of course, Salvatore and the producer would discuss the contract in further detail. The two shook hands. It's nice working with you, Barry. The pleasure's mine. Good luck with your movie this year. Even though they had an agreement, it was obvious that the two were not on good terms. It was subtle, but Time Warner slowly stopped talking about Tobey Maguire. It seemed that Warner Brothers was serious about working with Kazir. Their reason was simple. If Kazir could make another $1 billion superhero movie, then the deal was absolutely worth it. Besides, condemning Tobey Maguire wouldn't help them much. Spider-Man already had a solid fan base. The best that this incident could do was lower the box office earnings by a few million. Even then, the chances of Spider-Man 2 earning more than $700 million were still high. Why? Because Kazir Grey was the director of the movie. His presence alone was enough to offset the scandal. Thankfully, February 1st arrived, and another big news event buried the issues related to Tobey Maguire. During the Super Bowl 38 halftime show, Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake performed, but due to a wardrobe malfunction, Janet's breast was exposed during the live broadcast. This became a huge sensation, and the controversy surrounding Tobey Maguire died down. Chapter 391. During the Super Bowl 38 halftime show on February 1st, 2004, Janet Jackson and Justin Timberlake performed together, leading to a controversial incident often referred to as a wardrobe malfunction. At the end of their performance, Timberlake reached across Jackson's chest and pulled at her costume, unexpectedly tearing away part of her top, exposing her right breast to the television audience for about half a second. This incident, broadcast live to millions of viewers, led to widespread media coverage, public backlash, and significant changes in broadcasting regulations and policies regarding indecency. The incident had a lasting impact on both artists' careers, the broadcasting industry, and the cultural landscape. Janet Jackson faced significant professional consequences, including being blacklisted by some media outlets and the Grammys, while Timberlake's career continued to flourish. It was unfortunate that Janet Jackson suffered the most. Even though it was not her fault, her career practically turned to dust after that wardrobe malfunction. Justin Timberlake was the one who pulled the dress incorrectly, yet his career remained largely unaffected. This incident was proof that showbiz was harsher on women. However, for Grey Pictures and Sony Columbia, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. The suffering of others became their blessing. In just one day, the entire public shifted its attention to the Super Bowl incident. No one cared about Tobey Maguire anymore. The news about him had already been overanalyzed and recycled. Sony Columbia even worked to amplify the Super Bowl controversy so that people would quickly forget about Tobey Maguire. They had to do it, otherwise, they would suffer further repercussions. In the span of one night, the issues surrounding Tobey Maguire disappeared. Although Universal Pictures and Walt Disney were still keeping the controversy alive, Warner Brothers had stepped away from the battle. After all, Kazir had already promised to work on Batman. In fact, when Barry Meyer contacted James Lee, the president of DC Comics, James Lee immediately agreed to the idea. Barry Meyer understood James Lee's excitement. Kazir Grey's name carried immense weight. Whenever his name was included in the credits of a movie, that movie was almost guaranteed to be a box office success. Batman was an essential character for both DC Comics and Warner Brothers. Just like Superman, Batman was the face of both companies. They knew they had the power to revive the Batman franchise because of its profitability. However, the last live-action Batman movie had been a critical and commercial failure. Audiences didn't like it, and since then, Warner Brothers had vowed that if they were to reboot Batman, they had to ensure it would be a massive success. Kazir was the best guarantee they could find. His salary was not a problem. As long as Kazir could make Batman popular on the big screen, paying him would be more than worth it. Since Warner Brothers owned DC Comics, they technically held the rights to all of DC's superhero characters. Their merchandise sales had been stagnating, but if Kazir directed Batman and the film turned out to be a massive hit, Batman-related merchandise could experience a tenfold increase in sales. The revenue Warner Brothers could earn just by hiring Kazir as a director was staggering. So, the best decision was to stop attacking Tobey Maguire. It was no longer worth it. Warner Brothers wanted to maintain a good relationship with Kazir now that they were going to work together. As for the Marvel versus DC rivalry, that was a battle for another day. If there was one thing Barry Meyer and James Lee were hoping for, it was that Kazir would help them build the DC universe. However, Kazir didn't make any promises. He was only interested in creating a Batman trilogy. The rest was up to DC. After all, Grey Pictures still owned the rights to some Marvel characters, which they had returned to Marvel in exchange for better profit shares. Kazir would obviously side with Marvel Comics. As for the possibility of Kazir sabotaging Batman, Warner Brothers would make sure to include a clause in the contract to prevent that, just to be safe. But Kazir wasn't stupid enough to destroy his own reputation. With January over, the filming of Spider-Man 2 was also nearing completion. The production of the film had already been underway long before Kazir even joined the project. While he was busy with Pirates of the Caribbean, the props, sets, and cast had already been prepared by the production team. They were simply waiting for Kazir to officially come on board and begin filming. Kazir had a reputation for being an efficient director with a clear vision, which allowed the production to proceed smoothly without much hassle. Initially, Sony Columbia had considered halting filming to allow Tobey Maguire to stay out of the media spotlight for a while. However, Tobey personally spoke to Jezebel, arguing that postponing production would result in financial losses. The cast would also waste time waiting. Kazir agreed with Tobey. In the end, filming continued. Tobey stayed at a nearby hotel while shooting was ongoing. Kazir, thank you so much. Kazir glanced at Tobey, who was holding a can of beer. Tobey was allowed to drink, but only inside his hotel room. If not for you, I might be drowning in depression. Right now. Because of you, I realize that there are still people who believe in me, and I don't want to disappoint them. I'm going to work hard and prove to everyone that Tobey Maguire is a great actor. Thank you, Kazir, for helping me see that. I hope you continue to have that kind of perseverance. The two chuckled. Now Kazir understood why Tobey had invited him to his room for a talk. I believe you can do it. You have the talent to back it up. Thanks. Tobey took another sip of his beer, feeling renewed determination. Chapter 392. Okay, let's celebrate tomorrow. Company's credit card, of course. For now, let's clean the set so that we can leave and rest. The filming is officially done, Kazir said, using a megaphone since they were in a wide-setting background. They ended the filming quite early, so the crew members were a bit excited about cleaning the set quickly so that they could leave earlier. As for the cast, they had already bid their farewells after thanking Kazir, Jezebel, and other important people in the production. It was common courtesy and also a way of forming connections. Today was February 8th, and the Super Bowl wardrobe malfunction was still trending. As for the Tobey Maguire scandal, TV networks had stopped talking about it, which was a good thing because it sped up the production of Spider-Man 2. Last month, when the scandal was at its peak, so many reporters tried to infiltrate the set just to cause trouble. They had hired more guards just to make sure that the filming wouldn't be affected. Even Anderson, Kazir's silent bodyguard, was on high alert. Perhaps the most surprising thing during this whole ordeal was Toby's mentality. Kazir was amazed by his hard work. Toby's acting became outstanding, and he rarely got an NG. He was so great that Kazir praised him, and because Toby deserved it. Kazir was impressed. Despite facing a strong backlash, Toby decided to focus on his job, and he did it flawlessly. Instead of being depressed, Toby put his energy into finishing Spider-Man 2. Perhaps he feels like he will lose his career if he doesn't take things seriously. After all, Spider-Man is Toby's biggest role. If he messes up, he might disappear from Hollywood. Kazir was having a monologue while looking at the crew members who were working. I'm really impressed. He coped so well. I guess what I said last time helped him a lot. Perhaps Toby's career might change after the Spider-Man franchise. As for the result, even Kazir was not sure. However, he would try to help Toby since he witnessed how the actor changed for the better. I just hope he doesn't return to his bad behavior. A week ago, Toby apologized to the crew because of the hassle he had caused. It was already proven that he was the victim, but he still apologized to the crew. Well, some of the crew members couldn't help but blame Toby. Their work had become harder once the reporters started harassing them. To apologize to everyone, even though you're already a star, takes a lot of courage. He practically lowered his pride. Because of this, Kazir decided to help Toby. Being a person from the future, Kazir knew that Toby's career after Spider-Man was not that good. Even average was not the right word. Toby had movie projects, but he never experienced the success he got from Spider-Man again. Kazir wanted to give him some tips so that he could be ready for the future. Half an hour later, Kazir left the set. Anderson took him to his house. Kazir didn't have anything to do today. He wanted to take a rest since he rarely got a full 8-hour sleep since Spider-Man 2 started filming. He opened the door and found Angelina watching the last episode of Game of Thrones. There was a replay today. Kazir, you're back. Angelina jumped up and hugged Kazir. The two shared a passionate kiss. I missed you. I missed you too, Angelina giggled. They looked into each other's eyes and then closed the door. After an hour of passionate hugging, Kazir and Angelina were cuddling in bed naked. Babe, I remember that you're working with Blue Sky Studio, right? Yeah. Why do you ask? Nothing. I just realized that voice acting is actually so much fun. Angelina had a role in Shark Tale, a 3D cartoon movie from DreamWorks. Her role in Shark Tale was Lola, a beautiful fish who was only interested in money. Basically, a gold digger. You want to voice one of the characters in Kung Fu Panda? If possible. She smiled. Well, Kazir smirked. He recalled that one of the characters in Kung Fu Panda was voiced by Angelina. It was Tigress, one of the Furious Five. I will talk to Carl. There is actually a character that is suitable for you, he said and playfully pinched Angelina's skin. You brute. Thanks, baby. I'm quite interested in voice acting. She bit her lip. She then sat on him. Anything for you. I'm sure Carl will be happy to know that you're going to voice one of the characters. Carl Ludwig was one of the founders of Blue Sky Studio, and he was also the producer of Kung Fu Panda. The next day arrived, and Kazir went to the location where the party was set to happen. Just like what he said, this party was prepared and funded by Sony Columbia to celebrate the end of filming Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 had a huge budget, and Sony Columbia was not that cheap to not give them a party. Of course, this was not a formal party, as Kazir saw some drunkards on the ground, hiccuping and shirtless. Despite the backlash, Sony Columbia was still confident in the movie. After all, Kazir was the director of Spider-Man 2. Looking through the party, Kazir saw many people getting wasted. He saw people smoking and snorting a certain substance. Well, he already expected it. Only 1/4 of the crew members were from Grey Pictures, while others were hired by Jezebel. The usual common practice in the industry was drugs. They loved using drugs. So Kazir was not surprised to see some people smoking and snorting substances. He shook his head. The filming was done anyway, and he wouldn't see these people again. Unless he also directed Spider-Man 3, which was not part of his contract. Even though the filming ended, my job as a director is still just getting started. I have to pull another all-nighter just to edit the footage. Chapter 393. Kazir looked around and found Tobey Maguire drinking with Alfred Molina. Despite the age difference, it seemed that the two had found a common topic to talk about. He approached the two but saw Jezebel on the way. The woman looked strict as always. Her thick eyeglasses were obvious even from afar. Kazir, someone from Sony Columbia wants to talk to you later. I understand. What time? It should be 3 hours from now. One of our management wants to talk to you. Management? It's probably about the contract. Kazir signed a contract that he would only film 2 Spider-Man movies. However, both Sony Columbia and he agreed that something as big as Spider-Man deserved a trilogy. Sony Columbia obviously wanted Kazir to film the last Spider-Man movie. We will prepare a quiet place for you to talk. Okay. Jezebel left after that. Despite the place having a party, Jezebel didn't touch any alcohol. She was super strict even to herself. Toby and Alfred waved their hands and invited Kazir to have a drink with them. Kazir. Cheers. Cheers. The three started talking. Kazir didn't expect that the two were actually talking about women. To be precise, the type of women in bed. I hate women who only lie on the bed and spread their legs while I do everything. Like, come on, what are you, a rag? Haha, on God, I can relate. Missionary position is so boring if you do it most of the time. At least have some doggy or cowboy once in a while, right, Kazir? That's right, Kazir nodded. Although I prefer full Nelson. Ha! The three laughed out loud as the party music further intensified. Their topic started changing until it reached the subject of their careers in the industry. Kazir, I'm so thankful for casting me as Dr. Octopus. It will help me boost my career. If I'm not overstepping my boundaries, if you have any roles that suit me, please contact me or my agent at any moment. Alfred Molina casually pulled out a business card and gave it to Kazir. The director took a glance and put it in his pocket. Alfred sighed when he saw what Kazir had done. At least he didn't throw it out or something. Toby, do you know the pros and cons of accepting a powerful role like Spider-Man? Kazir turned to Tobey Maguire. The young actor thought of something and nodded. My agent actually warned me that taking the role of Spider-Man will either boost or destroy my career. That's right. Taylor Lautner performed the role of Jacob in Twilight. His career took a nosedive after Twilight, and he had to change his plan and play in comedy movies instead. Taylor Kitsch. After starring in a box office flop called John Carter, Taylor's career was destroyed. His chance to be an A-list actor was long gone after the terrible result of John Carter. Halle Berry's salary also went downhill after Catwoman. That movie did so terribly at the box office. Thankfully, she had her role in X-Men as Storm to keep her relevant. Warner Brothers hated her after Catwoman. Don't get me started with Brandon Routh, who starred in Superman Returns. That movie was trash, and it affected Brandon Routh's career negatively. Despite being the protagonist of the original Star Wars, Mark Hamill rarely got huge roles after being Luke Skywalker. In fact, out of the 3 lead roles in the original Star Wars, only Harrison Ford had a successful career. An impactful role could affect an actor's career negatively or positively. As for the term impactful role, it could be either a bad or good role, but it should be a role that left a strong impression on the audience. Some actors still had an amazing career despite having impactful roles, such as Harrison Ford, Robert Downey Jr., Johnny Depp, and many more. As for Tobey Maguire, the result was obvious. The actor became a nobody after the Spider-Man trilogy. He disappeared from the big scene, and it was sad because Tobey was a great actor. Kazir witnessed how the actor slowly adapted to his role until he became Peter Parker. In my opinion, out of the 3 Spider-Man actors, Tobey Maguire embodied Peter Parker the best. That speaks of his ability as an actor. But this was also the biggest reason why Tobey Maguire fell off, because the audience would never see him as a different person. For them, Tobey Maguire would be forever Peter Parker / Spider-Man. Toby, I have some options that could help you. Director, I'm seriously listening. Toby put down his drink. First, change your image. As long as people don't compare you to your past roles such as Spider-Man, then you're doing it right. Toby nodded. He could grow his hair long or grow a beard. It would prevent people from seeing him as Peter Parker. Second, work on a comedy movie or other genre. That was an interesting idea. Nobody takes comedy seriously. Even if you maintain your appearance, as long as you are part of a comedy movie, people will not take you seriously. Because they know they are watching a comedy movie, not Spider-Man. That's a good thing because it's comedy, after all. Well, this is just my opinion and it has some flaws, but perhaps it can work for you. Just don't take a serious themed movie such as drama, romance, or even action. You should find the best way to transition your career. Because honestly, you already hit the ceiling and you're an A-list celebrity. What you should do is find another role to prove that you're not only Peter Parker, you are Tobey Maguire, an actor who can perform many roles. It was a long explanation, but Tobey was listening seriously. Thank you so much, Kazir. I will take your suggestions seriously. About performing in a comedy movie, can you perhaps help me? I mean, you're the best comedy writer in the industry. Give me your business card. Here. Kazir was not surprised that Tobey had a copy of his business card in his pocket. Perhaps he was also waiting for the chance to talk to Kazir. Well, I will still see them in the recording studio because they will have to dub their lines. Chapter 394. If I know of some roles that suit you guys, I'll recommend you to the producers and directors. Thanks, Kazir. Both Tobey and Alfred were thankful to hear Kazir's response. Kazir was not a simple director. He also owned a production studio worth billions. Not only that, but he was also one of the shareholders of 20th Century Fox. He had connections to Paramount, Warner Brothers, and Sony Columbia. His promise meant something. After their drinking session, Kazir received the news that Frank Price had arrived. Kazir was not surprised. He had already expected that Frank Price would want to talk to him. Kazir excused himself and followed Jezebel, who was waiting for him. The woman led him to a soundproofed room. Kazir found Frank Price, but the CEO of Sony Columbia was not alone. Frank had someone with him, a Japanese man. It's not Oga or Morita. Kazir had already met those big shots. The meeting started, and Kazir was a bit surprised by the topic they discussed. Kazir left the party a bit tipsy. He controlled his drinking, but sometimes he had to drink more. Inside the room, while talking to Frank and the other person, Kazir had no choice but to raise his glass of wine. He hiccuped as he returned to the studio where he intended to rest. Tomorrow, he would start editing the movie. I have an idea that Sony Columbia is interested in starting the 21 Jump Street franchise, but I didn't expect that they would want me to direct it. He muttered drunkenly. Of course, he didn't confirm anything. His time was important, and his schedule was tightly packed. Not only that, the Japanese guy is actually a representative of Sony. He fluently spoke English. He said that Sony Columbia is interested in buying Grey Pictures. I immediately declined. There's no reason to look for further investors to dilute my shares. It was a bummer if he agreed. Grey Pictures was an important part of him. He wasn't wasted enough to agree to the ridiculous business deal. As for Spider-Man 3, obviously, Frank Price kept asking Kazir. The director was not sure. He just told Frank that Sony Columbia should be prepared and start looking for a possible director to handle the last movie of the Spider-Man trilogy. Kazir recalled that Spider-Man 3 would be released in 2007. In that year, Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End would also be released. However, since Kazir changed the timeline, Sony Columbia and 20th Century Fox were probably open to changing the release schedule of both movies to accommodate Kazir's time. Unfortunately, Kazir was still firm in his opinion, especially now that the negotiation between Warner Brothers was seriously taking steps. In fact, 20th Century Fox and Marvel Comics were against this business deal, but they also understood Kazir's reasoning. He did it to protect Spider-Man 2. Marvel Comics was thankful for that. Besides, Kazir would just work on Batman, nothing else. The MCU was still in the process of planning, and they were fully serious about how to make it a masterpiece. Kazir also promised that he would film the first movie of the MCU, which was Iron Man. If possible. If he can't direct it, then he would help as the executive producer. Marvel Comics also had other projects to focus on, such as Fantastic Four, X-Men, and Blade, Trinity. February 14th, which was Valentine's Day, Angelina and Kazir were attending a not-so-small party. This was the party for the announcement of the Academy Awards nominated movies. They couldn't help but remember what had happened a year ago. They also attended the party for the Oscar nominations. Last time, they were sitting at a table together with Tom Cruise. This was the exact scene right now. Although Penelope Cruz was missing because she and Tom broke up. I can't believe I'll see you tonight, Kazir. Haha, let me guess, your movie also received nominations. Yeah, although it's probably nominations in small categories. That's not bad. What about you, Tom? Why are you here? Are you that confident you'll also get a nomination for Best Actor this year? Bruh, you just won the Best Actor last year. Why not? The two shrugged. The Last Samurai had a strong chance of getting nominated in major categories. A few minutes later, The nominations were announced, and Tom Cruise left the party disappointed. He didn't get a nomination. The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King was the winner tonight because it earned 12 nominations. Finding Nemo also got nominated, particularly in Best Animated Picture. Lost in Translation, which Scarlett Johansson starred in, also received nominations. Brianna will probably be disappointed once she hears that Monster got a nomination for Best Actress, Kazir thought to himself. As for Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl, it was nominated in 5 categories. Best Actor Award, Best Makeup, Best Sound Editing, Best Sound Mixing, Best Visual Effects. Out of these 5 nominations, only the Best Actor Award was in a major category. Kazir intentionally made Jack Sparrow the male lead because his character would become the face of the franchise. He adjusted the plot a little bit to achieve that. Naturally, Johnny Depp got the nomination because of it. Kazir and Angelina left the table after Tom Cruise showed his disappointment and left the party early. While walking out, Kazir realized that Johnny Depp was approaching him. Kazir already had an idea why the actor wanted to talk to him, probably to express his gratitude. However, Kazir was super surprised when he saw the woman clinging to Johnny's arm. What the fuck? Indeed, Kazir was super surprised. He didn't expect this to happen, at least not this early. Yet reality hit him in the face. Next to Johnny Depp was none other than Amber Heard, the woman who stepped on a bee. Chapter 395. Amber Heard. She was an actress who starred in many movies such as The Rum Diary, Machete Kills, Magic Mike XXL, Justice League, and Aquaman. Amber Heard first met Johnny Depp on the set of The Rum Diary. The best way to describe her career was that it was mediocre at best. She didn't have any memorable roles except for her role in the DCU. But that was for negative reasons. Her relevance as an actress was low. Nobody even knew her, not until the scandal popped up. The only reason she became known was because of her husband, which was Johnny Depp. Overall, Amber Heard was full of shit, quite literally. Even her brain was full of shit. Even her bed was full of shit. The Rum Diary was a movie set in 2011, and that was also the year when Johnny and Amber were supposed to meet for the first time. However, for some reason, Kazir was shocked to see the young actress clinging so much to Johnny Depp. Kazir, I want to introduce you to my girlfriend, Amber. It's nice to meet you, director. I'm a fan. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Kazir was so surprised that it took a few seconds for him to respond. Even Angelina was slightly uncomfortable because Kazir was acting weird. Kazir, I'm so thankful for the chance you gave me. Hee hee. You know, it's not that easy to get nominations, especially the Best Actor award. This is my first time getting one. It was clear from Johnny's smile that he was happy. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You helped Tom Cruise win his Golden Statue last year after all. The actor praised Kazir, but the director was still confused. Kazir didn't expect that he would fuck the timeline so much that he met Amber Heard in 2004. Suddenly, he recalled something important. Johnny, if you don't mind, how old is your girlfriend? I'm 19 years old, director. Why did you ask? Amber answered herself. Nothing. I just thought that one of my projects needs a young actress. Kazir made an excuse. Then, perhaps I can audition. Never mind, you don't fit the role. Kazir immediately stopped the woman from talking. Kazir had a strong prejudice against women who falsely accused people. After all, Kazir was also a victim of false allegations. He would never like Amber Heard, even if she was still innocent at the moment. Suddenly, Kazir felt Angelina squeezing his shoulder. He glanced at her and realized that her mood had turned sour. I guess we'll excuse ourselves. Kazir decided to leave. Johnny Depp waved them goodbye while Amber controlled her facial expressions. She was actually a real fan of Kazir Grey, and she was interested in having a conversation with him. Unfortunately, it seemed that Kazir was busy. What a waste. I wanted to ask him about his supposed sister. That bitch Mara is getting arrogant after landing a role in a movie. She thought. Have a nice evening, director. By the way, haha, when are you two going to get married? Johnny waved goodbye to the couple. Kazir and Angelina both paused when Johnny said that, but they continued walking out of the party. The atmosphere turned cold, and Angelina let go of Kazir's shoulder once they reached the parking lot. Angelina, not now. Let's talk about it once we're at the house. I don't want to. Kazir sighed. He turned around and stared at Angelina, who was mad. The way you looked at that Amber shit is concerning. Do you know that? You misunderstood it. I don't like her, okay? She's not even that beautiful. Amber Heard was beautiful. We couldn't deny that fact. But we also couldn't deny that she was full of shit. Well, Cassandra Hochrapp was also beautiful, but she was also full of shit. Elizabeth Cohen, Kazir's mother, was also beautiful, but she was also full of shit. Beauty didn't matter if you're full of shit. Heh, then why are you looking at her like that, like you've been struck by something? Angelina smirked. Babe, I'm just surprised because she looked young. I even asked her age. Yeah, you got a point. Kazir sighed. He thought he had escaped the trouble, but Angelina reloaded and asked him another question. Then what about marriage? Johnny asked when we'll get married. What's your answer? Angelina crossed her arms, lifting her cleavage in the process. Kazir didn't know what to say. This topic was sensitive. This was not the first time that this had happened. Of course, Kazir was interested in marrying Angelina. However, the couple couldn't find equal grounds. Then what about kids? Are you interested in having kids? Kazir returned the question to Angelina, and the woman bit her lip. I knew you would ask me that. Angelina and Kazir couldn't agree to some terms, and that was normal in a relationship. However, these two certain things were the reason why they couldn't level up their relationship. The matter of marriage and having kids. Whenever these two things were talked about, the couple became uncomfortable discussing them. Chapter 396. Kazir had a complicated opinion regarding marriage, but it didn't mean he didn't want to marry her. He experienced marriage once, and it was a painful experience. He lost his house, his wife, his hope, his child. In his past life, he thought killing himself was the best option to overcome the pain. Thankfully, he had movies to lean on. However, this time, he loved Angelina, and he was ready to overcome that fear. Angelina had also married once. She thought she was in love, and had found her fairy tale, but the fairy tale didn't end with happily ever after. She got divorced, and she didn't want to experience it again. She was also afraid to marry. However, she knew that Kazir was the person she wanted to spend her life with. She wanted to marry him. Kazir wanted a child. A biological child that he wanted to cherish. Was it selfish to have his own child? No, not when Kazir had experienced losing one. He regretted that he didn't have the chance to fight and protect his child. Because of this, he had a strong will to have his own child. However, Angelina was against it for the time being. Her career was just getting better, and it would affect her career if she had a child. Also, she was afraid that her figure would change badly if she became pregnant. The stretch marks, the stress, the daily vomiting. Angelina couldn't imagine experiencing all of that. Couples would always have disagreements, no matter how small or big they were. That was normal. They were just people, after all. Couples usually find a way to overcome these disagreements to strengthen their relationship. If they failed, then the relationship would crumble. Harmony is an important aspect of a healthy relationship. Angelina said that instead of having their own children, they should adopt instead. There were many unfortunate kids who didn't have parents, and Angelina wanted to help them. The idea was amazing and noble, but Kazir felt disappointed when he heard it. He felt that Angelina robbed him of the chance to become a father, just like what Cassandra did to him. He felt like Angelina didn't want to have a child with him, which hurt him a bit. When they first talked about these topics, the two had an argument. They couldn't fix it, so they decided to just keep quiet and never talk about it again. They couldn't find equal grounds, and naturally, their relationship couldn't reach the next level. As long as none of them compromised, they would stay as boyfriend and girlfriend at best. And now, the topic of marriage and having children resurfaced again. Kazir suddenly wanted to return to the party to sucker punch Johnny and slam Amber Heard's face into the concrete wall. He couldn't help but blame them for opening the topic. Their relationship was getting better, but now it was getting worse again. Kazir stared at Angelina, who was biting her lip in frustration. He sighed and opened the door of the car. Angelina, let's go to our home and talk about it peacefully, he gently said. He didn't want to worsen the situation. Angelina glared at him and clicked her tongue. Her eyes were red and teary. No, you go to your house alone. I'll call my assistant instead. Angelina, go. I don't want to talk to you tonight. The woman walked away, clearly mad at him. Kazir looked down at the ground and sighed. He stared at the woman's silhouette, which was gradually getting smaller. Fine, so be it. He yelled and saw Angelina flinching. Kazir also had emotions. He was getting tired of this atmosphere. Whenever their conversation turned bad, he was always the one who tried to fix it. Tonight, He didn't have the patience to pursue and pamper her. He went into the car and started the engine. He didn't glance at Angelina because he didn't know what to do if he looked at her. The car left the party. Rezo jumped off the first building and rolled onto the next one with ease. He started running to lose his pursuers. Then, John Smith and Jane Smith, the husband and wife, also jumped onto the rooftop of the building to follow Rezo. The couple found that some of the missing military weapons were acquired by the high table, and Rezo was one of the people who knew about its exact location. Also, they got a clue that another organization acquired some of the military weapons, the dangerous ones, but they couldn't get more information about it. However, Rezo was fast and slippery, and even the two veterans could not get close to him. Rezo entered the elevator that was going to the lower floor. The couple failed to reach the elevator. Jane and John nodded at each other and used the stairs to follow the ninja. They checked the lower floor and waited for the elevator to open. Their guns were ready. When the elevator opened, "Don't move," Jane said and pointed her gun at the guy. What's going on here? The guy in the elevator was not Rezo. The ninja had successfully escaped. "Here's my wallet and phone. Just don't touch my storyboard. It's full of my drawings." The man was Kazir Grey. He was just resting in this hotel, and he didn't expect that a gun would be pointed at him. "He's gone." John Smith lowered his gun in frustration. "Wait, let me check if this guy is not wearing a synthetic mask to change his face." Jane gave the gun to her husband and pinned the poor director. She pulled his face, and Kazir groaned in pain. "He's clear. Let's leave this place." The couple hid their guns and walked away, leaving Kazir in shock. The director's face was red for being pinched. Cut. Doug Liman ended the shooting, and everyone clapped. Jennifer Connelly giggled while Brad Pitt was trying to hold his laugh. They returned to the elevator and apologized to Kazir. "Honestly, my cameo this time is quite painful." Kazir sighed, pinching his red cheeks. "Sorry, director." Jennifer apologized. The filming for Mr. and Mrs. Smith Part 2 was happening, and Kazir showed up as a cameo, as always. Chapter 397. Having a cameo in the CCU was already a tradition. Kazir accepted his fate as a mascot. Besides, he was the one who started this tradition when he filmed Taken. He couldn't change it anymore. The audience would always wait for his appearance. He was basically a character in the CCU at this point. Jennifer Connelly apologized, even though she was just acting. She couldn't help it. The face she pinched was Kazir Grey, the owner of Grey Pictures and her boss. She didn't want to lose her job, so she might as well apologize, even though she was innocent. "I'm sorry, director. It's fine. It's for the film anyway. I'm not petty enough to hold a grudge. Although I have to talk to the writer who added this scene." Kazir hired a team of writers to polish the script for Mr. and Mrs. Smith too. When he read the script the last time, there was nothing about his cameo, which meant that this scene was added without his knowing. "Please don't fire them." Jennifer felt bad. "I will not fire them. They are amazing writers." Kazir shrugged. He just wanted to talk to them. "By the way, I know I'm 2 years late, but it's better than not saying anything. Congratulations on winning the Best Supporting Actress award." This was the first time he met Jennifer Connelly in 2 years. He didn't have a chance to congratulate her. "Director, you are too late." "Yeah, I know. Me too. I want to congratulate you on winning the Best Director award." "You are 1 year late," he replied. "This is the first time I've seen you in a year." The two laughed while waiting for Doug Liman to check the footage. A few minutes later, director Doug Liman approached Kazir and told him, "Kazir, I'm sorry, but do you mind retaking the scene one more time? Your expression is a bit forced. I want to see sincere fear in your eyes." Kazir was speechless. That day, Kazir had 3 NGs before Doug Liman gave the thumbs up. His face turned red after so many pinches from Jennifer. He had to take makeup to hide his reddish cheeks. Now Kazir experienced how difficult it was to act. Having 3 NGs was embarrassing. His excuse was, "I'm not an actor, so not my fault." February didn't have any big movies except one, a movie directed by Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson was a famous actor, but he was also a director. In fact, Mel Gibson had won Academy Awards in his lifetime. One was the Best Actor award for the movie Braveheart as William Wallace. He also won the Best Director award as the director of Braveheart. This year, Mel Gibson released a movie based on the Bible. It was The Passion of the Christ. This $30 million budget movie grossed more than $600 million, and the answer was obvious. On the last day of February, the AMPAs hosted the 76th Academy Awards. It was an amazing show, especially when more than 43 million viewers were watching it. Tom Cruise stood on the stage and announced the winner for Best Actress, which was Charlize Theron for her role as a prostitute serial killer in Monster. Side note, Brianna Evans was watching the Oscar Awards, and her mood turned down when she witnessed Charlize Theron winning the Best Actress award. She promised that La La Land would also compete at the Academy Awards next year. Nicole Kidman also showed up as the presenter for the Best Actor award. She gave the golden statue to Sean Penn, the lead actor in the neo-noir crime drama film Mystic River. Johnny Depp, who also attended the Academy Awards because he got a nomination, was disappointed because he didn't win. Perhaps he would ask Kazir if he was interested in filming another artistic film to compete at the Academy Awards. The awards ceremony was grand, but there were two segments that the viewers were waiting for. The Lord of the Rings was snubbed by the Academy Awards twice because of its strong bias against fantasy movies. The Lord of the Rings was based on literature, but the Academy Awards didn't give a fuck, as usual. But because of their obvious prejudice, many people started hating on their show. In fact, many LOTR fans promised that they would boycott the Academy Awards if The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, was also snubbed this year. Thankfully, the members of AMPAs were not stupid. Kazir stepped on the stage and waved his hand. He looked presentable and handsome as always. He was carrying an envelope with the name of the winner in it. He introduced the category first and listed the nominated people. The nominations for the Best Director Award are Peter Jackson, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King; Fernando Meirelles, City of God; Sofia Coppola, Lost in Translation; Peter Weir, Master and Commander, The Far Side of the World; Clint Eastwood, Mystic River. Kazir then opened the envelope and smirked. The audience who were watching the show was getting nervous. Congratulations, Peter Jackson, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, for winning the Best Director Award. Strong applause resounded, and even the viewers watching the show on television were happy once they realized that LOTR had won one of the biggest awards this time. Peter Jackson stepped onto the stage and shook hands with Kazir. The golden statue was given to him, and the LOTR director raised the trophy with clear happiness. Tonight was a win for the Lord of the Rings fans because the movie also won the Best Picture award. It meant that this movie was regarded as the best movie that was released last year by the Committee of AMPAs, Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. Chapter 398. The 76th Academy Awards was a success. Most people were satisfied with the results. The Lord of the Rings was now recognized as one of the best fantasy movies of all time, and it garnered so many fans worldwide. These fans would surely roast the Academy members alive if they shut their eyes to the impact that The Lord of the Rings created in the history of cinema. The Lord of the Rings deserved the Best Director and Best Picture awards, especially when the Academy Awards had snubbed them since 2001. The Lord of the Rings had 11 nominations, and it also won 11 categories. The movie was the biggest winner that night. Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Stone had 5 nominations, but unfortunately, the movie won nothing. As for the other movies that got nominated, the best they could win was 1 or 2 categories. Kazir left the ceremony after that. He didn't bother attending the after-party. In fact, Pirates of the Caribbean also had an after-party despite winning nothing. However, Kazir already predicted that the party wouldn't be lively. Perhaps only some people would attend. Some reporters stalked Kazir to the parking lot, asking him why Angelina Jolie didn't attend the Academy Awards with him. Kazir didn't answer them and entered his car instead. He didn't answer them because he also didn't know the answer. The contact between the two ceased after that. Both of them had pride, and they couldn't swallow their pride to call one another. The reporters couldn't get an answer from him. The car left the place. Kazir knew that he had to adjust the plot of some movies to accommodate them into the Continental Cinematic Universe. It was a decision he had to make. One of the movies was obviously the Fast and the Furious franchise. This franchise was worth more than $1 billion in his past life. He knew the potential of this franchise, so he intentionally added it to the CCU, even buying the magazine article that was based on the first movie, just to make sure that he would be safe from a lawsuit. Knowing the potential of Fast and the Furious, Kazir also knew the weakness of this franchise. To be precise, the second and third movies of Fast and the Furious. The second had a strong connection since Brian O'Connor, Paul Walker, and Roman Pierce, Tyrese Gibson, were part of the overall franchise. However, its plot didn't connect much to the CCU. As for the third movie, which was titled Fast and the Furious, Tokyo Drift, this movie basically had no connection at all. Except for Han Lu's, Sung Kang, and Dom Toretto's, Vin Diesel, short cameo at the end of the movie. Kazir couldn't deny that Han Lu's death in Tokyo Drift created a massive plot for the franchise to take advantage of. He also liked how it connected Tokyo Drift to the overall plot. But Kazir was not impressed. In his opinion, he had to erase Tokyo Drift in the CCU since this movie had no relevance at all. The movie showed the true definition of street racing though. At first, Fast and the Furious was all about racing until it became sci-fi shit about cars going to outer space. Tokyo Drift showed the true essence of Fast and the Furious, which was street racing. So instead, Kazir decided to make Fast and the Furious 2, also known as Too Fast Too Furious, revolve around Brian O'Connor and his new partner Roman Pierce unraveling the secret of a cartel that was working with the high table. Yeah, Kazir was having a mental block. He couldn't deny it. That was the reason why he hired a team of writers anyway. He understood his ability very well. Making stories out of scratch was not his forte. As for Fast and the Furious, Tokyo Drift, he had to skip this movie. Its relevance to the Fast and the Furious franchise was small. Its relevance to the CCU was smaller. Unless he could come up with a unique plot that would make Tokyo Drift relevant. By the way, the theme song of Tokyo Drift was actually fire, a factor that Kazir was reluctant to erase. Kazir already gave the director position to Justin Lin to take care of the Fast and the Furious franchise. The Taiwanese director was happy. Having steady projects in Hollywood was not that easy, especially for someone like him who didn't have any foothold in the industry. Too Fast Too Furious already started filming 8 months ago, and the project is in the post-production stage. Even the promotion was ongoing, with the help of 20th Century Fox. The movie was expected to be released in April. 20th Century Fox was the distributor of the movie, but it didn't mean that they had to prioritize Too Fast Too Furious. After all, 20th Century Fox also had its own movies to release. Furthermore, the Fox management was disappointed that Kazir formed a cooperation with Warner Brothers. Perhaps this was their way of getting revenge, putting Too Fast Too Furious on a non-popular schedule, such as April. To be fair, April was not that bad. It was the last month of the school year, so cinemas were already lively at that time. Chapter 399. 20th Century Fox had their reasons for putting Too Fast Too Furious in April instead of a more popular schedule. The Day After Tomorrow, a disaster movie produced by 20th Century Fox, was scheduled for release in May. The promotion was intensifying. Sci-fi disaster movies were very popular. A lot of people loved watching them and making theories about events that could destroy the planet. So 20th Century Fox was obviously putting more effort into that movie, scheduling it for the first month of summer. They couldn't afford to release Too Fast Too Furious in the same month of May, as it could affect the Day After Tomorrow's box office. Deep Impact, 2012, Armageddon. Even Independence Day, War of the Worlds, and Godzilla are recognized as disaster movies. These films all made a lot of money at the box office alone. Kazir muttered while working on some documents. Disaster movies were profitable, and 20th Century Fox wanted to cash in on The Day After Tomorrow, a story where a second ice age attacks the planet and covers the world in ice, snow, and blizzards. In June, 20th Century Fox also had another movie lined up. It was Garfield, the movie. Do I have to explain it? Garfield could attract children and teenagers to watch the movie. Families would love it for their kids. Surely, another profitable movie. In July, 20th Century Fox planned to release I, Robot, starring Will Smith. I, Robot was a story about the dangers of artificial intelligence toward humanity. With Will Smith, an actor who had strong box office appeal, as the male lead, the movie was expected to make a profit. As for August, the last month of summer, 20th Century Fox would release Alien vs. Predator. The success of the CCU forced 20th Century Fox to come up with this project. A battle between two dangerous creatures from outer space. The idea was interesting, and surely, people would buy tickets to watch it. Honestly, the movie lineup this year was promising. 20th Century Fox was cooking well this year. Grey Pictures might be part of 20th Century Fox, but the company would prioritize its own projects. Naturally, they would give the best schedules to their own movies. Since Too Fast, Too Furious was scheduled for April, then Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 would be released in either September or October. These two schedules had already been planned last year based on the completion dates of the two CCU movies. That's just how business worked. Perhaps some people may believe that 20th Century Fox is sabotaging the CCU, but that's not true. CCU has enough influence to make money in unpopular months. We've already proven that many times. In fact, Taken was released in September and grossed over $500 million. As for the grudge that 20th Century Fox was holding, Kazir had an idea on how to fix the relationship. Kazir was known as a talented director. All the movies he directed were box office successes. Even his 3 old horror movies were now popular in the DVD and rental markets. However, Kazir was also famous for being a great screenwriter. The scripts he wrote were all profitable. Tom Rothman might hate me because I decided to work with Warner Brothers, but surely his hatred will disappear once he reads these scripts. The documents Kazir was reviewing were scripts he planned to sell to 20th Century Fox at a reasonable price, lower than the market rate. Everything was an enemy in front of money, but everything was also a friend in front of money. As long as money was on the table, Tom Rothman would easily forgive Kazir. The director was confident of that. His value was high enough for that to happen. I can't believe I'm going to sell this kind of script. Well, they're not mine anyway. I just copied them. He sighed. Final Destination. Paranormal Activity. 300. 2 of the scripts were from the horror genre, while the remaining one was an epic based on comics/history. Kazir felt like it was time to take a step forward. He didn't want to be a coward anymore. He was tired of hiding. This was his first move in the horror genre after so many years, the genre he ran away from. One day, I'll film a horror movie and face my fear. Final Destination never happened in this timeline because Kazir had been holding on to the script. Now, he wanted to sell it to 20th Century Fox. These 3 movies didn't need large budgets. As long as 20th Century Fox understood how the filming worked, they wouldn't have to spend much. Now that I think about it, Tobey Maguire can be the protagonist of the first Final Destination. He fits the character. Kazir liked Tobey and wanted to help the actor. What Tobey needs is to change his image. Horror movies can give him that. As long as Tobey won't be compared to Peter Parker, then it's a success. Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man left a strong impression on everyone, and it destroyed Tobey's career in exchange. He needed a transition. Final Destination could be the key to helping Tobey move his career forward. I'll recommend it to Fox later. There was a knock on the door, and Kazir stopped talking to himself. The door's open. Sir, are you looking for me? Erica entered the office. Kazir passed the documents to her. I want you to personally send this to Tom Rothman's office. These are scripts, and they're confidential. I understand. Erica placed the documents in a manila envelope and nodded seriously. You can end your work for today once you've delivered the envelope to Tom Rothman. Thanks, sir. Erica's eyes lit up with excitement. An hour later, Kazir received a call from Tom Rothman. As expected, Tom can't ignore it. Not when I gave him a delicious treat. The director smirked before answering the call. Grey Pictures wasn't so simple anymore. Even the CEO/chairman of 20th Century Fox would personally call him. Chapter 400. Kazir's script was expensive. Yet despite being expensive, many production companies would happily buy his scripts with open hands. For film companies, Kazir's scripts were equivalent to profit. A few years ago, The Hangover and Napoleon Dynamite ended their trilogies respectively. It was estimated that both movies had a valuation of more than $1 billion, based on their box office earnings, videotape/DVD sales, and broadcasting rights. Even now, TV networks all over the globe are paying Warner Brothers and 20th Century Fox top dollar just to get the chance to broadcast The Hangover and Napoleon Dynamite. It was a constant source of income. Just the idea of having a $1 billion worth movie franchise was so fragrant. Surely, the Big Six and other studios wouldn't be cheap when it came to paying Kazir the money he was worth. Last time, Lionsgate contacted Kazir to buy Now You See Me and The Expendables. The two sides struck a business deal. Lionsgate successfully bought Now You See Me. As for The Expendables, this franchise could easily fit into the Continental Cinematic Universe. No explanation needed. Kazir didn't want to sell The Expendables. He was just waiting for the right time to hire Sylvester Stallone and the other action stars at a lower salary. In short, he was waiting for the old action stars to get washed up. Back in the 80s and early 90s, Sylvester Stallone, Bruce Willis, and Arnold Schwarzenegger could command a salary of more than $20 million per movie. Kazir was not insane enough to hire them at that amount. In fact, an old actor contacted him a few months ago. Harrison Ford expressed his interest in being a part of the CCU. Harrison Ford was actually one of the actors who auditioned for the role of John Wick, but Kazir chose Viggo Mortensen instead. Anyway, Kazir wanted to use his scripts to make a truce with 20th Century Fox. I'm glad we settled our differences that quickly. Kazir shook hands with Tom Rothman. The two had just signed the contract. Come on, Kazir. I will never hate you. You are my friend, haha. By the way, Carl from Blue Sky Studio wants to meet you. He wants to talk about Kung Fu Panda. Of course. The business transaction didn't last long. Both parties wanted to close the contract as soon as possible. Tom Rothman understood that once the other studios heard Kazir was selling some scripts, they would start acting fast and compete to buy them. Kazir sold the script for Now You See Me to Lionsgate for $11 million. But for 20th Century Fox, Kazir sold the 3 scripts for $5 million each, meaning 20th Century Fox paid him $15 million. 20th Century Fox didn't think twice. They immediately bought them, knowing the market value of these scripts. They understood that this was Kazir's goodwill. They gladly accepted his goodwill. With no further ado, the contract was formed. Kazir, what do you think we should film first? I think Paranormal Activity seems kind of interesting. 300 is also not bad, but I'm not sure about your idea of making it in a complete 3D background. Tom gave his opinion. 20th Century Fox couldn't start filming 3 projects at once. They had to study the profitability first before giving the go-ahead. I think Final Destination is a good start. I'll take note of that. You said Tobey Maguire fits the male lead. We'll invite him once the project starts. As for the director, Tom, don't give me that look. You know I'm busy. Haha, of course. We'll look for a director instead. Tom laughed out loud, but his expression turned serious again. Kazir, you signed a contract with Warner Brothers to direct a trilogy. When will you do one for us? Kazir knew that this conversation would come. 20th Century Fox was only the distributor of Grey Pictures movies. They never acquired any copyrights. Even the upcoming MCU was not owned by 20th Century Fox. So this time, they wanted Kazir to also direct a trilogy for them, and it should be fully owned by 20th Century Fox. Of course, salary was not a problem. Kazir was worth hiring, after all. Once I'm free, I'll work for you. Oh God, when will that happen? Your schedule is packed for 5 freaking years. March had just passed by and Kazir was getting close to completing the post-production of Spider-Man 2. At the same time, the advertisement for Too Fast, Too Furious intensified. The movie trailer aired on TV channels, billboards, and movie posters were all over the place. The cast of the movie also attended many TV shows and interviews. It was hectic, and the premiere day arrived. At the TCL Chinese Theater, a red carpet was laid out. Celebrities showed up one by one, and the fans were so enthusiastic. Most of the fans were wearing tuxedos. This had become the standard uniform of the CCU fans, derived from the uniform of Grey fans. Chapter 401. April 1st, 2004. It was late at night, yet some theaters were still busy because of the people who wanted to watch a movie. April was not a popular month for movie releases, but that didn't mean there would be no audience at all. Besides, the movie that was set to be released tonight was a CCU movie, one of the most anticipated films of the year. CCU catered more to the male population, so most of the people in the cinemas were men, although some women also stayed up all night to buy tickets. Some paparazzi on the red carpet kept yelling and asking him about Angelina Jolie. After all, this was the first time Kazir attended a premiere without Angelina, so some people were naturally curious about it. Unfortunately, Kazir didn't know how to answer the question. The two had ceased communication after the Academy Awards announced its nominations. Deep inside, Kazir understood that both of them had differences, and it seemed like it was difficult to compromise. They couldn't find the perfect answer because both of them wanted something the other didn't like. He decided to act deaf. He didn't look at the reporters who kept asking him for gossip. There were rumors that Kazir and Angelina broke up, and this story spread to every corner of Hollywood. The two stopped appearing in public together, giving the media the idea that Kazir and Angelina were done. Kazir didn't know how to define their current relationship. Perhaps they were indeed done. Thankfully, the reporter from News Corporation understood the atmosphere and didn't ask him about Angelina. Kazir entered the theater in a not-so-good mood. He did his best to control his expression. He was greeted by the cast and important people from 20th Century Fox. Surprisingly, Kazir also found Carl Ludwig in the theater. Carl was the producer of Kung Fu Panda. He also held a high position at Blue Sky Studio. Carl was eager to talk to Kazir about the project. Perhaps that was the reason he attended the premiere. He was actually a fan of the CCU. Maybe he also wanted to watch the movie. Kazir nodded at Carl, who was approaching him. Carl, let's talk tomorrow. I'll set up a schedule for us to have a conversation. Thanks, Kazir. I'm having a problem with the character designs of some characters, such as Tigress. Carl paused. He had also heard the rumors. Kazir was the one who recommended Angelina to voice Tigress in the movie. It seemed like that recommendation could backfire. Kazir just smirked, while Carl became uncomfortable. Then, let's talk tomorrow. Carl excused himself. Kazir found his seat, sat down, and sighed. Tonight's red carpet had been uncomfortable for him. Hopefully, the box office result can give me good news. We spent $130 million on this project overall, with half of it invested in promoting the movie. Their budget for each movie was increasing, and it was understandable. The salaries of the cast and director had doubled, while the overall expenses were also huge. They had to rent more than 100 cars for this movie alone. It also didn't help that inflation was getting worse. After thinking about some stuff, the screening started as the lights went off. The ads for the upcoming movies were shown first. Movies such as Garfield and Alien vs. Predator caught the attention of the audience. It was a standard procedure that before the movie began, movie trailers of upcoming films should be shown first. Then, the logo of 20th Century Fox, along with its iconic music, echoed. After that came the logo of Grey Pictures. Scooby-Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed, a live-action movie based on the popular cartoon, had been released a week before April 1st and could be considered a rival of Too Fast, Too Furious. However, the first weekend of April was dominated by Too Fast, Too Furious because there were no major movies released in the same week. Scooby-Doo 2 and Too Fast, Too Furious might have had some competition, but because of their different genres, the audience had the chance to appreciate both. Families with children under 13 would probably choose Scooby-Doo 2, while men and teenagers would choose Too Fast, Too Furious. April 2nd, Friday. The first 24 hours of Too Fast, Too Furious grossed $21.25 million. Grey Pictures had grown numb to these results, to be honest. They felt like this kind of result was the norm whenever a CCU movie was released. When Kazir heard the box office result, he decided to relax his mind and focus on talking to Carl about the problems Kung Fu Panda was facing, such as character designs and stunt choreography. Yes, even movies like Kung Fu Panda had stunt choreography. April 3rd, Saturday. The movie made another $19.27 million. On Sunday, April 4th, the movie made another $22.13 million. The first weekend of Too Fast, Too Furious was a success, a term that had always been part of the CCU. After years of constant releases, it became a tradition for many people to watch at least one CCU movie per year. Combining the sales from each day, the first weekend of Too Fast, Too Furious grossed $62.65 million. That week, Kazir received another batch of congratulations. Chapter 402. Films started as moving images. Back then, films were only black and white and had no sound at all. Silent films were the norm from around 1894 to 1930. Dialogues were conveyed through muted gestures, miming, and title cards. The most famous actors of the silent film era was probably Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton. As technology evolved, films also improved. Films began to include sound. In 1909, the first color film was released. From 1930 to 1950, studios started popping up in America, particularly in Hollywood. MGM, Warner Brothers, and Paramount were the major studios that survived that era and continue to exist today. More films became famous around the 1940s and were considered art films with dark and realistic themes. Once the 1950s arrived, internationalization began, and films started circulating around the world. When the era of New Hollywood, 1960 to 1980, began, The Godfather, Taxi Driver, and many other films were widely recognized. The start of Hollywood domination probably began in this era. Jaws and Star Wars defined the term blockbusters. Since then, blockbusters meant high-budget movies with strong appeal to the masses. And now, the present could be described as the digital era, where computer-generated movies such as Jurassic Park, Lord of the Rings, and Spider-Man dominate cinemas. As the years passed, Hollywood became stronger and understood the importance of movies, especially great ones. For Hollywood, well, for the Big Six, movies that brought them profits defined the era. At the end of the day, money was responsible for Hollywood's evolution. It wasn't about art or any nonsense. But at the same time, art films also flourished because of Hollywood's profitability. Studios funded movies because they made money. They prioritized and invested in movies that had a higher chance of making huge profits. This time, a certain studio proved its worth again. Unlike other studios that suffered losses due to bad investments, this particular studio only produced 1 or 2 movies per year, and they were always profitable. This studio didn't divide its investment into many films. Their projects each year never exceeded 5. Because of this, the studio never experienced losses. It was something that many production studios envied. They needed that clear vision, the understanding of the market, a talent that only a few people had. Kazir Grey started getting popular again because of his vision regarding how the box office market moved, as if he knew the future. However, while Kazir received positive news, he also received some negative news. On April 11th, Scooby-Doo 2, Monsters Unleashed, a movie released a week before Too Fast, Too Furious, grossed $62 million. The movie was based on the cartoon Scooby-Doo. As for Too Fast, Too Furious, unexpectedly, the movie had already accumulated $156.51 million after 11 days of screening. Movie ticket prices hadn't increased much, and people could still afford to watch movies at the theaters. This fact was the reason why the box office each year increased, the affordability of movie tickets. On top of that, other countries also followed the trend, and more theaters were being built every year to accommodate the digital era. Should I be worried? Kazir was holding a newspaper. Reading newspapers was the norm before smartphones became a thing. Families usually subscribed to newspapers and paid newspaper boys who used bicycles to deliver newspapers or magazines to their homes. Being in the busy city of Los Angeles, Grey Pictures obviously received newspapers every day to read the latest news. This time, Kazir was looking for news related to Too Fast, Too Furious. The box office results were great, but the critics gave negative reviews. The movie critics wrote that the CCU was getting stale and repetitive, with people using guns and fists to fight. That's not even bad. The Continental Cinematic Universe is an action-focused universe, so obviously it's about guns and well-choreographed stunts. As long as the box office speaks well, then the critics are just spouting nonsense. However, he also found some valid points, such as the CCU's longevity. A critic stated that the CCU could only last a decade at best, because people would get tired of repetitive movies. He agreed, but at the same time, he didn't. Avengers: Infinity War was the start of the MCU's downfall. Marvel still released some amazing movies such as Spider-Man, No Way Home, and Deadpool, but the MCU was already in its dying state. But this was for different reasons. The MCU started releasing so many movies every year. They also released tons of TV shows that flopped. Each of the MCU TV shows was connected to the universe. So, once you missed one TV show or movie, it meant you missed a lot and might have trouble following the plot. The reason why the MCU flopped lately was that they released too much content, and people became overwhelmed and grew tired of it. People were busy, and they had personal things to do. They couldn't just sit on the sofa and watch a 12-hour-long TV show just to keep up with the plot. The greatest mistake that the MCU made was releasing too many projects. They messed up. Having female protagonists in their latest projects and going woke were just side issues to their downfall. There was nothing wrong with casting a female actress as the protagonist of a movie, but the way the MCU did it left fans disappointed. Kazir understood that too much content could be harmful. So he promised that the CCU would only film 2 to 3 movies per year and they would control their products. But this won't fix it. After all, People will still get tired of the CCU no matter how long it takes. The best decision is to reboot the universe, but let's talk about it once that happens. Because I'm sure the CCU will still be relevant 15 or 20 years from now. That's a long time to milk this project. He smirked, but his smirk didn't last long. The critics' negative reviews weren't the reason why he was worried. It was because of some speculations about him. Headline: Kazir Grey manipulated his cast, taking advantage of his position as a director. Chapter 403. Kazir was rarely secretive about his romantic relationships. He had dated Cameron Diaz. He also had a relationship with Reese Witherspoon, although neither of the two confirmed what their relationship really was. Currently, Kazir is dating Angelina Jolie. However, that might also change, knowing that Angelina had stopped talking to him. An article about his romantic relationships caught Kazir's attention. He thought it was normal gossip, but the further statements made him frown. After working with director Grey in Napoleon Dynamite, Reese Witherspoon and the director started showing up together at formal parties and movie premieres. Although it's not confirmed, our team deduced that Brianna Evans also had a relationship with Kazir while filming Taken. The fact that the two were caught eating together and getting flirty in a restaurant meant a lot. Before Cameron Diaz was cast for her role in The Bourne Identity, she already had a scandal with Kazir. Some rumors said that the two did a business so that Cameron Diaz would have a role in The Bourne Identity. As for Angelina, Kazir's current girlfriend, the two also started dating when Wanted was in production. After so many clues and obvious facts our team gathered, we concluded that Kazir is a predator. He likes doing casting couch and preying on weak women. He promised roles to actresses in exchange for sexual gratification. Wow, what a bullshit conclusion. Who made this article? Probably a writer who's begging for $100. Being the person at the center of the gossip, Kazir knew that the article was a complete lie. In the first place, he never engaged in casting couch practices. He never offered roles in exchange for sex. His relationships with these actresses bloomed because they became close after working together on movie projects. Except Brianna Evans, the two never had a romantic relationship. He never had hidden intentions. This kind of article is asking for a lawsuit. I feel like the writer is desperate for something. Usually, this kind of gossip only appeared in unpopular tabloids, but never in reputable newspapers. Newspapers took pride in their credibility. They rarely published articles that lacked valid information. However, after thoroughly reading the article, Kazir realized that some information was real while some were not, and that was a huge problem. Because once you mix lies and truths, it becomes hard to determine what is real and what is not. In this case, average citizens might believe that the article was true. It could damage Kazir's reputation. If people started calling him a predator, that would affect his projects. Kazir wanted none of that. This article was obviously trying to tarnish Kazir's reputation. Someone wanted to destroy him. Kazir had some people in mind, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly who it was. Let's see. This newspaper is owned by Comcast. Now that I think about it, Comcast would become the parent company of Universal Pictures a few years later. Did Comcast start their acquisition? Vivendi's acquisition of Universal Pictures was not fruitful. The losses that Universal Pictures incurred were too large for Vivendi to handle. If I'm right, Vivendi will still hold Universal Pictures for a while before selling it. Production studios were profitable, but they also faced losses every year. Universal Pictures had incomplete projects that never reached theaters, despite investing millions. Sometimes, the movies they invested heavily in never returned the expected profit. The best examples of these cases were Batman and Robin, John Carter, and Superman Returns. Warner Brothers and Walt Disney put too much into these movies, but the money that came back to them wasn't satisfying. It would take at least a decade before they could recover from those losses. Vivendi couldn't afford to wait that long, not when Vivendi was already in a tight spot. The company was also suffering from massive debt. In their opinion, Universal Pictures should focus on movies with high profitability. Perhaps hire a director who could bring in profits. Unfortunately for Universal Pictures, their relationship with Kazir wasn't that great. Perhaps Universal Pictures is trying to attack me this time. He knew that the one responsible for Toby's scandal was Universal Pictures, and then Walt Disney and Warner Brothers joined in to spite the actor. The one who started the scandal was Universal Pictures. In fact, after doing some research, they found that the paparazzi who harassed Toby were working under one of Universal Pictures' small tabloid publishers. With that in mind, Kazir felt that this article could be the start of another attack from Universal Pictures. The studio was trying to destroy him. It didn't matter whether the information was real. As long as the people believed it, then it became real. That was the incredible power of the media. They could turn a false story into a true one. I probably have to contact the PR team before things get worse. This could turn into a battle between him and Universal Pictures. The next day, Kazir's legal team delivered a cease and desist letter to the publishing company, telling them to stop the defamation or else they would settle it in court. The publishing company stopped. But stopping dozens of publishing companies all at once might be troublesome. 2 days later, more stories about Kazir's alleged misconduct surfaced. Some people were skeptical, while others believed the stories. To make matters worse, even news TV shows started talking about Kazir. They were clearly serious about destroying Kazir's career. Terms such as allegedly, *P, casting couch, and domestic abuse were used to describe Kazir. Kazir's team was working hard to stop these allegations from spreading, but their enemies were 2 giant media companies. He was now a threat to some big studios because his talent was disrupting their business. Obviously, Too Fast, Too Furious was also affected by this sudden wave of news. The box office showed a decline as Kazir's name sank into the mud. Chapter 404. The Continental Cinematic Universe was strongly connected to Kazir. He was the founder of this cinematic universe, and his name would always be associated with it no matter what. He had a cameo in every CCU movie, so people already knew him. The fact that his scandal surfaced around the time Too Fast, Too Furious was released was not a coincidence. Someone was trying to tarnish his reputation and defeat Too Fast, Too Furious at the same time, as if the enemy was holding a grudge. Kazir thought about anything that might have pushed Universal Pictures to do this. It was true that their relationship was not that good, but they didn't have to go so far. Perhaps Universal Pictures is getting tired of Grey Pictures' success. Not only Universal Pictures, but the other studios are probably feeling the same. They just can't show their dissatisfaction because they still need me. Once I'm no longer useful, they will crush me. Only Universal Pictures and Walt Disney had shown animosity so far, but it wouldn't take long for Paramount Pictures to target Kazir. Kazir had to stop this before it became irreversible. First, Universal Pictures targeted Tobey Maguire. Now, they were attacking Kazir Grey. Kazir glanced at the television that was reporting Hollywood news. He confirmed that Walt Disney had also started reporting about Kazir's so-called sexual abuses. Hollywood was a terrifying place. The media could tell a lie, paint it as the truth, and people would easily believe it. Walt Disney had no clear evidence. They were just stating what was happening in Hollywood. A case of bad journalism. Kazir knew that they could file a lawsuit against the TV show, but the best they could do was get the news anchor and the journalist fired for spreading fake news. In the end, the people at the top were safe from the consequences. The result of Too Fast, Too Furious in its 3rd week was weaker than forecasted. It was obvious that the scandal affected the box office results. From April 10th to April 17th, the movie only made $37 million. The current box office was $181.59 million after 17 days of screening. This week's performance was 20% lower than expected. If the current problem was not resolved, Too Fast, Too Furious would suffer even more. The movie was expected to reach at least $700 million at the worldwide box office. Unfortunately, it seemed that they had to lower their expectations. At best, Too Fast, Too Furious would gross $500 million, which was already a success, especially in this current situation. Universal Pictures wants me gone, I guess. This is probably not the last time they will fester me. Honestly, Kazir could reconcile with Universal Pictures and Walt Disney, but he felt like that would be betraying himself. He had promised that he would never work with the 2 studios after what they did to him a few years ago. He never gave them scripts and never worked for them. In fact, Walt Disney invited Kazir to direct John Carter, but Kazir declined. Perhaps that was the reason why Walt Disney was attacking him. Anyway, Kazir had his dignity. He wouldn't work with the 2 studios. The situation was different now, and Kazir was in a position where he could do what he wanted to do. He didn't have to be afraid of them. Since he had no intention of working with the 2 studios, he had to solve this problem. Thankfully, he had an idea. They are saying that I'm a predator, using my position to have sex with the actresses. Then why don't we ask those actresses themselves if I'm really a predator? Hollywood, This place has a lot of predators who take advantage of the weaknesses of small people. However, Kazir was definitely not one of them. He never used his position to get sex. In fact, the actresses in question were the ones who seduced him. How could a guy who's scared of women even do that? Kazir was too afraid to make the first move. Those damn traitors. Billy Baker cursed under his breath while looking at the Facebook page that their fan club had launched. Facebook was just a recent social media platform, but it had already gathered more than 20 million users. Of course, their fan club had to create a page where they could show support for Kazir and his films. The internet was a powerful thing, and communication became easier. A few years ago, people still used letters to communicate, but now the internet had revolutionized society. Billy was the president of the Grey fans, and his position was not that of a simple supporter anymore. He actually received cash from Grey Pictures to maintain the fan club. So yeah, this was technically his job now. Facebook and MySpace were both used by their fan club to communicate, and everything was going well, until the scandal happened. Most new members who joined the fan club started insulting Kazir, saying how bad of a person the director was. These new members were probably spies who joined the club to destroy its unity. In fact, some longtime members were also affected, and some even left the club. They didn't want to support someone as horrible as Kazir. Billy couldn't help but click his tongue while reading their comments. Most were insults. I have to talk to Wallace later to control this situation. While scrolling down, Billy read the recent comments. Haha, you fucking cunts. Open your TV and check Fox News right now. Your opinions are all baseless because the actresses denied all of the allegations. Director Grey is innocent. You fake fans, sowing discord in our fan club. I already have the list of all the bastards who disrespected Director Grey. I'll block and kick you out of the fan club. Hump. Reading the comment, Billy immediately turned on his TV just to see what was happening. Chapter 405. Reese Witherspoon was an actress who had been steadily gaining popularity lately. For actors and actresses, it was difficult to maintain fame in Hollywood due to the intense competition. Showbiz was a brutal industry where people constantly came and went. She hadn't had any connections in the industry when she started. She was just a young woman who dreamed of reaching stardom. She had worked as a waitress in Los Angeles while searching for film roles to work. Her status was modest compared to other actresses who came from well-connected Hollywood families. She was not like Angelina Jolie or Drew Barrymore, who both came from celebrity lineages. Then, in September 1994, Reese met a director who was in his mid-20s. The director was serious and mature for his age. He possessed remarkable patience, especially considering Reese's dozens of NGs on set. His passion for filmmaking was genuine. Perhaps that was the reason Reese fell in love with the director. She was grateful for the things the director had done for her. Kazir Grey was one of the main reasons she had reached her current standing. She had no regrets about meeting him. She had no regrets about falling in love with him. She also had no regrets about moving on and taking the steps needed to heal her broken heart. The memories she created with Kazir were a blessing. This blessing of a man was something she never wanted to forget. One of her sweetest memories. And now, Kazir was facing a scandal that could damage his career. The media had begun painting Kazir as a predator. Knowing the director, Reese could say without hesitation that the allegations were untrue. In the grim, dark world of Hollywood, Kazir was one of the few people who still preserved his humanity. He hadn't sold his soul to demons. She clearly understood that the media was spreading false information simply to destroy Kazir. After all, who cared whether the news was true? As long as the gossip was interesting, people would consume it. A famous director who had created one blockbuster after another was now being persecuted as a predator. His immense talent had become his greatest vulnerability. Reese was walking down the streets of New York to attend a fashion show. She was one of the ambassadors of the clothing brand and was scheduled to walk the runway. In a way, she was practicing her walk and strut on the sidewalk to attract attention. If this had been around 2020, the streets of New York probably wouldn't have been the right place to do so, as New York would be considered a dangerous city around that year. Regardless, Reese was practicing for a reason, not caring about the people glancing at her. That was her intention anyway, to draw attention. This was the job of a model, to draw attention as they strutted on the runway. While doing so, Reese noticed from the corner of her eye two people approaching her. One of them was holding a camera. TCH. Reese was no stranger to this. She immediately recognized that these two people were paparazzi. Reporters and paparazzi might technically share the same profession, but the first was generally respected, while the latter was not. Reporters typically worked for news agencies and maintained some level of professional reputation. However, some reporters resorted to contemptible tactics such as stalking and fabricating allegations. If reporters retained a shred of dignity, paparazzi had none at all. The word paparazzi was universally disliked by celebrities. Celebrities could never like paparazzi, as most of them were stalkers who invaded their privacy just to obtain juicy stories. Without hesitation, the cameraman pointed his camera at Reese. Reese showed no outward sign of disgust. She was an actress, after all, though deep inside, she wanted to slap the two of them. Fortunately, it didn't take long for her bodyguard to step in and block them. "Miss Witherspoon, can we ask you about Director Grey? Is it true that Director Grey forced himself on you in exchange for a role in Napoleon Dynamite?" Huh. Reese let out a snort she couldn't control. That was the most ridiculous thing she had heard all day. Kazir was never forceful. In fact, Kazir had actually declined Reese's advances twice before their relationship ever blossomed. To Reese, those memories were beautiful. She couldn't stand that these two people were trying to smear the wonderful moments she had shared with Kazir. She shot them a fierce glare. Most of the time, she would avoid engaging with these pests and simply walk away quietly. But not today. Today, she was angry. "What you're claiming never happened. Kazir is a good man, and he never did that to me. The fact that this kind of false information is spreading just shows how idiotic the media is. I will sue your company if you try to twist my words." She quickly walked away after that, biting her lip in frustration as she entered her car. Her mood had plummeted. As for the two reporters, they looked at each other. "Is that enough?" "Yeah," she said. "Kazir's innocent, so I think we're good." Did we really have to provoke her? Why didn't we just send a formal request for an interview to her team? We had to capture her genuine emotions. Did you see her reaction just now? Yeah, I got goosebumps when she glared at me. That explains it. The two reporters were actually from 20th Century Fox. Kazir was an important asset to the company, and they couldn't allow the director to sink under these accusations. Since the allegations revolved around Kazir allegedly exploiting actresses, why not go straight to the actresses who had worked with him over the past decade to uncover the truth? That day, news about the actresses who had worked with Kazir was circulated by Sony Columbia, Warner Brothers, and 20th Century Fox. To help clear Kazir's name, they decided to interview and question every actress who had collaborated with Kazir over the past 10 years. Chapter 406. 3 companies were backing Kazir at this moment. It was amazing that Kazir had signed a business deal with Warner Brothers before the scandal blew up. Perhaps Kazir already had an inkling that this situation would happen. Warner Brothers could not pass up the chance to make money. Kazir's profitability was obvious. If the director took over the position of director and filmed the Dark Knight trilogy, then Warner Brothers would rake in massive money. With great consistency, Warner Brothers knew that Kazir would also provide them with a huge amount of profit. The director never failed to do so. As for Sony Columbia, Kazir was still working on Spider-Man 2, and they didn't want any mishap. So, they had to protect Kazir's reputation at all costs. Kazir had already finished the post-production. It might need a few minor adjustments, but the movie was complete overall. His name was connected to Spider-Man 2, and this incident could affect the outcome of the movie. Being part of 20th Century Fox, Kazir naturally received protection from the company. Heck, he had just sold 3 of his scripts to Century Fox as a kind of protection fee. Anyway, he was an important person, so he would be protected. The 3 companies decided to work together to stop these false allegations. Since the allegations were about Kazir's bad behavior, the 3 studios immediately found a way to address the issue and stop the false allegations. News and rumors about Kazir's rapey behavior toward female actresses were spreading. To fix that, they just had to interview the actresses in question. Kazir's filmography was well known. They could easily list every actress that Kazir had worked with. The studios asked the actresses, some through formal interviews, while others used paparazzi-style methods, such as what happened to Reese Witherspoon. Formal interviews usually had prepared questions, and the actresses wouldn't be caught off guard. But street interviews were different. The reporters would literally follow the actresses and ask them questions. Sometimes stupid, personal, offensive, invasive, outlandish, and repetitive. This kind of questioning was usually meant to upset the actresses and capture their raw emotions. So many actors had experienced horrible interviewers. Oprah once asked Mary-Kate Olsen about her eating disorder, making the actress visibly uncomfortable. Oprah even asked about her weight, making fun of her. At that time, Mary-Kate Olsen was still a minor, by the way. Ellen DeGeneres offered Mariah Carey a glass of champagne during an interview. By the way, there was a rumor that Mariah Carey was pregnant at the time and alcohol was bad for pregnancy. Reporters, paparazzi, and even talk show hosts, they would do everything just to get the stories they wanted to get. The news was broadcast by the 3 studios, and the interviews of many actresses caught the attention of the public. Reese Witherspoon said that Kazir was innocent. Brianna Evans also said the same thing. Cameron Diaz said that Kazir was a nice person. He always treated her right. Even Angelina Jolie, Kazir's current girlfriend, showed up in an interview to make things clear. They all testified that Kazir was not the person the media portrayed him to be. Kirsten Dunst and Keira Knightley also appeared in an interview and said that Kazir was never inappropriate on set. He was always calm and collected, rarely raising his voice. These interviews revealed another side of the scandal and divided public opinion. Some believed that Kazir was a bad person, while others believed he was good. Universal Pictures and Walt Disney tried their best. They claimed that the actresses had been paid and should tell the truth. Well, if this scandal continued, even the actresses might file lawsuits against the 2 studios for defamation. After all, the 2 studios were essentially suggesting that these actresses sold their bodies just to be part of the movies. It was the most degrading accusation that could be made against an actress. They had to protect their image. The 2 sides kept throwing news stories at each other. Universal Pictures and Walt Disney were at a disadvantage because the battle was 2 versus 3. Furthermore, it was also true that Kazir was never a bad person. They were just trying to destroy his reputation. It didn't matter if the news was real, as long as people believed it. Michael Jackson and Johnny Depp had experienced the same thing, and their careers took a nosedive for a few years because of it. That was Universal Pictures and Walt Disney's intention. However, the battle ended when the slowly crumbling balance collapsed. Paramount Pictures, a studio that had remained neutral in the situation, finally decided to take action. Paramount Network chose to side with Kazir Grey. The equilibrium vanished, and Universal Pictures and Walt Disney lost momentum. They couldn't sustain their attack any longer. The 2 studios stopped attacking Kazir. There was no reason to continue. As long as cracks had formed in Kazir's reputation, then their mission was accomplished. In this case, Kazir Grey was the one who had taken most of the damage. He could still file a lawsuit, though. Although, the 2 studios might manage to postpone the case. They had the power to do so. Well, at least, news about Kazir's scandal stopped appearing. The damage was done, and Kazir had to face the consequences. Being a talented person was never a good thing. Many people would become jealous and hope to see your downfall. Just like what Kazir had done to mend his relationship with 20th Century Fox, he offered Paramount Pictures the same treatment. Nothing was more enticing than his library of scripts. In exchange for their help, Paramount Pictures received Clash of the Titans. Kazir said that the movie had the potential to become a trilogy. This convinced Paramount Pictures to accept the deal, knowing Kazir's capabilities. This business deal was probably one of the easiest ones Kazir had ever made. After all, he had a lot of scripts to sell. Chapter 407. May arrived, and the box office of Too Fast, Too Furious obviously slowed down. As of May 5, 2004, Too Fast, Too Furious had grossed $219.78 million in North America after 35 days of screening. The scandal that had occurred affected the box office. However, the movie still prevailed. At the end of the day, Too Fast, Too Furious didn't have much to do with Kazir Grey. People would still watch the movie as long as it was entertaining. Now that the scandal was gone, there was nothing that could inflict damage on Too Fast, Too Furious. Unfortunately, the current box office was slightly lower than what 20th Century Fox had expected. They believed that within a month, the movie would cross the $250 million mark at least. Well, things didn't work out, and they knew the reason why. Universal Pictures and Walt Disney's plan worked. As expected of my son, he's amazing even when faced with obstacles that could destroy his career. This incident will never stop him. Elizabeth smirked as she watched the replay of Game of Thrones. This show received so much praise from critics. It had positive reviews on Rotten Tomatoes. The average viewership rate of the show was 15 million households. This was a high rating. The internet was still not that popular, so people still preferred watching television as a form of pastime and hobby. Although once the internet became a household name, the viewership rates of many TV shows would be affected. In the 2010s, having 5 million viewers watching a show was already a hard thing to achieve. Even the original Game of Thrones, which was originally released in 2011, only had a rating of 2.22 million viewers. That was already an amazing feat. And now, Grey Pictures' version of Game of Thrones was a critically acclaimed TV show this year, receiving many praises and even awards. The show was nominated for Emmy Awards, Golden Globes, and Satellite Awards. The replays of the show had at least 2 million viewers per episode. Elizabeth had watched the show since it was released. She never missed any episodes. She recognized that her son was a talented person. As expected, something like false allegations will never defeat my son. The one who actually offered the idea of spreading rumors was Elizabeth. She talked to one of the higher-ups of Universal Pictures while passionately hugging RN. In exchange for her daughter being part of Dawn of the Dead, Elizabeth sided with Universal Pictures. Universal Pictures hoped that Elizabeth knew something about Kazir that could destroy his career. Unfortunately, Elizabeth was never close with her son, so she couldn't find anything to use against him. Universal Pictures was disappointed. However, Elizabeth used her wits and experience to secure the role for her daughter. Elizabeth was good at seducing men, after all. She also heard that Universal Pictures paid a private detective to stalk Kazir, but the detective couldn't find anything bad, except for the fact that Kazir and Angelina had stopped interacting. Speaking of Angelina, Elizabeth smiled. She had actually had a chance to talk to the actress. Let's just say that I told her that her relationship with Kazir will never work. My son will only love his career, but never a woman, just like his father. Was it based on her own experience? That single interaction probably caused their separation. I told her that Kazir doesn't have any intention of marrying. It's my deduction, but I'm probably right. I've seen so many men who became afraid of marriage after getting destroyed in a divorce. Nothing's new. Game of Thrones ended, and Elizabeth turned off the television. Then, her daughter showed up with a big smile on her face. "Mommy, I got an interview." "Honey, that's amazing." Dawn of the Dead was released in March, and its performance was average for a movie backed by a big studio. Although the movie garnered fans, particularly people who loved watching zombie movies, Dawn of the Dead was different from the usual slow-walking zombies. The zombies in Dawn of the Dead were fast and dangerous, making the movie unique from most zombie movies. Sadly, being a horror movie released in March, which was not a popular month for moviegoers, Dawn of the Dead only made $58 million after almost 2 months of screening. Elizabeth hugged her daughter. She already had an idea that the interview was from a small publisher, perhaps for tabloids. The interview asked me some stuff, such as my job and how I act on set. Of course, I said that working on a mid-budget was an amazing experience. Elizabeth listened. "You didn't say that director Snyder scolded you?" It was not something new on the set of Dawn of the Dead. In fact, the filming schedule was delayed because of Mara's countless NGs. "No, I wanted to, but you said that I shouldn't talk about it to people." "Gosh, that director is the worst." "That's good." Elizabeth knew her daughter's capability. Mara was a spoiled brat, but Elizabeth made sure that her daughter would stay as innocent as possible. She didn't want Clara to experience the disgusting truth of the world. So far, Elizabeth had been doing well at protecting her daughter. "How's your day?" "I'm fine." Angelina and Kazir smiled at each other, but the atmosphere between them was awkward. "Congratulations on your movie." "I'm just one of the voice actors." "I should congratulate you instead," Angelina replied. "What do you mean?" "Shark Tale grossed over $375 million. I think you deserve congratulations for being a part of it." "Thanks." Too Fast, Too Furious is also doing well. "I guess so." Kazir chuckled. The performance of Too Fast, Too Furious was lower than their expectations, but they couldn't change the fact that the movie had already grossed $219 million just a month after screening. A clear success. The two looked at each other, and things became awkward again. They didn't know what to say. "Kazir." "I." Angelina bit her lip. I want to break up with you. Let's end our relationship. She looked into his eyes, and Kazir bitterly smiled. Chapter 408. We both know it. We are not meant for each other. Angelina was trying to hold back her tears. Kazir looked down. He couldn't deny it nor agree to it. He was not sure. We love each other, but we are not ready to give our everything. That's what I realized after what happened on Oscar nominations night. She further explained. You don't want to marry, while I don't want to have children. Sure, maybe our opinions might change later on, but I don't think our relationship will go further than this. If we continue, we're just forcing ourselves. Like we're trying to stay in love, even though we both know the end game. Tears fell down, and Angelina wiped them. She sniffed and sighed a long breath. Her chest felt heavy, and her throat couldn't swallow at all. Kazir, let's not go any deeper. It was a long silence, and it was deafening. Thankfully, Angelina had scheduled a private room for this moment, so no one could see their interaction. Angelina, I've been thinking about it. I'm not sure if I want to marry. It's not because of money or the possible division of properties. I feel like if I married someone, I would experience the pain of being heartbroken again. Marriage, for me, was a traumatizing experience. Marriage was a sign of eternal love for a couple. But some people never took it seriously, believing that marriage was just a phase of life, perhaps a repeated phase for some people. Kazir witnessed how his father almost lost his life because of divorce. Kazir promised that his marriage wouldn't be like that. Yet, history repeated itself. He got divorced, lost his house, and started living in misery in his past life. I know. That's why I wanted to show you how wonderful marriage is. You don't want a child. My opinions can change, Angelina replied. But definitely not now. Your career is more important than having a child, right now. Angelina's popularity was skyrocketing. If she became pregnant, her momentum to stardom would be heavily affected. Angelina, you're right. I don't want to marry, and you don't want to start a family. The funny thing is that our contradiction is so ironic. Marriage is a way to start a family, and having a child is also a way to start a family. Perhaps we just don't want to start a family. Angelina sobbed. Marriage and having a child were never one-sided decisions. Both parties should agree to it, or else the foundation of the relationship would crumble. It shouldn't always be about her, and it shouldn't always be about him. It should always be about both of them. Let's end this relationship. I love you. I love you too. That's why we should end things here, clear and clean. Angelina, I want you to be happy and healthy. Stay away from drugs and cigarettes. You too, don't work too much. Make sure you have a healthy sleep schedule. Kazir stood up and left the room. He knew that Angelina wanted to have her time to grieve. He saw the waiter who was about to enter the room and stopped him. He said that the person inside the room needed some time to be alone. The waiter reluctantly agreed after seeing a woman sobbing. Kazir left the place and found his car. He took a deep breath and decided to have a nice bottle of champagne once he reached home. When Angelina heard Kazir close the door, she started crying out loud. It was not easy for her to do it. After meeting Kazir's mother, she realized that Kazir was more broken than she expected, and she couldn't fix him. She heard all of the trauma that Elizabeth dumped on Kazir and Aaron, and she was livid. The lack of love and empathy affected Kazir. That's why Angelina didn't say anything about Elizabeth. Because once Kazir heard that Elizabeth talked to Angelina, he might become more depressed. She wanted to be the light for him, but she couldn't sacrifice herself. Perhaps her love for him was not strong enough. Oh, this place looks nice. I guess you really want to talk to me, huh, Harold? Elizabeth playfully smiled as she sat down. Mrs. Cohen, this room is nothing but a place to talk. We can't afford to talk in public after all. Harold Whitsend sat down across from her. Indeed. But Harold, I'd prefer if you call me Elizabeth instead. We've known each other for years. Is it because my daughter worked with Universal Pictures? Is that the reason you're acting salty? Mrs. Cohen, we were never close. But that's not what I think. She leaned in and tried to talk more. She had a certain intention in her mind. Harold Whitsend was an important connection that she didn't want to cut despite forming an alliance with Universal Pictures. However, before she could even start her seduction, Harold slammed a thick envelope on the table. What's this? This is the information I painstakingly gathered about you after so many years. Harold was staring seriously. Oh, what is it then? She didn't even have the intention of touching the envelope. She didn't care. This is a list of people you had sex with over the 3 years we've been working together. Some of them are actually in high positions. I'm surprised. She giggled. Harold, are you trying to blackmail me? Don't you know that using your beauty is the greatest weapon a woman could have? I take pride in what I did. Perhaps, but after working with you and studying all of your moves, I found your weakness. Mr. Witsend, you know that stalking is a crime. I should say that to you instead. I also have proof that you sent a private detective to follow me around. That's included in the envelope. Interesting. Elizabeth smirked, crossed her legs, and leaned back in the chair. For some reason, she was not afraid at all. Chapter 409. Harold had his reasons why he decided to work with Elizabeth a few years ago. Keep your enemies close. He had heard this saying many times and understood its meaning. After years of observing Elizabeth's ways, Harold built up a good amount of information against the woman. First, Elizabeth formed connections through her ethnicity. If that didn't work, she didn't mind using her body. Yes, Elizabeth used her body. It might be more precise to say that she was prostituting herself, though she wasn't openly showing it like that. She just had sex with powerful men in the industry to maintain their status. Most of the men she had sex with had connections to the projects that Mara worked on. This was Elizabeth's way to make sure Mara would have it easy. Besides, Elizabeth was having fun doing it. She liked it when men became horny toward her. It gave her power. Elizabeth is right. Prostituting herself is not her weakness. She's even proud of it. Harold recalled when Elizabeth almost seduced him. Thank God Harold's rationality overpowered his dick, or else he might have lost everything. Elizabeth was a dangerous woman. She was manipulative. Since Elizabeth had no intention of opening the envelope, Harold decided to do it himself. He first handed a certain picture to Elizabeth. This is you and the production manager of Universal Pictures going to a hotel. This one is you getting into the car of a shareholder from Walt Disney. This one's with the director, and this one's with the general manager of. You don't have to show them one by one. It doesn't matter, Elizabeth giggled. It does matter. What I'm trying to say is that we used these pictures to blackmail these people and blamed it on you. After all, I know that you also gathered your own evidence while having sex with them. Elizabeth maintained her smile. Elizabeth, I know you're a smart person. You gathered quite a lot of evidence to blackmail them. I just started earlier than you. These people will cut contact with you. I'm 100% sure they are looking for you right now. Wow, you got me, huh? I guess I just have to spread that information, since they are useless anyway. Your backers won't protect you. I made sure. Harold, the blackmail you have is not enough to scare me. They're just a bunch of pictures of me having sex with them. None of them are stupid enough to send a killer or assassin to silence me. Because the information I have is also not crucial. I just saved some sex tapes against them. That's right. But that's not my intention anyway. I just want to isolate you. To make sure that no one will protect you. Harold nodded. Killing a person wasn't that simple. Those old rich farts knew what not to do. At most, they would just stop communicating with Elizabeth, but that was enough. So you're saying you have more evidence against me? Not quite. I've studied you for a long time, and I realize that you are faultless overall. Having sex with different people is not a crime anyway. That's right. But Mara is different. Here is a picture of Mara using crystal meth. Elizabeth quickly grabbed the picture and tore it to pieces. Harold was stunned. This was the first time he had seen the woman act like this. Elizabeth was always calm. Elizabeth glared at Harold. Don't you dare say her name in this conversation. Her voice was low, and Harold actually felt a bit scared. Elizabeth was not acting like herself. Harold controlled his emotions and continued the conversation. He was right. Elizabeth's weakness was Mara. She was a strong woman with no weakness, except for her daughter. That's why Harold started looking for Mara's weakness that he could use against Elizabeth. Unlike Elizabeth, Mara was still young and had done some illegal stuff. It's not just pictures. We also have video evidence to support it. I'm surprised. You managed to maintain Mara's purity, but you didn't know that she is addicted to drugs. Well, you also use drugs, so I guess it's not surprising. I told you to shut up. Elizabeth started breathing heavily. She was glaring daggers at Harold. Not only that, I also have another thing to show you. It was a DNA test. When Elizabeth read the contents, her pupils trembled. She then looked at Harold. That DNA test proves that Mara is not Mr. Thompson's daughter. Mr. Thompson was Elizabeth's second husband, whom she also divorced after she got tired. Mara and Mr. Thompson had a great relationship, and Mara loved her father. Elizabeth didn't stop Mara from meeting her father every week. However, only Elizabeth knew the truth. Mara and Mr. Thompson were not blood-related. How did you know? If Mara found out that her father was not actually her biological father, then she would be devastated. Obviously, she would blame her mother, because Elizabeth was the one who knew the truth. There was one thing Elizabeth didn't want to happen. She didn't want Mara to hate her. If Mara found out the truth, then Elizabeth would lose her. Elizabeth would lose everything. Mara would stop loving her mother, and that would kill Elizabeth. It took a long time for us to get Mr. Thompson's sample. I even had to meet the guy at a party to get his saliva from a wine glass just to get it. Elizabeth, you are a deceiving person. You created so many lies that I thought even your daughter was made of falsehood. That was the clue I got, and I decided to follow through. In the end, I found proof that Mr. Thompson is not Mara's father. Elizabeth crumpled the DNA test and looked down. What do you want? She would rather die than see her daughter hate her. Leave this country and never return. You have no backers anyway. All of the connections you formed are useless now that they know how wicked you are. You're rich, you can live in other countries without any problem. Honestly, Harold didn't give a fuck where she wanted to live. As long as she was far from Kazir, Harold didn't give a fuck. Chapter 410. What about Mara? Her life is in this place. She can't just leave. Elizabeth, I know that you have your means to convince your daughter. Elizabeth was the most manipulative woman that Harold had ever met. As for Mr. Thompson, who cares? He's not even Mara's real father. Harold's position was clear. He was on Kazir's side. As much as possible, he didn't want to sympathize with Elizabeth and her daughter. It's a good thing that I heard the voice record from Mr. Victor Grey, or else I might have fallen for this bitch's trap. Victor, Kazir's father, had recorded his conversation with Elizabeth last time. Honestly, he had no idea how to use it. He decided to give it to Salvatore and Harold instead. The content of the voice recording was too harsh for Kazir to hear, so they kept quiet about it. When Harold heard the voice record, his decision became firm. Leeches like Elizabeth and Mara didn't deserve his help. They were backstabbing bitches. He knew that Elizabeth sided with Universal Pictures. Perhaps she even gave them some information that could threaten Kazir. That was the last straw. Harold had no intention of letting it happen again, so he used all of the weapons he had to defeat Elizabeth. The woman stared at him and weakly smiled. You're a nice friend, Harold. I'm happy that my son has a friend like you. Please don't talk like you care about Kazir. It gives me the chills. Foo-foo indeed. She sighed. Elizabeth had grown up. She knew that the world was never a fairy tale. She had to make her choice. I understand. My daughter and I will leave this country. However, I can't assure you that my daughter won't return. She has her own life ahead of her. I don't care. Don't touch my friend again, or I will destroy Mara's life. You're a scary man, do you know that? I should tell you the same thing. If you had shown even an ounce of sympathy to Kazir, if you had shown your love to him, this might never have happened. Alfio, it's too late. She stood up and grabbed the envelope from Harold. Harold had copies of all the documents, so it didn't matter. Elizabeth probably has a voice recorder in her pocket right now, but I also have one. Let's see how things will happen. It's such a shame. I almost caught you in the palm of my hand. I thought we were really going to have sex today. Harold didn't react. From the moment he formed a business deal with Elizabeth, he was constantly seduced by the woman. He almost fell for her tricks twice, but he controlled his urges and remembered his purpose. The deal was to protect Kazir, not to have sex with his mother. Besides, Harold had a family. If he had sex with Elizabeth, the woman would probably use that as a way to blackmail him. Harold understood that spending more time with the woman would make him weaker. He might actually have sex with Elizabeth because the woman was truly beautiful and full of sex appeal despite in her 50s. Probably the reason why she could seduce so many rich men. Thankfully, everything will end today. Kazir didn't have to face his mother. He should maintain his peace. Unfortunately, before Elizabeth was defeated, she successfully destroyed Kazir's relationship with Angelina. A simple, "You're not meant for each other. You don't deserve my son at all," made Angelina falter. On May 5th, Van Helsing was released by Universal Pictures, and the reviews regarding the movie were mixed. Some movie critics liked it, but most people hated it. Many publishers stated that the movie was the most brain-dead film released this year. Universal Pictures tried to battle this opinion, but they were overpowered by the media. Universal Pictures was not stupid. This was payback for what happened last time. This was revenge. The movie grossed $51.74 million on its first weekend, but everything went downhill after that. The movie reviews that Van Helsing received were mixed and mostly negative. Even the CinemaScore was AB. That rating was considered average. In the CinemaScore rating, an A+ was a masterpiece. A's were generally good. B's were shaky. C's were terrible. D's and F's, they shouldn't have made the movie. This resulted in lower box office results for Van Helsing. On its second week, May 16th, Van Helsing only reached $86.09 million. For 7 days, the movie made just $34 million. It looked promising at first, but the whopping $160 million production cost turned it around. Furthermore, it didn't help that Troy was released in the same week, May 13th. It was a disaster for Universal Pictures. The ticket sales would split now that Troy was released. If Van Helsing made $34 million in its second week, Troy grossed $46.86 million on its first weekend. The gap would slowly widen until Van Helsing lost all of its strength. Unlike Van Helsing, which had a bad reputation, Troy had an A rating on CinemaScore. The biggest reason why Van Helsing had negative reviews was because of 20th Century Fox, Sony Columbia, and Warner Brothers. 20th Century Fox didn't like that Universal Pictures attacked Too Fast, Too Furious. Sony Columbia was holding a grudge over what they did to Tobey Maguire and Kazir Grey. As for Warner Brothers, Troy was produced by them, and they had to sabotage Van Helsing so that Troy would make more money. Business is business. In Hollywood, these 6 big studios always have head-on collisions regarding profits. Chapter 411. Christian, are you really serious? Benjamin Davis looked at his client's face with complicated thoughts. He wanted to shake his head, but his position as an agent stopped him. After all, the situation was good for them. Benjamin, you know how important this opportunity is. I can't let it go. I let it slip once, and I regret it so much. But look at your body. Benjamin understood that this big opportunity could change their lives, but he was not a heartless agent like the others. He cared for his clients. Money was important, but he didn't want to be a slave to it. He wanted money to have a better and easier life, not to be a slave to it. Benjamin, you know how devoted I am. Yeah, I know it. Very much. That's why I'm worried about you. Look at you right now. You're thin as fuck. You look like a matchstick. Christian Bale just smiled. He couldn't deny what his agent said. He was indeed skinny. For his role in The Machinist, Christian Bale dedicated half a year to losing weight. His diet was water, an apple, and 1 cup of coffee per day. That was a very hard thing to do. This showed what kind of actor Christian Bale was. It was also one of the reasons why he was highly respected. His dedication to his art was real. From 180 pounds, 81 kilograms, he lost more than 62 pounds, 28 kilograms. And now, Christian Bale looked skinny as fuck. He weighed just 99 pounds, 45 kilograms. With a height of over 6 feet, 99 pounds was not the optimal weight for him. He looked like a walking post. This is Batman, a famous comic superhero. He's buff, thick, and strong. God knows how much rigorous training you have to do just for the role. It's very unhealthy if you try to lose weight and then gain weight in just a year. It could affect your health badly. Warner Brothers expected the actor to be at least 6 feet tall and 190 to 220 pounds, 86 to 100 kilograms, for the role of Batman. For that, Christian had to start another hellish diet. Benjamin, you remember what happened a few years ago, right? Benjamin sighed. In 1999, Christian Bale was just a young British actor without any idea how Hollywood worked. Benjamin became his agent at that time. Christian, Bale secured a role in American Psycho as Patrick Bateman. He put importance on the role and studied it, despite his strong disgust for the character Patrick Bateman. Christian Bale publicly said in an interview that he didn't like Patrick Bateman. After all, Patrick Bateman was a psychopathic serial killer. At that time, while in the process of working on American Psycho, Benjamin received a message that Kazir Grey personally invited Christian Bale to audition for the role of Wesley Gibson in the movie Wanted. Kazir was already famous at that time, and his filmography was successful. None of his movies flopped, making him one of the highest-paid directors in Hollywood. Benjamin was actually interested in working with Kazir. He heard that Wanted would be an important part of the CCU. God knows how much influence it brought to the history of cinema. No S. Wanted became the third movie to surpass the $1 billion box office worldwide. It was known to be the start of the never-ending success of the CCU franchise. That's how powerful Wanted was, and Christian Bale passed on that opportunity. Christian Bale had the opportunity to work with Kazir Grey. He even received 2/3 of the script. Unfortunately, his schedule was too tight at that time. He knew that he had to pass on the chance. He didn't attend the audition. He didn't have the time to. He thought Wanted would only become an action movie with an above-average box office. His knowledge regarding the CCU was so little since he was from Wales. He had no idea that the movie he passed on would be a massive success. He didn't know it all. Obviously, he regretted it. In his opinion, Wesley Gibson's character was better than Patrick Bateman's, a young orphan who was seeking his true identity, becoming a part of the secret society of killers. And now, Christian received another chance. He didn't want to let it go. He didn't want to regret it again. Besides, just like last time, the one who invited them to audition was also Director Grey. It showed that Director Grey saw something in Christian's acting. Benjamin, I want to be Batman. Even if I'm from Britain, I know Batman. That's how influential Batman is. The whole world knows Batman. It was not an understatement. Batman was just that popular. Sigh, I'll contact a dietitian and nutritionist. I have no idea what the difference is between the two, but it's better to hire both just to make sure your transformation will be healthy. Thanks, Benjamin. Don't thank me. I also want to close the deal. We are talking about Warner Brothers, Kazir Grey, and Batman here. The combination is too strong to disregard. Both of them chuckled. The audition will happen 2 months from now, so we have time to prepare. You can relax for a while. Once we sign the deal, that's the time to take your training seriously. I understand. Let me remind you that you're not the only actor they invited. Don't be overconfident. Based on what I heard, they also invited some famous actors such as Ethan Hawke, Heath Ledger, Cillian Murphy, Jake Gyllenhaal, Colin Farrell, Joaquin Phoenix, and even fucking 007 Pierce Brosnan. Of course, Batman is not a simple project. It's an iconic character. I bet a lot of actors are eager to get the mantle of Batman. Christian nodded. It was within expectations. He knew that his chances of getting the role were slim against these actors, but it was better than not attending the audition. At least this time, he had a chance to prove himself. Chapter 412. This is fun. Kazir was holding a remote control, playing with a toy car, and having fun. The toy car was moving fast, and Kazir couldn't help but feel like his younger self again. The car was zooming around the studio, circling the miniature model of Gotham City. The toy car he was playing with was not an ordinary toy. It was a 1:100 scale replica of the Batmobile, specifically created for the film. Kazir, better be careful. We only have 2 copies of the Batmobile. Enrico Pucci, the producer of this project, said, clearly worried that Kazir might destroy the Batmobile. This toy car was custom-made, and it would take a full week to produce just one. They intended to develop remote-controlled Batmobile cars to sell to children, but those would be made of cheaper materials before hitting the market. The toy car Kazir was playing with was one of a kind, made from premium materials and costing over $5,000. But I thought we had 3. I even said that. The first one crashed into a wall and the front dented. I see. Enrico didn't explain that he was the one who broke it. Just like Kazir, he had fun playing with the car and accidentally damaged it. Now, he was worried Kazir might make the same mistake he did. Anyway, how's the pre-production? Kazir had been busy and could only visit the studio once a week. The release of Spider-Man 2 was approaching quickly, and he had to attend promotional events, including TV shows and interviews. I already contacted the actors. Unsurprisingly, all of them wanted to audition when they heard that you would direct the movie. As for Liam Neeson, he is also interested, although the negotiation will take some time. Enrico sighed. Because Kazir wanted Liam Neeson to play Ra's al Ghul, the villain in the movie, producer Pucci had to contact the actor and begin negotiations early. After all, Liam Neeson was already a certified daddy by the media, although Enrico had no idea what that actually meant. He just knew that Liam Neeson was expensive to hire now that he had a massive fan base worldwide. If the negotiation isn't completed before filming, we'll have to find another actor for the role of Ra's al Ghul. Kazir wasn't picky. Hollywood had plenty of older, talented actors. Heck, even Morgan Freeman could fit the role. However, Kazir wanted to stay true to the original version if possible. Since Kazir took over the project, Enrico naturally became the producer. Warner Brothers wanted a smooth production, and the two had better communication since they had already worked together a few years ago. Initially, Warner Brothers and Kazir had a verbal agreement regarding the filming of Batman Begins. Then Warner Brothers quickly moved forward with signing a formal contract. Kazir's side wasn't greedy this time, perhaps out of a sense of indebtedness for the help they had received. Kazir's contract was set at $25 million plus 17% worldwide box office share plus 3% peripherals revenue share. That was actually a huge deal, but for someone as big as Kazir Grey, it was considered average at best. Only a few studios could secure that kind of deal with him. The model is so realistic. It looks nice. Sadly, we have to destroy some parts of it. Kazir looked at the miniature model of Gotham City. The artist spent 3 months making it look like a real city, and now parts of it had to be blown up. The same applied to Wayne Mansion and even the Batmobile Kazir was controlling at the moment. Still, this was better than destroying a real mansion or an actual city. That would require clearance and permits. Christopher Nolan was known for never using CGI, which was false, by the way. He did use the technology to complement his films. He used CGI, but never overly relied on it. If he had to use a miniature model to blow up a building, Christopher Nolan would rather do that than let computer graphics ruin the scene. As for which of the two was cheaper, both were expensive. Using a miniature model was costly and time-consuming. Using CGI was also expensive and time-consuming, as the technology still wasn't mature enough. Given that, why not combine the two? Use miniature models and CGI together to make it look realistic. This was what Christopher Nolan did. How about the real Batmobile? Did Lamborghini finish it? We already sent the design to them a month ago. The Batmobile arrived yesterday. It's working. Lamborghini wants to create 10 copies and sell them, at a high price, of course. Lamborghini stepped up and became one of the sponsors of Batman Begins. They also created the Batmobile. In the movie, Bruce Wayne would use a Lamborghini Murcielago to promote the luxury car brand. Even the few copies of the Batmobile were immediately sold out after the movie's release. Some luxury car companies like Ferrari and Porsche had also contacted them, but they ultimately decided to go with Lamborghini. In the first place, Ferrari never agreed to modify their cars, so the Batmobile would never have worked with that brand. I'm interested in driving it. Do you mind? Okay, Enrico agreed. The working Batmobile was meant to be used anyway. Crash. Suddenly, the toy car Kazir was playing with crashed into the wall and lost a tire. Oops, I messed up, Kazir chuckled and stopped playing. On second thought, I think the Batmobile needs calibration. You're not allowed to use it. I also have to call the toy manufacturer to send us a new copy of the Batmobile toy. Enrico began walking away, knowing that Kazir might ask another favor. Filming hadn't even started yet, and they had already broken 2 toy cars. So yeah, the life-size Batmobile was now off limits to both Enrico and Kazir. Kazir watched Enrico leave and laughed. He didn't have to be worried. Kazir wouldn't scratch the Batmobile, right? Chapter 413. I can't believe that I will return to this place. Kazir weakly smiled as he looked at the house that he lived in for a few years. The house that he bought back when he married Cassandra. The house looked a bit different from what he remembered. It was renovated. Based on the car that was parked in the driveway, it seemed that someone was living in the house. Kazir and Cassandra reached an agreement where Kazir had to give the house to her just to finish the divorce. Even now, Kazir still believed that his decision was right. He knew how much his ex-wife pestered him just to acquire the house, and Kazir had no time for that. Just as he expected, Cassandra sold the house 1 month after their separation. It's been a while, huh? Kazir looked through the window of his Mercedes-Benz. He didn't have anything to do today, so he decided to do a road trip and travel around the city. He bought food in 3 restaurants just to kill time. He didn't have anyone to talk to since most of his acquaintances were busy. They were all adults. Kazir was also single, so no love life to pursue. While driving around, he recalled that he was close to his old house, so he decided to check it out and take a look. Well, the house seemed preserved and someone was living in it. He drove away after checking. No need to stay longer. For him, the memories he had with Cassandra were all in the past. He had no feelings whatsoever towards his ex-wife. His love, hatred, and anger disappeared as the years went by. Still, he was happy that the house he bought and lived in for many years was still standing and being used by others. All my savings working on horror movies went to buying that house, so it has sentimental value for me. If the house was for sale again, Kazir might buy it just for the sake of it. May pass by just like that. Kazir already finished the production of Spider-Man 2 a long time ago. Sony Columbia was now busy promoting the movie, releasing movie trailers on many TV stations, posting movie posters on the billboards, giving movie flyers to people on the streets. Sony Columbia spent millions just to make sure that Spider-Man 2 would be a box office hit. They knew that the scandal a few months ago would affect the box office of Spider-Man 2. They were even prepared if another scandal happened again. Looks like Walt Disney and DreamWorks are having a shit show. Kazir was amused as he read the contents of the newspaper in his hands. Shrek 2 was released on May 19th, and it was amazing. DreamWorks realized that they found the franchise that would make them alive. In this industry, having a franchise to make you float was the best thing to have. Even Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer was still alive because of the 007 franchise. Anyway, Kazir agreed that Shrek was the biggest franchise that DreamWorks Animation ever had. It was worth billions. Shrek would be relevant even in the next 2 decades. Kazir knew because YouTube Shorts and TikTok made a lot of memes regarding Shrek. Some people even wanted to marry Shrek for some reason. Walt Disney didn't like it. Most of the animators of DreamWorks were from Walt Disney. They were the animators that Walt Disney fired after Pixar and 3D animation became popular. Walt Disney didn't like that the trash they threw away had the potential to create a masterpiece. No, DreamWorks created a masterpiece. The influence of Shrek would remain for a long time. After 15 days of screening, Shrek 2 grossed $271.15 million. This information created a buzz. These days, Shrek was the most popular movie to watch in cinemas. Even Too Fast, Too Furious couldn't rival it, especially when Too Fast, Too Furious only had 850 theaters to screen the movie. By the way, Too Fast, Too Furious also grossed $230 million after 53 days of screening. It was amazing, but nothing compared to an animated movie with a green ogre as a main character. Oh, looks like Tom Cruise's movies will be released next year. Damn, they really promoted a year earlier. I forgot, he gave me 2 advance tickets to watch the movie. Scheduling 2 tickets for a movie next year was insane. Tom Cruise gave him 2 tickets because he thought Angelina would be interested in watching the movie. He didn't about the breakup. Angelina and Kazir's separation was still a secret. They stopped showing together in public, and it seemed that the paparazzi started to have an idea. Perhaps next week, paparazzi and reporters would pester him and ask him about Angelina. Kazir might have to stay in the office for the time being. Let's see. Kazir read the newspaper. Tom Cruise and Steven Spielberg worked together for the second time after Minority Report. War of the Worlds was based on a novel written by H.G. Wells in 1898 with the same name. It was a sci-fi movie about an alien invasion. Tom Cruise and Steven Spielberg, 2 heavy hitters in the industry, had worked together to create this movie. Perhaps that was the reason why the project got an early promotion by this newspaper, or perhaps it was not a paid promotion at all. Maybe the journalist just wrote an article about it. Kazir turned to the next page and found the 3-day box office results of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. This movie was also a heavy hitter. Seems like Warner Brothers are having a blast. With no surprise, the 3rd movie of the Harry Potter franchise grossed $93.68 million after 3 days of screening. Chapter 414. Harry Potter was considered one of the most successful movie franchises in the industry. The impact it brought to the people was huge, so much so that it also became part of the culture. Being the 3rd movie of the franchise, where Harry and the gang looked older, Prisoner of Azkaban created a sensation by grossing $157 million in just 10 days. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban was a new image for the audience because the 3 leads were teenagers, unlike the first 2 movies where they were still kids. The Prisoner of Azkaban was the start of a serious plot from then on. Everyone knew that the story would continue to get serious from now on. Based on the movies scheduled to be released in 3 weeks, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban would probably dominate the box office for almost a month. Not even The Chronicles of Riddick, the sequel to Pitch Black, starring Vin Diesel, could stop Harry Potter from spamming magic spells. Not even Garfield. The movie, about a fat orange cat that was strongly addicted to lasagna. Not even The Terminal, starring Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg. Steven Spielberg was known for making box office hits, but even his directorship was not enough to stop Harry Potter. The Terminal was great, story-wise. Unfortunately, people tend to watch entertaining movies, and Harry Potter and The Prisoner of Azkaban was very entertaining. The Notebook was also released in the same month, June, but this romance movie didn't make much at the box office. A lot of people cried though. However, The Notebook received a strong reception in the DVD market. Women fell in love with the movie, and they even bought the novel. Nicholas Sparks was already a best-selling author at that time since his two other books, Message in the Bottle and A Walk to Remember, already got movie adaptations, and the reception was great. Even White Chicks, a movie about two black cops going undercover to become white chicks, was incomparable to Harry Potter. Let's just say that having two successful prequels made The Prisoner of Azkaban stable at the box office. Harry Potter already gained popularity and had a massive fan base. This made it easier to make money. This was also the reason why famous movie franchises could make money whenever they released movies, because many people anticipated watching their movies. CCU was the best example of it. An interview with Oprah Winfrey happened, and Tobey Maguire was the guest. Tobey Maguire was already a famous actor after the success of Spider-Man. This was his only famous role, yet his face was recognized by many people all over the world. Everyone who watched the movie obviously knew his face. It was hard to forget. This was also the reason why Tobey had a hard time getting jobs outside of being Peter Parker/Spider-Man. So this time, when Tobey Maguire appeared on the Oprah Winfrey Show, he had black hair and wearing eyeglasses. He looked different from his usual appearance. 20th Century Fox already started planning on Final Destination. Being recommended by director Grey, Tobey decided to take the role in Final Destination. He knew that changing his image as soon as possible was the best thing to do right now, or else he would be left in the shadow of Spider-Man. Peter Parker had light brown hair, while Tobey had black hair right now. As for the eyeglasses, he was wearing golden rimmed ones, and the shapes were circles, unlike the one Peter Parker was wearing back when he was still a nerd. Tobey realized why Kazir was highly respected by his friends. He knew how to take care of his friends. Perhaps this was the reason why he was protected by people. Even his exes had a good opinion of him. Except Cassandra Hocrap. RBDUS. Everyone, let's welcome Tobey Maguire. Oprah introduced Tobey, and the audience clapped their hands. Tobey showed in his new appearance. You look different tonight, Tobey. Yeah, I'm trying a new look. It looks good on you. Thanks. The two started with normal conversation. Slowly, the conversation turned serious and Tobey's demeanor changed. The matter of the trespassing was opened up. All is according to plan. Being an actor, Tobey made sure that he was the victim and implied that the paparazzi trespassed his residence, invading his privacy and possibly hurting him. The evidence was clear, and this interview was just for the sake of clearing his name. Since no more scandal was attacking Tobey, tonight was the time to clear his name and gain reputation for the sake of his career. I lost friends, people avoided me, fans are mad at me. I even have stalkers following me. I was also hit by an egg when I tried leaving my house. He was actually not lying. The intensity of the scandal was strong, fanned by Universal Pictures and Walt Disney. Before we end, do you have something to say to our viewers? Yeah, Spider-Man 2 will be released on June 30th. You can watch it with your family and loved ones. When the show ended, a 3-minute clip of Tobey Maguire visiting hospitals and making kids happy was shown. In the video, the sick kids were happy to see their hero. Tobey showed a genuine smile and made them happy. He even announced that he would be part of the Make-A-Wish Foundation to help unfortunate kids see the happiness in the world. He gained sympathy. Women even cried as they watched the video. It was heartwarming to see sick kids meeting their heroes. It might be a simple gesture, but it meant a lot to the kids. I thought I was just an actor, but I realized that my role as a Spider-Man can help people. I feel like I found my calling. I want to help them even if it's small. Before the video ended, Sony Columbia announced that they would give 5% of their profits to the Make-A-Wish Foundation to help young kids who were in need of help. Despite being a week early, many people already booked tickets to their local theaters to watch Spider-Man 2. Sales accumulated to $17 million, even though the movie was still not released. Chapter 415. Since people knew that buying tickets could help unfortunate kids, they didn't have any problem spending money. They believed that they were doing the right thing. It was a win-win situation. They could watch Spider-Man 2, and at the same time, help young kids. Helping others brought satisfaction to their egos, knowing that they did something good. Some people even donated directly to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. As for Tobey Maguire, most people already knew that he was the victim. They were not mad at him. Although there were still some haters who lashed out at Tobey. Haters would always be there to remind celebrities that they were hated for a reason. A celebrity would always have a hater. Heck, even the Pope and the Queen had haters. Tobey's reputation was slowly recovering. The interview had a positive reaction. People knew that he was sincere when he helped the unfortunate children who were suffering from terminal diseases. Some weak-hearted viewers even cried when they watched the video. In just one night, Tobey changed his image for the better. He even showed up publicly, going to an orphanage and helping feed the kids. This was actually a publicity stunt arranged by Sony Columbia, but Tobey gladly participated since he genuinely enjoyed doing so. 20th Century Fox also helped Tobey because of their upcoming project, which was Final Destination. Tobey would be the male lead in the movie, and good publicity would always benefit their upcoming film. Nothing much happened in June, except for President Ronald Reagan's death. It was a sad day for America. Do Americans feel bad when one of their presidents dies? Or do they feel happy? Anyway, before the end of June, Spider-Man 2 was officially released in theaters on June 30th, the last day of the month. Many kids were excited. Some even wore Spider-Man costumes. Of course, even adults joined the fun. The adults were also wearing Spider-Man costumes. At the Man Village Theater, more than 100 people participated in the red carpet event, and many reporters were having a blast taking pictures. These reporters could sell the photos, especially if they looked bad. They even hoped one of the cast members would have a wardrobe malfunction. Easy money in that case. However, the main theme of this red carpet event caught the most attention. Even the people attending the premiere had teary eyes as they watched the red carpet. Each actor walked hand in hand with a child. These were kids who suffered from illnesses. They were fans of Spider-Man, and they wanted to watch the film. Sony Columbia used this chance as a publicity opportunity while also helping young kids. The main reason was profit, but yes, at least they helped kids. They were really enjoying this publicity. They had to, because two of their big stars had scandals this year, Tobey and Kazir. The second-to-last person to appear was Kazir Grey. This time, Kazir didn't show up with Angelina. News had already spread that the two had broken up. Some speculated that it was because of the recent scandal involving Kazir. Kazir didn't care much. Instead, he was pushing a wheelchair for a kid who had leukemia. The kid was holding a Spider-Man toy. The child seemed excited as he looked around. Many people were taking pictures. It was a fun experience overall. At least it was different from his usual life in the monotonous hospital room. After that procession, someone took the child to the premiere while Kazir stayed outside to be interviewed. "Director, you look fabulous and handsome." "Thanks. You too. You look amazing. It's such a shame that Miss Angelina is not here to see your handsome appearance." Kazir chuckled. Fuck, is Sony Columbia really that desperate for traction? They even prepared this kind of question. Perhaps Sony Columbia was innocent. Maybe the reporter just wanted to get a juicy reaction from Kazir. Hollywood was not the place for privacy and respect. Celebrities rarely had privacy, especially if they were super famous. Obviously, Kazir was uncomfortable during the entire interview and excused himself once Tobey Maguire appeared. Just like the other cast members, Tobey was holding a young child as he walked the red carpet. Was Sony Columbia doing something wrong by leading sick kids to the red carpet to watch Spider-Man? Perhaps yes, and perhaps no. After all, these children's wishes came true that night. They were happy. However, it was also kind of messed up, especially considering the reason why Sony Columbia did this publicity stunt. In the end, it all depended on public opinion. The next day, many people had mixed opinions regarding the premiere of Spider-Man 2. That night, the kids watched Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus's battle. They witnessed how Spider-Man saved the people on the train. They were happy when MJ chose Peter over her fiancé, RNOS. People stood up and clapped. The studio would surely make tons of money. As expected, Director Grey knew how to cook. Spider-Man didn't stray from the usual formula Kazir used, and people liked his movies because of that. The next day, The media indeed had mixed opinions regarding the red carpet. Some said that Sony Columbia was messed up, while others praised the company for granting the wishes of the kids. However, the red carpet wasn't the main topic. Everyone was more curious about the box office. June 30th, Wednesday. Spider-Man 2 grossed $40.44 million after 24 hours of screening. It was shocking but also expected. Even though the scandal affected the movie, more people still wanted to watch Spider-Man 2. Perhaps Universal Pictures and Walt Disney's hard work was useless, since Spider-Man 2 was still doing great despite the scandal. It was hard to sabotage Spider-Man, especially when people were excited to watch it. Chapter 416. Overall, Spider-Man 2 was a standout film in the superhero genre, praised for its emotional depth, strong performances, and thrilling action. It was a blend of character-driven storytelling and comic book spectacle that set a high bar for superhero films that followed. From a certain article, the pacing in the middle was lackluster. It mostly focused on Peter Parker's development as his powers were waning and recovering. A review from the website of IMDb. The CGI is fucking cool. October 10th. I'll recommend it to my friends. Another review from IMDb. Damn, Dr. Octopus tentacles look hot. I wonder if I can oil them up. A review from a certain porn site. Spider-Man was the start of the superhero genre. Even though some superhero movies were released before Spider-Man, such as X-Men, Superman, and Batman, only Spider-Man received massive success all over the world. Gaining over $1 billion at the worldwide box office was clear evidence. People would consume the genre as long as the action and visual effects were stunning. Spider-Man 2 had flaws, but people didn't care much about them. They were in for the action, not to be movie critics. Of course, some fans were disappointed that Peter chose Mary Jane instead of Ursula, his neighbor. After all, Ursula prepared food for Peter. She was also adorable. Over the years, more fans would agree that Ursula was a better woman than Mary Jane, who bitched. Around Thursday, the first day of July, also the second day of Spider-Man 2 in theaters, casually pulled $23.81 million, increasing the box office up to $64 million. This was just the second day. As everyone in Hollywood understands, the first weekend of a movie is usually the best performance it could have. Sony Columbia was already shaking just imagining the possibilities. They hoped that Spider-Man 2 would overcome its predecessor and make $1.2 billion at the box office. It might be hard, but hoping was free anyway. Besides, the director of this movie was none other than Kazir Grey. The director already had 2 movies that reached $1 billion, so adding another one was an open invitation. While Sony Columbia was celebrating, its enemy, Walt Disney, was in a bad mood. Seeing the box office result of Spider-Man 2, Walt Disney understood that their upcoming movie would face problems. Walt Disney was set to release King Arthur, which was 6 days from now. 6 days were not enough to weaken the performance of Spider-Man 2. That kind of movie would remain steady for a whole month. There were some rumors that Sony Columbia intentionally released Spider-Man a week before King Arthur just to fuck with Walt Disney. The outcome of the battle between a historical figure and a superhero would be bad for Walt Disney. Walt Disney might have a problem recouping their investment. The production budget of King Arthur was $90 million, plus the undisclosed promotional budget, so Walt Disney might be in for a big loss. For Kazir and Toby, it was karma that Walt Disney deserved. Fuck that studio company, anytime and anywhere. Fast forward to July 7th. King Arthur was released in 3,000 theaters in the country. On its first day, King Arthur made $4 million. Womp womp womp. On the same day, Spider-Man 2 casually grabbed $10 million. The accumulated box office of Spider-Man 2 already reached $202.12 million. The movie was just released for 8 fucking days, yet it already surpassed $200 million. As expected, once the media saw this outcome, they started praising Kazir again, saying that Kazir Grey was a once-in-a-lifetime talent in the history of cinema, that his works deserved a documentary, as if the media forgot about the scandal that Kazir was a predator. Sir, these are the list of the product placements. Erica pushed open the door and gave the documents to Kazir. The director thanked his assistant and read the contents. Lamborghini, Nokia, American Express, Mountain Dew. Kazir read the products and nodded. Being the director, Kazir had the power to agree or disagree regarding product placement/advertising. He had an artistic view of the movie, and he knew whether the products could fit the scenes and theme of the movie. For example, it would be stupid to add a product placement of Coca-Cola in a historical movie such as The Gladiator or The Last Samurai. At the same time, jewelry had been present since ancient times and could be promoted in historical movies with no problem. Knowing that Kazir would direct Batman Begins, many brands realized the potential of this movie. Imagine millions of people watching this movie many years from now. Your product would practically have a permanent advertisement as long as people watch the movie. The list was long, and Warner Brothers chose just 4 because it would be too much if they added more than that. Now that Kazir had the list of brands to promote, it was his job to insert them into the scenes, subtly or not. Many brands were ready to pay top money since Batman Begins was promising. Their confidence rose after the box office result of Spider-Man 2. These brands paid $8 million overall to have their products featured in the movie. Batman Begins had a budget of $150 million, but now Warner Brothers only had to spend $142 million. This budget was actually big, but Warner Brothers was ready to spend as much as necessary, as long as their profit was worth it. They believed that Kazir would bring them another franchise to milk, so investing this amount was expected. Besides, Kazir was known for never overspending the budget. That was an amazing talent. Most of the time, directors couldn't help but ask for more money just to see the scenes they envisioned. The budget for Titanic reached over $200 million because James Cameron overspent. This was a disease that Warner Brothers didn't want. Thankfully, Kazir never overspent. This was also the reason why Kazir was one of the most in-demand directors. He knew how to spend the investment. Chapter 417. A press conference was set up, and the reporters and guests who attended the conference clapped as the signing of the contract ended. This was a massive project for the company. They invested hugely and even hired a critically acclaimed producer. A huge poster of Lionsgate was pasted on the walls as an obvious advertisement and also an introduction. This production company was backed by a group in Canada and then decided to penetrate the Hollywood industry. So far, the company was just gaining a foothold and had produced movies such as American Psycho and Leprechaun. This year, the company announced that they would release 2 movies. One of these movies was written by Kazir Grey, while the last one was an adaptation of a Marvel comic. Now You See Me was a script written by Kazir Grey and registered in the Writers Guild. The premise caught the attention of Lionsgate, and they decided to buy it from Kazir together with The Expendables for the amount of $13 million. Unfortunately, Lionsgate could only buy one, which was Now You See Me. Now You See Me had the potential to be added to the Continental Cinematic Universe, but Kazir decided to go against it. Now You See Me didn't have that action-packed adrenaline rush, but The Expendables was different. The franchise consisted of nothing but action, shooting, and explosions. Definitely to be added to the CCU. So Kazir only sold Now You See Me to Lionsgate for $6 million. The initial price was $7 million and went down to $6 million after negotiation with Salvatore. Overall, Kazir was satisfied. The second film that Lionsgate planned to release was from Marvel. It was The Punisher. Every studio saw the potential of Marvel Comics, even Lionsgate. They had already bought the movie adaptation rights to The Punisher long before the release of Spider-Man at a cheap price of $300,000. Lionsgate was just a startup company, and they needed good movies to franchise. They contacted Marvel Comics to start the production of The Punisher. Unfortunately, the outcome was not that great. The movie was meant to make only $55 million despite having a $33 million production budget, a money loss. Anyway, today was a celebration and the announcement of their projects. Being the writer of Now You See Me, Kazir received an invitation. They hoped Kazir would attend because it would be great publicity. Despite the recent scandal, Spider-Man 2 still prospered and slapped the faces of many hateful people. Kazir's status still remained as the most in-demand director in the industry. Having him at this conference was enough to hype the projects. Kazir sipped his wine as he looked around. He saw people from Marvel, such as Avi Arad, who became the producer of The Punisher. What do you think? Harold stood next to Kazir. Harold was not a simple producer anymore. If you're talking about The Punisher, I don't know. I haven't read the script, Kazir replied. He was lying. He knew the outcome of The Punisher. It was devastating. That's great to hear, I guess. The Punisher doesn't have any superpowers, so he's not fit for the MCU. Lionsgate won't profit from it. Harold was not a simple producer. Working in this position gave him the vision to understand the complicated politics in the industry. Actually, Harold was hired by Lionsgate to be the producer of Now You See Me, and he agreed. This project was written by his friend, so he believed in it. Besides, this was also a good chance to expand his contacts. R.A.B. If not for Harold Whitsend, Kazir might not have attended the conference. He never liked this kind of socialization. Looks like you're getting famous, Harold. Lionsgate hired you. You can start your own production studio if you want. Harold chuckled and touched his receding hairline. And what? Lose more hair because of stress looking for investors? Never mind. I'm good with my current position. He knew how hard it was to start a production company. It was not that easy at all. Sometimes Harold was amazed at how Kazir made Grey pictures bloom in just a decade. He could never copy what Kazir did. If I have to start a production studio, I might have to resort to filming adult videos instead. The Hollywood industry is already too packed to have another small studio. Don't look down on the porn industry. This market raises billions every year, and Harold could see the potential, especially now when the internet is booming. Unfortunately, Harold loved his job too much to change his career. Life was tough for Harold lately. He had to communicate with many people just to make sure that Elizabeth wouldn't ever return to the USA. He could blame most of the receding hairline on that woman. He had a hard time fighting the urge to have sex with her. Elizabeth was indeed a beauty. He couldn't deny it. Thankfully, he was not stupid enough to fuck his friend's mom, even if the mother in question was a MILF. If I remember it right, Lionsgate is promoting a movie this upcoming October. I think the movie is called Saw or something. That's right, it's called Saw. Kazir nodded. Have you heard of it? I was given a ticket. I see. Kazir actually thought of filming Saw as his first movie instead of Napoleon Dynamite. But he decided not to because he was afraid that he was not good at horror movies. He also thought of registering Saw with the Writers Guild, but decided not to. The reason was also because of his trauma regarding filming horror movies. So following the timeline, Saw would still be released just like the original. As for Final Destination, because Kazir interfered with the timeline, the franchise would start late. Are you doing well lately, Kazir? Why did you ask me that? You should ask yourself instead. Your hairline doesn't look fine. Yeah, I know about that. Harold sighed and touched his forehead. If you're talking about me and Angelina, we are done. The media already caught up and knew about our separation. If you need someone to talk to, you can call me. Harold felt guilty because he had an idea that Elizabeth had a part in why Angelina and Kazir broke up. He failed to stop it from happening. I will. It's a good thing that I'll be busy this year to think about my romantic relationship. I'm probably going to be fine. He laughed and gulped his wine. Chapter 418. Who? HAAA. Kazir kept a steady breathing while doing deadlifts, holding 350 pounds of barbell in both hands. He hated doing deadlifts or any leg exercises. He preferred doing chest and arm exercises. However, he knew that he had to keep a balanced physique. Phew. I fucking knew that my legs will probably go numb tomorrow, he muttered to himself. Thankfully, he didn't have anything to do tomorrow. It was Sunday, and he was free from the job. He might have to spend all of his time watching movies. Let's watch Charlie Chaplin's movies tomorrow while snacking on pizza and tacos. He wiped his face after putting down the barbell. Of course, he needed to take a rest after finishing a set. He looked around and found a few people in the gym. It was 4 a.m. in the morning, after all. He had been a member of this gym since 1995. That was a long time. He probably used every piece of gym equipment in this place. He suddenly recalled the first time he went to this gym. At that time, he still had a daddy bod, which meant that he had thick belly fat. He looked like he was in his 40s, and it didn't help that he was suffering from a divorce. He was gasping for air while using the treadmill when someone asked him if he was okay. He was surprised to see Jennifer Connelly. They only talked for a short time, but it became a core memory for Kazir because it was really embarrassing. Yet now, despite being in his mid-30s, Kazir looked so good and healthy as he looked at himself in the mirror. He even did some poses, presenting his biceps in front of the mirror. Kazir, what are you doing? Kazir turned right and found a woman looking at him with confusion in her expression. The woman was wearing blue leggings that hugged her legs and waist and a white t-shirt. She was listening to music with her headphones in her ear. Kazir recognized the woman. Scarlett, I didn't know that you're also going to this gym. Salvatore recommended this gym. He said that it has better security. My last gym was not that good. Some paparazzi stalked me and stole pictures of me doing squats. She explained while stretching. She had just arrived, and she didn't expect to see Kazir doing poses. She took a glance at his sweating biceps before returning to her workout. The membership here is expensive, so the security is also better. As it should be, she nodded. Since the two met, they decided to have a conversation. How's your life? I'm doing well. Salvatore told me that I should try learning kickboxing. He said that he might have a role for me, but I have to train for at least a year. Kazir had an idea. He had a meeting with the Marvel team, and they talked about the comic characters and the actors who would play their roles. He recommended Scarlett Johansson for the role of Black Widow. No, but her appearance should be in Iron Man 2. It's still a few years from now, he thought to himself. Aside from that, I'm working on some small-budget movies. Sigh. She sighed and dropped her shoulders. In her entire career, she mostly worked in small-budget movies. And most of the time, the reception was never good. She was only famous for being Brian Mills' daughter. Even her role in Lost in Translation didn't have much of an impact. Bill Murray got the attention in that movie. Of course, her ass in the first 5 minutes of the movie also caught the attention of the audience. But that was for an obvious reason. She was thankful to Kazir for helping her career. After growing up, she realized that her role in the CCU was the reason why she was still relevant. She knew how desperate actresses would be just to get a role in the CCU because it meant steady projects. Realizing this fact, Scarlett wanted to find another franchise to maintain her fame. She couldn't be compared to Julia Roberts, Nicole Kidman, and even Angelina Jolie, whom she didn't like. She still hadn't reached that stage of stardom. So, she was looking for big projects she could work on. In fact, Scarlett tried to audition for Spider-Man as Mary Jane, but didn't pass the second round. She also wanted to audition for Pirates of the Caribbean, but because of a conflict in schedule, she decided to drop the project. It was strange that these two movies were directed by Kazir. Scarlett had her reasons. The first was that she was confident in Kazir's filmography. She believed that Kazir's movies were always successful. He proved himself so many times that it became a fact. As for the second and third reasons, Scarlett was embarrassed to share them. She glanced at Kazir, who returned to deadlifting. She was thinking about something. Hey, you have a new project, right? I heard it's another superhero movie. The matter of the Batman trilogy was still a secret, and only a few knew about it. Still, rumors would always spread no matter what. Yeah, what about it? He breathed as he dropped the barbell. Why don't you consider hiring me? You? You should ask first if there's a role suitable for you. Is there? Well, yeah, I think so. Kazir drank water while Scarlett glanced at him, waiting for an answer. Do women try to hit on you in this gym? Huh? Yeah, some women want to talk to me, but I was not single at that time, so I never entertained them. I'm single now, though. Kazir bitterly smiled. I see. Scarlett repeated. Anyway, let's return to what you were talking about. I have a role that suits you. You can contact Salvatore. And make sure to set up a schedule for the filming once you sign the contract. So what's my role? You'll be Batman's love interest, but you will die in the second movie. Batman will have to choose between you and a prosecutor, and he decides to choose the prosecutor. You die in an explosion. He chuckled. Huh? Wait, what? Huh? Scarlett was surprised. Everything that Kazir said surprised her. Chapter 419. Katie Holmes was the leading lady in Batman Begins as Rachel Dawes. Actually, this character was an original character that first appeared in the Dark Knight trilogy. She was not based on a comic character. She was a new character created for the Dark Knight trilogy. Usually, Batman's common love interests were Vicky Vale, Talia al Ghul, Zatanna, Catwoman, and even Harley Quinn. Yeah, Harley Davidson had a complicated relationship with Batsy. But in this case, for the first and intended second movie, Rachel Dawes was the leading lady. In the original timeline, Rachel Dawes was played by Katie Holmes. However, because of conflicting schedules and personal reasons, Katie Holmes didn't reprise her role as Rachel Dawes in The Dark Knight. She decided to work on a comedy movie called Mad Money instead. This caused a problem since Katie Holmes had already solidified her role in the first movie. But Warner Brothers and Christopher Nolan gritted their teeth and chose a new actress to be Rachel Dawes. In the second movie, Maggie Gyllenhaal became Rachel Dawes. That was also the movie where Rachel Dawes tragically died. Kazir was not stupid enough to repeat that mistake. Even now, Warner Brothers and casting directors were looking for actresses who could take the role of Rachel Dawes. Some of them even recommended Katie Holmes, which Kazir was against. If they gave the role to Katie Holmes again, history might repeat itself. Since Scarlett asked for help, Kazir decided to help her. The two knew each other, and they had the same agent. The role of Rachel Dawes would be in safe hands if Scarlett took the role. You only have 1 month to prepare for the role. I'm sure you can do it. You don't have to worry about the first and second rounds. With me as your backer, you're automatically joining the last round of auditions. Thanks, Kazir. Scarlett sincerely smiled. You don't have to thank me. At the end of the day, if your performance can't convince me and the panel of judges, then it's useless. Rachel Dawes had an important role, both for Batman and Two-Face. Kazir wouldn't easily give it to some actress who didn't have the capability to carry the role. I will work hard then. The two continued their exercises, and the gym slowly filled with more people. Hey, look at that hunk. So tall and handsome. You don't know him? I guess you're new to this gym. That's director Kazir Grey. He directed Wanted, Spider-Man, and Pirates of the Caribbean. He's been a member of our gym for a long time. Really? Oh my God. I love his movies. The women started gossiping around Kazir. They were looking at him with motives. Scarlett was speechless. She even saw a woman who wrote her number on a card to give it to Kazir. This gym was in Los Angeles, and Los Angeles had a lot of gorgeous actresses who were trying to get lucky. It was nothing new that Kazir loved spending time in this gym. He probably met some small-time actresses who tried to seduce him in the hopes of getting famous. Someone even flashed her tits as a greeting. Scarlett couldn't help but be irritated by their giggles and murmurs, despite wearing headphones. She couldn't focus on her set. She dropped her dumbbells and approached Kazir, who wiped his abs, unintentionally showing his six-pack. Scarlett paused for a second before getting closer. She put down her headphones and talked to him. I'll treat you to breakfast. I said I'll treat you to breakfast. I know, I heard you. But why? Isn't it obvious? You're going to help me get a project. Of course, I have to return the favor at least. Nah, I'm fine. There's a McDonald's a minute from here. I'm going to eat there. McDonald's. Scarlett frowned. Being an actress, Scarlett had to maintain her figure. She couldn't eat food that had too many calories. Most of the time, she ate salad and water. This was the price of becoming an actress. She couldn't get fat because it could change her facial features. McDonald's was one of the restaurants she rarely visited because their food had so many calories. However, I miss eating burgers, she bit her lip. No matter what, burgers are delicious. She wanted to eat at least one burger. I burned some calories today, so I'm allowed to eat one. That's right. I deserve to eat a burger because I worked hard. She was making excuses. She glanced at Kazir, who was sweating. She understood why many women were attracted to him. Kazir could pass as an actor. Okay, let's eat at McDonald's. My treat. Are you sure? You're going to be fat. Okay, let's eat. Kazir stopped mid-sentence when he saw Scarlett's scary glare. Weight was a dangerous topic for women. Kazir was not ready to step into that boundary. Even his exes were like monsters whenever he talked about their weight. Let me take a shower first. It's fine, you smell good. Huh? Hey, don't pull me like that. I need to change my shirt, okay? Scarlett couldn't stand the place, because so many thirsty bitches were around. And as expected, one of the bitches made a move. Hello, sir, I'm Nadia Lopez. I'm an actress who starred in a stage play on Broadway. My vital statistics are 36-24-37. This is my number. You can call me anytime. Sorry, we don't talk to nobody. Scarlett interrupted and slapped away the contact number. The two left the gym to eat at McDonald's. I thought you had a bodyguard. Everyone deserves a day off. Besides, I'm just going to the gym. It's a small matter. Kazir explained while eating a cheeseburger. As for Scarlett, she had just finished her burger, and she couldn't help but look at Kazir's fries. Here, take it. A burger is not enough for breakfast. You should eat more. Thanks. She blushed at that small gesture. Chapter 420. July 16, 2004. It had already been 17 days since the release of Spider-Man 2. Despite the scandal that Tobey and Kazir experienced, the box office performance of Spider-Man 2 was healthy. The movie grossed $284.63 million after 17 days of screening. Only a few movies could achieve this kind of feat, making Spider-Man 2 one of the potential top-grossing movies this year. A lot of factors contributed to this achievement. First was the movie's predecessor. The prequel to Spider-Man 2 grossed over $1 billion worldwide, giving Spider-Man 2 an amazing reputation. Another factor was the director. Kazir Grey was a famous director who created unstoppable box office hits every year, being recognized as one of the best in the industry as a filmmaker. Articles about Kazir never disappeared. People in the industry talked about him no matter what. His artistic sense was lacking, but he knew how to captivate the audience by creating movies that most people loved. Students in art film courses even had to study his filmography because Kazir's body of work was one of a kind. On the same day, July 16th, Spider-Man 2 was released in the United Kingdom, and its first day grossed $4.18 million at the box office. This was just some minor news. After all, Spider-Man 2 had already been released in some countries on the same day as its premiere in America. Some of those countries included Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait, Lithuania, Oman, UAE, Central America, Colombia, Peru, Venezuela, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, South Korea, and Taiwan. These countries had the same-day premiere as the United States, which was June 30th. Same-day worldwide releases were starting to become common now that digital films were getting popular. No more heavy, bulky film reels to carry around. As for King Arthur, 2004, which was produced by Walt Disney, by July 16th, the movie's revenue had increased to $33 million. It was impressive if compared to ordinary movies. Unfortunately, Walt Disney had spent more than $120 million just to create the movie, and the result was lower than what they expected. King Arthur didn't make a name for itself in the month of July. Another loss for Walt Disney. In fact, Walt Disney didn't have any strong live-action franchise this decade because Kazir stole Pirates of the Caribbean. This was information that Walt Disney would regret if they had understood how important it would be. Pirates of the Caribbean was an important franchise that helped Walt Disney maintain its position in the 2010s. This franchise was the reason why Walt Disney could stand toe-to-toe against Warner Bros.' Harry Potter and the Dark Knight trilogy. And now that this billion-dollar franchise was gone, Walt Disney couldn't find any strong IP to use. They realized that their position might be in danger. Thankfully, Walt Disney was famous for releasing 3D animated movies. Because of this genre, Walt Disney maintained its relevance. In the original timeline, the approximate worth of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise was more than $4.5 billion, and Walt Disney missed its chance. Well, this IP was owned by Grey Pictures now, and it depended on Grey Pictures if they had the power to reach that potential. To be precise, it depended on Kazir's directorship. Currently, Walt Disney was trying to acquire a novel series. Harry Potter was a success, so Walt Disney was trying to follow Warner Brothers' steps. The novel series they were trying to acquire was The Chronicles of Narnia. This series actually had the strength to be successful. But because of many factors, the franchise gradually lost its appeal, and Walt Disney dropped the project. Perhaps because they had already experienced the tragedy of John Carter, Walt Disney knew when to step back when it came to funding projects. And because they also experienced the suffrage of John Carter, Walt Disney was cautiously working on their projects to make sure they wouldn't experience another John Carter disaster. Too bad, the King Arthur movie they released this year was not working well at the box office. Cheers. Yeah. Two people clicked their wine glasses as they sat on the balcony. A celebration party for the success of The Last Samurai, funded by Warner Brothers. The movie, starring Tom Cruise, grossed $456 million. Obviously, Warner Brothers prepared a party and invited the cast and crew members to celebrate. Formal parties were one of the events where people could form connections. Many small-time actors and actresses attended these parties in the hopes of getting lucky. R&B. Particularly, many people had heard that Kazir would attend this party because the director was invited by Warner Brothers and Tom Cruise himself. The relationship between Warner Brothers and Kazir became better after they signed a trilogy contract. Still, I can't believe that you and Angelina broke up. I thought you two were going strong, Tom said. Perhaps it's fate. We don't know the future after all. Maybe some people didn't want me to be with Angelina. Haha, maybe a group of higher existence voted in a poll to determine my relationship. Kazir laughed, imagining that his life was like a novel controlled by an author. You're not living in a sitcom. This is not the Truman Show. Bruh, you're just drunk. I don't think so. Kazir was confident in his alcohol tolerance. Kazir tasted his drink before saying, "What about you? Why did you break up with Penelope Cruz?" "Things didn't work." Tom shrugged. He didn't want to explain further. However, he was already tipsy, so his mouth betrayed him. "She wanted a baby, but I was against it. You know how hard it is if your child abandons you? I have a daughter, and we stopped talking." "What did she do?" "Well, she didn't like my religion, so we parted ways." It was more like Tom Cruise was the one who abandoned his daughter. Chapter 4:21. Hiccup. Hee. I tell you this, I can fly. I can really fly. Tom Cruise was drunk. The party was already over, and Tom Cruise decided to go to a bar to continue drinking. Being a friend, Kazir didn't have a choice but to look for him. He also wanted to drink. This year was tough for Kazir. The scandal and the breakup took a toll on him. If not for his maturity and love for filmmaking, he might have just stayed in his room and laid in bed, thinking about killing himself. "Bruh, you are drunk. You can't fly. Humans can't fly. But I can." Perhaps this was some Scientology religion-related stuff that Kazir had never heard about. Anyway, earlier, the two had a conversation about cameos. Kazir said that doing cameos was fun, and Tom Cruise also agreed. It was fun to watch the audience's reaction whenever a famous actor did a cameo in another movie unexpectedly. Then the conversation turned to Tom Cruise doing a cameo in Batman Begins. Kazir was not against it. Although this was just drunkards' conversation and nothing was clear, Kazir might have to talk to Warner Brothers to give Tom Cruise a cameo. Maybe Tom Cruise getting beat up by Batman or something. He thought it was fun. After drinking until they became a mess, the two were sent by their bodyguards to their respective houses. Kazir woke up in the morning with a strong headache. He looked at the left side of the bed and sighed. He subconsciously thought that Angelina was sleeping next to him. He was not used to waking up alone. Perhaps if a small-time actress tried to seduce him, his weak mentality might fall for the trap and agree to sleep with the actress. "I have a job to do." He stood up to take a cold shower to wake himself from the depression. It was fortunate that he had a job to work on. His mind wouldn't wander into depressing thoughts. July was part of the summer. Obviously, the movies that were released this month were heavy hitters. Robot, starring Will Smith, was produced and distributed by 20th Century Fox. Kazir received an invitation to the premiere and decided to watch it. He didn't attend the red carpet, though. He used the backstage entrance. At the Robot premiere, Kazir met Will Smith, and the actor seemed like a nice person. Unfortunately, Kazir also met Jada Pinkett at the premiere. Kazir could only say one thing in his mind. "Jada Pinkett, shut the fuck up. Nobody cares about your past relationship with Tupac. In fact, Tupac is lucky because he dodged a bullet of a red flag like you. Fuck you and your cheating habits." Disclaimer, he said that in his mind. In front of Jada and Will, Kazir acted like a nice person. People have two sides. The outer side is used for socializing, and the inner side is used for their thoughts that should never be spoken because these thoughts could offend people. US. Having been cheated on, Kazir never had a good opinion of Jada. And Jada Pinkett was one of the worst-known cheaters because she was never ashamed of what she did. In fact, Jada even asked Kazir for a favor. She wanted to work on at least one of Kazir's projects. Unlike Will Smith, Jada didn't have a strong reputation in the industry. Well, she had a bad reputation, to be exact. Anyway, Robot was not a great experience for Kazir. He recalled the time when Cassandra Ho-Crap cheated on him and took his property. He didn't feel good remembering those memories, even though he had already moved on. Aside from Robot, Catwoman was also released by Warner Brothers. This movie was a wreck of a result. Basically, Warner Brothers suffered a loss by producing Catwoman. Halle Berry also experienced a decline because of Catwoman. The Oscar-winning actress had a hard time finding a lead role after this. Thankfully, she had X-Men to maintain her fame. Catwoman only made $82 million despite a budget of over $100 million. It didn't even make any profit at the box office. There were a lot of factors why Catwoman failed, such as a weak script, storyline, and character redesign. Negative reviews were poured onto the movie. It didn't help that Catwoman fell short compared to Spider-Man, X-Men, and Blade. Because of this failure, Warner Brothers suddenly became afraid of their upcoming projects. Everyone in the company knew that Superman Returns and Batman Begins were in production. The only safe haven was the fact that director Kazir Grey would handle Batman. That was an assurance that Warner Brothers was ready to spend money on. Studio companies hired directors like Kazir Grey, Steven Spielberg, and James Cameron for this reason, the assurance that the movie wouldn't fail. Only a few directors could bring this kind of confidence, and Kazir was at the top of the list. Yes, I promise, Enrico Pucci. There's nothing that you have to worry about. The storyboard is fine, and my vision for the movie is clear. Also, the storyline of Batman Begins has been approved not only by me, but also by DC Comics. About my sleep schedule and mental health? Who gives a fuck about men's mental health? We are men. We should tuck in our emotions and let them build up until we reach our limits and possibly kill ourselves. What? It's too dark? Nah, I don't think so. Kazir assured the producer. He knew what he was doing. In terms of creating box office hits, Kazir Grey was the right person to call. As for Catwoman, let Warner Brothers fix their own mistakes. They were too confident that they could create a superhero movie, trying to go with the flow and make money. Chapter 422. Catwoman's flop made Warner Brothers see the consequences of their decision. In the first place, they shouldn't have hired a new director to direct the movie. Second, they fired the writers who initially created the plot. The villain was mediocre. A retired model who wanted to maintain her youth, it wasn't convincing at all. It didn't help that the movie was different from the source material. So many comic fans didn't appreciate it. In Kazir's opinion, the movie lacked many things. He had ideas on how to make the movie better, but he wasn't confident he could change Catwoman's failure. One of the reasons why he made sure to follow the original stories of most of his movies, if possible. If there was one thing he could change confidently, it was the action sequences. The stunt choreography in the movie was awful. Catwoman's movement was awkward to watch. It didn't help that the villain was just a woman who had no in-depth experience in battle. Even the final battle was lackluster. They should have changed the villain and made the action sequences better. Kazir, how about we start the movie as Bruce Wayne is already Batman? The filming still hasn't started anyway. We can still change the plot. Barry Mayer, the current chairman of Warner Brothers, didn't look good. The loss they suffered from Catwoman took a toll on them. Barry, the title of the movie is Batman Begins for a reason. We need to show the audience how Batman came to be. At least we should shorten it. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. This is the first time we're working together, but I want you to know that I'm the best director and scriptwriter for a reason. Batman Begins will be a box office hit. I hope so. I will trust you. The two started talking about things such as the new injection of funds. If you were the director of Catwoman, do you think you could have changed its outcome? What kind of question is that? Barry, we can't change the past. All we can do is move forward and think about the future. I know. I'm just saying a what if. So, what if you were the director of Catwoman? Would everything change? Probably. First, I would create better stunt choreography. The villain should have strong charisma. Selina Kyle needs a better backstory. In fact, they should have followed her original backstory. Many fans were confused when they realized the movie version was different from the source material. The failure of Catwoman was not because Halle Berry was black. Not at all. Halle Berry was a beautiful actress, and 10 out of 10 people would agree. Catwoman flopped because the movie was bad. That was the only reason. Barry slightly nodded his head. He sighed. He didn't know how to explain this to the investors and the parent company. As for Kazir, he was satisfied that the plot of Batman Begins remained true to its original version. It would have been troublesome if Bruce Wayne in the movie was already Batman from the start without a clear backstory. In Batman Begins, Bruce was scared of bats after falling into a well as a child. After the death of his parents, he decided to face his fear of bats and went on a journey. On his journey, he met Ra's al Ghul and became his student. That was the beginning of how Bruce became Batman. It would have been foolish not to include that in the movie. It's a good thing that my authority is strong. I also fought for the editing rights. He couldn't let Warner Brothers touch this movie, or else it might follow the same trajectory as Kingdom of Heaven, where Ridley Scott didn't have the editing rights, and 20th Century Fox botched the movie. More than 3 weeks passed after the release of Catwoman. Spider-Man 2 had just grossed $358.50 million at the North American box office. At the same time, The international box office earnings for Spider-Man 2 were around $263 million, giving Spider-Man 2 a whopping $621 million worldwide box office. No explanation was needed. Kazir received congratulations from many people. Spider-Man 2 was a success, and the numbers would surely continue to rise. Sony Columbia believed the movie would reach at least $700 million. The company was promoting the movie overseas, sending the cast all over the world. Kazir never left the soil of the US, though. It was technically a breach of contract, but both parties didn't make it a problem. In the first place, Sony Columbia didn't want to cause trouble with Kazir, so they let it go. They didn't even ask for money regarding the breach of contract. They knew that Kazir had sacrificed himself so that Warner Brothers wouldn't harass Spider-Man 2. While this was happening, 20th Century Fox also released their ambitious crossover, Alien vs. Predator. This movie was the reason why 20th Century Fox couldn't release Mr. and Mrs. Smith in the summer, because 20th Century Fox prioritized their own projects instead of others. Chapter 4:23. Alien vs. Predator was 20th Century Fox's way of knocking on the door of the cinematic universe. They hoped that with this movie, they would have a chance to create their own cinematic universe. It seemed greedy, considering that they already had Grey Pictures and Marvel Comics to take care of. However, potential profit was always a welcome endeavor. 20th Century Fox would never say no to money. Companies always seek profit. If Alien vs. Predator did a great job at the box office, then 20th Century Fox would have another franchise to latch onto. Besides, the movie seemed promising. Two different creatures facing off to determine who was the strongest. Alien and Predator were both famous movie franchises. They were known by many people, not only in the United States. And now that these creatures would appear together in one movie, it was super interesting. It caught the attention of many people. Actually, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer had already done this kind of stunt last year with Freddy vs. Jason. That movie was a success. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer only invested $30 million, which was considered a small budget, and the final box office of Freddy vs. Jason was $116 million. For a horror movie, this result was amazing and something to be proud of. On top of that, the DVD sales of the movie were skyrocketing. Horror fans bought the DVD version without a problem. Unfortunately, the box office result was not enough for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer to start a horror cinematic universe. In the first place, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer was too poor to do so. They were on their deathbed, just trying to survive by constantly making 007 movies every year. Obviously, 20th Century Fox saw the potential of this versus battle and decided to make their own. Even if Alien vs. Predator couldn't meet the standard of a potential cinematic universe, they believed the movie would still make a profit. There were a lot of fans of both movie franchises. After all, the studio already spent $55 million on production and another $15 million on promoting the movie. Yeah, 20th Century Fox chose their own movie to be released in August instead of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, which had the potential to top the box office chart. Century Fox had their reasons. They didn't own the IP of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, so the action movie was not their priority. Furthermore, the management of 20th Century Fox had a bit of a scuffle with Kazir because the director decided to work with Warner Brothers. This small problem was already resolved because Kazir sold his scripts to 20th Century Fox. However, the schedule was already set, and they couldn't change it anymore. Perhaps next year, the schedule would be advantageous to Grey Pictures. Without further ado, the first weekend, August 13th to 15th, box office of Alien vs. Predator was $38 million. 20th Century Fox understood that the movie was a success. If the momentum kept improving, 20th Century Fox might give the go signal for another sequel. In the original timeline, Alien vs. Predator had a sequel, which was Alien vs. Predator, Requiem. After this, 20th Century Fox would expand the universe of the Alien and Predator franchises by releasing Prometheus, Alien, Covenant, Alien, Romulus, Predators, The Predator, Prey, and Badlands. The good thing about horror movies was that the studio could spam so many sequels without a problem, and people would still consume them. The Big Six were never against the horror genre. In fact, they loved having an amazing horror movie franchise to milk. This year, one of the highest-grossing horror franchises would be released. Saw became the franchise that helped Lionsgate stand up against the Big Six. Saw. Nobody wanted to experience the torture shown in the movie Saw. While this happened, Too Fast, Too Furious ended its screening in North America. The movie grossed $416 million after being pulled out by the Cinema Alliance. As for the international screening, most countries had already released Too Fast, Too Furious. The current complete worldwide box office of Too Fast, Too Furious was $734 million. People in Hollywood had already grown numb, but they couldn't deny that Grey Pictures' business structure was amazing. Studios were jealous of the cinematic universe that Grey Pictures had. They hoped they could also have one. However, the massive failure that Walt Disney experienced gave them a good reality check. It was not easy to set up a cinematic universe. On top of that, Game of Thrones, the first TV show that Grey Pictures created, was also making good money. As if Grey Pictures never made mistakes. Their business structure and business decisions were something that many studios studied. They only understood one thing. Kazir Grey knew what projects to make. The director was truly one of a kind. It was unfortunate that this person decided to work with 20th Century Fox instead. The audition for Batman Begins was like the Olympics. The competition was so intense, especially for the protagonist's role. Many actors wanted to be Batman, because Batman is based. The fact that Kazir Grey was also the director of the movie made the competition even more intense. Everyone in the building understood the importance of this role. With Kazir as the director, Batman Begins was a sure box office hit. Meaning, whoever became Bruce Wayne/Batman had a quick road to stardom. Once you became Batman, you would become part of the A-tier list of celebrities. This was the privilege of becoming the protagonist in one of Kazir's movies. So obviously, the actors were all prepared. Some of them were even thinking of selling their bodies just to increase their chances of getting the role of Batman. This kind of transaction was always part of the business in Hollywood. The media just rarely tackled this topic, so some people might be oblivious to this fact. Chapter 424. Showbiz. The word came from the term show business, also referred to as the entertainment industry. It included fields such as film, television, theater, music, and other performing arts. Showbiz was all about glamour and fame, a world that ordinary people dreamed of and adored but found hard to reach. Since showbiz was a business, transactions would always be a part of it. In the industry, there were many kinds of transactions. Some transactions were considered normal, while others were questionable, degrading, and unethical. Casting couch might be the best example. The people in power would use this as a means of transaction, sexual favors in exchange for promising roles. The gender didn't matter because there were many gays, lesbians, and bisexuals in Hollywood. They would sleep with someone if they checked the criteria. Handsome men might become tired of beautiful women, especially in Hollywood, where beauty was everywhere. So some curious men would try something different, such as having sex with the same gender. At the same time, this could also happen to women. Actresses might become tired of men since Hollywood had a lot of handsome men, so they decided to try something different. Of course, this was just an example. There were a lot of factors regarding sexuality. Anyway, the casting couch was real for actors and actresses. And now, Kazir was looking at the list of actors who auditioned for the role of Bruce Wayne/Batman. Warner Brothers was not his turf. He couldn't control everything on the set, unlike Grey Pictures, where he was the boss. Even the casting directors were from Warner Brothers, and Kazir had to collaborate with them on which actors they should invite. The possibility of some actors/actresses having sex with the casting directors was not low. In fact, he knew that Enrico Pucci had engaged in this kind of practice in The Hangover Part 2. Kazir was not the director of The Hangover Part 2, so he couldn't control how the production did its job. He just heard that one of the female cast members had sex with Enrico Pucci to get the role. Could he stop it? No. At the end of the day, both were consenting adults, and they knew what they were doing. It was a transaction, albeit not a good one. But did he respect it? Absolutely not. He believed in talent. He believed that the role should be given to the one who deserved it, not because of sexual favors. Unfortunately, he knew that this kind of practice would never disappear. This was the real world, not some fairy tale. As long as there were people who were ready to sell sex, the casting couch would never disappear. In fact, this kind of stuff was also present in other industries: the fashion industry, corporate world, journalism, sports industry, beauty pageants, and even in schools. Yes, Let's not be ignorant here. The world was never a fairy tale. That was the sad truth. I wonder how many of these people had sex with the crew members just to pass the audition. He weakly muttered. The list was long. He understood why there were so many actors who were dying to get the role of Batman. In the late 1990s, the Big Six realized the potential of the superhero genre after the success of Blade, X-Men, and Batman Returns. However, they didn't know the true potential of the superhero genre until Spider-Man was released, a movie that surpassed $1 billion. After the 9/11 incident, Americans longed for superheroes, and they found one in Spider-Man. Perhaps this was also the reason why Spider-Man 2 was not affected by the scandal and continued making money. Fantasy genres also became popular after the 9/11 incident. People wanted to find a way to escape the real world, and watching fantasy movies such as The Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and Pirates of the Caribbean satiated their thirst. In the next decade, the Big Six believed that fantasy and superhero genres would dominate the cinemas. So, it was better to set up a plan and prepare their initial movies as investments. Kazir couldn't agree more. He also believed that fantasy and superhero genres would become popular, although he leaned more toward the superhero genre, especially since he had an MCU to create. Liam Neeson was invited by Warner Brothers to become the antagonist of the movie as Ra's al Ghul. The negotiation was already done, and the actor was just waiting for the training to start. Kazir had worked with the actor before, and he knew Liam's dedication. Just like that, the audition for Ra's al Ghul ended before it even started. Most of the actors auditioned for the role of Bruce Wayne/Batman. The list was actually amazing. Actors such as Cillian Murphy, Jake Gyllenhaal, and Henry Cavill showed up. Kazir thought about Henry Cavill's Superman, but decided to remain quiet. It was futile anyway. He knew that Warner Brothers had already started the production of Superman Returns, and they had already hired an actor. Kazir also didn't want to help DC Comics, since it was the rival of Marvel Comics. Filming a Batman trilogy was enough. The actors showed up and performed one after another. Kazir and the others were impressed. All of the actors prepared for the role. Their physiques matched Batman, and their acting was also great. Even Batman's low growling voice, most of the actors passed this criterion. However, Kazir was not that excited, unlike most of the people in the audition room. He was waiting for the actor he had recommended to play Batman. Actually, when Kazir recommended this actor, most of the management didn't show strong agreement. This actor's last movie was The Machinist, in which the actor lost a lot of weight just for the role. The management was not confident that the actor could meet the requirements to become Batman. They just agreed because Kazir was the one who recommended him. At the end of the day, the actor had to attend the audition before he could get the role. Chapter 425. Kazir knew that most of the people in the audition room were aware that Christian Bale's body had lost a huge amount of weight, and that it would take extreme training to meet the criteria of being Batman. As for the remaining people who didn't know about Christian's situation, they simply didn't have the time to watch The Machinist or research the actor. Most people were not updated on every movie that was released each year. They didn't have the time to watch all of them. Most of them just knew about blockbusters. Even the members of the Academy, AMPAs, rarely watched all of the nominated movies for the Academy Awards. They just voted for the movies and actors they liked. They also voted for the movies and actors that gave them money. A lot of things happened in Hollywood every day, and people didn't have time to know all of it. In this case, Christian's status as an actor was not that important to these people. They were from the management of Warner Brothers, responsible for casting. The actors should respect them instead, because they were the ones who gave actors jobs. It was not surprising. If some actors engaged in under-the-table negotiations, probably, some of these people had sex with the cast. Kazir was sure about that. Suddenly, the people outside announced that a new actor would enter. "I'm Christian Bale." He introduced himself in his British accent. It brought a frown upon the management, but it was different for Kazir. He almost wanted to stand up and applaud. He already knew that Christian Bale would show up buff, but his appearance was better than what he expected. Christian Bale looked tough and strong. He was really prepared. This showed his dedication, and Kazir was impressed. Kazir controlled his emotions and just smiled instead. The interview went on, and Christian Bale also performed. The management was surprised when he switched to an American accent. After that, Christian Bale ended his audition. He was actually hoping that they would ask him more. But his audition didn't last more than 15 minutes. He was disappointed when they called the next actor and asked him to leave. He spent months just to achieve this physique. He also read all of the Batman comics. He was prepared. He was confident that if they asked him about Batman and Bruce Wayne, he could answer them without any pause. When the door closed and Christian Bale was gone, Kazir clapped his hands, and all of the people looked at him. "That's it, he's the one," Kazir announced. Most of them agreed. Christian fit the role. His handsome appearance also checked the criteria. Furthermore, the aura around him was intimidating. He probably trained in some mixed martial arts or something. Although I agree with you, we shouldn't close our doors to other opportunities. Maybe we can find another actor that can impress us. One of the people from DC Comics gave his opinion. He looked nervous, and it seemed that he was against Kazir's opinion. In this project, Kazir was given full authority to control the artistic sense of the movie. Choosing the actor was also part of that artistic sense. Kazir was a director who had bagged billions. No one would question his artistic sense regarding casting an actor. Kazir nodded. He had an idea why this person asked him to let more actors audition. One of the actors probably had sex with him and promised him the role. Excellent. Too bad, Kazir didn't give a fuck. Still, out of respect for the actors who spent their time auditioning, Kazir decided to let the audition continue. But in his mind, he had already found Batman. The audition ended close to 6 p.m. They compiled the documents and also watched audition tapes of each actor. Each actor had their own way of portraying Batman and Bruce Wayne, but one was above the others. Looks like all of us made a choice. Kazir glanced at the person from DC Comics who was wiping his sweat. Since earlier, this guy kept promoting an actor, and Kazir was slowly losing his nerves. Kazir turned to Enrico Pucci, who had been quiet since earlier. The producer nodded and understood his intention. Enrico had worked with Kazir once. That cooperation brought him the position of head of production management. And for that, Enrico was thankful. If not for Kazir, perhaps his career in this industry might never have flourished. His job this time was simple: to make sure that Kazir would never be affected by any outside interference, and to give the director full control over how he would create the movie. Even DC Comics, the owner of Batman, had to agree to this condition. After the consecutive successes of Marvel movies, DC Comics felt threatened for the first time. Their position as the #1 comic company in the United States was being threatened by Marvel Comics, which had suffered bankruptcy a few years ago. DC Comics understood that they also had to release their own movies to retaliate. But their first movie this century, which was Catwoman, was an absolute disaster. They even reprimanded the director for making rubbish. Even Warner Brothers stated that they would never work with Halle Berry again. That was the moment DC Comics and Warner Brothers realized that creating superhero movies was not simple. They were also reminded of what happened in the mid-90s when they released Batman and Robin, where Batman had a nipple armor. That was a disgrace that they didn't want to experience again. They hated to admit it, but they needed a director who had a clear vision of how to make Batman popular again. Warner Brothers were not delusional. They knew that making $1 billion with Batman Begins was impossible. They would be happy if the movie surpassed $500 million. However, it would be a different thing if the director was Kazir Grey. The idea of surpassing $1 billion would be hard, but not impossible anymore. So far, they had 2 franchises that were worth billions: The Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter. It would be amazing if they had another $1 billion worth of movie franchise. And for that, Enrico didn't care if one person from DC Comics was offended. Let's choose Christian Bale. He passed all of the criteria, and he had already trained in martial arts before even the audition. His dedication is amazing. Besides, we can afford his salary. The guy from DC Comics gritted his teeth, but kept his mouth shut. 2 of the big shots had already stated their opinions. Kazir and Enrico were the bosses in this project. Chapter 426. With Kazir and Enrico, the decision regarding the role of Batman ended with Christian Bale as the protagonist. They were the director and producer of this project, and it was hard for people to disagree with their decision. Besides, it was also true that Christian Bale fit the role. All of the actors prepared for the role of Bruce Wayne/Batman, but Christian stood above them. In Hollywood, handsome appearance was the norm, and most actors who auditioned were undeniably handsome. But Kazir just had to choose Christian to secure the future he knew. Of course, this decision was not yet finalized. The production had to negotiate with Christian Bale's side regarding salary, an important aspect for both sides. If Christian Bale's side didn't agree with the terms that Warner Brothers gave, then the production had to choose another actor to replace him. If that happened, Kazir had a few actors who could play the role of Bruce Wayne/Batman. Hugh Jackman could fit the role. His physique as Wolverine worked well with Batman. Jake Gyllenhaal. His acting range was wide, and being Batman seemed like a possibility for him. In fact, Jake actually auditioned for the role, and the crew had a copy of his credentials. Keanu Reeves and Colin Farrell. Each of the two had the swag to be Batman. Although the crew might have to side with Colin Farrell more, since hiring Keanu would be a huge slump in their budget. After 10 days, Enrico Pucci miraculously pulled most of the cast into the project. Most of the cast had already signed their contracts. The first who officially joined was Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul. Warner Brothers had to pay the actor $12 million just to hire him. Liam was famous now that the Continental Cinematic Universe was thriving. Usually, the actor would settle for $15 to $20 million, but since he was invited by director Grey, he decided to take the role. Christian Bale also didn't hesitate to sign the contract. Christian and his agent understood that this was their opportunity to hit it big. If Christian became Batman, then his road to stardom would be sure. He was actually surprised when he found out that the management had chosen him. After negotiating with Warner Brothers, Christian's salary was $8.5 million, with a 30% to 50% salary increase for every sequel. Christian Bale had already starred in some movies, so his salary was not low. It might be disheartening that Christian's salary was smaller than Liam Neeson's, who was only a supporting character. Well, this is how Hollywood works. They pay the top money for more famous actors and directors. The best answer to why studios were ready to pay the actors and directors top money was because of their box office appeal. Besides, the competition for the role of Batman was tough, so Christian's side didn't fight for more money because of the fear of getting replaced by another actor. In all honesty, $8.5 million and $12 million were both huge amounts of money. Ordinary people would surely find it nerve-wracking that actors would ask for more. Life is unfair. As for the role of Rachel Dawes, Scarlett Johansson miraculously got the role despite competing against Katie Holmes, Rachel McAdams, Sarah Michelle Gellar, and Reese Witherspoon. Yes, Reese also auditioned for the role. Kazir and Reese were professional when the audition happened. None of them invited the other to dinner or anything. They both knew that their relationship was done a few years ago. However, the people inside the audition room felt awkward when Reese showed up. They couldn't help it. They kept glancing at Kazir and Reese. Even Enrico felt awkward looking at the two, since he knew about their history. For the record, Kazir was the one who gave Reese her role in The Hangover. Anyway, Scarlett Johansson passed the audition and negotiated a contract of $2 million. Salvatore made sure to give his clients a satisfying salary. Yes, $2 million for someone like Scarlett Johansson was already top money. After all, she was still not the Black Widow, and her fame was average at best. Other than the three, Enrico also pulled in Michael Caine as Alfred Pennyworth, Bruce Wayne's loyal butler. Gary Oldman as Jim Gordon, the police officer who remained true to his job despite the corruption in Gotham City. Cillian Murphy as Dr. Jonathan Crane/Scarecrow. Cillian actually auditioned for the role of Batman, but he got the role of a villain instead. Morgan Freeman as Lucius Fox, the person who provided Bruce Wayne with all of his high-tech equipment. Stating that the cast was packed with veterans was an understatement. The cast was filled with amazing talents that would surely level up the production. Warner Brothers didn't want this project to get fucked up, so they didn't have a problem spending money. The cast alone had a strong box office appeal to pull so many audiences into the theaters. The filming would start in November to give the cast time to prepare for their roles, particularly the actors who had action stunts in their roles. Most of these action stunts would be performed by stunt doubles, especially the dangerous ones. But actors still had to participate in training to minimize accidents once the filming started. As for Kazir, he was just listening to the everyday box office of his movie Spider-Man 2. Also, he was waiting for the release of Mr. and Mrs. Smith in October. Chapter 427. And I Will Always Love You. I Will Always Love You. The bride was casually hitting all of the high notes while singing I Will Always Love You by Whitney Houston. This song was a tough one to sing, by the way, yet she delivered it without any hassle while wearing a wedding dress. To make it more interesting, most of the guests were not shocked at all. They were having fun and cheering for the bride, but they weren't surprised by her performance. As if this kind of talent was a normal thing to them. Like singing was just part of their culture. These people were Filipinos, and the bride was also a Filipina. That explains a lot, actually. Filipinos love karaoke and singing. You can hear them singing in the bedroom, in the toilet, in the classroom, in public. Like, they don't have shame and just sing. To be fair, though, the ones who sing in public really have amazing voices to back it up. As for the other guests, they were shocked and amazed. Watching a newlywed bride sing one of the hardest songs with ease was astonishing. Most of the time, they only hear live singing performances in a bar or concert, but this was a wedding. Even MTV couldn't compare to what they were seeing right now. Palenque, congratulations. I didn't know that your wife has amazing talent. Thanks, director. I'm glad that you're here. I heard you are busy with a new project. You invited me and gave me a wedding invitation. I can't say no to that. Have a nice honeymoon. You deserve it after your hard work filming Game of Thrones. Season 2 of Game of Thrones was already in pre-production, and Palenque Simone had fully taken the director's position. In fact, some of the cast from Game of Thrones attended the wedding. A month from now, the project would start filming. At that time, Palenque's honeymoon with his wife would be 2 weeks done. Thanks, director. Kazir just smiled. He wanted to say to Palenque that he should have dropped the honorifics since he was also a director now. But he knew that Palenque would keep calling him director. Perhaps because he respected Kazir. This was also the same situation with Fremont. The wedding was fun. Kazir also saw Scarlett in the attendees. The actress was looking at the bride with happiness and a hint of envy, perhaps. Kazir was surprised that Scarlett got the role in Batman Begins. Well, she fit the criteria, but the actresses who were competing for the role were also top actresses. But in the end, after the management calculated her salary and box office appeal, they decided to cast her as Rachel Dawes. Batman Begins was about Bruce Wayne and how he became Batman. They didn't need a strong actress for the role, and considering that Scarlett Johansson was still rising in the industry, she was worth the shot. Scarlett saw Kazir in the corner and waved her hand. Kazir also waved back. The actress walked up to him. Hey, I didn't expect to see you here. Palenque was my assistant. It's fulfilling to see people around you being happy. You're right. She agreed and looked at the podium. The bride had already ended her performance, and another person took the microphone. It was the bride's uncle. The uncle sang Bohemian Rhapsody alone, and he did it so well. Like, what the fuck? Was that even possible? Could Freddie Mercury, the vocalist of Queen, sing this song alone in a cappella and make it sound good? The guests were having fun and partying, while others were drinking and eating food. Scarlett glanced at Kazir, who was smiling at the party. Hey, she said. Kazir turned to her. When are you getting married? Me? You know that I just broke up with Angelina. I have no one to marry me. He chuckled. He would be a fool if he said that he was fine. He invested so much in that relationship. He was allowed to grieve for that failed relationship. He planned to stay single for a while. Perhaps. Scarlett tried to say something, but Kazir cut her off. Besides, I'm not sure if I will ever marry someone. My experience with marriage was not great. It gave me trauma. I guess. Never mind. She bitterly smiled before changing the topic. By the way, congratulations. Spider-Man 2's revenue just surpassed $800 million worldwide. Do you think it will break the $1 billion mark like the first movie? Probably not. The potential of Spider-Man 2 was already used up. At best, the movie can reach $900 million, but that's also hard to accomplish because Spider-Man 2 was already released in most countries. Sometimes I think that you're being arrogant by saying that. But you are Kazir Grey, the best movie director in Hollywood. Achieving $900 million at the box office might not be hard for you. She sighed. She recalled that the person next to her was not a simple man. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. You're going to attend the Mr. and Mrs. Smith Part 2 red carpet, right? Yeah. This was a movie he wrote with the help of 5 professional screenwriters. Of course, he was going to watch it. Kazir was not confident in making original movies without reference, so he never directed them. However, Wanted 2, The Hangover 2 and 3, and Napoleon Dynamite 2 and 3 were all originals, and their box offices were outstanding. Kazir was getting confident in writing original scripts lately, although he was still not sure if he would direct one. Do you have a partner for the premiere? This time, Scarlett decided to shoot her shot. Nope. A quick answer from Kazir. Then why don't I become your partner instead? I'm also part of the CCU. So it will not be a surprise if I attend the premiere with you. Chapter 428. Kazir was shocked and didn't expect the conversation to reach that stage. He looked at Scarlett, who was waiting for his answer. In just a second, many thoughts were racing through his mind. He wasn't that stupid. He had an idea why Scarlett invited him. At first, he wanted to say no and reject her invitation. There was no deeper reason. His mind just automatically wanted to blurt out, no. Kazir had experienced 2 lifetimes, yet he never had a great relationship with the opposite sex. All of his relationships had failed. His past life was also a failure. In fact, he was relieved when he saw the oncoming truck that killed him. At least he thought his miserable life was finally over. He had experienced painful rejections that made him afraid of women. He opened his mouth and almost said no. However, he looked at Scarlett and realized that the woman was actually embarrassed and anxious because of what she said. Her face was so red, she looked like an apple. She was brave enough to speak her mind, even though the outcome might be heartbreaking. That took courage. Scarlett clenched her fists, her heart pounding and her body feeling incredibly warm. This might be the worst decision she would ever make in her life. Seeing her expression, Kazir closed his mouth and thought seriously about his answer. He knew how painful it was to be rejected and left behind. It would be awful to do that. Same to another person. He suddenly realized how badly he had handled things with Reese and Cameron a few years ago. At the very least, he should have been brave enough to face them head-on and express his true feelings. Scarlett, I actually don't know how the media will portray us once they see us walking together on the red carpet. Okay. That's not the answer I was expecting, she said with a meek laugh, trying to hide her nervousness. But I'm also not a coward who will bow down to their ideologies. I'm tired of hearing so many people say I'm wrong just because I exist. Fuck them. At the end of the day, I'm the one living my life. I know I didn't kill anyone, I didn't hurt anyone, and I'm a good person. Yes, you are a good person. Honestly, so many women would love to have you as their partner. Is that a confession? What? Hell no. Look, I'm just trying to help you forget your loneliness because I don't want Batman Begins to fail. Kazir, don't misunderstand, she exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration. Kazir chuckled. He realized he wasn't lonely anymore. This lifetime was fulfilling, despite the heartbreaks he had endured. There were people who cared about him, and he appreciated it deeply. It would be stupid to break their hearts just because he was depressed. At least this time, he didn't want to hurt Scarlett, who had been brave enough to be honest. I'm going to the red carpet with you. No, I want to go to the red carpet with you. That's great to hear. You made the right choice. Scarlett tried her best not to smile, but her lips were already curling upward. Then I'll contact you later to talk about our plan. She quickly bid farewell and walked away, clearly embarrassed. Her ears were burning red. Take care. Kazir laughed, watching her retreating figure. Then he smiled to himself. I didn't know I actually had the capacity to feel bad for a woman. He had shown sympathy for women before, and he had shown love and affection to them. But he never really cared that much, not in the real, emotional sense. Not even for Angelina. Sure, he loved her, and he felt jealous whenever some actor worked with her, but he always believed that his decisions were right, and that he was better than his partner. Arno Epsilon. As for cheating on Reese, that was a situation that happened because Kazir showed his weakness. So Kazir would make sure it never happened again. It was a defense mechanism. Kazir never showed his vulnerable side to anyone. Because the last time he did, he suffered so much that the thought of ending his life didn't seem so bad. So whenever he was in a relationship, Kazir always put up a barrier to make sure he wouldn't be hurt too deeply. He always believed the relationship wouldn't last forever. A kind of defense mechanism so that he wouldn't be devastated when it ended. It might sound crazy, but he had brainwashed himself into believing that he would always be better than his partner. So for him to think about a woman and her feelings was something Kazir never expected of himself. I hope I'll reach the point in my life where I can trust a woman again. I really hope so. He sighed. At least this time, he made sure not to hurt Scarlett. He didn't do it because he was worried about his movie. He did it because he knew Scarlett would be heartbroken if he rejected her. See, nobody wants to experience rejection. It can destroy someone's self-esteem, possibly even leading to depression. In Kazir's case, it changed him into the person he was now. Chapter 429. The red carpet was extravagant. 20th Century Fox didn't spend money recklessly on this occasion, but they did ensure that the movie would receive outstanding attention from both the media and the public. Grey Pictures was already an established studio capable of generating hundreds of millions annually. Gone were the days when Grey Pictures had to piggyback on big studios to promote their projects. Now, big studios still promoted their own projects, but Grey Pictures had to spend its own money to do it. Stella Willow was in the process of building her own marketing team, even hiring Victor Gray's company to handle online advertising, marketing, and PR. So far, their influence on major online platforms like Facebook had been widespread. They had the strongest online marketing presence, and even other companies had begun hiring Victor Gray's firm for digital promotions. Stella Willow and her team decided to promote their movies on Facebook by offering special rewards. The 1,000th, 5,000th, and 10,000th people to like the Grey Pictures Facebook page would each receive 5 tickets to the premiere of Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. Yes, they would get a chance to meet and greet the cast at the El Capitan Theater. Fans went wild. They rushed to like the official Grey Pictures page and eagerly scrolled through the latest news about their projects. This kept them updated with every new post, an excellent example of free marketing. At the time, only a few companies were offering digital marketing services, and Victor Gray's company stood at the forefront of this blossoming industry. The dot-com bubble burst had been an economic disaster, leading many to believe that the future of the internet was bleak. But they were wrong. The internet's true value was priceless. The internet had become the archive of humanity, the archive of a new century. No one could deny that fact. The volume of information available online far surpassed even the largest national libraries. With new data added daily, the internet's potential was incalculable. Most of the cast had already made their red carpet appearance, with only a few left to arrive. Among them were Brad Pitt and Jennifer Connelly. But before the lead cast showed up, the screenwriter of the movie made his entrance with his partner. Having made cameos in every CCU movie, Kazir's appearance was nothing new to the fans. They immediately recognized the director and began cheering. At this point, Kazir Gray's fame was comparable to that of an A-list celebrity. However, Kazir didn't step onto the red carpet first. Instead, he walked around the limousine and opened the door for his partner. He extended his hand, and the actress accepted it with elegance. Kazir Grey and Scarlett Johansson walked together at the premiere of Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. The female reporter in charge of interviews was having a blast. Being in a profession that often disregarded personal boundaries, she asked the obvious question. "Are you two dating?" "No," Kazir replied with a polite smile. "Scarlett and I are both clients of Salvatore Barlow. I didn't have a partner, and neither did Scarlett. We're also both part of the CCU, so of course, we had to attend the premiere dash. We used the same limousine because it was cheaper that way," Scarlett interjected with a chuckle. "So we decided to walk together since it was more convenient. Salvatore's been cutting costs lately and couldn't find 2 separate limos for us." Scarlett was grateful that Salvatore Barlow made for a convenient scapegoat when people questioned her relationship with Kazir. Talent agents were the last people to care about dignity. They had skin thick enough to endure a concrete slap. Yes, a slap. I understand. The reporter nodded, smirking. She could tell something was going on, though probably not a full-fledged relationship. Besides, Kazir was a billionaire. He could probably afford his own limousine. Truth be told, Kazir didn't have a limousine. He only had 2 cars in his garage, a Mercedes-Benz and an old Toyota. Regardless, neither of them had any reason to explain their relationship. Scarlett kept sneaking glances at Kazir as they entered the theater. "Is there something on my face?" he asked. "It's nothing," she replied softly. A few minutes later, the premiere for Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 began. Kazir was already preparing to launch the second phase of the CCU. Wanted was the final movie of the first phase, where the 4 protagonists fought against the fraternity. Now, the plot for Phase 2 was beginning to take shape. Kazir had planned it all from the beginning, planting foreshadowing clues in earlier movies. The central plot of the second phase revolved around a missing military weapon, an upgraded nuclear device. Dom Toretto's team was hired to steal an unknown piece of equipment from a truck that was secretly transporting the weapon. Due to the weapon's disappearance, Connor O'Brien was assigned to go undercover, infiltrating Dom Toretto's family to track down where the weapon was sent. The mission failed, and Dom's team escaped. Since then, the missing weapon had become an ongoing threat. This wasn't an ordinary nuclear device. It was a new invention known to only a few. Still, the information had somehow leaked. There was a mole in the CIA, one of the few remaining survivors of the fraternity. The fraternity had begun defying the high table, slowly forming a new organization to rival their power. This shadow group consisted of numerous criminal factions, all of whom bore a grudge against the high table and the United States. The nuclear weapon they stole was extraordinary. It emitted no radiation, was undetectable by radar, and was small enough to fit inside a suitcase, yet powerful enough to wipe out an entire city. It didn't need to be launched. Someone could simply leave it in a park and detonate it. This new organization had only one goal: chaos. The High Table, a global criminal syndicate with influence in every corner of the world, was completely in the dark about the weapon's location. They knew of only two individuals who might help them find it: Jason Bourne, a former Treadstone agent, and Wesley Gibson, a fugitive responsible for countless deaths. However, the CIA couldn't track either of them. But they did find someone who might lead them to Bourne and Gibson: Rezo. That was the plot of Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2, a husband and wife team hunting Rezo while navigating the threats of the High Table and the emerging organization. Chapter 430. Ladder 49 was a movie released by Walt Disney. To be precise, Ladder 49 was produced by Touchstone Pictures, which was owned by Walt Disney. Touchstone Pictures was Walt Disney's go-to studio whenever the company wanted to make a live-action movie. Touchstone was completely controlled by Walt Disney, unlike Miramax, which had a fat Harvey who would fight for control. Anyway, Ladder 49 was about a firefighter who was trapped in a warehouse fire. The movie was not based on a real story, but was heavily inspired by the heroism that firefighters demonstrated. Honestly, Walt Disney was not confident in this movie. That's why they chose to release it in October, a stale month for cinemas. They had already spent over $60 million and couldn't ignore the movie's potential. They even cast John Travolta and Joaquin Phoenix for the film. By the way, that casting was also the reason why the movie's budget reached $60 million. Anyway, the response to Ladder 49 was mediocre. Sure, being a public servant was a respectable profession. Firefighters were among the most respected for a reason. Unfortunately, the public had already moved on from 9/11. That tragedy was heartbreaking, but people had to take a step forward and understand that life was not all about tragedies. If Ladder 49 had been released shortly after the peak of the 9/11 incident, it might have grossed $500 million. Too bad Walt Disney's management was too busy forcing political views on the public instead of making heartfelt movies. Furthermore, it didn't help that Ladder 49 was released on October 1st, the same day as Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. The possibility of this firefighter movie making huge money was low, now that its opponent was Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but 20th Century Fox and Grey Pictures decided to release their movie on the same day as Ladder 49. 20th Century Fox couldn't sacrifice their schedule for Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. So they settled on October 1st. On its first day, Ladder 49, also released on October 1st, grossed $7.46 million. An amazing amount of money for just one day. On the same day, Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 casually made $38.73 million. It was both frustrating and amazing to see how much money movies could earn in just a single day. Most of the time, the first day box office result determines a movie's trajectory. From that angle, it was obvious that Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 had a far higher return on investment than Ladder 49. Even the Cinema Alliance knew exactly which movie they should invest in next week. 2 days had passed, and the first weekend box office results for both movies were calculated. Ladder 49 grossed $22.08 million, while Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 grossed $76.08 million. The difference between the two was painfully obvious. The Cinema Alliance immediately allocated more theaters to Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. Initially, the number of theaters screening Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 rounded up to 4,100 across the United States. As for Ladder 49, The film was screened in 3,200 theaters. The Cinema Alliance had the authority to reduce the number of theaters showing underperforming movies and reassign them to more promising ones. At the end of the day, the Cinema Alliance was running a business, not a charity. They had no reason to keep Ladder 49 around when Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 could generate far more revenue. In the second week, the number of theaters screening Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 increased to 5,200, while Ladder 49 dropped to 2,750 theaters. This business move made Walt Disney furious. But they couldn't do anything about it, since this flexibility was outlined in the contract. The Cinema Alliance had the right to adjust theater numbers. Usually, they made these changes after 3 weeks. But this time, the Cinema Alliance wasn't going to let the moment slip by. They took advantage of the situation. So yeah, more money for Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. As everyone expected, Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 proved itself with a whopping $177.82 million after 10 days in theaters. Meanwhile, Ladder 49 didn't even touch $50 million after 10 days. The firefighter movie only managed to earn $41 million. The competition for next year's Academy Awards was becoming clearer as more films were promoted. The Big Six studios and many veteran filmmakers understood that more parties would be held toward the end of the year and into the new year. These parties were essential for garnering votes from Academy members. U.S. So far, several films had begun gaining attention. First was The Aviator, starring Leonardo DiCaprio. This film marked the actor's first serious step toward winning the Golden Statue. It would still take him more than a decade to get it, mainly because the Academy had something against him. Incidentally, after The Aviator, Leonardo gradually shifted the types of roles he played. Even his facial features subtly changed. He aged, the simple explanation. The second movie was Finding Neverland, starring Johnny Depp. After failing to win Best Actor previously, Johnny set his sights on the Academy Awards and chose this project specifically to appeal to Oscar voters. The third contender was Million Dollar Baby, starring Clint Eastwood, a veteran actor who had been part of the industry for decades. The fourth contender was a musical, directed by Fremont Smith and starring Brianna Evans and Ryan Gosling. La La Land positioned itself clearly as an Oscar hopeful. People weren't stupid. In Hollywood, it was easy to tell whether a movie was made to earn money or to win awards. Chapter 431. Kazir rarely saw Fremont and Brianna lately. The two were busy making their own movie. Based on what he heard, Fremont, Ryan, and Brianna were practicing constantly because the genre they were stepping into was not their forte. The time they spent on training was practically 24/7. They knew their weaknesses, after all. Fremont studied music and musicals, while Brianna and Ryan practiced singing and dancing. Thankfully, Brianna was a theater actress and already knew how to sing and dance. She just had to practice the dance steps and songs. Salvatore pitched the project to Paramount Pictures after 20th Century Fox disagreed with it. 20th Century Fox was the initial distributor and investor of La La Land, but the deal didn't materialize. It was a good thing that Salvatore was a respected agent. He immediately found another studio to work with. For clarification, the production crew working on La La Land was no longer Grey Pictures. Grey Pictures couldn't handle more than 3 projects per year. So Kazir decided to sell the script to Fremont instead, for $3 million. Then, Fremont and Paramount signed a contract and sold the copyrights to Paramount Pictures, since Paramount Pictures would shoulder all of the financial burden. Buying the copyrights was the usual formula in Hollywood. Otherwise, the studio wouldn't promote and distribute the movie. Anyway, Kazir got his money, and he would also receive some scrap money once a year, depending on the profits of La La Land. For someone like Kazir, a few $1,000s was indeed scrap money. La La Land would probably be released in November or December, depending on how Paramount Pictures set the schedule. Even though La La Land was a script written by Kazir Grey, only a few studios were interested in acquiring the copyrights. After all, La La Land was a musical, and everyone knew that musicals were not Kazir's forte. If the movie had been a comedy or action film, the studios might have gone crazy. The only good thing was that Fremont Smith was the director, and Brianna Evans was the leading lady. Together with Kazir as the scriptwriter, La La Land had a strong lineup and a powerful box office appeal. As for why La La Land was scheduled to be released in November or December, It was because they wanted to premiere the movie at the American Film Institute in Los Angeles. One of the requirements for getting nominated for the Academy Awards was 1. The film must have won a qualifying film festival award. Or 2. The film must have completed a week-long theatrical run in a commercial theater of a qualifying metro area, LA County, New York City, the Bay Area, Chicago, Miami, or Atlanta. Paramount Pictures wanted to do both, so they decided to compete in a film festival. Paramount Pictures would probably pay money to make sure La La Land won some awards. The purpose of La La Land was to compete at the Academy Awards, but Paramount also believed that the movie would bring them profits. As for La La Land started appearing on the streets. Kazir even saw some posters of Ryan Gosling and Brianna Evans dancing. Not sure if they're going to win, though. I know La La Land is a strong card to play, but the Academy Awards might vote for other movies. It depends on how Paramount will promote the film to the old farts. Alphanbetas. Kazir was a member of AMPAS, so perhaps he was also part of those old farts. After all, his real age was over 80 years old if you included his first life, where he was gruesomely sandwiched by a truck. October had just passed, and Kazir had already started filming Batman Begins 2. Weeks earlier, filming was going great, and next week they would travel to Iceland to shoot the winter scenes for Batman Begins, the scenes where Bruce Wayne met the League of Shadows for the first time. Since Kazir was single again, he didn't have a problem going to foreign countries. He also missed traveling the world. While the trip to Iceland was confirmed, Kazir had to attend a meeting first before leaving the country. The fate of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, too, was smooth sailing. The movie didn't encounter any bumps at the box office. After 31 days of screening, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, too, earned more than $276.16 million at the North American box office. October didn't have a strong lineup of movies, except for a few. Shall We Dance, starring Richard Gere and Jennifer Lopez, did well, grossing $33.94 million by the end of October. By the way, this movie was produced by Miramax, a subsidiary of Walt Disney. Aside from that, The Incredibles was also released by Pixar, or more precisely, by Walt Disney. The Incredibles was a well-known animated movie, and people loved it. It wasn't a surprise that the film earned $93 million after just 7 days of screening. Also, The Machinist, which starred Christian Bale in a shockingly thin state, was released in October. The movie didn't do well, earning only $141,000 in 2 weeks. Christian Bale was ashamed to show himself on set and stayed in his trailer most of the time. The Machinist didn't have any box office appeal, so it was clear why it didn't make money. Its genre and plot weren't meant for wide theatrical release. The film might earn something in the DVD and rental markets, though. If there was one movie that surprised everyone in October, it was probably Saw. This small-budget movie made history. Even Kazir praised it in an interview. Chapter 432. The first movie of the Saw franchise was memorable for a reason. Despite having only a $1 million production budget, the movie grossed more than $100 million. That was a 100% return on investment in just a year. That kind of investment was very, very hard to find in the entertainment industry. Only a few, such as The Blair Witch Project and Napoleon Dynamite, could do so. Furthermore, the storytelling of Saw was immaculate for being a horror movie. The plot twist at the end was unexpected, and the audience was so shocked to see a dead, old man rising from the dead, revealed to be the mastermind behind the entire ordeal of brutal games. It made it even better that the movie tackled the morals and ethics of the victims while playing the death games. After all, Jigsaw never picked an innocent player. Furthermore, Jigsaw became an iconic horror villain, comparable to Jason Voorhees, Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, and Ghostface. There were a lot of factors why Saw became a box office hit, but it all came down to how entertained the audience was when they watched the movie. Because, low-key, Lionsgate didn't promote this movie that much. Saw was not the kind of movie you wanted to promote on television. Even the posters were horrifying to look at. Mind you, one of the posters in circulation was a realistic chopped hand. Lionsgate discovered a gold mine in Saw. This movie would become one of their most successful franchises. Horror movies would always have loyal fans. Even if the box office returns weren't huge, the DVD and rental markets would bring in so much profit for studios, and this was technically passive income at this point. As for Kazir, his feelings regarding Saw were indifferent. It was true that he had the script of Saw before its original creation. It was one of his choices when he returned in 1994. He didn't register it with the Writers Guild because he already had a lot of shit in his arsenal. Like, he could pull a script out of his ass because he had a lot of them. Metaphorically, of course. Right now, he was watching a banquet scene through dozens of monitors. In the banquet hall, an extravagant party was taking place. Bruce Wayne was looking around, clearly uncomfortable being surrounded by rich but disgusting people. But his discomfort worsened when he saw one of the members of the League of Shadows attending the party. He thought that was it, but it got even worse when he turned around. Bruce found the person he had saved, the man who taught him how to overcome his fear, standing before him. He thought he had destroyed the League of Shadows, but he was wrong. The person he had saved, Duckard, was Ra's al Ghul. Bruce was stunned as he hadn't expected Duckard and Ra's al Ghul to be the same person. Cut. Kazir called for a break. He looked at Liam and Christian. Guys, you're doing well, but I need more than that. Kazir turned to Liam. Liam, I know this is your first villain role. I just want to say, you don't have to act sinister. Be a gentleman instead. Ra's al Ghul has a unique charisma. He has this heroic vibe to him. Ra's al Ghul wanted to see peace, but his method was not peaceful at all. He believed that cleansing Gotham was the best way to save it. Christian, The Machinist is a great movie, but it's not meant for cinemas. You didn't fail your role. Cinemas just weren't meant for your movie. You need to relax your mind and forget about other things, such as your role in The Machinist. I want you to return to us. Where is Bruce Wayne? I can't see him. All I see is Christian Bale being bitter about his plopped movie in cinemas. I understand, director. There were many ways to correct an actor. Most actors or actresses didn't want to hear the truth and preferred to be told lies. But some people prosper after learning the hard truth. The Machinist was a movie made for DVD and rental markets. It was meant to plop, but Christian Bale was mentally affected and couldn't return to being Bruce Wayne. Kazir did try saying sugar-coated words to Christian to maintain his mental state, but it failed. He then realized that Christian Bale was the type of actor who preferred hearing criticism instead. Remember, this is your once-in-a-lifetime chance to make it big. I chose you because I thought you fit the role of Batman. Don't let me down. I thought you chose me because of my low salary. That's also one of the reasons. Now go back to your trailer and calm your nerves. I don't care what you do. You can scream and brainwash yourself. Heck, you can call for a prostitute to calm your nerves. I don't give a fuck. Just make sure that when you come out of that trailer, you're not the bitter Christian Bale anymore. I want to see Bruce Wayne, Batman, and the Dark Knight of Gotham. Some actors had their own bullshit rituals before stepping into the studio and playing their roles. If Christian was one of those, then Kazir would gladly support him, as long as the movie was successful. Filming this week seemed slow because Christian couldn't keep his mentality aligned with Bruce Wayne, while Kazir had to make sure that the movie would succeed. I'll give you 2 hours. Don't break my trust. Yes, director. Christian Bale nodded and returned to his trailer. As for what he had to do to return to the zone, Kazir had no idea, and he didn't care. Chapter 433. The actor's mental status was important, and Kazir couldn't disregard it, at least not when it was affecting the filming. The budget of Batman Begins was around $150 million. The budget could go up if bad things happened. Kazir was known as a director who stuck with the budget and never increased it. This was a trait that big studios loved. It assured them that the production crew would never overspend. $150 million seemed like a lot, but for a big project like Batman Begins, this amount was just the passable requirement. Casting actors, actresses, crew members, and directors cost money. More than 35% of the budget went to hiring the cast and crew members, with the biggest salary of $25+ million going to Director Grey. Being the highest paid person in the crew, Kazir had to make sure that his employer would never regret hiring him. Other expenses included sets and filming locations, equipment, special effects, costumes and props, editing, sound design, and music. $150 million seemed like a lot, but the expenses for creating a superhero movie were also huge. $150 million might not be even enough. But Kazir was the director of Batman Begins. He was confident in his skills. He was fast and knew what scenes to film. His responsibility and burden were so heavy. It explained why he had a huge salary. Unfortunately, things like actors' mentalities could affect his filming and schedules. Christian Bale's mediocre acting was affecting their filming badly. So Kazir decided to confront the actor and tell him to take a break and change his perspective. Kazir didn't care what Christian had to do in the trailer, just as long as it got him in the zone. If the actor asked for a day's rest, Kazir would frown, but he would still give it to him just to make the actor feel better. It would affect their filming schedule, but Kazir could shoot other scenes, so it was not considered a waste. However, if Christian Bale returned after a rest day and his acting did not improve, then Kazir wouldn't have a choice but to find another actor to replace Christian Bale. After all, they had a long list of talented actors to choose from. The project had just started, and the production still had the power to change the protagonist. But everything was still a what-if. It all depended on Christian's performance once he exited the trailer. The makeup artist excused herself after seeing that Christian Bale was not in a good mood. Being reprimanded like that in front of many people was embarrassing. He had heard that director Grey was a great person and rarely confronted his actors. He never raised his voice or made fun of someone. Excellent. Christian understood where Kazir was coming from. The director had talked to him a few days ago and even encouraged him. Kazir had said that The Machinist was a great movie, but not meant for cinemas. The director was indeed a good person and made sure that his actors were in the right mentality. But Christian couldn't help but feel like it was his fault that the movie had flopped. So his mind was affected, and he couldn't do his job at his peak. Director Grey reached his limit and decided to berate Christian in front of many people. It was humiliating. When the makeup artist was gone and Christian was alone in the trailer, he took a deep breath. He looked in front of the mirror. Christian was wearing an expensive suit since he was acting as Bruce Wayne, the billionaire. He had a handsome appearance, which explained why he could become part of the entertainment industry. By the way, Hollywood was saturated with handsome and beautiful people. You could see them everywhere. Christian looked in the mirror. Then, he slapped himself so strongly that his right cheek turned red. He understood it very well. It was his fault. So many people worked hard for this project. This was their livelihood. It would be a dick move if Christian just disregarded their livelihood just because he was suffering from depression. Once he signed the contract to become Batman, this was no longer just about him. This project was feeding hundreds of people, and they would be devastated if the project failed. He took a deep breath. He deserved it. Director Grey was just making sure that the project wouldn't fail. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I need to get this. He closed his eyes and decided to forget about The Machinist. Fuck that movie. He had been so dedicated to The Machinist that he lost weight just to prove how committed he was. Perhaps that was the reason why he was so affected when the movie flopped. But now, he had another movie to focus on. He had to be dedicated to the role of Bruce Wayne and Batman. As for his bitter feelings toward Director Grey, he had to suck it up for now. If he had a chance later, he wanted to talk to the director about it. It didn't even take half an hour when the trailer opened. Christian Bale showed up, and his demeanor was completely different. He was not affected by the gazes of the others, as if he were in his own world. When Kazir saw the change in Christian's demeanor, he smirked and knew that Bruce Wayne was back. Chapter 434. You're not Ra's al Ghul. I watched him die. But is Ra's al Ghul immortal, or are his methods supernatural? Bruce Wayne slowly turned around and saw Dukkard, his mentor. The last time Bruce saw Dukkard was in the Himalayan range, when he saved him from the destruction of the League of Shadows. There was a long silence between the two, a moment filled with unspoken meaning. This was the moment Bruce realized he had been deceived. The man he thought was Ra's al Ghul was a decoy. The person standing before him now, Dukkard, was the real Ra's al Ghul. A cheap parlor trick to conceal your identity, Ra's. Surely, a man who spends his nights scrambling over the rooftops of Gotham wouldn't lecture me about dual identities. I saved your life. I warned you about compassion, Bruce. Cut. Kazir stood up and the filming stopped. He began clapping his hands, excitement evident on his face. He could feel it, the tension between the villain and the hero. He fucking knew it. Christian Bale fit the role of Batman. The chills running down his spine were the proof. He didn't fail in choosing Christian. When the crew members witnessed Kazir's standing ovation, they were stunned. The director rarely gave this kind of applause on set. The last time they saw Kazir clapping in amazement was when Brianna Evans portrayed the role of a worried mother in Taken. Kazir's forte was comedy and action. These two genres rarely required intense dramatic acting. So when Kazir started clapping, The crew understood that this moment was a big deal. Some of them, who had been intently watching Christian's performance, also felt goosebumps and joined in, clapping their hands. More and more crew members applauded and praised the performance. However, Christian Bale, the actor who was the focus of all this praise, felt nothing. He was in the zone. Right now, in this very moment, Christian was Bruce Wayne, a billionaire with a secret identity, a vigilante. He didn't become a hero to receive praise. He did it selflessly, without expecting acknowledgement. He wanted to save people because of his morals and his deep sense of justice. He sacrificed himself to make sure Gotham would one day find peace. The praises he was receiving now meant nothing. Bruce Wayne simply smiled faintly and acted like the billionaire he was supposed to be, an eccentric playboy who used his money to get what he wanted. Kazir realized that Christian Bale was still in character, so he decided to continue with the next scene. He didn't want to waste the momentum. Christian was at the peak of his performance. Later, I'll apologize to Christian for what I did. Berating him in front of the crew wasn't the right thing to do. Kazir recognized his mistake, but it was one he made with purpose. If he hadn't humiliated Christian, the actor might never have reached this level of performance. This is the second time I've been overwhelmed by someone. Meanwhile, Liam Neeson shook his head and sighed. He was confident in his acting ability, but he admitted that Christian had outperformed him in this scene. Maybe I should get reprimanded by Director Grey too. Maybe then I'll act better. Because of Christian's outstanding performance, Kazir decided they would work overtime that day. He spoke with the crew and promised generous overtime pay. Even with Kazir's famously fast filming pace, it was a miracle that the banquet scene had wrapped in just 2 days. The speed was so surprising that they even had to adjust the schedule to move some scenes forward. The production of Kung Fu Panda continued smoothly. After 20th Century Fox gave the green light, the project received the necessary funds to begin the animation. The studio's only real confidence in this movie came from the fact that it was written by Kazir Grey. Director Grey had developed a reputation for writing box office hits. Even though 3D animated movies were a different genre entirely, 20th Century Fox still said yes. Why? Because of their faith in Kazir Grey. The director had proven himself so many times that the trust he built with the industry was nearly unshakable. If Kazir wrote a bullshit story about 2 bulls taking a shit, the Big Six studios still wouldn't hesitate to buy the script. That's how confident they were in his ability. So even though 3D animation wasn't Kazir's usual arena, 20th Century Fox had faith in the project. As long as Kazir didn't fail, 20th Century Fox would continue supporting him. And so far, their trust hadn't been misplaced. Even though they were just the distributor of Grey Pictures films, 20th Century Fox was still making money. Even their TV network saw massive traffic when Game of Thrones was released. Vogue magazine actually interviewed Scarlett 2 months ago. Kazir was sitting in the lounge area of Blue Sky Studios, reading through newspapers and magazines. After finishing the paper, he turned to a magazine instead. The August edition focused on actresses, and one of the featured interviews was with Scarlett Johansson. Since Kazir had nothing else to do at the moment, he decided to read the Q&A section. A few minutes later, he was invited to check out the progress on Kung Fu Panda. As always, he served as the executive producer for the movie. Kazir would be leaving the country next week, so he had to wrap up some business matters while he still had time. Tomorrow, he planned to meet with Stella Willow to discuss their upcoming projects for next year. Too Fast, Too Furious, and Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2 had both received overwhelmingly positive responses. Their combined box office revenue had already surpassed $1 billion. Chapter 435. Kung Fu Panda is an animated film. The story is about a fat panda named Po, who dreams of becoming a kung fu master. Unexpectedly, Po is chosen as the dragon warrior and is trained by Master Shifu. Through training and trials, Po discovers his true strength and learns to accept himself. When the Furious Five and Master Shifu are defeated by Tai Lung, Po steps up and fights the villain to protect the city. The movie explores themes such as self-acceptance, action, comedy, perseverance, and self-belief. Being a master of comedy and action, of course, Kazir used his strengths to come up with the plot of Kung Fu Panda. He copied it from the original creators, but who cares? He had been doing the same thing since 1995. There was nothing to feel guilty about. For this project, 20th Century Fox invested $130 million in production costs. The Big Six realized the massive profitability of 3D animated movies, and they also understood the high costs required to produce them. So why was 20th Century Fox willing to spend such a large amount on a 3D animated film? Because, unlike most live-action films, 3D animated movies had strong merchandise selling potential. Their toys, t-shirts, keychains, and other merchandise related to these movies were often sold out quickly. Blue Sky Studio experienced this firsthand when Ice Age became a massive hit. All of the toys on their shelves were gone in just a matter of weeks. As for the amount of money they made, it was definitely in the nine-figure range. That fact alone was enough for 20th Century Fox to invest in Kung Fu Panda. The profit they could make might be twice or even 3 times of their investment. There was a reason why Walt Disney remained such a dominant force. Despite facing numerous setbacks, they were known for being family-friendly and having signature products, animated movies. And now, most of the Big Six were trying to replicate Disney's accomplishments. Walt Disney had Walt Disney Animation Studios and Pixar under its banner. Warner Brothers had Warner Brothers Animation, responsible for Looney Tunes, Tom and Jerry, and the DC Animated Universe, Cartoon Network Studios, and Hanna-Barbera. Universal Pictures had Illumination Entertainment, which would be created in 2007, and DreamWorks Animation, acquired by NBC Universal in 2016. Paramount Pictures had Nickelodeon Studios. Sony Columbia had Sony Pictures Animation, which was known for Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse, The Emoji Movie, and Hotel Transylvania. 20th Century Fox had Blue Sky Studios. See what's happening here? Most of the most famous cartoon and animation studios were under the control of the Big Six. This clearly showed how powerful their influence was, even in the animated media space. Even Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon were under the banner of the Big Six. They dominated the entertainment industry for a reason. Now that traditional hand-drawn animation was becoming less popular, 20th Century Fox understood that investing in 3D animation through Blue Sky Studio was essential if they didn't want to be left behind by their competitors. Kazir entered the workshop and saw more than 100 people glued to their monitors, animating the scenes they were assigned. It was a tough job. These people had to sit for hours creating scenes that the audience would only see for a few seconds. Although, not going to lie, the animators in the West had it better than the average animators in Japan. Japanese animators were often considered the epitome of corporate slaves. Truly, a cruel world we live in. Kazir and Carl Ludwig discussed the progress of Kung Fu Panda, which was already 80 to 90% complete. Perhaps due to 20th Century Fox's confidence in the project, the funding was flowing smoothly, which significantly sped up production. Kung Fu Panda was expected to be released next year. The project had been in development since last year, around the time Pirates of the Caribbean was released. So it was no surprise that the movie was nearing completion. The voice actors cast in this project were actually A-list celebrities. Po was voiced by Jack Black. Tai Lung was voiced by Ian McShane. Master Shifu was voiced by Dustin Hoffman. Master Tigress was voiced by Angelina Jolie. Master Mantis was voiced by Seth Rogen. Master Viper was voiced by Lucy Liu. Master Monkey was voiced by Jackie Chan. The cast was stacked with top-tier actors. This clearly indicated how important this project was to the studio. Kazir smiled when he saw a recorded clip of Angelina voicing her character, Master Tigress. She was genuinely having fun. He was happy that she seemed to be doing well. It showed that their separation was the right decision. They simply weren't compatible. Carl felt awkward, knowing Kazir was the one who helped Angelina land the role of Master Tigress. Anyway, their conversation continued, and both Kazir and Carl confirmed that production was proceeding smoothly. Once everything was finished, 20th Century Fox would select the best release schedule for the movie. Another several $1 million would be spent on promoting Kung Fu Panda. After his meeting with Carl and checking on the progress of Kung Fu Panda, Kazir had another meeting to attend. The next projects from Grey Pictures were extremely important, as they would determine how the entire Continental Cinematic Universe, CCU, would evolve. Naturally, Kazir, being the mastermind behind the CCU, needed to be present. Chapter 436. Stella Willow wore a cold expression as she strutted through the hallway. The way she walked radiated elegance and confidence. However, her icy demeanor was so intense that people were afraid of her. She gritted her teeth, exhausted and lost. Working as the CEO of Grey Pictures was incredibly tiring. However, she had no intention of giving up this amazing position. After joining Grey Pictures, Stella Willow gradually reconnected with her ex-coworkers, some of whom had once been her bosses. Their reactions were mixed. However, Stella recognized the envy and jealousy in their eyes. Unlike most of them who were stuck in their positions and slaving away in the corporate world, Stella had reached the top of her career after leaving NBC. Some of her former co-workers even begged her for a position at Grey Pictures. If the person was capable and talented, Stella would give them a chance. The reason she never considered resigning, despite the overwhelming stress, was power. The pleasure of being a powerful figure, someone few could trample, was intoxicating. It would be foolish to relinquish the CEO position to someone else. Even the Big Six held her in high regard due to Grey Pictures' strong profitability. The authority she wielded was so addictive that she never once thought of stepping down. Of course, there were cons to being a CEO. The first was that the job was highly stressful. She had endless tasks and crucial decisions to make. The company wouldn't move without her input. Her presence was essential. She cursed her boss, who was gone most of the time. She had to shoulder the majority of responsibilities because her boss was just a director who had no interest in business management. The second downside to being a CEO, for Stella, was her love life. Her last romantic relationship ended a year ago. Since then, she had been celibate, with no sexual relationships at all. With her tight schedule, she couldn't find the time to date anyone. She also wasn't a fan of hookup culture. So right now, Stella was at the edge of self-destruction. Her position as CEO made it difficult to find a suitable partner, not just because of her busy schedule, but also because of her preferences. You see, being a woman with high standards, Stella wanted a man who had a better career than hers. She didn't want to date down at all. She wanted a man who was richer, more mature, stronger, and smarter than she was. That was her preference, and everyone is entitled to their own. As for the men weaker than her, she never glanced at them. Her last boyfriend had been the general manager of Alphabet, and he was the best man she had ever dated in terms of career success. Her previous relationships seemed mediocre in comparison. So yeah, Stella had a hard time. Even though she wanted to be the boss at work, it was a different matter when it came to dating. She wanted her man to provide for her, take care of her, and gently manhandle her, whatever that meant. Her preference checklist was as follows. A man richer than her, with a better career, tall, handsome, strong, healthy, and with long stamina for bedroom reasons. A man who loved her most. She must be his number one priority. A gentleman, a good personality, respectable, ambitious, confident, and a nice long sausage for bedroom reasons again. For a woman, it was a pretty extensive list of criteria. Not going to lie, many women have long lists of expectations, and some of them are downright outrageous. Some women wanted a partner with green eyes. Only 2% of the world population has that trait. How the hell is someone supposed to make their eyes green? Use colored contact lenses maybe? With preferences like these, it was no wonder Stella struggled to find a man. There were probably plenty of men interested in her, but she likely ignored them simply because they didn't meet her standards. TCH, that bastard. What the hell does he want this time? Why do I have to find someone again? She clicked her tongue in frustration. Lately, the stress had been getting to her, and she couldn't help but curse at her boss. She arrived at the meeting room and opened the door with the confidence of someone who owned the building. Then, she saw Kazir sitting inside, scribbling on his storyboard, probably working on yet another project. Stella scrutinized him and glared. Suddenly, she realized something. Kazir actually met most of her requirements for a boyfriend. Kazir was tall, handsome, richer than her, confident, and a gentleman. Heck, she'd even heard that Kazir was packing down there. Her pupils slightly trembled, but she quickly suppressed the thought and returned to her cold demeanor. Kazir was almost perfect, but there was one critical area where he failed. Stella knew that Kazir loved making movies more than he could ever love a woman. She would never be his number one priority. That was a massive red flag. For her, the most important aspect of a relationship was being loved above all else. Kazir couldn't give that, not 100%. She scoffed and then glared at Kazir again. Excuse me? Did I do something wrong? Kazir noticed her mood and asked cautiously. It's nothing. I just remembered something. Anyway, let's start our meeting. She sat down, pushing away her spiteful thoughts. She was highly professional, one of the reasons she was perfect for the role of CEO. Okay. Kazir nodded. Chapter 437. First of all, Stella put down the script for Taken 3 and flipped to the first page. She pointed at the second page, directly at the third paragraph. What the hell is this? What do you think of it? Kazir sighed. Stella rubbed her forehead. She had read the first version of the script, and the latest version of the first scene was different from what she remembered. You do understand that our country just suffered a terrorist attack 3 years ago, right? I know. For the record, I didn't write this scene to remind people of the tragedy of 9/11. What I want is to make people alert about their surroundings and understand that peace is such a fragile thing. Still, this might make our movie rated R. So what? If you're talking about the highest-grossing R-rated movie, The Hangover is currently taking the 4th spot. And I'm the one who wrote and directed that movie. And if you're talking about box office performance, The Matrix Reloaded grossed more than $741 million. I think Taken 3 can beat The Matrix Reloaded and take the #1 spot. It's not about that. Taken is a pivotal franchise. It's the movie that opened people's eyes about kidnapping and sex trafficking. And now, the third movie is about a nuclear tragedy? A terrorist act? It doesn't match the vibe at all. Stella had a point. In fact, one of the reasons she worked for Grey Pictures was because of how the studio helped the public understand the seriousness of human trafficking. Heck, when she went to France to meet Kazir for the first time, she had been alert to her surroundings because she had watched Taken. In her opinion, the Taken franchise was all about kidnapping. At least, the first and second movies were centered around that theme. Oh, Stella, you just don't know. Kazir shook his head. Don't know what? The first and second movies were indeed about kidnapping, but the third movie was different. Taken 3 was about revenge. In the first part of the movie, Lenore, Brian's ex-wife, dies at the hands of some Russian mafia because Lenore's current husband has a debt. Yes, the plot didn't have much depth at all, but Lenore's death caused Brian to scorch the earth. Now, Kazir was just upping the ante. Instead of some Russian mob, why not make it a new terrorist group that only wanted to spread destruction all over the world? Overall, Kazir's version of Taken 3 was different from the original. In a way, he was trying to overcome his fear of making his own script, and Taken 3 was one of the first steps. Kazir understood it. Copying movies might have brought him success, but he knew that his achievements were all built on lies. At least for once, he wanted to prove himself. Taken 3 was the start of his development. Perhaps one day, he would create an original film, something he could be truly proud of. Never mind. You wouldn't understand it, Kazir said, not bothering to explain further. Stella wouldn't believe it anyway. He couldn't just say that the original version of Taken 3 was more of a revenge movie than a kidnapping story. TCH, I changed my mind. You are indeed a walking red flag. I have no idea why you're telling me that. The first scene of Taken 3 involved a massive explosion in San Francisco, during which Lenore died in the tragedy. Being a retired agent, Brian Mills couldn't help but take matters into his own hands. He started contacting people he knew. He even spoke with Luke Hobbs, The Rock, and John Smith, Brad Pitt. These two characters were investigating the case of missing technology and believed the explosion was related to it. Luke Hobbs was a character from Fast and Furious, while John Smith was from Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Just to uncover the truth and exact his revenge, Brian Mills was ready to do everything. Even his daughter couldn't stop him from pursuing vengeance. Taken 3 was the movie where the Syndicate was introduced. The Syndicate is actually one of the antagonists in the Mission Impossible franchise, but they were first introduced in 2011. Sorry, Tom, but I have to steal the idea. Kazir had to. Besides, the Syndicate also tried to start a nuclear war in Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. This time, the purpose of the Syndicate was nothing but pure destruction. The organization consisted of AWOL agents, ninjas, most wanted criminals, hitmen, unknown billionaires, and the remaining members of the fraternity. The fraternity had broken their vow and secretly allied themselves with the Syndicate. This was the reason why the High Table gave the mission to destroy the fraternity. While searching for more clues, Brian Mills discovered that the stocks of weapons companies had skyrocketed after the nuclear attack. He realized this incident might not be so simple. Okay, the plot is interesting, I admit that. You're the one who wrote it, and I'm confident in you. Stella Willow continued the conversation. Thank you. But we have a problem. I'm not confident in the director you want this time. You should wait for Fremont instead. Stella, you have to listen to me. Fremont is busy with La La Land. Even if he is a fast director, he usually makes a movie every 2 years. The pressure of making a movie per year isn't that simple. I know. That's why I'm impressed with your mental strength. But it doesn't matter. Christopher Nolan doesn't fit the vibe of Taken 3. Yes, the #1 candidate for the director's position of Taken 3 was Christopher Nolan. Kazir had recommended the director. With how serious Taken 3 is, I think he fits perfectly. First, it was Justin Lin. Then you recommended more directors. And now you want Christopher Nolan, a noir film director, to direct an action-packed movie? Kazir, what are you thinking? Chapter 438. I'm thinking about the best way for our company to thrive. In my opinion, Christopher Nolan is the best choice to direct Taken 3. Kazir, do you hear yourself right now? Stella Willow was fuming. Perhaps her way of thinking was affected by her recent situation. However, she believed that she was right this time. And actually, what she believed was on point. When you said that you wanted Christopher Nolan to direct Taken 3, I was already skeptical. I've watched all 3 of his movies, and they all have darker themes. Do you want Taken 3 to follow the same theme? Honestly, why not? He shrugged his shoulders. I shouldn't have asked that question. Taken 3 is completely different from the first 2 movies. Besides, 2 of Nolan's movies were crime thrillers. We can fit that style into Taken 3, since Brian Mills is in full detective mode to uncover the truth about the terrorist attack. Okay, fine. You're the boss. I understand that. In terms of filmmaking, you're more talented than me. Note that Stella Willow was a producer, so she had an idea of how filming works. Being the CEO of Grey Pictures, Stella had witnessed how the company flourished. She had also worked hard to make it happen. Now that Grey Pictures was doing well, she was afraid of making mistakes. In her opinion, the company should maintain its stability. Since the Taken franchise was all about kidnapping, she felt like adding a terrorist attack and revenge plots to the movie wouldn't make it better. It might even become a problem. She didn't like the plot at all. Furthermore, when she found out that Kazir wanted a film director like Nolan to direct the movie, she was dismayed. It made her even more stressed. Stella had worked hard for this company, and she didn't want to see it fall. She basically treated it like her child, considering that she now had shares in Grey Pictures. Kazir's decision didn't sit well with her. However, being a professional and knowing that it was impossible to change Kazir's mind, she decided to back down and accept it. She was not happy, though. She leaned back against her chair and sighed. Everything she did for this company was to make it prosper. She hoped Kazir's decision was the right one. She hoped that adding a bit of a noir theme to Taken 3 would actually make it better. If there's something that annoys me, it's the fact that you're trying to help this British director for some reason. Tell me, have you met Christopher Nolan before? No, I've never met him. That makes it more confusing. You just trusted this man even though you've never met him. Kazir just smiled. One of the biggest reasons why he wanted to hire Christopher Nolan was guilt. Yes, he felt guilty. Even though this was a different timeline and no one knew the truth, Kazir understood that he had stolen Nolan's masterpiece, the Dark Knight trilogy. And for that, he was sorry. So, he might as well hire the director to make things fair. At least Nolan's career wouldn't be affected, since Taken 3 would be added to his filmography. People would still respect him. By the way, Christopher Nolan was actually a talented director from the start. His filmography was so great that even someone like Kazir felt jealous. Christopher Nolan was undoubtedly the best director of the new century. His storytelling, his filmmaking, and the box office results of each movie, he was the best for a reason. His first movie, Following, only cost $6,000 to make. This was his debut movie, yet it grossed $126,000. It may look small, but the return on investment was clear. His second movie was probably the start of his fame. Christopher Nolan's Memento grossed $40 million despite a budget of $9 million. His third movie was his knock on the door of the box office. Insomnia grossed $113 million while having a budget of $40 million. Considering that Christopher Nolan was still a newbie in the industry, his first 3 movies were all great. More films were not highly accepted in cinemas because of their heavier themes, yet Nolan's movies were performing well. The start of his peak career was when he directed the Dark Knight trilogy. This time, the start of his peak career was when he directed Taken 3. Stella stood up. She accepted the plan. I will contact Nolan. I'll offer him a promising salary. Thanks, Stella. Oh, by the way, once I'm done filming Batman Begins, you can file for vacation. I know that you've worked so hard for this company, and you deserve a month's vacation. You can plan ahead. Sir, I think I changed my mind. You are not a red flag at all. For the first time in this meeting, Stella smiled. I have no idea what you're talking about. And by the way, did you just call me sir? I thought we made it clear that we're now on a first-name basis. Goodbye, sir. Have a great day. The woman left the room. Hee. Bora Bora, Bali, Maya Bay, Cayman Islands, Puerto Princesa, Santa Monica Beach. No, let's erase Santa Monica Beach. I went there last time with my ex. She started muttering the names of beaches. The private plane landed on the runway of Keflavik International Airport. The door opened, and the passengers exited the flight one by one. The cold air of Iceland, Kazir muttered as the cold, dry breeze hit his face. Kazir and the crew had successfully stepped into Iceland. Now, it was time to go to the hotel and take a rest. Chapter 439. Liam Neeson and Christian Bale were standing on a frozen lake. The strong breeze of snow blew by. The two were holding swords, ready to strike. They both had serious expressions, not caring about the fragile ice beneath their feet. Suddenly, Christian made the first move, and Liam Neeson went on defense. The two were not really fighting. Even their sword fight looked mediocre if you watched it in person. They were moving slowly, obviously because the swords they carried were made of real metal. The swords were not sharp, to make sure they wouldn't injure each other. Grey Pictures had so many weapon props in their storage that the crew could reuse them repeatedly. Despite their slow movement, it was true that Christian and Liam's battle looked nice. They had trained in this exact choreography for weeks, taught by professionals. So even though it looked meh, the cameras that were capturing the scene made it look epic. This scene would also undergo editing to make it more action-packed, with captivating background music and the sound of swords clashing added. Even the ice lake they were fighting on was 100% safe. The crew had checked it twice and confirmed that it could be used for filming. Also, a few meters away from the scene, some crew members were fishing on the frozen lake by drilling a hole. As for the soft snow breeze that lasted for 3 seconds, it was real. They didn't use artificial snow. They were just lucky to capture that moment while Christian and Liam were fighting. Of course, Kazir decided to include it in the movie to make it more authentic. Okay, cut. That's all for today. When Kazir said the job was done, both Christian and Liam stopped fighting. Then, their assistants gave them hot towels and tea or coffee to warm their stomachs. It was cold, after all. Liam dropped all of the serious acting and started shivering once the cameras stopped rolling. It's really cold, the veteran actor muttered. Yeah, it is, Christian replied. Even though Christian was cold, he still maintained his serious vibe, probably still in the zone of being Bruce Wayne, a person undergoing training under an organization. Bruce Wayne would feel cold, but he wouldn't act weak. The two actors went to their respective trailers. Their trailers had heaters. Having a trailer and a heater in this cold place in Iceland was really a privilege. Kazir made sure that his actors would always be comfortable, no matter what the circumstances. He didn't want them to feel any stress while on the filming set. Besides, Warner Brothers were rich, and they could send dozens of trailers with heaters for the crew to use. The crew cleaned the set, while some prepared the tents. They were in the middle of nowhere, and the nearest city was a 4-hour drive if the road wasn't covered in snow. Thankfully, the production crew had everything they needed. Kazir looked around and saw a few people around the fishing hole, trying to catch fish. I really have no idea what's happening here. He approached them. You don't have any scenes to film here, so why are you here? He stared at Scarlett Johansson, who was sitting next to her fishing rod while sipping hot chocolate. I'm having a vacation. I'm tired of going to warm countries, so I decided to take a vacation in white snow this time. You're having a vacation in Iceland, very close to our filming set. Nope. I'm part of the crew, so of course I'm going to stay with you guys. He sighed. He sat on the unoccupied seat next to Scarlett. The woman was wearing a thick jacket and a beanie hat. You're fishing while the others are working. Don't you know that you're affecting our job right now? It's not my fault. I'm just fishing. Look at Enrico, he's also having fun. Scarlett and Kazir looked at Enrico Pusey, who was waiting for his fishing rod to move. "I'm having fun," the producer muttered. He already had 5 fish in his bucket. Kazir curiously looked at Scarlett's bucket and found nothing. He couldn't control himself and laughed. "You said you're fishing, but you haven't even caught one, haha." The woman pouted. "This is my first time doing this." "Yeah, right. Here, let me help you." "But what about your job?" Scarlett handed the fishing rod to Kazir, and the man checked if it had bait. Sure enough, there was none. "Today's job is done. It's not that bad to take a rest once in a while." "That's great to hear." Scarlett passed him a cup of hot chocolate. "Thanks." A few minutes later, Kazir caught a fish. "We got one." Scarlett was so happy that her bucket had a fish at last. This also made Kazir smile. More people arrived and looked at what they were doing. The crew decided to build a tent around the fishing hole to fend off the snow. Just like that, some people who were interested in fishing copied what they did and also tried to catch fish. Unfortunately, they only had a few fishing rods to use. When the sky turned dark, Enrico Pusey had caught the most fish, with 14 fish. Second was Liam Neeson, who also joined the fun, with 11 fish. Third was Kazir, who had 7 fish. Fourth was Christian Bale, who caught 6 fish. The crew decided to roast fish that night. The atmosphere was lively despite the cold. It felt like they were having a camp instead of working. Well, their 2 bosses were having fun, so they were going with the flow. This was a rare moment where the crew took advantage of the situation and had fun. Chapter 440. The filming in Iceland went smoothly. They took some background shots and also took advantage of the situation to fish more. Kazir was consistent and never forgot any scenes. If he had an idea, he would talk to the crew and shoot it within their capabilities. "I didn't know you could cook. Don't underestimate me." "Of course I can." Cook. It had been 2 weeks since the crew stepped foot in Iceland. Honestly, they were getting tired of the cold weather. It was a good thing that they never overextended, since Kazir was fast with his job as a director. 2 days from now, they would return to the United States. While staying in Iceland, the crew members developed a hobby of fishing. So right now, on the table, Kazir was looking at freshly fried fish and chips. He was amazed by the woman who cooked the dish because he didn't expect it at all. Scarlett remarked that she could cook, and Kazir unconsciously chuckled when he heard it. She was probably talking about microwaving some stuff. Kazir believed so. Scarlett was recognized as one of the most beautiful and hottest celebrities in Hollywood. Surely, she could hire someone to cook her food. Besides, actresses in Hollywood usually maintain their weight to ensure that their facial features wouldn't change. She wouldn't have the luxury of indulging in homemade cooking. When Scarlett heard his mocking laugh, she clicked her tongue and made a bet. "Let's make a bet. You will do whatever I want once I show you that I can cook." "Okay, if you can really cook, I will do whatever you want." He grinned. "She'll probably ask me to increase her screen time in the movie." He had heard this favor so many times from actors and agents. Some even tried to bribe him. "Don't try to escape once I prove myself to you." Scarlett was beaming with anger. This man dared her to cook. He didn't know what he was stepping into. Believing that this bet was simple, Kazir was invited to a cookout. The production had hired a group of cooks to prepare food whenever the crew members were busy. Most of the time, people in the production crew didn't have time to cook, so they owed a lot to these cooks. In front of witnesses, Scarlett entered the kitchen and started cooking. Kazir's face was smiling at first, but his expression slowly turned into a frown as he saw how Scarlett cooked meals. Let her cook. A few minutes later, a plate of food was delivered right in front of him. The people around him were looking at Kazir, waiting for his response. Some of them also wanted to have a taste of Scarlett's dish. He sighed and decided to taste it. It was actually delicious. It wasn't Michelin restaurant level, but it was definitely delicious. Don't try to make an excuse and say that fish and chips are simple dishes. If you want, I can also cook another meal. We have fettuccine pasta. I can cook fettuccine Alfredo for you. Nah, I'm not that petty. I admit that you can cook. Also, I have no idea what fettuccine Alfredo is. Some Italians in the crew gasped when Kazir said that. Okay, fine. You win. So what do you want me to do? Scarlett glanced at the people who were enjoying the scene. I'll tell you later. All right. Kazir agreed. He also knew that it would be uncomfortable if Scarlett said she wanted more screen time. In front of many people, especially when Christian Bale and Liam Neeson were also there. As for keeping his promise of increasing her screen time, Kazir would try his best to do so while not destroying the movie. After all, Batman Begins was about a superhero fighting crime, not a romance story. Ah, I remember, there was no romance, only tragedy. Rachel Dawes died in The Dark Knight. Even Romeo and Juliet didn't have an intense scene like that, where Batman had to choose which person he had to save. The filming in Iceland ended. For some reason, Scarlett never talked about the bet, and Kazir also forgot about it since he had a job to do. Despite staying in Iceland for more than 2 weeks, the crew didn't have time to see the Aurora Borealis. Perhaps they might have a chance later. The crew returned to the United States, and many of them were happy to experience the warm weather of Los Angeles. Despite the winter, Los Angeles was still warmer than Iceland. November was a busy month for Hollywood, as 6 big movies were released that month. The Polar Express, from Warner Brothers. Bridget Jones, The Edge of Reason, from Universal Pictures. Finding Neverland, from Miramax. National Treasure, from Walt Disney. SpongeBob SquarePants, the movie, from Paramount Pictures. Alexander, from Warner Brothers. Some of these movies surpassed $200 million, while others stayed in the usual $100 million box office range. By the way, Angelina Jolie actually starred in Alexander. The actress was questioned about the reason why she and Kazir were no longer dating, and the woman just smiled and didn't answer. Even though Warner Brothers was working with Kazir, they didn't hesitate to use his past relationship as a way of promoting their movie. Kazir didn't like it, but he didn't have a say in this regard. He was also working under Warner Brothers, after all. Besides, it was too late when he heard the news, so he just let it go. He decided to focus more on his project. He also had to attend the premiere of La La Land this week. He was the screenwriter of that movie. Chapter 441. La La Land was first released on November 25th at the American Film Institute Festival in Los Angeles as a small premiere. The movie didn't win any awards, so the film crew had to settle for 7 days of small screenings in Los Angeles, only having 5 theaters to release the movie on December 9th. This was one of the requirements to get a nomination for the Academy Awards. The movie should have a theatrical release that must last at least 7 consecutive days, with at least 3 screenings per day. So 7 days passed by, and the movie grossed $1 million. For a movie that only had 5 theaters screening it for 7 days, that result was not that bad. Lionsgate fought for more theaters. The Cinema Alliance was trying to assess the profitability of La La Land. They knew that the director of this movie was Fremont Smith. Fremont was known for making action movies, and this musical was definitely not his forte. Still, they decided to give the movie 200 theaters at the start of December 16th. When the 200 theaters were announced, Lionsgate officially planned a red carpet. The cast of La La Land obviously attended the event despite the not-so-good publicity. After all, Lionsgate was just a second-tier studio. The company didn't have much power to move the media. Thankfully, Lionsgate was gaining confidence in its business decisions, especially after the success of Saw at the box office. They spent money on La La Land, that was for sure. Kazir attended the red carpet, but didn't stay long. It was not his movie, and he was not part of the cast. He didn't want the audience to focus their attention on him. Once the movie was done, Kazir congratulated Fremont, Brianna, and even Ryan Gosling. After that, he left the theater. 16 days after the screening of La La Land, the movie grossed $9 million at the box office with 200 theaters. The Cinema Alliance saw the profitability, so they decided to give it more theaters. They felt that the movie would do better compared to the other movies released in the same month. In December, the only movies that could compete with La La Land were Blade, Trinity, Ocean's 12, Million Dollar Baby, and The Aviator. The matchups for December 2004 were kind of weak. There was no Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings to dominate the month. Most of the time, those two would be released in December. Well, the Lord of the Rings trilogy was completed, while Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban was already released in May. Since the Cinema Alliance couldn't find promising gems in the releases this month, they decided to assign more theaters to La La Land. When Christmas arrived, the number of theaters screening La La Land went up to over 700. That was the start of La La Land's smooth sailing. Lionsgate was so happy when they saw the numbers going up. They were the investor and distributor of La La Land, so they would have suffered the most if the movie had failed. Thankfully, that didn't happen. Even Fremont and the cast sighed in relief when they saw that their movie was doing well. Nobody wanted to see their hard work and art piece fail. While La La Land was having its screening, Fremont and the cast also promoted the movie. Not only that, but Fremont and Brianna also attended many parties in Los Angeles. Even Ryan Gosling joined the campaign in the hope that he would also get a nomination. God knows how hard it was to get a nomination. Most of the time, it was about how much money you were willing to spend. The Academy Awards were not about performing arts anymore. It was about who was going to spoil them. Kazir experienced it once and had no intention of trying again. Sure, the award was prestigious, but the Academy Awards were never fair. It was the money and politics behind the votes. January arrived, obviously. Kazir didn't have much time to spend on vacation. His vacation was making movies. That was the happiest moment of his life. But of course, he visited his family in New York. The filming of Batman restarted, and their schedule was moving forward at a fast but expected pace. While in that process, Enrico Pucci actually asked him about the possibility of adding Constantine to their DC cinematic universe. What? Kazir was confused at first. Yes, he knew about their so-called cinematic universe, but he didn't take it seriously because he knew that Warner Brothers would have a hard time making one. The official start of the DCU was in 2013, using Man of Steel. He chuckled. Enrico, before thinking about a cinematic universe, you should make sure that the movies are profitable first. If the initial movies don't make money, then the cinematic universe you guys are planning might not happen at all. Enrico was speechless. Constantine, Superman Returns, Green Lantern, Catwoman. They all had similarities. 1. They were all from DC Comics. 2nd, they flopped. They had huge production costs, but the box office they generated couldn't return the investment. This is also the reason why they didn't get sequels. Although there were rumors that Keanu Reeves was interested in Constantine 2, well, that movie might happen around 2 decades later. Chapter 442. Warner Brothers released so many DC movies, but most of them never had sequels due to obvious failure. This was different from Marvel Comics, which had successful superhero franchises. Heck, even Fantastic Four had 2 movies. This franchise had mixed reviews, yet it was still more profitable compared to Green Lantern and Catwoman. Perhaps the difference between the 2 comic companies lay in their investments. Unlike DC Comics, Marvel Comics was poorer, so they rarely invested much in their movies in the 2000s. So even if the box office wasn't high, it was still profitable because the production cost was low. Unlike Superman Returns, which had an investment of more than $400 million including promotion, the worldwide box office was only $390 million. Warner Brothers were really confident that Superman would save them. Let's not even talk about Green Lantern. That was the definition of DC and Warner Brothers making a clear mistake. The production budget was $200 million, but the box office was only $220 million. Even Ryan Reynolds fucking hated the movie. The uncanny CGI, weak storyline, poor visual effects, and failure to establish Green Lantern as a character. Batman v Superman. The only people who could understand this movie were the comic fans. It didn't make sense at all. Suicide Squad, 2016. It had a confusing plot and inconsistent tone, and they completely messed up Joker's portrayal. The fans didn't like it, and the critics didn't like it either. Birds of Prey, Shazam, Fury of the Gods, The Flash. Such a disappointment. Yeah, Warner Brothers and DC Comics didn't know how to handle their projects. They had so much content that they could farm, yet they failed half of the time. Bruh, you have established superhero comics, and millions of people know them. How could you fuck up this much? If Warner Brothers had bought shares in Grey Pictures, and we became partners, I might have found a way to save the DCU. Unfortunately, the DCU is my enemy, and I don't have any intention of helping them. In the first place, the reason why he took on the Dark Knight trilogy was because he was doxxed last year. He decided to ally with Warner Brothers for the time being to receive protection. Whenever Warner Brothers and DC Comics tried to talk to him about possible cooperation regarding their cinematic universe, Kazir always said no. If I were Warner Brothers, they should focus on making their superhero characters more solid and give them proper character development. Also, they should respect the source material. Keep the consistency of the theme and tone of the whole DCU. Find better villains and flesh them out. Don't chase Marvel. This was probably the biggest reason why the DCU failed. They tried to copy Marvel's blueprint. I think I need a little stretching. Liam Neeson said, and people around him chuckled. The man was doing an action stunt. This was the set of Taken 3. The project was already approved in October before Kazir went to Germany. Stella Willow quickly contacted Christopher Nolan and signed him with a contract worth $10 million. This was Nolan's biggest contract so far. The Batman Begins crew only stayed for 3 weeks in Iceland. So when the filming was done, Liam Neeson immediately joined the set of Taken 3 to practice his choreography. In November and December were Taken 3's pre-production, and their filming would start in the 3rd week of January. As for Liam Neeson's role in Batman Begins, as expected, he had already finished filming. Kazir knew that Liam was needed in Taken 3 the most, so he finished all of his scenes before Taken 3 started production. In fact, Batman Begins was now close to completion. The project officially started filming in September. In just 4 months, Kazir was almost done filming Batman Begins. This was the kind of talent many studios were craving. Fast yet profitable. Being an executive producer of Taken 3, of course, Kazir decided to check the progress of the movie. He also spoke with Christopher Nolan, and the two started sharing their ideas and thoughts regarding filmmaking. Kazir watched from the sidelines while the cast was training. He saw Scarlett Johansson sweating and holding 2 bottles of water. Just like Liam Neeson, Scarlett was also in Taken 3. This time, she had some tough stunts to do. They were probably done by professional stunt performers. Anyway, the woman approached Kazir and gave him a bottle. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. She was only wearing a tank top, and Kazir subconsciously glanced at her figure before quickly averting his gaze. Scarlett was hot. She was so sexy that many of the men on the set were glancing at her body. It was no surprise that Kazir also glanced at her. Thanks for the water. You're welcome. You don't look fine, so I decided to give you one. You probably need sleep, the woman muttered while gasping. Kazir lacked sleep. Well, most directors working on their projects lacked sleep. This was standard procedure at this point. You too. I think you also need rest. Kazir replied. Because Scarlett jumped from Batman Begins to Taken 3, she was also tired from working. Rest, huh? I know the best way to quickly fall asleep. She smirked, playfully staring at him. Yeah, what is it? It's S.E. Sigh. Before Scarlett could say it, Harold Whitson showed up with a haggard face. If Kazir and Scarlett looked tired, then the producer looked devastated. His balding was getting obvious. Sigh. Harold let out a long sigh. He seemed to be facing some problems. Chapter 443. Sigh. I don't know what to do. Harold weakly muttered and leaned against the wall next to Kazir and Scarlett. He looked like a young teenager suffering from puppy love. He glanced at Kazir. Kazir, tell me what to do. He looked at Kazir and Scarlett. Kazir was confused, while Scarlett was just staring. The woman was actually disappointed at Harold. Harold had just shown up while Scarlett was flirting with Kazir, shooting her shot. Of course, she didn't like it when the balding producer disturbed their conversation. I have no idea what you're talking about, Harold. Can you please elaborate? Are you talking about the production budget of Taken 3? I thought we all agreed that the budget should be $80 million. Is it not enough? For a second, Kazir thought that Grey Pictures didn't have money. But that should be impossible because they generated more than $1 billion every year, although around 30% of that was their profit. Anyway, it was still a huge amount of money. No, it's not about Taken 3. The production is going great. It's about my wife. She believes I'm cheating. Damn, that's tough, Kazir replied. He didn't have a good experience with the term cheating. No one ever had a good experience with cheating spouses. But are you, though? Scarlett joined in. Of course not. She doesn't even have any evidence because I'm really innocent. I'm not cheating. Then why does she think you're cheating? Realizing that the topic was about relationships, Scarlett became interested. I don't know. She said I was acting strange last year. And now that I've returned to being normal, she thinks I ended my relationship with my mistress. What were you doing last year that made your wife think you were cheating? Scarlett was basically interrogating Harold at this point. I just did what I normally do, which is my job. I was just busy, that's all. Harold wasn't insane enough to explain that he had been entangled with Elizabeth Cohen, Kazir's mom. That would never be a comfortable topic to talk about. I see. Perhaps Kazir had an idea of what happened last year, so he decided to give advice. Why don't you tell her that you love her and that you're not cheating at all? Maybe take her on a date or something, Kazir said. I did that, but she's still grumpy. I don't know, man. I've never cheated in my entire life. Kazir shook his head, and Scarlett glanced at him. This time, it was Scarlett who sighed. What about you and Cameron Diaz? You cheated on Reese with her, right? Huh? Reese and I never dated. Neither of us ever made it official. We also ended on good terms. Uh-huh. So you need a label to make sure that you'll never cheat. Of course. If I have a girlfriend, I'll never cheat. Kazir felt bad about what he did. He was vulnerable at that time and fell for his own mistake. He knew that he wasn't a perfect person, but he would make sure never to make the same mistake again. R.S. I see. I guess I have to make it clear. She whispered that last sentence. The two looked at Harold, who was slumping against the wall. What I don't understand is that she said I'm not her type. I'm not her type anymore. God, I don't know what to do. Well, Harold had gained weight. He also had a receding hairline. He was so busy with his job that he probably didn't have much time for his wife and children. You should probably communicate with your wife more. Oh, and buy her some chocolate and flowers. Maybe she'll like it. Kazir was just offering some common techniques at this point. You should apologize. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. You should apologize to your wife. Go to the gym and lose weight. Oh, you should also cut your hair and go bald instead. It's better to be bald than to have an obvious receding hairline and bald spots, Scarlett added. I'll take note of that. I'm not sure if I'll look good bald, though. The producer sighed for the fourth time before excusing himself. Spoiler alert, Harold and his wife didn't divorce. They had another child instead. Harold's wife was just looking for excuses and reasons so that Harold would work hard for their relationship. It worked, but it was manipulative, though. I hope his relationship with his wife gets better, Kazir said while looking at Harold walking away. He didn't want to see his friends getting depressed because of heartbreak. After all, Kazir had also experienced it, and it was painful. Speaking of type, what about you, Kazir? What's your type in a woman? Scarlett curiously asked. She'd probably take note of it. Me? Let me think. I don't have high standards. I just want a woman who will love me and support me. Someone who can give me peace. That's it. What about her looks and appearance? Vital statistics. Scarlett, at this point in my life, I'm done looking for beautiful women. As long as I love her, it doesn't matter if she's beautiful or not. That's romantic. Thanks, I guess. Kazir chuckled. What about me? Are you not going to ask me what my type is? Nah, I know your type. I read it in Vogue magazine. When Scarlett heard it, she blushed and fanned her face. Scarlett, are you okay? You're getting red. Do you need water? I'm fine. She replied, then drank from her water bottle. She didn't know why, but Kazir's answer made her blush. Chapter 444. Scarlett cupped her cheeks. She was embarrassed because she knew that her face was blushing red right now. She kept glancing at Kazir, who was looking at her worriedly. As expected, he's really handsome. She hated to admit it, but she wanted to squeeze his cheeks. He's so cute and handsome. The corners of her lips curled up without her knowing. She had been facing this feeling for years now. She had to admit it. At first, it was just a crush, but the attraction grew stronger the more she got to know him. Kazir was probably the best man she had ever met, and it would be such a waste if other women acquired him. You know, even finding love was a competition. Since you're going to look for a life partner, why not settle for the best out there? Scarlett had met so many men in the industry, but no one could compare to Kazir and the achievements he had under his belt. That was super attractive, and there was nothing wrong with that. Scarlett, are you okay? Perhaps being curious, Kazir decided to touch the woman's forehead, and Scarlett felt like she was struck by lightning. Her already red face turned even redder. She looked like a tomato at this point. I'm fine. She took a step back, afraid of what she might do. She took a deep breath. She was an actress, for God's sake. Her blushing face returned to normal, and her demeanor also returned to its usual calm. Now, she was staring at Kazir normally, although she knew deep inside that her heart was beating so fast. If you know my type, then you probably know that I like men who are older than me. Yeah, I know about that, Kazir replied without hesitation. He had already read the article, and he respected people's preferences. People are allowed to have preferences, after all. That's good. She smiled and passed him the half-empty bottle she had been drinking earlier. Huh? Why are you giving me your bottle? I have mine. Nothing. That's my gift to you. You pass. She giggled and returned to the training. She was noticeably more cheerful and energetic. I have no idea what's going on in her mind, but I'm happy that she's happy. Taken 3 would continue their training this month. They would start filming in February. The list of the highest-grossing movies of 2004 was a bit surprising. Who would have thought that The Green Ogre would actually dominate the worldwide box office? 1. Shrek 2. The movie almost surpassed $1 billion. It grossed $935 million. DreamWorks Animation was surely celebrating right now, and Jeffrey Katzenberg was probably giving the middle finger to Walt Disney. 2. Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, with $795 million. Well, there's nothing to be surprised about here. Harry Potter had been a strong franchise from the start. The Prisoner of Azkaban was the third movie in the franchise, and it had a solid fan base who watched the films every year. Warner Brothers was surely happy. 3. Spider-Man 2. Compared to the first movie, which created history, the second movie had a slightly lower box office, with $783 million. Well, the movie suffered from scandal. Both Tobey Maguire and Kazir Grey received criticism because of fake allegations. But overall, the result was still positive since $783 million was never a small amount. Also, the biggest profit came from merchandise sales, so Sony Columbia was not disappointed at all. 4. Too Fast, Too Furious. As always, Grey Pictures solidified its position in the industry. The studio kept releasing blockbusters every year. Too Fast, Too Furious grossed $751 million at the worldwide box office. 5. The Incredibles. Created by Pixar Animation Studio, this movie grossed $631 million at the box office. 6. Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. This was the second Continental Cinematic Universe movie on the list. The movie just ended its screening with $624 million. Now that the CCU was becoming more relevant, studios were seriously studying the business structure of the cinematic universe as a whole. 7. The Passion of the Christ. Directed by Mel Gibson, this movie about Jesus Christ's crucifixion garnered mixed reviews all over the globe due to controversies. Overall, the movie grossed $612 million. 8. The Day After Tomorrow was a disaster movie about climate change that caused a second ice age and covered the world in snow. This science fiction film caught people's interest and grossed $552 million. 9. Troy was produced by Warner Brothers. A historical epic starring Brad Pitt, Eric Bana, and Orlando Bloom. It grossed $497 million. This was Brad Pitt's second movie to reach the top 10 this year. The actor's popularity surged, along with his salary. 10. Shark Tale was another DreamWorks animation film. It grossed $374 million. Again, DreamWorks Animation was going to have a celebration, and Jeffrey Katzenberg was probably giving the middle finger to Walt Disney. This was the top 10 highest-grossing list created by Forbes magazine. However, this list was still incomplete since some movies released late in the year still hadn't completed their screening, such as Ocean's 12 and La La Land. The top 10 movies this year were occupied by DreamWorks Animation, 2 movies, Shrek 2, Shark Tale. Warner Brothers, 2 movies, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, Troy. Sony Columbia, 1 movie, Spider-Man 2. Grey Pictures, 2 movies, Too Fast, Too Furious, Mr. and Mrs. Smith 2. Pixar/Walt Disney, 1 movie, The Incredibles. Newmarket Films, 1 movie, The Passion of the Christ. 20th Century Fox, 1 movie, The Day After Tomorrow. Chapter 445. January was in its last week, and several things had happened such as Batman Begins finishing its filming. Now, Kazir had to spend most of his time in the editing room. Another tiring month for Kazir, but it was something he loved to do. The 31st People's Choice Awards also took place, with Johnny Depp and Julia Roberts winning as the most favorite motion picture actor and actress, respectively. In the same month, the 62nd Golden Globes Awards were held. Leonardo DiCaprio won Best Actor in a Motion Picture, while Hilary Swank won Best Actress in a Motion Picture. A lot of people kind of expected these results at the Golden Globes Awards. Some were sad, while others were happy. However, the most devastated were probably Leonardo DiCaprio and Hilary Swank, because most of the time, the winners of the Golden Globes don't end up winning the Academy Awards. It was considered a curse, though not a foolproof one. There were exceptions, like Cate Blanchett, who won both the Golden Globes and the Academy Award for her leading role in Blue Jasmine. Matthew McConaughey, Jennifer Lawrence, and Natalie Portman had similar experiences. Anyway, Leonardo DiCaprio and Hilary Swank still had a chance. Leonardo might have a lower chance though, because for some reason, the Academy Awards just didn't like the idea of Leonardo winning. Aside from award shows, La La Land was also one of the most promising movies released late last year. As of January 28th, La La Land had already surpassed $100 million, grossing $103.26 million. Lionsgate was so confident in the movie's future that they had already contacted their international distributors to prepare for global screenings. Lionsgate wasn't confident enough to say they had a worldwide distribution system, but they did have solid distribution lines in Europe, Australia, South America, parts of Africa, and major regions of Asia. So yeah, they had the capability to release movies internationally. With the success of La La Land, a certain studio couldn't help but be grumpy. That studio was none other than 20th Century Fox. La La Land was initially pitched by Salvatore to 20th Century Fox, but the studio wasn't confident in the genre that Fremont wanted to explore. He had many genres to choose from, yet he decided to go with a musical. Even though the script was written by Kazir Grey, 20th Century Fox still wasn't sure about it. And now, they regretted it so much. They even approached Kazir to ask if he had another musical script in his arsenal. They were willing to buy it at a high price. Kazir simply shook his head. "I can't believe we have the chance to promote here. I thought Warner Brothers wouldn't agree." Ryan Gosling whispered under his breath. Kazir heard what he said and chuckled. They were at the party hosted by Warner Brothers to celebrate the success of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. The actor and the director had nice conversation. Both Ryan and Kazir were approachable and good people, so the two became close after just one conversation. Ryan Gosling had been in the industry since 1996, but he only got the biggest break in his career when he starred in The Notebook last year. That was his biggest role so far, aside from La La Land. You have to understand politics. Warner Brothers agreed to let Fremont promote the movie on their turf because of me and Salvatore. The network we built is so wide that we have connections with every studio. Fremont's purpose is to talk to Academy members at the party in hopes of getting their votes. Brianna is doing the same thing. Ryan nodded. He was still new to this game. Another thing. You have to understand that there are no eternal enemies in this industry. Everyone might be enemies tomorrow, but can be friends today. Warner Brothers understood that Fremont had potential. They're using this small favor to make an impression, hoping Fremont will sign a movie contract with them. I'll tell you this, Fremont is in demand. Just like you, Kazir. Nah, don't flatter me. It won't work. The two laughed. By the way, why aren't you trying to introduce yourself to them? Maybe some members will give their votes to you. Ryan gave a weak smile. My agent determined that we might have a hard time winning Best Actor this year. I'm still a nobody, after all. But there's still a chance, though. Yeah, but I probably can't beat Leonardo DiCaprio or Clint Eastwood. There's nothing wrong with trying. Ryan shook his head, and Kazir didn't push the topic further. After all, he had an idea why Ryan Gosling wasn't trying his best. It was probably because of his agent and PR team. They felt it would be a lost cause to promote Ryan since his chances of winning were low. Doing PR, public relations, costs money, especially when it comes to bribing Academy members. Yes, they had to bribe those old farts in many ways just to get their votes. Ryan was still new to the limelight and didn't have many resources. I just remembered. Is it true that you and Rachel McAdams are dating? Since the topic of Enemy Tomorrow, Friends Today was mentioned, Kazir decided to ask about Ryan's relationship with Rachel McAdams. Kazir had heard that Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams' relationship was nothing but pure publicity. He had seen a lot of actors and actresses getting into relationships to promote their movies. Kazir looked at Ryan Gosling's expression and realized that the actor was actually blushing. I'm sorry, I overstepped my boundaries. Realizing his mistake, Kazir apologized. No, it's fine. I do like Rachel, but I'm not sure about her feelings. So they're still not dating? I guess the tabloids and magazines are hyping their relationship. Huh? But it's strange because I thought they hated each other. I guess some rumors are fake after all. He realized that. Rumors couldn't be trusted. He had to believe in what he saw. Chapter 446. The Academy Awards. Well, was this awards show really relevant? Like, does it even matter if it exists or not? After so many dramas that the Academy Awards created, it could be said that the Academy Awards were indeed relevant, because it was entertaining. Seeing a host get slapped in the face and being made fun of was probably the most devious thing that happened at the Academy Awards. Furthermore, instead of berating the perpetrator, the Academy Awards decided to give the Best Actor award to the said slapper instead. You know, Will Smith had a fucking run at the Academy Awards, and everyone in that building was insane for sympathizing with him. Clearly, Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith were the wrong ones, yet they received a massive standing ovation from the fucking audience. Bruh, bruh, bruh. I'll repeat it till you cringe. Hollywood is downright insane, and people are slowly realizing that. Anyway, despite the dramas that the Academy Awards created, it didn't change the fact that for most actors, this award show meant everything in their career. At the end of the day, earning that golden statue proved that they were recognized as one of the best actors or actresses in the industry. It means that they made a name for themselves. It was not surprising that the Academy Awards became the most prestigious award show in the world. Gaining recognition on this platform was something to be proud of. It was February 3rd. Frank Pearson and Adrian Brody stood on the stage of the Samuel Goldwyn Theater in Beverly Hills, California. They announced the nominations for the upcoming 77th Academy Awards. The people who attended this small party were interested in these nominations because most of them were competing at the Oscars. Fremont Smith, Brianna Evans, and the cast of La La Land were at their tables, waiting for the announcement. One by one, the names of movies and people were announced. Some were sad, some were happy, and some were happier because they had received many nominations. Brianna and Fremont sighed in relief when they heard their names. Their hard work paid off after socializing for months. They were nominated for Best Actress and Best Director, respectively. Even Ryan Gosling was a bit surprised when he heard his name. He thought the Academy Awards would disregard him. Well, in the original timeline, Ryan Gosling was indeed nominated for the Best Actor award for starring in La La Land. La La Land got 5 nominations: Best Actor, Best Actress, Best Director, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Original Song. The Aviator got 11 nominations. Finding Neverland and $1 Million Baby both got 7 nominations. Ray got 6 nominations. Sideways and La La Land both got 5 nominations. Surprisingly, Spider-Man 2 received 3 nominations despite being a mainstream movie. Although the 3 nominations were all minor awards. Spider-Man 2 received nominations for Best Visual Effects, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Sound Editing. The news quickly spread. Is that so? I didn't expect that Spider-Man 2 would get nominated. Congratulations on getting a nomination. Please congratulate Brianna for me. Nah, you don't have to thank me. What I did was just give you the script. You did all of the hard work. You deserve every achievement because you earned it. Yeah, if you need help, you can contact me or Salvatore. Kazir ended the call. Fremont had just called him to tell him the good news. Indeed, Kazir was surprised that Spider-Man 2 received 3 nominations. However, he kind of expected that they would be minor awards at best. After all, he knew that the Academy Awards had extreme disgust for mainstream movies, even though mainstream movies were the reason why Hollywood was still relevant. Hollywood was not built to spread art. Hollywood was built because there was profit to be earned. Kazir rubbed his eyes and looked at the dimmed monitors in front of him. The editor that Warner Brothers sent to help him was already on the cold floor, sleeping without a care. They had been editing the footage for 2 weeks straight now. He yawned and checked his phone. It was 9 p.m. Before sleeping, he decided to take a walk to calm his nerves. He had a lot of stuff to do, and he hadn't had much rest. He was happy that everyone around him had a good life. Even Harold Whitsend, who was depressed a month ago, was now beaming with happiness after he found out that his wife was pregnant again for the 3rd time. Anyway, Harold decided to go bald and take some time for his family. He was also training in the gym to lose weight. Even Salvatore, who was still single for some reason, was having a great time at CAA. Yes, Salvatore was now a co-chairman of CAA after Brian Lord stepped out of the company. Once Brian Lord was gone, Kevin Huvan got the CEO position. Now, Kevin was the CEO and co-chairman of CAA, while Salvatore became the new co-chairman. It took more than a year for this inside politics to end. Kazir's family was also doing well. The new business endeavor that Victor and Aaron promoted was making money. Their company was responsible for the online marketing of Batman Begins. Kazir recommended their company to Warner Brothers. Kazir was happy that everyone around him was happy. He took the elevator to reach the ground floor. Being alone in the elevator, Kazir's mind was in deep thought. This is not bad. I've been alone my entire life. At least this time, the people around me are happy. He smiled at the thought. Then, the elevator opened, and Kazir was surprised when he saw Scarlett holding a lunchbox. She was wearing sunglasses despite it being nighttime. She was in her loose t-shirt and baggy pants. Scarlett. "Hey, Kazir." The woman stuttered for some reason, as if her mind stopped working when she saw Kazir. Chapter 447. "I cooked too much," Scarlett muttered to herself while looking at the dish she had prepared. She made fettuccine alfredo because she remembered that she had promised Kazir she would cook it for him later. Well, she didn't exactly promise anything, but she just wanted to prove to Kazir that she could cook. She had decided to practice making the dish to ensure she wouldn't mess it up later. However, she didn't expect that the amount she prepared would be far too much for her to eat alone. Scarlett was an actress, and she had to maintain her weight. That was one of the many curses actresses usually suffered from. Hollywood was cruel to women and had so many expectations regarding their appearance. Geez, what to do? I already ate my share, and I can't eat everything on my own. It'd be a waste to throw it out. She touched her flat stomach. She had to brainwash herself into thinking she was full. Otherwise, she might gain a few pounds if she ate any more. She recalled the times when Kazir took her to restaurants. She smiled. Even though Kazir was serious most of the time, he encouraged Scarlett to eat whatever she wanted. He said eating a delicious meal was a luxury that everyone should experience. In fact, while filming Batman Begins, Kazir had told Scarlett that she didn't need to worry about eating because she would still look beautiful no matter what. That guy? He just said it without any hesitation. He didn't even know I was blushing the whole time. She sighed, feeling a bit happy. Anyway, she kept thinking about Kazir and couldn't help herself. Perhaps she was love-struck. Kazir was a caring person, the only man who told her that eating until she was full was totally fine. I wonder what he's doing right now. Scarlett sat down, looking at the fettuccine alfredo that was getting colder by the minute. Knowing Kazir, he's probably in the editing room at Warner Brothers. He's been spending most of his time editing the movie. He probably eats instant noodles and pizza all the time. That's so unhealthy. Scarlett was spot on. She wasn't wrong. The whole time Kazir was in the editing room, he had been editing the movie and eating instant noodles and pizza. He even ate donuts for sugar. She bit her lip and looked at her watch. It was 8:20 p.m. He's still awake, right? She asked herself. Should I? I mean, I have kind intentions, but really? Should I go there? I know he needs nutritious food. So, after a few minutes of inner monologue, Scarlett was in turmoil. In the end, she decided to follow her heart. She reheated the pasta, grabbed her car key, wore sunglasses, and drove to Warner Brothers. She knew what room Kazir stayed in since she had visited there thrice for dubbing lines. As expected, rush hour traffic hit when Scarlett got in her car. She was so sad when she finally reached Warner Brothers because the pasta had already gone cold. Anyway, there might be a microwave she could use. She spoke to the receptionist, and the receptionist let her in. She stopped in front of the elevator and pressed the button. Gosh, Scarlett, what are you doing to yourself? While waiting for the elevator, embarrassment struck her, and she started questioning herself about what she was doing. She touched her cheeks. Then the elevator doors opened, and Kazir was inside. Scarlett. Hey, Kazir. She stiffened and squealed. Why are you here? I cooked too much pasta, so I decided to give you the remaining share so it won't go to waste, she said quickly, like she was rapping. She shoved the lunchbox into Kazir's hands. And beta. Thank you, I appreciate it. Kazir was surprised at first. He accepted the lunchbox and took a look at it. There was an awkward silence for a moment. Then, I guess I'll leave now. Growl. It was a long stomach grumble. The sound came from Scarlett's stomach, revealing the truth that she was still hungry. Fortunately, there was no one else in the elevator except the two of them. Still, it was embarrassing for Scarlett. Kazir remained silent and looked at Scarlett, who was blushing and pouting. Her sunglasses couldn't hide it. She looked like she was going to cry at any moment, and she looked adorable. She wanted to slap herself, though, because what happened was just too embarrassing. How about we share? This food is too much for one person. Kazir offered, trying to stop himself from laughing. Yes, let's eat together, she replied, her face still blushing. Warner Brothers had a cafeteria downstairs. Kazir asked for plates and utensils from the canteen. The two of them found a microwave and reheated the pasta. You need to eat to maintain a healthy body. Thanks. Nah, I should be the one thanking you. This dish is delicious. I've only been eating noodles and pizza this week, so this whatever Alfredo is a game changer. Fettuccine Alfredo. Yeah. The two laughed and finished eating. They chatted for a while before wrapping up their meeting. It's cold outside. Use my jacket. Scarlett was surprised when Kazir put his jacket around her shoulders. She glanced at Kazir, who acted as if it were the most normal thing in the world. You really know how to make a woman's heart beat faster, she whispered under her breath. Did you say something? Nope. She sighed. The two walked to the parking lot, where Scarlett's car was parked. Have a safe drive. I will. Hey. Scarlett stopped walking and turned around. She looked at Kazir seriously. Do you remember the bet we made in Iceland? Yeah, I remember that. Kazir lied. He didn't remember it at all. He just recalled it now. Since I won that bet, you have to do what I say, right? Yeah, I promised. Scarlett smirked. I want you to take me seriously. Don't act like you don't know what's going on. Kazir, you're better than this. Kazir didn't know what to say. Scarlett got in her car and drove away, leaving Kazir speechless. She got me. Chapter 448. Kazir was stunned as Scarlett's car left the building. A few seconds later, he chuckled and shook his head. It was true that he had forgotten he owed Scarlett regarding the bet in Iceland. He had actually thought Scarlett would use that bet to increase her screen time in the movie. Oh boy, he was wrong. He didn't expect that she would use it like this. I guess I have to be honest as well. Kazir was not stupid. He knew what was happening. He had an idea why Scarlett was doing all this. Although he was oblivious when it came to complimenting her, he was simply stating his honest thoughts. Yeah, I should move on now. Kazir had no reason to mourn a dead relationship. He had to move forward and build his future. Since that's what you want. He opened his phone and called Erica, his assistant. Erica, I want you to cancel my plans on February 14th. Yeah, tell Lionsgate to adjust the schedule. I have a date that day. January and February didn't have much of a lineup of heavy movies. Only Hitch, starring Will Smith, had been released during those 2 months and made money. Hitch was actually a romance movie despite its title. It was released on February 11th, very close to Valentine's Day. There wasn't much to look at in the box office during these weeks. Even La La Land had lost almost half of its theaters after more than 2 months of screening. So far, the movie had grossed $124 million domestically and $67 million internationally. The movie was actually in a great spot despite the slow progression. Because once February 27th arrived and La La Land won awards at the Academy Awards, the movie would get a second run at the box office. People would become more interested in La La Land once they found out the movie had won at the Oscars. Cinema Alliance would probably increase its number of theaters since it would never turn down more profits. Of course, this scenario would only happen if La La Land won awards at the 77th Academy Awards. If not, then they would have to be happy with what they got. The movie would probably surpass $300 million worldwide, so it was still a successful film. I'm really happy to meet you today, director. A man was beaming, grinning as he looked at the star-studded director across the table. Yeah, me too. Kazir thought he wouldn't be meeting anyone from Lionsgate this week. He had moved the schedule. Rather, Erica had spoken to Lionsgate to move the schedule. But instead of postponing it, Lionsgate decided to advance the meeting instead. Omicron bade excellence. So today, on February 11th, Kazir had to meet one of the producers from Lionsgate. The guy responsible for Now You See Me. Now You See Me was a script that Lionsgate had purchased from Kazir. They knew that to start a big franchise, they needed a script that had a strong chance of winning at the box office. Everyone in Hollywood knew that only Kazir Grey had that in his arsenal. Kazir never failed to deliver a good product to his customers. That was the reason he was in such high demand. Before we start the meeting, can I get an autograph, please? The producer, Mason Aiden, who would be forgotten a few chapters later since he was not relevant, pulled out a DVD case from his suitcase. The title of the movie was Zombie Pajama Dance Party. Kazir almost cringed. Out of all my movies, he wants me to sign an autograph on this corny horror movie of mine. He smiled, or at least tried to. He pulled out a pen and signed his signature. He didn't even know this movie had a DVD version. He had sold the rights to this movie to a small studio. Well, The royalties from his horror movies were sent to his bank account, but he never looked at them because they were insignificant compared to the millions he made every year. After that cringeworthy signing, the two parties began talking about Now You See Me. Kazir was the executive producer on paper, but he never attended the filming at all. He had been busy. Yet the fact that Lionsgate still paid him $1 million as his salary was mind-boggling. Lionsgate was probably trying to make a good impression so they could get more scripts from Kazir. This was a bribe. As for how Now You See Me would perform at the box office, it would probably do well. I almost forgot. Congratulations on La La Land. Thanks for investing in this movie. Please help Fremont and Brianna to win the Academy Awards. Fremont and Brianna were his friends. He wanted to see them win. All of them were clients of Salvatore Barlow. If the three of them won, then Salvatore would have 3 award-winning clients. Even though this agent was in demand, he never accepted any new clients anymore because he didn't have to. Some celebrities would love to become Salvatore's client because of the intensive network he had, but the agent had stopped accepting anyone new. You don't have to thank us, director. If La La Land wins at the Academy Awards, it'll also be a good thing for us. Lionsgate will make more money if La La Land wins at the Academy. Besides, you're the scriptwriter of La La Land. We should be the ones thanking you instead. Thanks for writing La La Land. Mason Aiden, a nameless producer, shyly replied. He was shy because his idol was asking him for a favor. Chapter 449. Kazir couldn't deny that. He was the writer of La La Land and a major factor in its success. However, the box office already made a clear statement, and Kazir was confident that La La Land was profitable. What he needed from Lionsgate was their influence. Despite being a second-rate studio, they had the power to help Fremont and Brianna win their respective awards. If Fremont and Brianna win the Best Director and Best Actress awards, I don't mind working with you. I might even direct a movie for Lionsgate. Kazir smiled, trying to increase the benefits. The benefits of winning at the Academy Awards were significant. It could boost the box office performance of La La Land, and it could also increase its DVD sales. However, what Kazir offered was a benefit that Lionsgate would have a hard time achieving on their own. They had tried multiple times to hire Kazir to direct their films. God knows how many times they had tried and how much money they had offered to convince the director, but Kazir was no longer moved by money. At this point in his career, what he sought was fun and the joy of directing movies. It didn't matter which studio he worked with. Gulp. Mason Aiden, the producer who might play a role in this novel, swallowed hard. He couldn't help but gulp down the saliva stuck in his throat, or else he might suffocate from sheer shock. He had heard it clearly and understood what Kazir was saying, but his mind took a second to fully process it. We will do our best. Winning an Academy Award was not simple. So many movies and celebrities were fighting for those honors. Lionsgate would have a tough time winning even one. They were supporting La La Land and hoped it would win, but Lionsgate had not been going all out. They were still relatively new in the industry, and their social network was not as vast as Miramax's. But now, Lionsgate had a reason to go all in. Just like the lottery, despite the low odds, the prize was well worth it. I'm glad to hear that. The two shook hands. Despite being a verbal agreement, Mason knew that this was the best outcome they could hope for from Kazir. The director had a strong reputation and wouldn't back out of his promise. You don't have to worry, I won't break my promise. I can either sell another script to Lionsgate or direct a movie for Lionsgate. Of course. Mason nodded twice, wiping his sweaty forehead. He didn't expect this small meeting to end up like this. He felt like his seat was on fire from all the pressure. Actually, Kazir's next movie was already planned for 2006. It was none other than Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. The props had long been prepared, and even the cast had signed their contracts. They were, in fact, undergoing training at that moment, particularly Johnny Depp and Orlando Bloom. This was also the reason why Grey Pictures only had one CCU movie. They would overextend their resources if they attempted to produce 3 movie projects and a TV series in a single year. That was a problem Grey Pictures had faced 2 years ago, back when they believed they could handle 4 projects per year. God, that had been a bit of a nightmare, even for Stella Willow. In 2003, Grey Pictures arrogantly released Wanted 2, The Equalizer, Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl, and their TV series Game of Thrones. Thankfully, despite their overconfidence, all 4 projects were successful. Each one had generated millions in profit. So now, Grey Pictures returned to their usual 2-movie-per-year strategy. As for Game of Thrones, Fox TV was taking care of the series. They had no intention of letting it jump to another network. If both Fremont and Brianna win, I have no problem working with Lionsgate. But they'll have to wait. Of course, I'll pick the movie I direct. Maybe the script will come from me too. The Cinefamily, a non-profit cinema exhibition, a silent movie theater on Fairfax Avenue in Los Angeles. The Cinefamily mostly featured silent films and old, obscure cult classics that didn't receive much attention. The Cinefamily also held live score screenings, where silent films were accompanied by live musicians. Tonight, on Valentine's Day, Scarlett was smiling ear to ear while sitting next to Kazir. Of course, she was happy that the man had finally made the first move and invited her on a date. And now, she was having fun because the silent film they were watching was The Circus, 1928, starring Charlie Chaplin. Despite being almost a century old, the movie still made her laugh. The musicians accompanying the silent film made it even livelier. At first, she had been skeptical about the venue Kazir chose, but she didn't expect it to be this enjoyable. Even Kazir, who was serious most of the time, was laughing. The two had a great night. They had dinner at an expensive restaurant and shared interesting conversations. I had fun. Me too. Scarlett blushed. They agreed to go on another date next week. Scarlett was so happy. Now, she didn't regret pushing Kazir to take her seriously because she liked being taken seriously. Chapter 450. Wearing a light blue suit, Ryan Gosling stepped out of the limousine and extended his hand to Brianna Evans. The woman placed her hand in Ryan's and gracefully stepped out of the limousine. Brianna was wearing a sleeveless silver sequin A-line dress that reached below her knees. She looked gorgeous. Brianna was known for her exceptional acting talent, not necessarily her looks, but tonight, she was truly stunning. Brianna and Ryan had chemistry in the movie La La Land, and some fans even shipped them in real life. However, Ryan was dating Rachel McAdams, so that scenario was impossible. Ryan was simply Brianna's partner for the Academy Awards tonight. Nothing deeper was happening between them. Both of them received nominations at the Oscars, so they were doing great. Even Ryan's PR team was surprised when the actor secured a nomination. The two walked along the red carpet, posed for cameras, and were then interviewed by the reporters. These scenes would be repeated by countless celebrities tonight. It was the standard procedure whenever a red carpet event took place. 1. A celebrity would step out of an expensive car, usually a limousine. 2. He or she would wave at the fans, and the fans would go crazy, screaming their name. 3. He or she would pose for cameras, despite the blinding flashes that never stopped. 4. A reporter would ask questions about the event. The celebrity would respond, and then head into the theater. However, unlike movie premieres, the pressure of stepping onto the red carpet at the Academy Awards was on another level. The 77th Academy Awards was broadcast live by ABC, so not only the fans present could witness the event, but millions of people across America were watching it live. If someone made an embarrassing mistake, millions would see it, unless the network was airing a commercial break. Still, reporters hoped for such slip-ups. They loved writing juicy articles. Some even went as far as fabricating stories. Thousands of celebrities attended the 77th Academy Awards. Some were invited by the Academy and received tickets, while others were there to compete for awards. By the way, if someone got nominated or won an Oscar, they became eligible to be a member of the Academy, AMPAs, without needing a sponsor. If Ryan Gosling applied to be a member, he would easily be accepted. With Brianna Evans holding Ryan's arm, showing their closeness, the two entered the Kodak Theater. They look sweet. Scarlett, awed, as she watched Ryan and Brianna wave to fans before entering the theater. She was watching the program on television. She hadn't attended because she wasn't invited. You think so? Kazir asked, sipping a beer. Of course. Brianna is my friend, and I want her to find happiness. I haven't seen her dating anyone, and I'm worried. The two were watching the 77th Academy Awards in Scarlett's apartment. This was their third date, and Scarlett had offered to cook dinner for the two of them at her place. Kazir wasn't sure if this invitation carried a deeper meaning, but he happily accepted. Her cooking was amazing and delicious. They had just finished dinner, which Kazir thoroughly enjoyed. Lately, he'd mostly been eating junk food. A home-cooked meal was heaven sent. They both knew tonight was the 77th Academy Awards, so the TV had been on the whole time. Kazir was friends with Fremont and Brianna, and so was Scarlett. All four of them were clients of Salvatore Barlow, so they had met on occasion. If Fremont and Brianna won their respective awards, it would be a great boost for Salvatore. It would also help Scarlett indirectly, as people would start taking her more seriously once they realized she was one of Salvatore's clients. As for Kazir, well, he didn't need a boost anymore. In fact, he was the one providing the boost at this point. He was the writer of La La Land, after all. The script had secured Academy Award nominations for Fremont, Brianna, and Ryan. Scarlett offered him a beer, and Kazir thanked her. Since then, they had been watching the program, drinking, and munching on snacks. Scarlett decided to forget about dieting tonight, not when she and Kazir were having such a fun time. The two of them were talking and laughing. They were seated close to each other, their skin occasionally brushing, sending sparks through them. While commercials aired, they remained in their own little world. "I'm having fun. Thanks, Scarlett." Me too." The woman nodded, blushing. Perhaps it was the alcohol, or maybe the lack of space between them, but Scarlett was definitely blushing. Then, they looked into each other's eyes. A quiet moment passed between them. Alcohol can make a person brave, and this time, it did. Scarlett leaned in and kissed Kazir on the lips. The man responded and kissed her back. He gently placed a hand behind her head while Scarlett wrapped her arms around his neck. They shared a passionate kiss that lasted over a minute. When they finally parted, they were breathless and intoxicated. Scarlett giggled and bit her lip. The sensation of the kiss still lingered. Then, the 77th Academy Awards resumed. Kazir and Scarlett giggled again and turned their attention back to the screen. This time, Scarlett leaned her head on Kazir's shoulder as they watched. They held hands while the show introduced Chris Rock as the host of the Oscars. This year's Academy Awards didn't have many heavy hitters, so most of the buzz revolved around La La Land, The Incredibles, and Spider-Man 2. Chapter 451. Despite having few heavy hitters, the 77th Academy Awards still received a good reception. Every year, millions of people watched this show. The Academy Awards were about rich celebrities receiving accolades, and for some reason, ordinary people loved watching it. Perhaps they just wanted to see the celebrities they supported win awards. The ratings of the program, telecast by ABC, averaged 42.14 million viewers. It was 3% lower than the previous year. Well, The Lord of the Rings trilogy had ended last year. LOTR fans had supported the movie passionately, hoping that The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, would win multiple awards. Their hard work paid off because the film won 11 awards. It took home Best Picture, Best Director, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Original Score, Best Visual Effects, Best Art Direction, Best Costume Design, Best Makeup, Best Sound Mixing, and Best Film Editing. Honestly, it looked like someone from The Lord of the Rings had bribed the Academy to shower the film with awards. But considering how The Lord of the Rings lost many awards in the past, it was fitting that it won last year. Sort of like the Academy, AMPA's pity fucked the movie out of guilt. The show went on, and more awards were presented and announced. So far, most of the awards were being won by The Aviator and Million Dollar Baby. The Best Visual Effects Award goes to Jake Gyllenhaal. The presenter of the Best Visual Effects Award opened the envelope to announce the winner. As the award for Best Visual Effects was being revealed, Kazir, who was sitting on the couch next to Scarlett, sat up slightly straighter. He wanted to hear which movie would win the award. Spider-Man 2 received a nomination for Best Visual Effects, so he became interested. The Best Visual Effects Award was given to films that delivered stunning visuals. Spider-Man 2 was one of the frontrunners of visual effects in the early 2000s and deserved appreciation. You couldn't deny that Spider-Man 2, a movie released in 2004, had better CGI than most films in the 2020s. The Spider-Man trilogy undoubtedly had better CGI than MCU Phase 4. So yeah, Kazir had a good idea which movie would win. Spider-Man 2 only had two real competitors in this category, Harry Potter and I, Robot. The Best Visual Effects Award goes to Spider-Man 2. Just as he expected, Jake Gyllenhaal announced Spider-Man 2 as the winner of Best Visual Effects. Woohoo! Yeah. Kazir celebrated by punching his fist in the air. Winning this relatively small award was still a major victory. Scarlett giggled as she watched him. She thought he resembled a small child sometimes. Most of the time, Kazir was a serious person, so it was entertaining to see the director act so joyfully. The people responsible for the film's visual effects stood on stage and thanked the Academy for acknowledging their work. Kazir was proud of them. They truly deserved to win that award. The show moved on to the major awards. Morgan Freeman won Best Supporting Actor for his role in Million Dollar Baby. Cate Blanchett won Best Supporting Actress for her role in The Aviator. Then came the announcement for Best Actress. Brianna Evans faced tough competition. She had to compete against Hilary Swank, Kate Winslet, Annette Bening, and Imelda Staunton. Sean Penn was the presenter of the Best Actress Award. Congratulations, Brianna Evans, for winning the Best Actress Award. The camera focused on Brianna's expression, from shock to joy to excitement. She glowed as she accepted the award and held the golden statue. I want to thank everyone who supports me. Thank you to director Fremont Smith for creating an amazing musical. Thank you to Ryan Gosling for being such a great partner on set. To my agent, Salvatore, thank you. And to director Grey for writing a masterpiece. The audience clapped. Yes, yes, yes. If Kazir had been happy earlier and raised his fist, then Scarlett was practically bouncing around the room. She was celebrating joyfully. She was thrilled that Brianna had won the Best Actress award. Kazir smiled, finding her absolutely adorable. When Scarlett came back to her senses, she realized how childish she had just acted. She glanced at Kazir, who was grinning at her. Don't make fun of me. She was blushing, clearly embarrassed by her excitement. Of course I won't. You're adorable. She pouted and returned to her seat, which happened to be Kazir's lap. Then, she kissed him on the lip before turning her attention back to the show. The award show continued, and the Best Actor award was about to be announced. Ryan Gosling's facial expression was being closely monitored by the cameras, waiting to catch his reaction when the winner was announced. Of course, all the nominees were being filmed the same way. They were all under scrutiny. Charlize Theron, last year's Best Actress for her role in Monster, was the presenter for the Best Actor award. Congratulations, Jamie Foxx. Another standing ovation erupted. The actors who didn't win still clapped respectfully. Ryan Gosling kept his composure despite the disappointment. There were 5 nominees, but only one winner. The 4 actors who didn't win were clearly not happy, even if they smiled. Ryan Gosling, Don Cheadle, Johnny Depp, and Leonardo DiCaprio, none of them looked genuinely pleased. And now came the final 2 major awards, Best Director and Best Picture. Julia Roberts held the envelope. Inside it was the name of the Best Director winner. Fremont was nervous, and so was Kazir. As Fremont's mentor, Kazir wanted nothing more than to see him succeed. Unfortunately, Fremont's competition was tough. He was up against veteran directors like Martin Scorsese, Clint Eastwood, Taylor Hackford, and Alexander Payne. Julia Roberts opened the envelope, smiled at the audience, and announced the winner. The winner of the Best Director award is Fremont Smith. The black director stood up, shook hands with Ryan Gosling, and hugged Brianna before heading to the stage. Yes. This time, both Kazir and Scarlett cheered together. They both said yes at the same time. Chapter 452. A moment that deserved celebration. 2 awards were won by La La Land, Best Director Award and Best Actress Award. These 2 awards were both important honors in the industry. Gaining this recognition would give Brianna and Fremont a massive boost to their careers. Their salaries would undoubtedly increase. These awards might look simple, but the importance they carried in the industry couldn't be measured by money. Winning an award at the Academy Awards meant that your name would be forever remembered in history. Whenever people thought about the best actresses or the best directors, Brianna and Fremont would become part of the conversation. One thing was clear. There would be a party for the cast and crew members of La La Land tonight. Champagne would pop, and probably some drugs as well. The last segment of the show was the Best Picture Award. The movie that won Best Picture was Million Dollar Baby. With that, the show ended, and the credits rolled. They're going to have a party tonight, Kazir thought. They sure are. Well, they won 2 important awards, so they're going to celebrate. I'm sure Fremont and Brianna won't act cheap tonight. They'll go all out and spend a lot of money. Having experienced this kind of celebration, Kazir had an idea of what would happen tonight. A lot of people would get drunk. We can also celebrate their success in our own way, Scarlett teased. Oh sure we will. Yeah, we will. Scarlett, who was sitting on Kazir's lap, purred and leaned closer, sniffing Kazir's neck. She tried to kiss his neck, but a phone rang and disturbed their peace. It was Kazir's phone. The two were silent for a second. Kazir sighed and put down the beer. He reached for his phone and answered the call. Salvatore? Ah, yeah, it depends. I'll answer you later, Kazir said with a bitter smile. What did he say? He invited me to go to the party. You're the scriptwriter, so I'm not surprised he invited you. So what's your decision? Salvatore or Brianna will probably call you later. You didn't answer my question, she said firmly, pressing her weight down on his lap, obviously teasing him. Above that, Scarlett giggled because she could tell Kazir was conflicted. I'll tell you this, if you don't make a move tonight, I'll hate you. So make sure you don't regret your decision, she said with a seductive smile. I think we should turn off our phones. Good idea. Scarlett yelped playfully as Kazir carried her to the bedroom. Well, let's just say that they didn't get much rest when the sunshine came around. Vance Goodhood. He was a stockbroker who worked for Goldman Sachs. After working in the stock industry for years, he was confident enough to say that he knew how to be a millionaire. To be fair, he was indeed a millionaire. In his opinion, the best way to become a millionaire in this industry was to not be greedy. You had to understand when to pull out your investment. The second important factor was to understand the stocks you were buying. Other than that, don't be stupid. Vance was going to meet one of his most important clients. In fact, this client had helped him further his career at Goldman Sachs. When Grey Pictures and 20th Century Fox had their agreement, Goldman Sachs had played a part in that $3 billion worth of transactions between the two studios. Of course, Goldman Sachs made money, and so did Vance. Because of that, Vance was noticed by upper management, which gave him a better position. Kazir, these are the documents. Vance passed a thick stack of papers to Kazir. Kazir yawned and rubbed his eyes. He stretched his arms, which had been hugging a soft, tiny waist earlier. He glanced at the documents and shook his head. He had no patience nor intention to read documents that weren't related to movies. Vance, this document is too thick for me to read. Can you tell me the important contents instead? Of course. Vance wasn't surprised. Most of his clients preferred it this way. His clients were rich, and they usually handed these documents to their financial advisors and accountants to calculate the numbers. Vance started explaining. So basically, my stocks are worth more than $4.3 billion now. That's correct. These past few years, you've invested in Amazon, Apple, eBay, and Google. Furthermore, you're one of the shareholders of Facebook. Facebook's valuation this year is $180 million. In addition to that, Kazir also invested in Nvidia, Intel, and Microsoft. He had also been buying public shares of 20th Century Fox. Kazir was the second individual shareholder of 20th Century Fox, the first being Rupert Murdoch. It was an understatement to say that Kazir was rich. He was wealthy. His descendants would have a great life for 3 to 5 generations, unless some of them screwed up and squandered everything. Wow, that was the best response Kazir could give. He hadn't expected that he would reach this point in life. He was damn wealthy. He wasn't poor in his past life, since he had residual income from his movies and had also inherited money from his father. But this amount, for $0.3 billion, was something that had always been out of reach. Chapter 453. Kazir invested almost all of his money in stocks, so it was not a surprise that his wealth increased to over $4 billion. Still, this amount of money was terrifying. He had no idea how to spend it. He was not a materialistic type. Except for his library of videotapes and DVDs in his house, he was never interested in material things. For a moment, Kazir thought of buying another house and a car. Speaking of cars, Lamborghini gave me a replica of the Batmobile last week. I should probably try it once Batman Begins is released. The Batmobile was still not allowed to be shown to the public, unless Warner Brothers agreed to use it as a way of promoting the movie. Lamborghini had been one of the sponsors of CCU, and Grey Pictures had a close relationship with the brand. Because of the popularity of CCU, the cars that were advertised in the movies were easily sold. The cars that were sold were all limited editions, with only a few units circulating in the entire world, meaning that each car cost more than $1 million minimum. Especially when the Fast and Furious franchise was released, So many car enthusiasts became interested in CCU. Kazir wanted the Fast and the Furious to have at least one street racing scene in every movie. Because that was the initial essence of the movie, street racing. The first 3 movies of Fast and Furious revolved around that. Batmobile. Yeah, I should probably buy a car this year. I want to drive Scarlett around LA. Lamborghini decided to give one of their limited editions to Kazir as a way of improving their relationship. Lamborghini had actually heard that Ferrari was trying to get a spot in the advertising lineup of CCU, and Lamborghini didn't like that, hence the gift. Thank you, Vance. I should be the one thanking you, Kazir. You helped me so much in my career. I owe a lot to you. I'll make sure to never give you up and never let you down. You know the rules, and so do I. Kazir nodded. If not for the warning that Kazir had given to Vance in 1999, perhaps the stockbroker might have also been one of the people who jumped off the building. The two shook hands, and Vance bid farewell. Looks like I have to consult my financial advisor this month. God, taxes will probably haunt me again this year. Kazir used every legal method to lessen his taxes, such as charities, business deductions, and many more. However, taxes still cut him millions every year. People were mad and jealous of the rich, but it was true that rich people were the ones who paid the most taxes. Well, yeah, it was obvious why. After that meeting with Vance, Kazir returned to Warner Brothers to edit Batman Begins. The movie was near completion, and Kazir had time to take a rest. February was a great month for many people. Brianna Evans and Fremont Smith got the awards they had been dreaming about. Kazir had already called Fremont and apologized for not attending the party last night. Fremont just laughed it off. His voice was hoarse because he had been partying all night. The black director was not mad. He even invited Kazir to a barbecue party next week. On the streets of Los Angeles, a Bugatti Veyron was vrooming. It was making a noise that caught the attention of the people walking down the street. Some of them shook their heads because it looked childish. Some were looking at the car with jealousy, hoping that they would also have one. Some women were staring at the man who was driving the car. The man was wearing sunglasses to hide his identity, but it was obvious that he was handsome. Kazir decided to buy a Bugatti Veyron just because he had money. When you have so much money, it feels like spending $1 million on a car is not that expensive anymore. By the way, Kazir could have bought a sports car in his past life, but he never did because he was not the type who wanted attention. He was a director, not an actor. Besides, he had a dad bod in his past life. That meant he had a fat belly and looked unhealthy. But now, Kazir, who was holding the steering wheel, looked like a hunk. The description of an alpha male fit him. He was tall, handsome, fit, and rich. He was oozing with confidence, and the women who were staring at him became attracted to him. One of them even had the courage to approach him. The woman had blonde hair, thick pouty lips, a thin waist, huge boobs, and was wearing a short skirt. She looked like a bimbo, not going to lie. Hey baby, what are you looking for? Are you looking for fun? How about you take me for a ride? Called it. She might be a hooker. Perhaps she was interested in Kazir because he looked rich. He was also handsome and tall. It was not a surprise that she wanted him. I can help you touch your gear shift. Or should I call it a gear shaft? She giggled, leaning closer to show her huge tits. Can you step aside? You're blocking my way. A cold voice came from behind. The bimbo turned around and found a gorgeous woman. Just like Kazir, Scarlett was also wearing sunglasses, but that didn't stop her beauty from showing. Huh. The bimbo tried to say something, but she stopped when she saw that Kazir had opened his car door for Scarlett. You're looking gorgeous as always. Of course, she scoffed. Kazir realized that the woman was in a bad mood. It seemed that he had to make her feel good today. The Bugatti left the place, leaving the dumbfounded bimbo behind. Wait a fucking minute. Is that Kazir Grey and Scarlett Johansson? Kazir and Scarlett were both famous, so it was not surprising that they were recognized. The sunglasses didn't do a damn thing. Chapter 454. The sizzling of steaks and hot dogs was like music to the ears. It was a small party after Fremont won the Best Director award. He invited his friends in the industry to have a barbecue party. Being invited, Kazir was at Fremont's house. Kazir was proud to see that Fremont had acquired his own property in Beverly Hills. In Hollywood and showbiz, it was basically a status symbol if you could buy a house in Beverly Hills, because most of the rich people and celebrities were living in this place. It had better security and was free from stalkers and paparazzi. At the back of the house, Fremont was cooking steak, hot dogs, bacon, and all kinds of meat that American households eat, except for pork. Kazir, Scarlett, Brianna, and Enzo were also at the party. They were all Salvatore's clients, and they could be considered friends. This place is great. I'm kinda jealous that you found a nice house with a swimming pool. Brianna teased the young director, and Fremont just laughed. Being a director, he made millions every year. Of all of Salvatore's clients, Fremont was the second highest earning client. First was Kazir, obviously. Even though actors and actresses were the faces of the movie, their salaries were incomparable to top-notch directors. Well-respected directors like Kazir and Fremont could make $100 million every year, depending on the project they chose. In fact, Fremont had a 7% worldwide box office share for the movie La La Land. As of March 25th, the movie had already grossed more than $362 million worldwide. It meant that Fremont would earn $25 million at least once the screening of La La Land ended. So it was not a surprise that Fremont could find a nice house in Beverly Hills. I got lucky. The real estate agent I talked to showed me this house and offered a low price, so I decided to buy it. How much? Both Brianna and Scarlett were interested to hear the price. Perhaps they both wanted a house with a pool in Beverly Hills. Around $7 million. Hiss. Scarlett was speechless, while Brianna was irked. Brianna could probably afford it since she was in demand. She also won the Best Actress award, so she could ask for $10 million per movie if possible. As for Scarlett, her usual salary per movie was around $1 to $2 million. So yeah, it might take a while for her to afford a $7 million house. On top of that, properties increase in price every year. Inflation was something that people would never escape. The real estate properties in Los Angeles were expensive. New York is more expensive than California. The apartment that my brother lived in 5 years ago cost $2.3 million. It's in Manhattan. They decided to live in a house after September 11th. The house they bought cost $16 million, also in Manhattan. When Kazir said that, all of them shut their mouths because of the expensive prices. They couldn't believe that a house in New York would cost so much, more than in Beverly Hills. While they were talking, more people arrived at the small gathering. Most of them were black people, and Fremont greeted them with enthusiasm. Some were rappers, some were actors, and some were people whom Kazir didn't know. The industry was small, and most people knew each other. It was not a surprise that Fremont was friends with rappers. When more people showed up, the house became livelier. Fremont didn't have time to accommodate all of them, so he had to converse with every group to make sure everyone felt comfortable. Being the host of this party, Fremont had to entertain his guests, or else he would get a bad reputation. Overall, 30+ people attended the party. Was this still considered a small party? Hey Enzo, are you okay? While the girls decided to have fun in the pool, Kazir found Enzo quiet and in deep thought. The Korean actor was silent the whole time. He was just drinking alcohol. I'm fine, I think. We are friends. You can tell me your problem. Perhaps I can help you. Enzo looked at Kazir and found that he was serious. Kazir wanted to see the people around him happy. If he could help them, he would help them. Enzo chuckled and chugged down his beer. The rap music in the background was getting louder. Out of Salvatore's clients, Enzo was probably the lowest one. He had projects every year and he was known, but he knew that the roles he could get were limited. Most of them were related to his race as an Asian. Whenever a movie needed a handsome Asian or even just an Asian male, Enzo Park would be invited to audition. Sometimes he got the roles, and sometimes Jackie Chan or Jet Li would get the roles. He was tired of it. He was tired that the only roles he could get were all about being Asian. He was also devastated that he couldn't get a leading role. So last month, he decided to audition for a gangster film. This film was going to be directed by Martin Scorsese. The movie was called The Departed. Enzo auditioned for one of the two protagonists. Yet the moment he entered the audition room, most of the people were not even interested in talking to him. He just performed in that suffocating room and left. I see. Kazir listened to what Enzo said and realized the problem. Kazir tapped his shoulder and tried to encourage him. Enzo, do you want to hear my opinion? Of course, you're one of the most talented directors in the industry. Thanks for the compliment. But you won't like what I will say. Enzo turned to Kazir. The director was staring at him with clear yet cold eyes. Don't be fucking stupid. Huh? Enzo was stunned. Don't be such an arrogant prick and believe that you deserve everything. Enzo swallowed hard. He rarely saw Kazir talk like this. He was actually scared right now. Chapter 455. Enzo Park was speechless as Kazir started his lecture. Enzo, do you know why I never film horror movies anymore? Kazir looked at the sky. The blue sky was no more, changed into red-orange as the sun was setting on the horizon. The loud rap music was getting more prominent. Kazir saw Scarlett and Brianna playing around the pool, talking to other girls. It's because I know what I'm good at. He smiled. He was not good at filming horror movies, so he preferred doing action movies instead. I've experienced hardship, failures, and betrayals. There was a point in my life where I wanted to end everything. This was the first time Enzo had heard Kazir talk about his life. He decided to listen. I can say you're lucky. You are far better than me. Kazir chuckled. Unlike him, Enzo was talented. At least he never copied anyone's movies and claimed them as his own. There are times when I want to make a horror movie, an original movie that I painstakingly wrote with all of my brain cells, but I'm afraid. Director, I believe you can change. I've worked with you since The Hangover. You're the best director I've worked with. I believe you can change and overcome your fear. Enzo tried to encourage Kazir. You're right. You should also say that to yourself. Enzo, what are you afraid of? I want to become the best version of myself. After thinking about it, Enzo realized what he was afraid of. I'm afraid that I will lose my place in Hollywood. Everyone is scared of something. Kazir took a sip of his beer and sighed. There are thousands of Asian actors who are trying to enter Hollywood, but most of them fail. Only a handful of Asian actors are known in the industry. You should feel blessed that you can easily audition for roles in movies. Because I can tell you this, a lot of actors are ready to kill just to be in your place. I'm not even joking. Some people sold their souls just to get into the industry. I can say that you are fortunate to have met me and Salvatore. Enzo nodded. For that, he was thankful. What you're mad about is not the rejections in movie auditions. What you're mad about, or should I say afraid of, is the fact that your presence in Hollywood is insignificant. And for that, you can only blame yourself. Don't be mad at the casting directors. They are just doing their jobs. Then what should I do? You have to understand that Hollywood will forever be catered to Western audiences. They will rarely accommodate Asian actors in their projects. I hate to say it, but you should lower your expectations. Kazir grabbed a chicken wing and ate it. You got a role in Final Destination, right? Yes. Final Destination was a script that Kazir wrote and sold to 20th Century Fox. The movie would be released in April. Actually, there were no Asian characters in the script that I wrote. Yet you still passed the audition. Do you understand how lucky you are? Yet the fact that you're sulking because you didn't get a role in a gangster film made you mad? Grow up. Of course Martin Scorsese will not hire you. You didn't fit the movie as the protagonist at all. Perhaps because of the alcohol, Kazir was saying hurtful things. Let me guess, there is a supporting character in the script and they offered you that role instead. But you didn't accept it. How did you know? When Enzo heard that, he was surprised. He could understand if Kazir started berating him and telling him that he was arrogant. However, he didn't expect Kazir to know about the fact that he rejected an offer to work on the movie The Departed. He never told anyone about it, not even Salvatore. It's just a guess. But I guess I'm right. Kazir was actually bluffing. He was trying to probe Enzo's intention. Enzo, you should understand that actresses and actors in Hollywood are not irreplaceable. The actor was ashamed of himself. Indeed, he was getting too full of himself. He was so focused on getting a leading role that he forgot his occupation. He is an actor, and he loves acting. He had just denied himself what he loved. Perhaps he forgot how hard it is to find a job in this industry. Since when did I become arrogant? Enzo asked himself. He tightly held the bottle in his hand because he was mad at himself. He wiped his eyes, immediately controlling the tears so that he wouldn't make a scene. Director, I think I'm losing myself. I was scared that I would lose my job, and I thought starring in the lead role would help me solidify my status. Yet I turned down a role because I was too attached to being a protagonist. I apologize. He weakly muttered. Since you know your mistake, I guess I'm going to help you. First, I want to tell you that my promise last time is true. I'm going to film a CCU movie starring you, but that will take a while. Second, you're a handsome actor, Asian aesthetic-wise. We must show the audience that you're not just a pretty Asian boy. Kazir laughed and had an idea. I will make you a pirate. A fucking ugly pirate that has scars all over his face, so people won't recognize you for your appearance, but because of your acting. There was a role in Pirates of the Caribbean about an Asian pirate captain. Kazir decided to cast Enzo as Captain Saw Foam, a pirate lord who would appear in the third movie of Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. The plan for Pirates of the Caribbean was that both the second and third movies would be filmed all at once. Enzo would work on Pirates of the Caribbean this year. Chapter 456. There's a role in Pirates of the Caribbean about an Asian pirate captain. We still haven't found an actor to fill the role since he's going to show up in the third movie. Since you talked about finding your place in Hollywood, how about taking that role? Show that you can act. Appearance was the first factor to win in Hollywood for actors and actresses. The second factor was connections with people. The third was acting. Enzo already checked the first two. He was handsome, and he also had an agent who could help him form a network in the industry. As for acting, Kazir knew that the Korean actor could act. He had worked with him, after all. However, his acting was getting overshadowed by his appearance and stunts. Kazir planned to butcher Captain Saw's face to the point that no one would recognize that the one acting was Enzo Park. In that way, the audience would recognize Enzo as an actor, not just a pretty face who could do stunts. You're still not in. You have to go to the audition. I'm just showing you the path, but you have to trudge on it. If you fail our requirements, let's forget this conversation. Enzo naturally agreed. They were hiring him for his acting capability, not his face. So if his acting didn't pass their criteria, then he was not meant for the role. Oh, and you'll have a bald head. So it's your decision if you want to cut your hair or use a prosthetic wig instead. A prosthetic wig might not be the term. It should be a bald cap prosthetic makeup. Yeah, I'm not even surprised. Enzo laughed. The two started talking and laughing. They might not be considered that close, but they were friends for sure. Whenever they met, they greeted each other with a smile. Kazir was different from most directors. He was well respected, but he was also approachable. He liked it when actors asked him for advice and guidance. There was something about him. Perhaps it was the fact that, from the bottom of his heart, Kazir wanted everyone around him to be happy. Kazir tapped Enzo's shoulder. Man, you don't have to worry. I will make you the most famous Asian actor in Hollywood. No, we will help you become the most famous Asian actor in Hollywood. We've been in the industry for more than a decade. Our influence is not that simple anymore. First, their agent was now one of the co-chairmen of CAA. That was an influential position that could change the future of a person. This was the reason why there were so many actresses and even actors who wanted to offer sexual favors to Salvatore Barlow. His position alone was enough to determine their careers. Second, Enzo was close with two big directors, Kazir and Fremont. With them around, Enzo didn't have to be afraid of losing jobs. Third, well, the two reasons were enough justification that Enzo had it better than most Asian actors in Hollywood. Perhaps his luck happened when he signed the contract with Salvatore before Kazir joined their group. At that time, the reason that convinced Enzo Park, or to be precise, Park Hae-won, was because of what Salvatore said. Salvatore said that he wanted to see a Korean actor make it big in Hollywood. Park Hae-won was just starting in Hollywood at that time, and he didn't know where to start or what to start. Yet what Salvatore said resonated in his heart. Maybe this was the reason why Enzo was so adamant about finding a place in Hollywood. By the way, both Enzo Park and Salvatore Barlow were half Koreans. Thanks, director. I feel better now. Kid, you have time, so don't feel pressured. Men age like fine wine for a reason. I bet once you hit your 40s, you'll get a better career. This was not a baseless opinion. Most men hit their peak in terms of career and financial status around their 40s. They have experience, expertise, and accumulated knowledge that help them. Actors such as Samuel L. Jackson, Steve Carell, Tommy Lee Jones, Jeremy Renner, Terry Crews, and Peter Dinklage became famous around their 40s. It's because we are not that different in age. I'm just younger than you by a few years. Yeah, I know about it. Sometimes I just can't help but forget my age, Kazir honestly said. Because of his true age, he sometimes acted like an old, mature man who had experienced everything in life. One of the reasons why he was not affected by most situations and faced them head-on instead. After that conversation, Enzo felt better and decided to have fun. Kazir watched as the younger actor stopped thinking about negative stuff. The party went on. Then, Fremont returned after mingling with the guests. Phew, hosting a party is hard. I can't believe this small gathering is tough. I feel like hosting a party for 100 people is not a small party at all. That's why I don't like parties. Nah, I like parties, but not hosting one. It's too much work. Oh, but I can't deny that I had fun. Hee hee, I'm actually excited. Someone invited me to attend Diddy's party. Kahak. Kazir choked. He started coughing. Kazir, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Can you repeat what you said? I'm invited to Diddy's party. Isn't that great? I heard his party is amazing. Diddy, you mean Sean John Combs? Kazir's expression didn't feel right. There was a reason why. You don't have to call him by his real name. He is known as Diddy, Puff Daddy, or P. Diddy. Yes, he is also known as the Diddler, if you know what I mean, Kazir internally said. Fremont, if you want to keep your career, I advise you to stay away from Diddy and any of his parties. If you hear that the party is hosted by Diddy, I recommend you leave that party immediately. He raised his voice on the last part. Huh, but why? I heard there's no party like Diddy's party. There's no party like Diddy's party because of a reason. The only parties that can be compared to Diddy's parties are the parties happening on Jeffrey Epstein's island. That's not okay at all. Allegedly, Diddy regularly hosted sex trafficking parties with underage women and illegal drugs. That's disgusting as fuck. Chapter 457. P. Diddy. To make it simple, this rapper was not a good person. His parties, which he was so confident about, had some illegal stuff happening. By the way, he liked men and baby oil for obvious reasons. Kazir was seriously staring at Fremont. They were at the party, and some people might hear them. Fremont, do you love your life? Of course I do. Then don't go to Diddy's party. Okay, I understand. Fremont had no idea why Kazir was so adamant about stopping him from going to Diddy's party. However, he could trust his mentor. Fremont had so much respect for the guy, and he knew that Kazir was just trying to protect him. Fremont had an idea about the possibilities that could happen at Diddy's party. Perhaps it was something that could destroy his life. I will talk to Salvatore. He will tell you what he knows. Just stay away from Diddy. If an agent agreed to let you attend Diddy's party or go to Jeffrey Epstein's island, it meant that the agent wanted to choke you by the neck. It meant that the agent wanted to blackmail you, or the agent didn't know the truth regarding Diddy's party. Why would an agent do that? To make sure that you wouldn't find another agent to work with. An agent might work with you, but that same agent could be the reason for your downfall. Thankfully, Salvatore was not that kind of person. Instead of convincing his clients to commit crimes as a form of blackmail, Salvatore would make sure that his clients would never have any scandal. He had experienced how hard it was to protect Kazir from scandals. Their PR team had evolved every time Kazir tackled a scandal. P. Diddy probably has dirty secrets on a lot of people. That's why his true colors never showed for more than 2 decades. Imagine 2 decades of illegal parties happening in Hollywood, yet almost everyone was quiet about it. They were scared that once the truth came out, their names would be on the list. A prime example was the list of people who went to Jeffrey Epstein's island. Everyone in Hollywood understood how disgusting that place was. Yet some of them sold their souls just to become part of it. They couldn't let go of fame and money. To be fair, not everyone in Hollywood was a bad person, but most of them probably knew what was going on and decided to shut their mouths. Maybe they were afraid that they would be silenced if they talked about it. I know it doesn't matter anymore, but they also invited you to Diddy's party. Hell nah. Kazir shook his head firmly. Some people hated him. They might use this information to bury him. If you don't want your asshole to get busted, or get oiled up, or get freaky with underage, do not go to Diddy's party. There's no party like Diddy's party, unless you go to hell. Fremont was doing well, and his career was set on the right track. It would be devastating if he made a mistake that could cost him his future. The party went on until it reached 9 p.m. Salvatore showed up late, but he made sure to bring something to eat. Pizza sounded nice. Kazir took this moment to talk to Salvatore about Enzo and Fremont. Particularly Fremont. He won the Best Director award, and his career was promising. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. I became a co-chairman to protect you guys from this kind of situation. That's kind of sweet. Are you sure you're not our father or something? Kazir was dumbfounded because Salvatore just dropped a sweet line like he was a hero. We are almost the same age. What are you talking about? I'm not your father. I'm just joking. Then, I'll talk to Fremont later. A few days later, Fremont called Kazir while he was in the office. The young director thanked him for stopping him from going to Diddy's party. Apparently, one of his friends attended Diddy's party and he couldn't walk afterward. Sin City was a movie based on a comic that was set to be released on April 1st. Miramax acquired the movie adaptation rights to this comic after making a business deal with Dark Horse Comics. Dark Horse Comics was a comic publisher established in 1986, around the time when comics were still relevant and many people read them. This comic publisher released some famous fiction such as Sin City, Hellboy, 300, and Ninja Gaiden. Dark Horse Comics was also the company where Kazir signed a deal to acquire the movie adaptation rights of 300. This publisher was actually pestering Kazir to film 300. DC Comics and Marvel Comics were already having a feast at the box office. Yet Dark Horse Comics, which was also a good publisher, was still taking scraps. It was understandable why Dark Horse Comics was eager to see their creations on the big screen, especially when the one who acquired 300 was none other than director Kazir Grey. Hellboy, one of their famous characters, had already made its first appearance in theaters last year. The result was positive. The movie grossed $99 million while having a $66 million production cost. The DVD sales and rental sales were high though. They didn't lose money, they made a profit. And now, Dark Horse Comics was excited for Sin City. They believed it would make a difference, until they heard that 20th Century Fox would release their movie on the same date, April 1st. The movie in question was Final Destination, starring Tobey Maguire. Chapter 458. Final Destination was a movie that Kazir Grey wrote. Well, in this timeline. It was about unforeseen accidents that seemed coincidental, yet killed every person who tried to escape death. Of course, Miramax didn't feel good that this horror movie would have the same release date as Sin City. Sin City was a great artistic film, and that was true. It was like a comic, but in a film. Unfortunately, it was hard to face a movie that was written by the best scriptwriter in Hollywood. If the script was written by Kazir Grey, then it was 100% profitable. That was the slogan people created whenever they heard that a studio had acquired Kazir's script. Some studios were jealous, while others were seething with anger. Actually, Miramax wanted to buy at least one script from Kazir. But Harvey Weinstein held a deep grudge against Kazir. He knew it was better to forget everything and make friends with the director. But the fat fuck was too arrogant to accept that. Besides, Kazir might not accept his apology. The two sides had already shown their intentions. On April 1st, Final Destination was released, and the movie created a unique horror genre. Accidents. In our everyday life, accidents could happen that could end lives. A slippery floor, a wrong step on the stairs, even choking on food. These accidents, things people didn't think of seriously, became the main topic of Final Destination. This unique approach to the horror genre made people scared and more aware of their surroundings. That was the essence of Final Destination, an amazing concept that Kazir Grey had written. As expected, director Grey cooked again. I'm scared to take a shower after what happened to Todd. Scarlett shivered while wearing a towel around her body. Kazir just chuckled, listening to her cute voice. Enzo really delivered an amazing death. Enzo took the role of Todd Wagner, the student who died in the bathroom, getting strangled by a curtain cord. The first victim in Final Destination. His death was one of the most memorable in the franchise. Imagine dying in the bathroom, getting strangled by a cord. It was scary. It was understandable why Scarlett was afraid to take a shower alone. Kazir checked the internet, and sure enough, many people were complaining because of Final Destination. The terror it gave to the audience was realistic, and it could happen to anyone. Kazir also checked articles related to Tobey Maguire. After the scandal, Tobey was doing great. He changed his image and now had dark black hair, just like his role in Final Destination. Kazir was satisfied helping the actor. After all, Kazir also hated the paparazzi, so he could relate to Tobey's situation. He stopped surfing the internet and decided to continue writing a script. Babe, how about we take a shower together? I'm scared. The actress hugged his neck from behind, slightly putting weight on her breasts, and Kazir could feel them. What are you writing? It's a script. A script for a horror movie. Kazir slightly smiled. The script he was writing was original. He wrote it in his past life and decided to write it again this time. This is not just a simple script. It's a script that I turned into a horror movie. It was released in a few theaters in Los Angeles before going to streaming services such as Netflix and Hulu. This script was already a movie, perhaps one of his greatest regrets. He believed this movie had a chance to break through at the box office. He thought it would become his stepping stone to stardom. He put his soul, blood, and time into creating this movie. Yet he failed. It became his trauma instead. Are you okay, babe? You look sad. Scarlett was worried as Kazir's expression didn't feel right. She rubbed his cheeks to make him smile. How about we play some games in the shower? She teased. Final Destination is just a movie. Kazir saw through her intention. But I'm scared. Accidents can happen everywhere. I blame you for what I'm experiencing right now. Why? You're the one who wrote the movie. So you deserve to make it up to me by showering with me. Okay, fine. Kazir carried the woman, and Scarlett giggled. Kazir knew how to make Scarlett's heart beat faster. Instead of getting into an accident, the shower became an amazing experience for the couple. The first weekend of Final Destination was $42 million. This Final Destination had many factors that made it perform better compared to the original. First was the cast. Tobey Maguire was the leading male. Second was the scriptwriter, which was Kazir Grey. Third was the difference in the release year. The original version was released in 2000, while Tobey's version was released in 2005. These factors created a good result, giving Final Destination $42 million on its first weekend. As for Sin City, the movie had great reviews, and critics loved it because it stuck with the essence of the comic. Unfortunately, its black and white style became one of the reasons why only a few people watched it. Its first weekend was $29 million. The two movies' first weekends made millions, but everything came down to word of mouth, an important factor that determines the trajectory of a movie. Unfortunately for Sin City, Final Destination had a better reputation. Because of its new approach to horror movies, Final Destination pulled many people to watch the film. Final Destination had around a $35 million production cost, and Tobey Maguire was the most expensive actor they hired. In just 3 days, the movie already surpassed its production cost, which was a great thing. One thing was sure, 20th Century Fox was having a party because horror movies were the best franchise to milk. Horror movies needed a small budget, yet the profit they could bring was 10 times the amount. There were millions of fans of horror movies in the United States alone. Chapter 459. Let's see. This movie has few female roles, and most of the important ones are already filled. Kazir was looking at the list of cast members. He was trying to find a suitable role for a woman, someone Kazir didn't like. Kazir hated a cheater. He knew that the future could change, but he couldn't erase from his mind that this woman had cheated on her partner. You said that one of the actresses who was supposed to slap me in the movie backed out? How about we give her that role? Johnny Depp was in his pirate costume, and his demeanor was different from usual. Whenever he was in his costume as Captain Jack Sparrow, he would always act tipsy. Kazir didn't want to interrupt his immersion, but he had to tackle this topic. So let me get this straight. You want your girlfriend to slap you in the face? In the film. All right, in the film. Come on, Kazir. We are professionals here. I'm an actor. If the script says I have to be slapped, then I have to. You sure there's no kink to this? Kazir asked. Maybe, maybe not. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? You're the one who wrote the script, not me. Okay, fine. Kazir sighed and agreed, even though he didn't want to. Kazir didn't want to hire Amber Heard, for some reasons. But because Johnny was asking for a favor, Kazir didn't have a choice but to agree. He wanted to make sure that Johnny would be at full capacity while filming. If Kazir didn't agree, the actor might hold a grudge against him, and it could cause a problem for the movie. Kazir needed Johnny Depp to finish this trilogy. The first 3 movies of Pirates of the Caribbean were the peak performances of the franchise. No one could deny that fact. As for possible 4th movies, well, maybe I can sell the franchise to Fox instead? They're looking for movies that can turn into franchises. By the way, 20th Century Fox was having a blast because Final Destination was a huge hit. The horror movie dominated April, earning $122 million at the North American box office within 20 days of screening. Kazir admitted that the toys and merchandise related to Pirates of the Caribbean were making them tons of money, but Kazir had no interest in making a 4th movie. If Grey Pictures and Fox wanted to make a 4th movie, then they would have to look for another director. Now that I think about it, Pirates of the Caribbean is my first official trilogy. Damn, am I really that choosy? Kazir asked himself. Even in the Spider-Man franchise, Kazir only signed on for 2 films. For the last movie, Sony Columbia had to find another director. As for his old movies, Kazir never filmed any of their sequels. He was just responsible for the first movies. Thanks, Kazir. I appreciate it. Yeah? No problem, Johnny. Kazir was so deep in thought that he forgot he was actually talking to Johnny Depp. For the record, Captain Jack Sparrow was slapped in the franchise many times. He deserved some of the slaps, while other slaps were not. Either way, Jack Sparrow getting slapped was a comedic scene in the movie. And now, one of the actresses who would slap him was actually his current girlfriend, Amber Heard. Kazir didn't know what to feel about that, because he knew that Amber would do much worse than that in a few years. So, how's your relationship with your girlfriend? Based on how you want to help her climb the ladder in Hollywood, I guess you guys are doing great. Oh, absolutely. She's one of a kind. The best thing that ever happened in my life. Although for some reason, whenever I wake up next to her, the bed smells like shit. Kazir suddenly had an epiphany. Am I doing God's work if I make them break up? He asked himself. Perhaps while filming this project, Kazir would have a chance to change the future. He actually didn't know the exact, specific reasons why Amber and Johnny tried to destroy each other's careers. He was also not sure if Johnny was completely innocent. However, Kazir decided to side with Johnny Depp, just for the simple reason that he liked the guy. Now that most of the cast was filled, the crew would have a script reading to make sure the cast understood their roles. April only had a few movies that surpassed $100 million. Final Destination was the only one that created a sensation. So when May arrived, which was the start of the summer schedule, cinemas started getting packed with moviegoers. Kingdom of Heaven was released in the second week of May. It didn't have a good reputation because the plot was messy. It was constant war. Some blamed Ridley Scott, but the director didn't hold the editing rights. Ridley Scott's version was better, but 20th Century Fox decided to go with a different tone. In 20 years, some scenes in Kingdom of Heaven would become memes. Anyway, everyone agreed that Ridley Scott's version of Kingdom of Heaven was way better than the theatrical version. Aside from Kingdom of Heaven, 20th Century Fox also released a huge movie. This movie was the most anticipated Star Wars movie. Star Wars Episode III, Revenge of the Sith. This was the last movie of the second trilogy, the movie that completed the Star Wars saga. Many people were so excited to watch this movie. Even 20th Century Fox was putting in effort even though they didn't own the IP of Star Wars. Star Wars was owned by Lucasfilm. A lot of people were not confident in Star Wars when it was released, so none of the studios even bought the copyrights. That decision led to Lucasfilm retaining ownership. Some fans were disappointed in the last movie, while others were just fine with it. At least they knew how Anakin Skywalker went to the dark side. Either way, Star Wars obviously made money. It was not even surprising at all. Chapter 460. The fans of Star Wars kind of love and hate the franchise. The old fans who watched the first trilogy, which was released in the 70s to 80s, had mixed opinions on the second trilogy. They were the first generation of Star Wars fans, and they felt like the second trilogy didn't give Anakin's development enough justice. The second generation fans were also having the same mixed reviews regarding the franchise. They were those who were young when the second trilogy was released. As for the third generation, which were the ones who watched the third trilogy with Rey Skywalker as the protagonist, well, they were the youngest ones, and their humor was different from the other generations. But overall, everyone could agree that Star Wars fans had toxicity in it, and so does every fandom. It was just that the toxicity in the Star Wars fandom was a bit higher. Such as now that Star Wars Episode III, Revenge of the Sith was released, oh boy, many fans were a bit disappointed in the movie. Anakin's corruption by the dark side was not explored enough. It was too rushed. The dialogue was lower than mediocre. People acknowledged that the dialogues in Star Wars' second trilogy were not that great. The pacing of the movie was underwhelming. But hey, at least the fans found the reason why Anakin Skywalker became the iconic Darth Vader. Despite the criticism, Star Wars Episode III grossed more than $158 million on its first weekend. Everyone could agree that people love Star Wars. Since there were many loyal fans of Star Wars, some of them started thinking of the what-ifs. What if Anakin's development was further explored? The Star Wars animation would answer that question. What if Darth Vader and Obi-Wan Kenobi had a proper fight in the original trilogy? Wouldn't that be sick to watch? What if director Kazir Grey directed the trilogy? What would happen? Many questions that sometimes didn't have answers. Kazir and Scarlett were having a date in a fancy restaurant. They were having fun until they came out of the restaurant and were blocked by two people. One was holding a camera, while the other was holding a small microphone. Director Grey, What do you think of Star Wars Episode 3? Kazir didn't listen and decided to hold Scarlett's waist, shielding her from the paparazzi. The actress was surprised by his gesture, but didn't stop him. Instead, she was blushing hard. Director, we heard that George Lucas tried to hire you to be the director of the Star Wars trilogy? Yes. But I turned down the offer because I had other projects to film. Kazir heard the second question and decided to answer. Then, isn't it your fault that the trilogy is in shambles right now? Nope, not at all. You're crazy if you're going to blame me for that. As always, there was a reason why celebrities didn't like paparazzi. The worst career in showbiz. It was understandable why Tobey Maguire hated these people. Thankfully, his bodyguard, Anderson, showed up and blocked the paparazzi. They tried to ask more questions, but they couldn't pass the bodyguard. Kazir and Scarlett entered the car, and then Anderson sat in the driver's seat. Thanks, Anderson. It's my duty, sir. This was not the first time this situation happened. Every week, Kazir would experience unexpected interviews with the paparazzi. Anderson was there 90% of the time to protect Kazir. The remaining 10% was when Kazir was trying to live his life peacefully, but paparazzi would show up to pester him. This was the life of a famous person. Gosh, I can't believe they blame you because they didn't like Star Wars. Scarlett was mad. It's fine. Haters will always find a reason to hate me. Maybe it's a good thing that I didn't pass the audition for Padme. I don't want to be pestered by paparazzi. Scarlett Johansson auditioned for the role, but Natalie Portman got the role. Being Padme Amidala helped Natalie Portman, and it boosted her career. It just shows that you're not famous. Kazir teased her. What did you say to me? She asked. I said you're so gorgeous that I feel lucky to have you as my girlfriend. You better be, she pouted, but then hugged Kazir's shoulder. You don't have to worry. I will make you a star. He pinched her nose, and Scarlett clicked her tongue before playfully biting his finger. I know, she replied. Since May was the start of the summer season, Star Wars was not the only movie released in that month. The Longest Yard and Madagascar were also released in May and performed well at the box office. When June arrived, the atmosphere changed, and more of the moviegoers became focused on the upcoming superhero movie, which was Batman Begins. The billboards for Batman Begins looked menacing and dark. People even saw a Batmobile circling Los Angeles. Warner Brothers was spending money on marketing just to make sure that the movie would be a success. They didn't want to experience another Catwoman failure. Even Kazir had to attend programs to promote Batman Begins. He showed up on The Tonight Show and even participated in game shows such as Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? The money he won in the game shows was given to the charities he supported, such as the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Pirates of the Caribbean was in the preparation stage, so Kazir had the time to play his part in the promotion of Batman Begins. Chapter 461. Throughout the history of cinema, there were 7 Batmans that had been released to theaters. This superhero character was famous for a reason. Warner Brothers kept rebooting the franchise because it was profitable. It brought them constant profit throughout the decades. 1. Batman, 1966, Adam West. 2. Batman and Batman Returns, 1989 to 1992, Michael Keaton. 3. Batman Forever, 1995, Val Kilmer. 4. Batman and Robin, 1997, George Clooney. 5. The Dark Knight Trilogy, 2005 to 2012, Christian Bale. 6. DCU Batman, 2016 to 2023, Ben Affleck. 7. The Batman, 2022, Robert Pattinson. The simple fact that the Batman franchise was getting rebooted showed how much Warner Brothers loved to milk it. From toys to comics to other merchandise, Batman was a money-making machine. And now, after the last failure of Batman, which was Batman and Robin starring Batman suit with nipples, Warner Brothers decided to reboot the franchise and hired an outstanding director. From that moment alone, people already acknowledged that the upcoming Batman Begins would be a box office hit. No one believed that the movie would fail. The confidence in the movie showed Kazir's worth. As long as his name was plastered on the movie, it was a sure way to make money. This kind of situation was not a rare stance. In other industries, such as sports, Michael Phelps, Usain Bolt, Tom Brady, and other athletes could bring the same assurance. In the gaming industry, From Software and Rockstar Games were considered the peak game development companies. In a way, Kazir was the recognized MVP of making movies. Once he was part of a movie project, the movie was already considered a winner. From what I remember, Batman Begins only surpassed $300 million at the worldwide box office. I wonder what will happen in this timeline. Kazir asked himself. He didn't change much regarding Batman Begins, only adding Scarlett Johansson to the cast. However, for some reason, he felt like the performance of Batman Begins would be different from the original. The only difference was that he was the one who directed the movie. Batman Begins was now a different movie just because he was the one who directed it, even though he didn't change anything at all. When Christopher Nolan directed Batman Begins, he was considered a nobody. Together with Christian Bale, who was also an unknown actor at that time, Batman Begins received average attention. At the end of the day, it's all about box office appeal. Just like how Tom Cruise and Julia Roberts could create movie hits by starring in films, Kazir was also a star who could bring his fans to watch a movie. If Kazir decided to film a wacky, senseless movie, people would still watch it because of his last success. However, his fans would lose interest in him once he scammed them like that. Kazir checked his watch and knew that the limousine was getting close to Scarlett's house. Tonight was the premiere of Batman Begins, and Kazir and Scarlett decided to step on the red carpet together. They still hadn't announced their relationship publicly. Tonight was their first official appearance together as couple. Scarlett was the one who offered the idea because she didn't want to hide their relationship. She wanted to announce to the public and to the bitches around that Kazir was not single. She knew that many actresses were still interested in Kazir, so she was trying to make it a formal relationship before others could even think of seduction. Billy and Wallace were just 2 meters away from the red carpet. They were with the Grey fans who were supporting their favorite director. Billy and Wallace were the founders of Grey fans, and they had a high position in the organization. They had been in contact with Grey Pictures whenever the company needed a favor from their fans. Fan clubs could actually make money through many methods, by the way. So Billy and Wallace were actually making money by being the founders of Grey fans. However, they still had their own respective careers since the money they made was not huge at all. Wallace was actually in a relationship with someone from the crew of Batman Begins. To be precise, Wallace was Jane Kendall's boyfriend. Jane was the head of the makeup artist team in Kazir's production crew. The woman was already in the theater, waiting for the premiere to start. Unlike most of the time when the Grey fans were wearing suits, the fans this time were wearing Batman costumes. Billy and Wallace were also wearing Batman costumes. Whenever one of the cast members would show up, Grey fans would cheer for them with enthusiasm. It was tiring, but they didn't hate it. They were having fun, and they loved what they were doing. Most of the people in the fan club were adults who had their own lives. This was one of the rare moments when they could forget their lives as adults and have fun attending a red carpet event. A few moments later, something surprising yet kind of expected happened. A Batmobile showed up in front of the red carpet. The car opened and Batman came out. Christian Bale was wearing his Batman suit, and he looked cool as fuck, although it was obvious that his attire was hot and uncomfortable. Still, being a professional actor, Christian Bale didn't show any awkwardness and walked to the red carpet with swag. This would be the last time he would wear this Batman costume on a red carpet. This was a marketing technique that Warner Brothers suggested for him to do. He would receive a bonus if he showed up on the red carpet while wearing his Batman attire. He decided to go for it. Chapter 462. Congratulations, director. It seems like you will have another successful movie on your list. As expected of someone as talented as you. You never miss. I still haven't watched the movie, but I'm confident that it will be a blast. The reporter was glazing at this point. Haha. Kazir just laughed. He didn't feel good at all. He couldn't just say yes and admit it. At first, out of desperation to become famous, Kazir was ready to steal as many movie hits as possible. He wanted to experience the life of a successful director. The dream he wanted to achieve. The dream he didn't achieve before he died in a traffic accident. The biggest regret of his life. So when he returned to the past, Kazir promised that he would do everything. He didn't care if Say 7 was created by someone else. He wanted to become famous, so he stole it. He didn't care if Napoleon Dynamite was meant to be created in the next decade. He wanted to achieve his dream, so he also stole it. Just like The Hangover, Taken, John Wick, and many more. Kazir didn't feel guilty about what he did. Life was tough, and he had to do it to survive, and so did everyone. One way or another, people would step on each other just to get to a higher level of living. He was satisfied with what he achieved. He never regretted one of them. He reached his status because of what he did. Of course, he put love into all of his creations. He didn't disregard them and made sure that every movie would achieve success. He was happy at first, but now, after a decade of repeating the same thing, Kazir felt empty. Happiness didn't last forever. Sure, he was happy whenever his movies made money, but he couldn't get the satisfaction he was looking for. He felt empty. Kazir knew that Batman Begins grossed more than $300 million at the box office in the original timeline. And now, he was more confident that the movie would perform better because of his box office appeal. Despite that fact, Kazir couldn't feel the joy. Happiness was there, but joy was missing. He couldn't explain it well, but he knew that something was missing. He was numb to constant success. I'm a fucking hypocrite. If someone is in the same shoes as me, they will probably be more than happy to say that they filmed Batman Begins. To be fair, Kazir did a good job by filming and copying the successful movies. Not only did he make them, but some of the movies were also performed better than the original version, such as Napoleon Dynamite, Wanted, and Spider-Man. No one could probably do what he did. Furthermore, Kazir created a cinematic universe that didn't happen in the original timeline. Who would have thought that a bunch of action movies could be put into one universe to create a continental cinematic universe? Kazir was talented. No doubt about that. He remembered all of the movies he watched and even copied them to perfection. However, no matter how successful and talented a person is, they will always have insecurity. Perhaps it was human nature. I'm being greedy despite the achievements I acquired. Kazir knew the problem, and he also knew the solution. He had to film his own movie, a script that he wrote and turn into a movie that he could confidently say was his own. Thanks for the interview. The reporter smiled, and Kazir excused himself. The interview was simple. The reporter just asked some questions, and they were comfortable. The reporter asked Kazir and Scarlet questions related to Batman Begins. The reporter even respected his boundary and never asked why Kazir and Scarlet were walking on the red carpet together. Are you okay? Scarlet worriedly asked. Even though the reporter was respectable, Scarlet felt like Kazir was uncomfortable with the reporter's praises, as if Kazir believed that he didn't deserve it. I'm fine. Kazir shrugged, acting like everything was all right. Scarlet bit her lip and hugged his arm tighter as they entered the theater. Thank you, Scarlet. You're a good person. Kazir felt her concerns. I'm only a good person to you, not to everybody. She grumbled. PFTT haha. Okay. That made me laugh. So I guess I'm special, huh? Of course. Wait, W, what are you doing? Scarlet stuttered and blushed as Kazir leaned closer and kissed her lips. She was stunned. Then, the cameras behind them started flashing like crazy. They were still close to the entrance, and the reporters witnessed what happened. They didn't hesitate at all and took pictures. I thought you wanted people to know that we are dating? Yeah, she meekly replied. Very shy. She lost all her energy with just one peck on the lips. Want me to kiss you again? She nodded. Let's do it later. Geez. You playboy. You're making fun of me. She playfully slapped Kazir's shoulder. The two found their seats. Next to Kazir was none other than Barry Mayer. Honestly, it was a bit overwhelming that the chairman of Warner Brothers was sitting next to Kazir. Most of the time, the director and the cast of the movie were in one or two rows, while the executives had their own rows. But Barry Mayer personally talked to the organizer that he wanted to sit next to Kazir. It's nice to meet you, Barry. Good evening, Kazir. Kazir and Scarlet sat down. A few seconds later, Barry started the conversation. Kazir, what do you think of starting the production of Ted? As expected, it was about business. Chapter 463. Ted. It was a comedy script that Kazir sold to Warner Brothers a few years ago. The script had been in their library, but they hadn't touched it for years. They almost forgot about it, not going to lie. Terry Semel was the CEO at the time when Ted was bought by Warner Brothers, and so Barry Mayer didn't know anything. He was just informed that Warner Brothers bought a script from Kazir when he talked to the production team of the company. At that time, Barry was talking about how they needed to buy a script from Kazir. It didn't matter if it was a comedy, horror film, or musical. Final Destination was a huge hit, and so was La La Land. It was obvious why Barry wanted to buy a script. Then, when he talked about their plans, someone said to him that Warner Brothers had a script that they bought from Kazir and hadn't produced as of yet. Back in the late 90s, using special effects was expensive, and Warner Brothers felt like filming Ted would be a tough one. Especially when Kazir said that he didn't want to film Ted. Warner Brothers decided to make the movie once the technology for CGI was cheaper and better, which was now. Warner Brothers could afford to produce Ted on a less expensive budget. Barry Mayer read the script for Ted, and he was laughing out loud when he read it. The script was a complete package. It didn't need revision because the script was already perfect. When Barry Mayer read it, he knew that he needed to make it into a movie. So tonight, he talked to Kazir about Ted. He had his reasons why he wanted to talk to Kazir. He informed Kazir that Warner Brothers was going to make the movie. The second reason was that he wanted Kazir to direct it. Money was not the problem. Knowing how Kazir did his job, Warner Brothers was elegant enough to invest more than $100 million. If Kazir asked for a 30+30 deal, Warner Brothers would also agree. Barry Mayer could see the potential of Ted. It could become a movie franchise with many sequels. That's great to hear, Barry. Kazir nodded. He also expected that Warner Brothers would start filming Ted. Huh? Barry was confused. Are you not going to say anything about it? Nah, I'm cool. Kazir had long received the payment from Ted, and he didn't have much connection with it. If Warner Brothers wanted to hire him as executive producer, then he might agree. That was the best he could do. All right. Barry realized that Kazir was not interested. He could understand why. Kazir was so busy that his schedule was 3 years full. In the end, Barry didn't force his interest. He was already satisfied that the director signed a trilogy contract with them. He was actually proud that Warner Brothers was the first studio that Kazir signed a trilogy with. Sony Columbia could only force the director to sign 2 movies, which were Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2. Barry slightly smiled as more people filled the theater. He looked around and found the actor, Christian Bale, in his tuxedo. It seemed that wearing a huge armor-like costume with a cape was uncomfortable. Christian Bale returned to wearing a suit once he was done on the red carpet. A masterclass in rebooting a beloved franchise, Batman Begins offers a fresh take on the iconic superhero while staying true to its roots. Kazir Grey's direction is superb, grounding the story in a gritty, realistic Gotham that feels more tangible than ever. Christian Bale's portrayal of Bruce Wayne/Batman is nuanced and compelling, capturing the inner struggle of a man trying to overcome his fears and avenge the death of his parents. The film excels in its exploration of Batman's origin story, giving weight to his journey from traumatized orphan to Dark Knight. The supporting cast, particularly Michael Caine as Alfred and Liam Neeson as the formidable Ra's al Ghul, add to the emotional depth of the story. Hans Zimmer's score is powerful and perfectly complements the film's darker tone and thrilling action sequences. The action is intense and well choreographed, particularly the car chases and fight scenes, which showcase Batman's ingenuity and physical prowess. Batman Begins manages to be both an engaging character study and a high-stakes superhero film. It's a fresh start for Batman and sets the stage for one of the best superhero trilogies of all time. Highly recommended for fans of the comics and newcomers to the franchise. This article was written by an AI or something. Is this written by GodGPT? Man, writers these days are getting tired of thinking and just asking an AI to create a movie review about Batman Begins. The author should be honest whenever he uses AI. Kazir thought as he read the movie review. Ahem. Anyway, the movie review seemed positive. Batman Begins received a great result on its first day. Kazir was there and witnessed how the fans loved the movie. As he expected, the performance of Batman Begins was better than the original version, which only grossed $300 million. If his calculation was right, his version of Batman Begins would gross around $500 to $600 million, depending on how fans all over the world react to the movie. The first day just earned $20.58 million. Warner Brothers was satisfied with this result, knowing that the last Batman movie was a disaster. They also couldn't help but compare it to Catwoman, which grossed only $6 million on its first day. They couldn't help but be satisfied. Warner Brothers was great at starting franchises, but they were bad at making sequels. Matrix had a wonderful start, but the second and third movies had a bad reputation. Joker was a masterpiece, but Joker, Fully Do was like a man getting rap *D by another man and musical. Ahem, that was how horrible it was. The Fantastic Beasts suffered the same fate, with negative reviews. The DCU had so many movies overall, and most of them were hated by the fans. So yeah, Warner Brothers was not that good at making sequels. To be fair, many studios were not good at making sequels. Every studio in the industry was not perfect. People would always find faults in them. It was just a matter of how bad the problems were. Chapter 464. Despite having whack sequels, Warner Brothers was also famous for having amazing franchises. Harry Potter, The Lord of the Rings / The Hobbit, Mad Max, The Hangover, Lethal Weapon, Oceans, and, of course, the Dark Knight trilogy. These were just some of the franchises that Warner Brothers produced. It was not a surprise that Warner Brothers was a well-known studio. On the second day of Batman Begins, which was June 16th, Thursday, the movie grossed another $17 million. Friday, June 17th, the movie earned another $15 million. Saturday, June 18th, $16 million. Sunday, June 19th, $13 million. The first 5 days of the screening of Batman Begins grossed $83 million. Batman Begins had a premiere on Wednesday. More movie reviews were popping up. Most critics were giving positive opinions. Some bloggers also posted their reviews of the movie. Warner Brothers made sure to pay most of them to convince people that Batman Begins was amazing. Warner Brothers was confident in the movie, but they had to make sure. They didn't want to experience another Catwoman failure. Furthermore, they were expecting that Batman Begins would be the start of their cinematic universe. Everyone was so eager to have their own cinematic universe. But they knew the danger of making one. Nobody wanted another flop like John Carter. John Carter was the first movie that Walt Disney intended for their Barsom series. Batman Begins was also the first movie that Warner Brothers intended for their DC cinematic universe. So it was understandable why Warner Brothers was working hard to make sure that the movie would be successful. It didn't matter if they had to convince the moviegoers by paying the critics. At the end of the day, as long as the movie was considered a box office hit, the DVD sales would also follow suit. Not only the DVD sales, but most movie cinemas were also selling merchandise related to the movie they were currently screening. Since Batman Begins was a hot topic in the cinemas, it was not surprising that stores close to the cinemas were selling merchandise related to Batman. Toys, comics, t-shirts, you name it. These peripherals were sold out in just a matter of days. The stores were excitedly contacting Warner Brothers to send them more products. Warner Brothers would then contact the manufacturers to make more products. Either way, they were making big profits. Batman toys were already selling well before Batman Begins even happened. After all, Batman was an old yet famous superhero and had gathered so many fans all over the world. But now that Batman Begins happened, any products related to Batman were getting sold out. Lamborghini, the car company responsible for creating the Batmobile for the production, created 15 copies of the product and sold them for $7 million each. Kazir had one, and Lamborghini gave it to him for free. Of course, the Batmobile that Lamborghini sold was different from the one in the movie. It was not high-tech, it just copied the appearance, nothing else. Still, the 15 Batmobiles were sold out. Kazir felt like Lamborghini would also make another version of the Batmobile once The Dark Knight was released. Money, money, money. It was the reason why Warner Brothers was doing this. All because of money. As for Kazir, he would also make money. Kazir's contract was $25 million plus 17% worldwide box office share plus 3%. Peripherals revenue share. He already got the $25 million. As for the 17% worldwide box office and 3% peripherals revenue share, these two aspects have to take time to accumulate. But oh boy, once the calculation was done, Kazir's overall salary might reach $100 million. However, the director in question had already forgotten about the specified contract. The one who was responsible for taking care of that was his lawyer and accountant. The moment Kazir got $1 billion from 20th Century Fox was the moment he didn't think much of money. Instead, he focused more on his artwork than his financial vision. Lately, Kazir felt like buying another house and perhaps a jet for traveling purposes. He was already wealthy enough to not think of his salary. That was a cold statement. Life is tough, huh? Zack Snyder sadly muttered while reading the articles related to Batman Begins. His life was not okay. After Dawn of the Dead, Zack felt like his career was on a downward spiral. The box office of Dawn of the Dead was outstanding, considering that it was a horror movie. Earning more than $100 million was a feat. However, for some reason, he couldn't get a job after Dawn of the Dead. He tried to pitch some projects to the Big Six, hoping that he would get an investment. But so far, none of them had called him. The salary he received from Dawn of the Dead was not that great either, considering that he was just a rookie director. Maybe, for a moment, he thought of contacting Kazir. He didn't know why he agreed to Universal Pictures' contract. Perhaps he was enticed when the studio promised that they would have 3 projects for him. It was bullshit. They didn't even sign a contract. At that time, he was having a hard time choosing between Universal Pictures and Grey Pictures. He felt like his career would be better if he worked with Universal Pictures. And now, he was in the lowest part of his career. He tried contacting his last job, but they didn't rehire him. I should have chosen 300. I like the comics, and I've read it. He sighed. He didn't know his future after this. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. He didn't recognize the number, but decided to answer it anyway. Hello? Yes, 20th Century Fox? Yes. I'll be there. Director Grey recommended me. I will, I promise I will. He was so excited that he kept nodding his head while having blushing cheeks. I should probably apologize and thank Kazir. Once the phone call ended, Zach felt guilty. Chapter 465. Even though Zach declined Kazir's offer to direct 300, and the new director chose Dawn of the Dead instead, Kazir still recommended the director to 20th Century Fox to direct 300. Because of what happened a year ago, when Kazir suffered from a scandal and chose to work with Warner Brothers, 20th Century Fox felt jealous and asked for attention. In the end, to solve the problem, Kazir sold 3 of his scripts to 20th Century Fox. These were Final Destination, Paranormal Activity, and 300. 20th Century Fox already released Final Destination, and the movie was a success. So far, after 2 months of screening, Final Destination had grossed $158 million at the North American box office. Unfortunately, the competition in the summer season was tough, so Final Destination would probably end its screening 2 to 3 weeks from now. Even the theaters that were screening the horror movie were down to 400. Aside from Final Destination, 20th Century Fox also had Paranormal Activity and 300. After some discussion, 20th Century Fox decided to invest in 300 and Paranormal Activity. The company was confident in both movies, so they might as well do it. Because they had high confidence in Kazir's recommendations, 20th Century Fox decided to contact Zack Snyder. This was not a final decision, and 20th Century Fox could change their minds if Zack Snyder didn't pass their criteria. In a way, Zack had to attend a job interview. Well, Zack's last movie did great at the box office for a zombie movie standard. It was a profit. However, they still had to know the director before giving him the project. While the two sides were negotiating, Kazir's opinion on the matter was a bit different. Zack Snyder is crucial for the DCU to happen. If he's not working with Warner Brothers, then his chances of being part of the DCU will be slimmer. 300 was a profitable movie, but it was not the main reason why. Kazir bought the movie adaptation. What he wanted was to make Zack Snyder stay away from Warner Brothers. Kazir was making chess moves. He recognized that the DCU was a rival that could affect the CCU and MCU. He didn't want that to happen. So he might as well entice Zack Snyder to work with him or 20th Century Fox so that the director wouldn't have the time to work with Warner Brothers. As for Zack's movie projects, Kazir knew a lot of movies that he could direct. If he wants, I can give him the script for Rebel Moon. If there was one thing that Kazir deeply regretted, it was the fact that Zack Snyder might not direct Watchmen in this timeline. In his opinion, Watchmen was Zack Snyder's masterpiece. Man of Steel, Batman vs. Superman, Justice League, and not even Justice League Snyder's cut, could be compared to Watchmen. That was what Kazir believed. Everything depends on Zack's decision. He will have to make a choice. In my opinion, the DCU is a rival I don't want to face. But if DCU and Zack Snyder work together, then I don't have any choice but to face them. It's nice to meet you again, director. Yeah, I didn't expect that we would meet twice in a year, Kazir replied nonchalantly. He had an idea, but didn't think much of it. The person across the table was Mason Aiden, a producer working at Lionsgate. It seemed that this person had some relevance in the story since he appeared twice. Anyway, their conversation today was quite different from the last time. A few months ago, Mason and Kazir talked about the completion of Now You See Me. Mason was the producer while Kazir was the executive producer, in name, so it was not a surprise that they had a meeting. But this time was a bit different. Mason was facing Kazir as the representative of Lionsgate and buying another script from Kazir. They hoped that Kazir would work for them as a director, but that dream was too much, so they settled on buying a script instead. Buying a script from Kazir was complicated, because he didn't sell scripts even if the price was high. It all depended on his feelings, whether he would sell the script or not. Kazir's position as a scriptwriter was that high to have that kind of selling power. Not everyone in Hollywood could buy his script. Two of the big six, which were Walt Disney and Universal Pictures, never tasted Kazir's grace. It showed that Kazir's status was not simple. I promised that if Fremont and Brianna won their awards at the Oscars, I would sell one script to Lionsgate. That's right, Mason nodded. An opportunity like this was very rare. I won't break my promise. I even let you choose which one you want to buy. Kazir gave Mason a document listing the movies he intended to sell and their summaries. Lionsgate specifically asked for horror movies because horror movies had a small budget, yet big profits. They were not looking for big investments that could fracture their company. So Kazir had, for horror movies for them, A Quiet Place, The Conjuring, Annabelle, Get Out. Kazir wrote short summaries for each script. There might be chances that Lionsgate would copy his horror movies, so he couldn't give the scripts or the detailed summaries. It might look like Kazir was disrespecting Lionsgate. But at this point, it didn't matter. Kazir was not that weak anymore. Lionsgate should be happy that Kazir gave them a chance to buy a script from him. Only selected companies had the chance to do so. Can I bring this document back to the company? Mason's voice trembled. He didn't feel disrespected at all. He was excited instead. For scripts. The last horror movie that Kazir sold was Final Destination, and it was making money even now. You can, but you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. I'll contact the management right now. Please excuse me. Mason stood up and dialed on his phone. You can take your time. Chapter 466. After a few minutes of waiting, Mason returned and sat down. The first thing he said was, "Is it possible to buy all 4 of the scripts?" When Lionsgate heard that Kazir listed 4 scripts, they went crazy and hoped that Mason could convince him to sell all 4 scripts instead. This was a very rare opportunity. These 4 scripts could determine their future for a decade. There were countless fans of horror movies all over the world. God knows how much money they could make if they acquired the 4 horror scripts. They believed that Kazir's strength in scriptwriting could do that. He had proven himself so many times that Lionsgate trusted him with their hearts. You can buy 2, but the prices will increase to $7 million each. Kazir felt nothing selling more scripts. He knew the importance of these scripts, but he didn't mind it anymore. He was way past that stage. These scripts could determine a studio's future, and Kazir was cool with it. Kazir usually set his prices around $5 to $6 million whenever selling a script. There were times when he had to increase the price, but that was rare. And now, instead of lowering the price for a double deal, Kazir decided to increase the price. There was no discount, only an increase in prices. That was so disrespectful. Kazir was probably the only one who could do it. Even if he increased the price up to $10 million, a studio would still buy it. When Mason heard that Kazir had no problem selling too, he couldn't help but smile. While on the phone, the CEO promised him that he would get a commission if he convinced Kazir to sell at least one more script to Lionsgate. He fucking did. As for the expensive price, Lionsgate wouldn't feel that it was a waste. If one of the big 6 were in their situation right now, they would agree to buy Kazir's scripts at top dollar. Mason even heard that Universal Pictures and Walt Disney were getting close and desperate just to buy one of Kazir's scripts. The scandal they spread last year didn't work, and Kazir was still standing. It might not be a surprise if Universal Pictures and Walt Disney did the unthinkable, which was to plagiarize Kazir's scripts. Most of Kazir's scripts were registered with the Writers Guild with short summaries. Someone from Universal Pictures and Walt Disney could cook something if they wanted to. No, they might do it if they hit the corner. It's nice meeting you, director. I promise you that you will hear our answer within this week. We will contact your secretary if you're busy. That's good to hear. Kazir nodded. Kazir had an office secretary because he felt that Erica's job was getting heavier than normal. Especially now that Kazir and the production crew of Pirates of the Caribbean would leave the country to film the 2nd and 3rd sequels of the franchise. The month of June ended just like that. Batman Begins grossed $152 million when the month ended. The movie had been in theaters for 16 days. Around the last week of June, Batman Begins box office started slowing down, especially when another box office hit was released around that time, which was War of the Worlds, starring Tom Cruise and directed by Steven Spielberg. Kazir and Tom were making fun of each other when they realized that their movies were set to be released in the same month. Both were confident in their movies, which was understandable. War of the Worlds had Tom Cruise and Steven Spielberg, while Batman Begins had Kazir Grey. The two movies would do well. Kazir even knew that War of the Worlds would surpass $600 million worldwide. The two made a bet that whoever made the highest box office worldwide would buy the winner a yacht. For rich people like them, the yacht was just a betting chip. Kazir didn't know the exact box office that Batman Begins would gross, but he decided to trust his creation. When July arrived, another batch of movies was released. 20th Century Fox released Fantastic Four, a superhero movie. Fantastic Four and X-Men were the copyrights that 20th Century Fox bought from Marvel Comics back in the 90s. The production for this movie was already planned before News Corporation bought Marvel Comics. The script was already prepared. The budget had been made. Even the cast was filled. After some communication, Marvel and 20th Century Fox decided to release the movie. They decided not to include the movie in their upcoming cinematic universe and gave it its own franchise instead, just like X-Men. Other than Fantastic Four, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory was also released in July. This film was based on the 1964 novel of the same name. The movie was directed by Tim Burton, which explained the gothic style of the movie. Of course, it was also not a surprise that Johnny Depp was cast as Willy Wonka. Tim Burton and Johnny Depp were recognized as a tag team in the industry. Aside from Fantastic Four and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, a comedy film titled Wedding Crashers was released in July. Starring Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn, it was about two friends who decided to sneak into weddings to meet women. It led them to a humorous adventure. This movie received a positive response from the audience, based on its high box office results. While this was ongoing, a stranger visited Grey Pictures to meet Kazir. The meeting was scheduled for a week, making sure that Kazir would be informed about the meeting earlier. Kazir was a bit surprised, but he also expected it. Few people could pull off this kind of project. He was staring at a document, a script, to be precise. The script had a title, Transformers. Chapter 467. It's nice to meet you. I'm Jacob Sterling. I'm excited to meet you. Kazir, the best director of the century. I've seen all of your movies, and they are masterpieces. They have a strong selling power that is indescribable. As if you, the director, can see the future of Hollywood and know how to catch the attention of people. Jacob stated his opinion, showing no shyness in his expression. Many people respected Kazir because of his achievements and looked up to him. But this Jacob is different. I can see that he doesn't respect me. He sees me as a director who can make box office hits. Other than that, he just sees me as a person. Kazir thought to himself. Honestly, he preferred these kinds of impressions instead of being fangirled too much. Sometimes, he felt like people around him saw him as a god who could perform miracles. That was not true at all. He knew that he could fail. He had experienced it so many times. Kazir stared at the script after Jacob introduced himself. Based on the title, Kazir already knew Paramount's intention. Just to be clear, I represent Hasbro more than Paramount. I'm their contact whenever Hasbro cooperates with a production studio. I heard that Hasbro and Paramount Pictures are trying to make a G.I. Joe movie. Is that true? It's confidential information. I can't answer you, Jacob replied. I understand. Kazir had an idea about the truth. Hasbro owned a lot of toys, board games, and tabletop games. They were trying to penetrate Hollywood to popularize their products internationally. Their toys were famous in the West, but it was different in other countries. They had cooperated with 20th Century Fox, New Line Cinema, Warner Brothers, and other B-list studios to create movies for their products. Movies based on toys and tabletops were released, such as Clue, Power Rangers, and Dungeons & Dragons. They didn't perform well at the box office. Everything changed when Hasbro worked with Paramount Pictures to create Transformers. It was an ambitious goal that had a strong chance to fail. God knows how much CGI and special effects would be needed just to create realistic scenes of cars turning into giant robots. For the project, Paramount Pictures hired a well-known director, Michael Bay. Michael Bay was the director of Bad Boys. The Rock, Armageddon, Pearl Harbor, and Bad Boys 2. He had a strong box office appeal. His movies also had high production costs because Michael Bay preferred using special effects. Oh, he also loved explosions. In his opinion, the bigger the explosion, the better. Both Hasbro and Paramount Pictures understood Michael Bay's strengths and decided to put their trust in him. And yeah, Michael Bay created one of the most famous movie franchises in the world, Transformers. The success of Transformers increased the popularity of Transformer toys, and Hasbro was making lots of money. After that huge success, Hasbro decided to entrust another franchise to Paramount, which was G.I. Joe. The first movie was amazing, while the sequels were shit. Anyway, that was the original story that Kazir knew. But it was different now, because Kazir showed up. Michael Bay was still a respected director, but Kazir was the best director when it came to making blockbusters. Of course, Paramount Pictures and Hasbro wanted Kazir to direct Transformers rather than Michael Bay. If I'm not wrong, I'm their first choice, while Michael Bay is the second choice. Kazir slightly smiled. He was a fan of Michael Bay's movies because Kazir loved watching action movies. And now, he was above Michael Bay. He scratched his nose. He felt nice. "You are our first choice," Jacob said. As expected, Kazir nodded. "We know how hard it will be to produce Transformers, the money, the technology to create, special effects, and the right director. We believe that if there's a director who can bring life to our Transformers, it should be you, Director Grey." At the end of the day, everyone knew that for a movie to be successful, it needed a talented director. Most of the time, the status of the director equated to the success of a movie. There was a reason why studios hired veteran directors. Directors who had box office hits had the experience. They also knew how to work under pressure, and their vision to create a movie was compact. Being a director was not simple. It was a tough career. It was understandable why Paramount Pictures and Hasbro wanted to hire Kazir. His ability was proven and tested. Money was not a problem. They could offer a 25 plus 25 contract to Kazir with no problem. In the first place, Hasbro wanted to make a successful Transformers movie to sell more of their toys. Your flattery sounds nice to hear, but I have to apologize. You probably heard that I'm currently filming Pirates of the Caribbean. I have no time for Transformers. I recommend you contact Michael Bay instead. We are also interested in Michael Bay, but we wanted to talk to you first. Transformers is still in its initial stage, and the movie is planned to be released around 2007 or 2008. We still have 2 years. We know that you finish your projects fast, so it's probably not a problem for you to start Transformers at the end of 2005 or early in 2006. Director, all we want is for you to take your time to think about our offer. We promise that we will provide you with the best contract. I'll think about it. That was the best that Kazir could promise. The meeting ended, and Jacob Sterling left. Transformers, huh? Kazir had a lot of things to do. His schedule was packed, and he didn't know if he would have time to dabble his hands in other projects. Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest was set to be released next year, 2006. Pirates of the Caribbean, At World's End was set to be released in 2007. The Dark Knight was set to be released in 2008. For the next 3 years, Kazir's schedule was packed. Furthermore, he was interested in filming Ninja Assassin and an original horror movie once 2008 passed. Chapter 468. After ending the meeting with Jacob Sterling, Kazir had another thing to do. Kung Fu Panda was going to be released in the first week of August. Kazir was the executive producer of this animated movie. He was also the scriptwriter. It was not a surprise that Kazir received a ticket to watch the movie. He was also invited to the red carpet. However, Kazir was having some thoughts about attending the premiere. He was now a high-status person in Hollywood, and even 20th Century Fox couldn't stop him if he said that he didn't want to attend the premiere of Kung Fu Panda. In the first place, he didn't participate much in the creation of this movie. It was not important whether he would attend or not. The box office always relied on the movie itself. If the movie was entertaining, people would spend money and watch it. If the movie was boring, people had no reason to watch it. The reason why he didn't want to attend was that he didn't want to make Scarlett uncomfortable. Angelina was part of the cast of Kung Fu Panda. She voiced Tigress in the movie. There might be a strong chance that the actress would attend the premiere. If Kazir attended the premiere alone, Scarlett would be uncomfortable knowing that Kazir could meet Angelina at the event. If Scarlett and Kazir attended the premiere together, she still might become uncomfortable with the thought that Kazir's ex was in the same theater as them. So, to avoid that situation, Kazir wanted to talk to the management of 20th Century Fox and inform them that he couldn't attend the premiere of Kung Fu Panda. However, before he could even contact the company, Kazir received a text from Scarlett. "Babe, I want to see Kung Fu Panda with you. I love you, moi." Reading the message, Kazir sighed and decided to reply with, "Okay." Scarlett texted a second later. "Are you not going to say more?" Kazir read it and had no idea what she implied. "I mean, I texted okay because that's all I have to say." He typed back, "I'll take you to a nice fashion boutique to find a dress for the premiere." "Thanks, babe, but that's not what I'm asking for." Kazir had no idea what to say, so he decided to reread their conversation. He then texted, "I love you." There was no response for a few seconds until Kazir's phone started ringing. Scarlett was calling him. "I love you too, moi." She giggled before ending the call. "I almost fucked it up by typing. I miss you, and I miss your tits." Kazir chuckled. He felt great for some reason. He finished his job that day, and even Stella and Erica were surprised that Kazir came out of his office. Most of the time, when Kazir didn't have anything to do, he would stay in his office and finish his work. Robert Bob Iger confidently strolled into the building of Walt Disney. People greeted him with respect as he passed them by. He became the face of the company 4 years ago when Michael Eisner left the company. When Robert successfully acquired the position of chairman once Michael Eisner was gone, Walt Disney started going on the right track. The failure of John Carter in 2002 was the biggest disaster that Walt Disney suffered. They spent more than $400 million on John Carter, including worldwide promotion, but the outcome was a painful slap to their faces. When John Carter didn't make any money in the United States, Walt Disney decided to push the release internationally and invested heavily in promoting the movie. The outcome was the same. John Carter meagerly earned $284 million. If not for the high investment, this movie could have been recognized as a box office hit. Anyway, Walt Disney promised never to touch the franchise again. They even blacklisted the actor who took the role of John Carter because they didn't want to be reminded of their own failures. Whenever Robert remembered John Carter, he couldn't help but frown. He admitted that he also supported the production of John Carter, but he didn't expect that they would suffer a negative profit once the movie was released. It was nightmare-inducing, but everything will be fine from now on. Now that Walt Disney had learned from the past, it had become stronger. "I'm the chairman of this company, and I will make sure that we will succeed." Robert was getting close to convincing Steve Jobs to sell the shares of Pixar to Walt Disney. He was confident that the guy would agree and sell Pixar to Walt Disney. After all, Walt Disney was the best choice for Pixar to prosper. Walt Disney was family-friendly. The company also had distribution lines worldwide, not only for movies, but also for selling toys. Walt Disney was not just a production studio, it was a pop culture. This company created so many childhood memories for people all over the world. The cartoon movies it released created unforgettable experiences for many people. Even adults who were born in the 1950s admitted that they liked Walt Disney. Furthermore, Walt Disney had a strong connection with toy factories. Walt Disney also had Disneyland, a place where children loved to visit. It would take a long time for Pixar to acquire these kinds of advantages. So for Pixar and Walt Disney, it was a win-win situation if they worked together. Pixar didn't have a choice anyway. No one in the Big Six could satisfy Pixar. Only Walt Disney, the biggest animation studio in the world, could answer every need of Pixar. Robert smiled. Once the negotiation ended, he would acquire another achievement, and the management would respect him again. This would solidify his position as the chairman of the company. Chapter 469. Robert found his seat and read the newspaper. Younger people these days had stopped reading newspapers and preferred watching television as a means of entertainment instead. Perhaps only old people appreciated the novelty of reading newspapers. I heard that Kazir also loves to read newspapers. Maybe he's an old man deep inside. He turned the page and frowned when he saw the box office of Batman Begins. After 47 days of screening, Batman Begins grossed over $210 million. It was a success, but some movie critics criticized Kazir because, out of his recent movies, Batman Begins had the lowest performance. People always expect too much from a person who keeps spamming blockbuster movies every year. Batman Begins' performance is amazing on its own. There's nothing to be sad about. Robert sighed. It would be a lie if he said that he was not jealous. Walt Disney had an amazing lineup of animated movies. However, their live-action movies were getting stale as the years went by. They didn't have any strong movies. Lately, they didn't have Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. They didn't have Spider-Man. They didn't have Pirates of the Caribbean. Ahem, Robert was clueless about the fact that this franchise was meant for Walt Disney. Disneyland had an attraction ride called Pirates of the Caribbean. Kazir also admitted that he found inspiration when he rode that ride. Robert thought of filing a lawsuit, but he felt like they would lose the case. They did not own the trademark for Pirates of the Caribbean. If Robert pushed the lawsuit, he was afraid that Kazir would completely close his door to working with Walt Disney. Yes, Robert was still hoping. He knew the truth regarding the industry. The best way to make money was by hiring Kazir Grey. He didn't want to follow Michael Eisner's path by acting arrogant. He wanted to work with Kazir. That was one of the reasons why he agreed to buy the shares of Grey Pictures. Unfortunately, the acquisition failed, and 20th Century Fox won the race. As for the scandal that Walt Disney spread with the help of Universal Pictures, Robert went along with it because of his position. In a way, Robert wanted to work with Kazir. But if Kazir didn't want to, then Robert had no problem dirtying the director's reputation. At the end of the day, this was business, and Robert was standing on business. Our live-action movies don't have strong power to compete with the other studios. We need to level up. Walt Disney was the giant of the animation industry, but he didn't want to let go of live-action movies. Because live-action movies could also bring them a lot of money. Robert could see the trajectory of the company. If they failed to make interesting live-action movies, their market shares would decrease. If that happened, Robert would be blamed and possibly kicked out of the company, just like what happened to Michael Eisner. Robert didn't want that to happen. I have plans. First, ask Kazir if he's interested in working with us. He heard that Paramount Pictures asked Kazir to work with them on a project, and Walt Disney could do the same, with a thicker face. If that doesn't work, we will invite Fremont Smith or Palenque Simone. Fremont was currently relaxing after the success of La La Land. The award-winning director was having a blast and attending many parties in Los Angeles, except for Epstein and Diddy parties, of course. As for Palenque Simone, Walt Disney was ready to shoulder the expenses if the TV show director decided to break the contract. Palenque Simone didn't have experience directing a movie, but at this point, Walt Disney was ready to gamble just to achieve success. After all, Kazir Grey was Fremont and Palenque's mentor. The director taught the two how to direct a project, and the two also adapted Kazir's fast style of filming. Robert was also interested in Renner Hector, Kazir's director of photography or cinematographer. After working with Kazir for more than a decade, Renner Hector probably learned so many things from Kazir. However, this cinematographer never stepped into making a movie. He stayed in his position and followed Kazir in every movie he created. If my second plan doesn't work, maybe I can make live-action versions of our fairy tale movies. Just like I said last time, we can start with Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. To be fair, the idea of live-action versions of fairy tale movies was not bad. It was actually a great idea, once done right. It was true that Robert reached his position because he was talented and smart. His way of thinking was on the right track, but it didn't mean that every project he partook in would be successful. Maybe I can start with Cinderella instead. Mascots of characters from Kung Fu Panda were parading in front of the El Capitan Theater. Puh, Master Sherfu, Master Oogway, Tigress, and many more were waving their hands adorably. The people inside the mascots were probably showering in sweat. Tonight was the premiere of Kung Fu Panda. 3D animated movies were well received even by adults, so people ranging from 5 years old to 50+ years old were eager to watch the movie, especially when Kung Fu Panda was written by none other than Kazir Grey. Chapter 470. Kazir and Scarlett entered the theater after the hustle and bustle. Tonight was a new beginning for Blue Sky Studio to greet their rivals, proving that they could also create an amazing 3D animated movie. DreamWorks and Pixar didn't have one thing, Kazir Grey. In Hollywood, Kazir's name was the definition of success. Even though this was his first time working on an animated movie, people were confident that Kung Fu Panda would deliver. So far, DreamWorks and Pixar were the 3D animation studios that dominated this small but profitable industry. Other studios were trying to follow in their footsteps, hoping to get a slice of this delicious market. Blue Sky Studios' first 3D movie, Ice Age, was a commercial success, and 20th Century Fox decided to invest more in the company, especially when their second project was written by Kazir Grey. Kazir, I'm happy to see you again. Jack Black showed up and gave Kazir a tight hug. Kazir couldn't breathe for a second before the fat actor let go of him. Jack Black was an approachable actor, and Kazir didn't have a hard time becoming friends with him. Kazir and Jack rarely met, especially after the Hangover franchise ended, but they still considered each other friends. Furthermore, Jack felt indebted and grateful that the director had hired him in The Hangover as one of the three protagonists. It meant a lot to him. That was the start of stardom, and he was thankful to Kazir because of that. Since then, Jack always had positive opinions about the director. When the scandal 2 years ago happened, Jack was one of the people who defended Kazir. Jack Black voiced the protagonist of Kung Fu Panda, which was Puh. He heard that Kazir was the one who recommended him to voice the character. In this industry, connection was very important. It was hard to find a steady job, even for someone like Jack Black. So getting hired in an animated movie like Kung Fu Panda was great. Jack Black was 100% sure that this movie would have sequels, so it meant that he had secure jobs for the future. Besides, he had fun voicing Puh. Voice acting and being an actor were different. To be clear, dubbing was a normal thing in movies because it was hard to record sounds in open spaces. Jack Black and the other actors already had experience in voice acting in that regard. Some actors couldn't dub their own roles in the movie for various reasons. The best example was Arnold Schwarzenegger. In Arnold's early movies, his accent was so thick that the director hired another person to dub his lines in the movie. "It's nice to meet you, Jack," Kazir replied, and also introduced Scarlett to Jack Black. After that, more actors and actresses introduced themselves to Kazir. There were more than 1,000 seats in the theater, and the venue was packed. Some fans had luckily won tickets to join the premiere, while others held high status in the industry and were invited to watch the movie. Movie critics were also present, invited by 20th Century Fox to praise Kung Fu Panda. They were probably paid. "Hi, director, it's nice to meet you." People were approaching Kazir. He was the type who rarely showed his face, so this was a rare opportunity for some people to introduce themselves, particularly the small-time actors and actresses. "Director, here's my card. Call me if you want a good time." A young, beautiful actress casually inserted her business card into Kazir's pocket and winked. "Excuse me." Scarlett was stunned. She was also surprised by what had just happened. How can someone like her get into the theater? She fumed. Probably through the back entrance. Kazir replied, and then shut his mouth when Scarlett glanced at him. She pulled out the card and tore it apart. She didn't bother reading it. Sometimes, some actors and actresses used premieres to introduce themselves to the director and producer, hoping that they would get their attention. Their agents used many ways to get into theaters. Sometimes, the actors and actresses themselves used their appearance to get into the premieres. To be fair, Scarlett also used her connection to get into the theater, since she was not part of the cast. "Are you teasing me?" Scarlett asked. "I like it when you're angry. You're so cute." She was speechless, but her expression couldn't hide her blush. The reason why Scarlett attended the premiere was because she knew that Kazir and Angelina would meet, and she wanted to know if Kazir still had feelings for his ex. "She's not here." Scarlett was surprised when she realized that she couldn't find Angelina Jolie. The woman was not in the theater. Apparently, Angelina had a commercial to shoot, so she couldn't attend the premiere. However, she promised that she would participate in promoting Kung Fu Panda. August 4th, 2005. The first 24 hours of Kung Fu Panda grossed $20.30 million. The movie had a simple plot, and it was perfect. After all, Kung Fu Panda's target audience was kids before adults. Unlike most 3D movies that focused more on wholesomeness, Kung Fu Panda had action, which made it unique in its era. Kids loved it, and adults also loved it. At least they didn't feel bored taking their kids to watch Kung Fu Panda, because they themselves had fun watching it. With this, Kung Fu Panda was a success, and nobody could deny that Kazir was talented. Chapter 471. "I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt," Jack Sparrow sang, while waving the jar of dirt in his hands. He fell down the stairs of the ship, and the people around him cringed in pain. Even Davy Jones saw what happened. "Got it." Then, He raised his hands, still holding the jar as if nothing had happened. Come to negotiate. I have you, slimy git? Look what I got. Jack Sparrow was holding the jar, taunting Davy Jones while singing. I got a jar of dirt, I got a jar of dirt, and guess what's inside it? Enough! Davy Jones roared, and the ship, the Flying Dutchman, released its cannons right in front of Jack Sparrow's ship. Jack Sparrow's expression winced. Hard to starboard. Cut! Kazir clapped his hands while the whole cast was confused. They were in a green screen studio with fake ships shaking the way real ships moved on the ocean. The whole cast was confused, because that entire scene was not in the script. Even Orlando's face had a "what the hell is going on" expression. What Johnny Depp did was an ad-lib. But because the film was rolling, the cast stayed in character. Ad-lib was not a new thing, and they understood that the show must go on. And surprisingly, they managed to keep in character. Johnny, that was impressive. I forgot my line, so I decided to go with random bullshit instead. Johnny Depp was slurring his speech, perhaps still in character as Captain Jack Sparrow. Keep it going. Let's reshoot that scene to make it more intact. Orlando and Kira, just repeat your acting like you guys are confused. And Bill, keep the stern face. Bill Nighy, the actor who played Davy Jones, didn't have any tentacles slithering around his neck. Instead, he was wearing a motion capture suit, and his face had some dots, particularly around his mouth and eyes. He didn't look menacing at all. He looked goofy in his skin-tight suit and clown-like painted face. The ones responsible for creating Davy Jones's iconic look were the visual effects editors, who would also spend months working on that. For these two movies, Grey Pictures might have to spend around $400 million combined. And that was just the minimum. The biggest factor they had to focus on was the visual effects. Once successful, the first and second movies had the chance to surpass $1 billion at the box office, each. The shooting restarted, and the cameras began recording the scenes again. Kazir turned around and saw some of the cast, who were not part of the scene, watching from behind. Kazir recognized one of them. Amber Heard. This small actress only had a minor role in the movie. She was one of the hookers who slapped Jack Sparrow. That was it. Normally, small actresses like her couldn't stay long on the filming set once they were done with their jobs. The production crew was strict in keeping the project protected from the noisy presence of paparazzi. They made sure that no outsiders knew the plot of Pirates of the Caribbean. Even most members of the crew didn't know the whole plot of the movie. Only a few selected people had the privilege to know it. Sometimes, if necessary, the director had to keep the final part of the script hidden so that the actors would experience true surprises once they were close to the ending. But that kind of thing usually happened when the filming used a chronological order, and that was expensive as hell. Kazir didn't follow that method because he had no intention of wasting money. So today, he was filming a scene that was in the middle of the second movie, even though the filming had just started a month ago. Anyway, Kazir was not comfortable with Amber Heard staying on the set. The woman had already finished her role 2 weeks ago, and there was no reason for her to remain. Unfortunately, Amber and Johnny were currently dating, and Kazir couldn't stop the famous actor from bringing his girlfriend to the job site. He didn't want to make Johnny mad and possibly affect their relationship while filming the movie. Kazir put importance on the mentality of the cast. So Kazir didn't have a choice but to let Amber Heard sign a non-disclosure agreement instead. While thinking about it, Kazir thought of finding fault with Amber so that Johnny would realize his girlfriend was a walking red flag. The actor should break up with the woman before things got worse. It was better for both of them. Johnny would be free, while Amber wouldn't suffer from backlash. It was fortunate that they were still not married. The thing was that Kazir had no idea how to do that. He had never done anything like that before. If not for the betterment of Johnny's life, Kazir would never even consider it. Once the filming was done that day, the crew started packing up the equipment while the actors left one by one. They were in the city, so the cast could do what they wanted, as long as they didn't affect the project. Scarlett was waiting for Kazir to leave the studio. When Kazir came out, the actress hugged him. I miss you. I miss you too. While they were hugging, Scarlett saw a certain woman walking next to Johnny Depp. Kazir, why is that woman on your set? She asked. Are you talking about Amber Heard? Yeah, that bitch. She is Johnny's girlfriend, and she has a small role in the movie. Why did you ask? Babe, you probably didn't know, but that woman is friends with your half-sister. That was the first time Kazir heard that news. Chapter 472. Kazir knew that his mother and half-sister stayed in Hollywood, although he hadn't heard from them lately. He also knew that his half-sister went to college, striving for a degree in fine arts and acting. However, he didn't know that Amber and Mara were friends. He had no intention of knowing anything about his mother's side after he realized the truth. It was understandable that he didn't know about Amber's relationship with Mara Cohen. If not for Scarlett, he wouldn't even know it. I met Mara at an audition, and that woman, Amber heard, was with her. At that time, my relationship with Mara was already at its worst, so our interaction was never that great. Mara and her friends bullied me. Of course, Amber Heard was included. Scarlett already knew the truth about Kazir's relationship with his mother and his half-sister. Kazir was honest about it. She was not surprised that Mara and her mother were bitches, but when she heard the full story from Kazir, her expression turned livid, and she wanted to find the mother and daughter just to smack their faces. Elizabeth Cohen had basically said that Kazir's existence was a mistake, and Scarlett would never agree with that. In fact, Scarlett tried to find them, but she realized she couldn't. Apparently, the mother and daughter had decided to go to the United Kingdom to pursue a different career for Mara. The last time she heard, Mara was working as a weather reporter at a local TV station. It was a surprise because Scarlett was confident that Mara was too stupid to become a reporter. Perhaps her mother helped her find a job. Anyway, her hatred toward Mara and Elizabeth was over the top. She hoped that the mother and daughter would never step foot in the country again, or else they might receive a pair of smacks on their cheeks. Scarlett was fuming. So when she saw Amber Heard coming out of the set of Pirates of the Caribbean, her expression was not good. They bullied you. When Kazir heard that, his expression became serious. I fought, of course, but it was a 1 versus 5 situation, so I didn't win. To be fair, they didn't lay hands on Scarlett. They just mocked her throughout the whole audition. I see. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. When Kazir heard that Amber Heard had bullied Scarlett, all of his pity vanished. At first, he felt like destroying Amber's relationship with Johnny was the right thing to do since he knew the outcome would be horrible for both sides if they continued the relationship. But now, he didn't give a fuck about Amber's situation. From the looks of it, she's already a bad person since college. I have no reason to feel bad at all. He would make sure that Amber would never find her place in Hollywood. It was no longer about Johnny Depp, not anymore. Kazir didn't like that Amber Heard bullied Scarlett, and this was his way of protecting his girlfriend. You don't have to worry. She will leave the project. Kazir, don't do anything that will hurt you. I feel like you're going to do something about Amber. I'm fine. That was in the past, and I don't care about it anymore. Just don't hurt yourself. Scarlett could see that Kazir was thinking of something. She touched his chest and comforted him. Kazir smiled. I will. I won't do anything. I will not hurt myself, but Amber will definitely hurt herself because of her own decisions. Based on what he remembered, Amber had a history of cheating. Kazir would put that to the test. Kazir condemned doing bad things to others. He had experience getting cheated on and being accused of things he never did. He didn't want anyone else to experience what he had suffered. Perhaps he was being affected by the curse of Hollywood, or perhaps he was just a hypocrite. But at this point, he hated Amber. She hurt Scarlett, so Kazir hated her, simple as that. As for the other women who bullied Scarlett, Kazir would make sure they would never find a career in Hollywood. August ended, and Kung Fu Panda grossed over $182 million at the North American box office by the end of the month. As for Batman Begins, it grossed $217 million at the North American box office. The movie had been screening for 78 days, and it was losing steam. However, the international box office for Batman Begins grossed $257 million, and it was increasing as the days passed. Combined, the box office for Batman Begins was $474 million. As Batman Begins had a budget of $150 million, including promotion, Warner Brothers concluded that the movie was a success. Although they felt like the movie's performance was average considering Kazir's recent movies, they didn't express that disappointment to Kazir because they wanted to maintain the cooperation. Even though Batman Begins' box office was average, they knew that only Kazir had the power to revive this dead franchise. It was a good thing that they didn't speak badly to Kazir, because their opinions would change once the sequel, The Dark Knight, was released. A minor spoiler, but Warner Brothers lost their shit when The Dark Knight started tanking the box office. In 2005, Kazir had 5 movies related to him. Final Destination, Batman Begins. Kung Fu Panda. Now You See Me. Taken 3. Now You See Me was scheduled to be released in November. As for Taken 3, since 20th Century Fox was just the distributor, they couldn't prioritize it. So Taken 3 was scheduled to be released in a less popular month, which was September. Yet despite the fact that Taken 3 was scheduled in September, many fans were still excited to watch it. They saw the trailer, and they knew they were in for a ride. Taken 3 was expected to be one of the heavy hitters this year, especially when they heard that the next movie would be the next assembly of the protagonists of the CCU. It meant that something happened in Taken 3 that triggered the scenario. This information was leaked by Grey Pictures as a promotion. Chapter 473. The CCU was a cinematic universe about hitmen, assassins, spies, agents, and ninjas. It was the main topic of the franchise. The audience loved it when different professions met and had a face-off. The audience loved it even more when the pinnacles of these professions met and showcased their skills. One had reached $1 billion because of the hype, and also because the protagonists of the CCU showed up in one movie. It was the most ambitious crossover that they had witnessed. It was justified why one had grossed over $1 billion. And now, Grey Pictures announced that the second assembly of these protagonists would happen in the next movie, after Taken 3. Surely, this news would make the fans excited. And it did. Even though Taken 3 was still not in theaters, many people had already booked tickets to watch it. So far, the Cinema Alliance had earned more than $6 million on ticket sales that people booked online and $13 million through phone reservations. This was the first time the Cinema Alliance witnessed how online booking brought them a huge amount of money. Booking movie tickets online did start in the early 2000s, but it was not a popular choice because it was not convenient. Many people still preferred buying tickets upfront or making phone reservations. Only in the 2010s did online reservations become mainstream. Still, the Cinema Alliance was surprised by the profit they gained from this movie alone. They decided that they would give Taken 3 better treatment by increasing its number of theaters. While Taken 3 was busy with promotion, Kazir didn't know why, but his car took him to his old place. Kazir was just driving around. Scarlett was promoting Taken 3 together with the cast, so she was busy. Kazir decided to spend some time unwinding and used his very old bumpy car. This was his first car that he bought using his hard-earned money. Not going to lie, it was so old that he couldn't recognize its brand. He was not sure whether it was a Honda or a Toyota. There were no indicators. He just knew that it was a Japanese car, and that explained why the car was still working despite its old age. Even now, Kazir had no clue about its brand. He just called it his old bumpy car. This car was special to him. He made sure it was always clean and well-maintained. Kazir drove the car, going with the traffic, looking around the city. Then, perhaps feeling nostalgic while driving the old car, it took him to his old neighborhood. The place where he bought his first house. The place where he and Cassandra lived for years. A place that Kazir once treated as his home. After his divorce from Cassandra, Kazir never returned to this neighborhood. He also had no intention of buying back the house because he didn't want to be reminded of how Cassandra dirted the house with her infidelity. He had no idea what happened to the house that he once lived in. A few minutes later, he stopped in front of his house, and he was shocked and heartbroken by what he saw. The house was gone. All he could see was a plot of land, with a sign that read, "Lot for Sale." Kazir had spent his earnings on that house because he believed he was investing in their future. And now, that house was gone. Kazir knew that Cassandra had sold the house, but he didn't know the house would actually disappear in just a little more than a decade. He saw a couple of teenagers walking by and decided to ask them, "Excuse me, do you know what happened to the house on this lot? I heard the house was caught in a fire because of an electrical malfunction. The owner decided to leave and put the lot up for sale." "I see. Thanks. You remind me of someone. Are you an actor or something?" "No, I'm not." The teenagers excused themselves, leaving Kazir staring at the land lot. Kazir weakly smiled and realized the truth. He realized that some things won't last forever. He decided to call his father. "Dad? Ah, yes, it's me. I'm doing fine. Yeah, I just want to say that I love you." "What? Haha, no, I'm not depressed. I just want to say how much I love you. And no, I'm not going to kill myself. Don't overreact." Kazir chuckled. He then called his older brother. "Yo, Aaron, I love you, bro. Look, just because I said I love you, it doesn't mean I'm gay." He sighed. He then called Scarlett to share his feelings. "I love you, and I'm so happy that you're in my life." He smiled and talked to Scarlett for a long time. The two promised to spend time with each other once Scarlett returned to Los Angeles. Kazir glanced at the land lot one last time before driving away. He had no intention of buying the lot. He had moved on. Besides, now that he saw the place again, he realized that it was actually too small. There was no space to build a pool at all. He could find a better place to build another house. He was a billionaire, for God's sake. Well, a billionaire who was currently driving an unspecified, old bumpy car. One thing was certain, Kazir was happy with his life. He had achieved his dream. He was at the top of Hollywood, recognized by the people as one of the best directors of all time. He still had some things he wanted to achieve. But so far, he never regretted his decisions, just like he never regretted leaving his house. Chapter 474. September, the schedule where second-tier studios love to release their movies. This year alone, 2005, there were a lot of movies created by second-tier studios that were released. Transporter 2 was produced by Europa Corp, and they signed a contract with 20th Century Fox to distribute the movie. For production studios that didn't have distribution power, they didn't have a choice but to sign a distribution deal with the Big Six. After all, the Big Six were the only companies that could distribute movies worldwide. Aside from Transporter 2, The Exorcism of Emily Rose was also set to be released in September. This was a movie produced by Lakeshore Entertainment and distributed by Sony Columbia. Wallace and Gromit: The Curse of the Were-Rabbit was an animated movie created by DreamWorks, a famous second-tier studio. DreamWorks had local distribution lines, but they still had to sign an international distribution deal with Paramount so that their movies would reach foreign countries. Just Like Heaven was also another movie produced by DreamWorks that was set to be released in September. Corpse Bride was a famous movie in stop-motion animation, produced by Laika Entertainment and distributed by Warner Brothers. Lionsgate also had a movie this month, which was Lord of War starring Nicolas Cage. Their other movie, which was Now You See Me, was scheduled to be released in November. In a way, September was the battlefield for second-tier studios. Obviously, Grey Pictures was part of the picture. Grey Pictures was also a second-tier studio despite its continuous success. It didn't have distribution lines to stand on its own and needed the power of the Big Six to distribute its movies. This was the decision that Kazir implemented. He had no intention of going against the Big Six because he knew the consequences. So far, working with 20th Century Fox was the best decision he had made. At least he didn't have to worry about distribution anymore. DreamWorks, Lionsgate, Grey Pictures, and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer were at the top of second-tier studios. But in terms of influence, Grey Pictures would only be in fourth place. The three studios above Grey Pictures had distribution lines. After all, even if they could only distribute their movies locally. Did Kazir care about it? No. Competing with other studios for supremacy was something he didn't want. At the end of the day, Kazir was not ambitious. His ambition was all about making movies and impressing the audience. If Grey Pictures failed and lost along the way, as long as Kazir could make movies, then it didn't matter. Everyone has their own dreams in life. Kazir had his own dream. People may judge him for his decisions, but Kazir knew he was happy with where he was. A huge explosion shocked the hearts of the audience. They were utterly shocked and speechless as they witnessed a whole city turning into ashes. The scene showed Lenore talking on her phone when a deafening explosion filled the screen and a red flame spread around. It was so fast that it surprised the audience. They didn't expect it at all. The movie had just started, yet they were already greeted by a huge explosion. It hadn't even been 10 minutes. Brian Mills and Lenore were having a conversation on the phone. Brian and his daughter, Kim, were at the bowling alley. However, while on the phone, Brian heard a static sound. Then the call ended. He tried to call back, but no one answered. Suddenly, every glass and window in the bowling alley shattered. A strong aftershock hit them. Brian Mills was stunned and had a premonition. He hoped he was wrong. Brian and Kim ran out of the bowling alley. As they came out, they saw a small mushroom cloud forming in the sky thousands of kilometers away from them. They were far from the explosion, but they still felt it. The audience's hearts were beating fast as they witnessed the first massive event in the Continental Cinematic Universe. "Dad, Mom is in that city." Kim's expression turned ashen, and she started calling her mother. It was futile. Brian crushed the phone in his hand as he stared at the dispersing mushroom cloud. The news spread rapidly. The explosion didn't emit radiation, but it was dangerous nonetheless. Brian asked everyone he knew about the incident and decided to uncover the truth. He experienced obstacles, such as the FBI trying to stop him from muddying the waters, and even some criminal organizations hindered him. Along the way, he uncovered the truth about the missing military weapons. At last, after almost dying, suffering a punctured abdomen and a gunshot wound to the shoulder, Brian got his revenge. He found the people responsible for the atrocity and killed them. However, he knew that his revenge was not over. This was just the start. There was a hidden conspiracy unfolding, and he had to get to the root of it. In the mountain of dead people he had murdered, a phone suddenly rang. Brian Mills found the phone and answered it. With a bloodied face, he said his iconic line, "I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you." Brian looked at the camera. "I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you." When the movie ended, all of the people in the cinema stood up and clapped their hands. They were cheering and clapping so loudly. They spent the whole credit scene clapping non-stop while standing. This was probably the best CCU movie they had watched so far. The pressure was so intense that they even thought Brian Mills would die. It was different than usual. The risks were bigger this time. Chapter 475. Taken 3 was an amazing movie, and almost all of the audience were affected by it. There was something about the movie that touched their hearts. Perhaps because they witnessed how people lost their loved ones, or perhaps because they realized the true danger of a nuclear attack. Taken 3 was the type of movie that both Hollywood and the military loved to promote. Hollywood loved promoting anti-war propaganda. They didn't like war, like most people. As for the military, they loved movies like Taken 3 because they could use them to stir the hearts of young men and convince them to join the military. It was a fact that when Top Gun was released in theaters, so many young men applied for the Air Force and other branches of the military. They supported Taken 3 wholeheartedly. Some of the audience even cried when Kim, Brian's daughter, started losing herself after realizing that her mother was gone just like that. Christopher Nolan, the director of Taken 3, did a great job of showing the humanistic side of the tragedy. He knew how to stir the hearts of the audience. Kazir didn't make a mistake in casting him as the director of Taken 3. Despite the heavy hearts of the audience, they didn't leave even as the credits rolled on the screen. They were waiting for the post-credit scene. Just as they expected, there was one last scene for them to savor. A month before the terrorist attack, Jason Bourne was gasping as he did his best to stop his wound from bleeding. In the last scene of the Bourne Supremacy, Jason was wounded as he escaped the pursuit of ex-members of Treadstone. The audience didn't forget this fact because it left a strong impression when the movie ended. In fact, The Bourne Supremacy was released in 2002, and since then, Jason hadn't shown up in any movie, not even as a cameo. The fans were curious about what happened to the protagonist. And now that Jason showed up in the post-credit scene of Taken 3, they realized that the movie was the next project of Grey Pictures. The production of this movie, The Bourne Ultimatum, was already happening with around 30% completed. The post-credit scene was actually filmed 3 years ago, and they had just used it as hype. Not only The Bourne Ultimatum, but also The Kingsman was in production. Kazir didn't have to attend most of the meetings because that was Stella Willow's job. He was just responsible for signing some documents and approving the projects. Then, the suspense was over, and the audience clapped again. This time, they were cheering even louder as they left the theater. On their way out, some of them were interviewed by CinemaScore, a survey that determined the ratings of movies. Most of the audience gave the movie A+ ratings. It showed that they had fun and fell in love with Taken 3. Most of the movies that had A+ ratings had amazing box office performances. Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Rocky III, Die Hard, Lethal Weapon 2, Wanted. As of 2005, 51 movies had received A+ ratings. CinemaScore ratings were determined by the surveys of people's enjoyment of the films. It was different from Rotten Tomatoes, which focused more on movie reviews done by critics worldwide. Based on this, Grey Pictures and 20th Century Fox didn't have to worry. Taken 3 was on the right track. Some people believe that the movie might reach around $700 million at the worldwide box office at least. September 7th, Wednesday. The opening day of Taken 3 grossed $58 million after the heavy promotion that Grey Pictures did. The reputation that the movie achieved was so outstanding that the other movies released in the same week lost their momentum. On the second day, Thursday, September 8th, the North American box office of Taken 3 went up to $80 million after making another $22 million. Then, on the third day, the movie unsurprisingly surpassed $100 million. Taken 3 grossed $107 million in just 3 days of screening. The influence it created in that short amount of time was massive. People started recommending the movie to others. Fans were so excited about it that some of them had already watched the movie 3 times in that short span. Word of mouth was a terrifying power. Word of mouth was a terrifying weapon, especially if the movie was amazing. In this case, Taken 3 fit the criteria. It was comparable to the hype of Wanted 5 years ago. So it was not a surprise that Taken 3 casually surpassed $100 million in that short amount of time. This was an overused statement, but the Big Five regretted the fact that they had failed to acquire Grey Pictures. They regretted the fact that they had rejected Taken when it was offered to them by Kazir Grey himself. A long time ago, Kazir Grey offered a joint production of Taken to the Big Six, together with the promise of the so-called CCU. However, the Big Six rejected the offer because the concept that Kazir imagined was too hard for them to understand. And now, back in the present, they couldn't get any slices of this delicious cake. Since Taken 3 was a success, its director, Christopher Nolan, also became famous overnight. Big studios started looking at the man's filmography and realized that Christopher Nolan was a promising director. He had strong potential. Studios began recruiting Christopher Nolan, hoping that he could make another box office hit. Kazir didn't have any problem if Christopher Nolan decided to work with other studios. He was trying to help Christopher build his career in Hollywood by letting him direct Taken 3. He still felt bad for stealing the Dark Knight trilogy from him. Chapter 476. Speaking of the Dark Knight trilogy, Batman Begins had already grossed $500 million worldwide since its release in June. The movie was only showing in a few theaters in North America. Warner Brothers felt like Batman Begins would probably not surpass $600 million based on the current statistics. It was disappointing, considering they had hired Kazir to direct the movie. Some members of management even believed that Kazir was trying to sabotage Batman Begins, claiming that $500 million was too low. Since Kazir and Marvel Comics had a close relationship, they suspected Kazir of being a spy. They were crazy if they truly believed that. In the first place, a movie grossing $500 million at the box office was a very tough achievement. So far, there were only 6 movies that had grossed more than $500 million this year. For Batman Begins to be part of that roster was already considered a victory. Secondly, Kazir's passion for the Batman trilogy was real. This was the first time he had signed a trilogy contract. Sure, it was true that Kazir had no enthusiasm for working with DC to create a cinematic universe, but he never did anything that could endanger the franchise. Compared to their past DC movies, Batman Begins was the best performing film. The people who were disappointed in Kazir's performance were simply expecting perfection. Perhaps they hoped that Batman Begins would be like Spider-Man, a movie that grossed $1 billion. They needed to set realistic standards. Aside from Batman Begins, which grossed $500 million, Final Destination had already ended its screening. The movie grossed $282 million worldwide. Final Destination was a horror movie, and this kind of performance was already outstanding. There were a lot of horror movie fans, but the genre was also not popular with most audiences, especially for the whole family. The third movie that had a relationship with Kazir was Kung Fu Panda. He was the scriptwriter and executive producer of the film. At the North American box office, Kung Fu Panda had already earned $214 million as of September 10th. Furthermore, the movie was released in some countries and had accumulated over $100 million. At this point, the blessing wouldn't be broken. Whenever Kazir's name was written in the credits, the movie would perform well. Some studios even thought of adding Kazir to their post-credits, just hoping that their movies would make money. Fortunately, they were in the right mind and not desperate enough to do it. Orlando Bloom was one of the leading cast members of Pirates of the Caribbean. His role was Will Turner, a blacksmith who was searching for his father. His role in the series was a bit ambiguous. He was sort of the leading male because he had a lot of lines, and even his screen time exceeded 30 minutes per movie. Still, he acknowledged that the actor who truly carried the movie was none other than Johnny Depp. And honestly, Orlando understood why. There was something unique about the role of Jack Sparrow. Lately, Orlando felt like his roles in movies were being underappreciated. Now that Lord of the Rings was done, Orlando Bloom had starred in many movies. Some of the projects he worked on were Troy and Kingdom of Heaven. In Troy, his role as Prince Paris was hated by the audience. Prince Paris was a coward who seduced a married queen and basically started a war. It didn't help that Paris was the one who killed Achilles, the protagonist in Troy. As for Kingdom of Heaven, Orlando thought the movie would be successful because he read the script, and it was amazing. Furthermore, the director was Ridley Scott. But because of interference from the management of 20th Century Fox, Kingdom of Heaven lost its essence and failed at the box office. Orlando Bloom sighed as he felt like his career had been rocky over the past few years. If there was a saving grace, it was the fact that he was part of Pirates of the Caribbean. No one believed that this franchise would fail. Kazir Grey was acknowledged as the director who never missed. Orlando's confidence in this project was close to 100%, especially since director Grey was the one handling the set. But lately, Orlando felt like something strange was going on during the filming of Pirates of the Caribbean. For some reason, the male extras they hired were all handsome. Like, damn, was this a gay party or what? He had seen a couple of hot men shirtless around the beach, and the female crew members were having a feast for the eyes as they stared at them. Orlando even noticed that some of the female actresses were staring at the extras as well. Who hired these people? Orlando thought to himself. Orlando was a handsome guy, but he admitted that some of the extras were hotter than him. He didn't like that at all. Some of these extras might become a threat to his career as a handsome actor. Orlando, haha, I can't believe we're seeing each other again. Man, you're really famous now. Suddenly, one of the extras approached Orlando with a wide smile. Oh yeah, you're. Orlando recognized the face, but he couldn't remember the name. I'm Aquino. We were in the same acting class in 1997. Yeah, I kinda remember that. Orlando nodded. It was around the time when he decided to take acting seriously. Orlando recalled that this Aquino guy was an arrogant prick who kept saying he had a close connection to Universal Pictures and used that to sleep with innocent actresses. Based on his current status, that close connection was pretty useless. Being hired in a movie like this is amazing. Orlando, can you introduce me to some of your contacts? Maybe your agent would be interested in signing me. We're friends, right? The heat of the sun was getting uncomfortable, so Orlando excused himself and returned to his trailer. Being the lead role in the movie, Orlando had his own trailer with an air conditioner. Orlando was still confused as to why they hired so many handsome men as extras. Chapter 477. TCH, arrogant prick. Just because he got lucky and landed a role in Lord of the Rings, he's acting like he's better than me now. His recent movies aren't that great either. Pew. Aquino spat out the bad taste in his mouth. He had been left behind by Orlando Bloom as the actor went to his trailer without listening to his request. Well, I'm on the set of Pirates of the Caribbean, and there are so many famous people here. Maybe I can convince them to introduce me to their agents. Hee hee. I heard there are some beautiful actresses too. It was true that Aquino had some connections with Universal Pictures. He had been the boy toy of an executive producer. However, their relationship ended when the executive producer realized that Aquino was sleeping with women. Hee hee, it's showtime, baby. Let's see if I can seduce some actresses this time. Johnny Depp's girlfriend is not bad. Keira Knightley is such a beauty. Oh, I remember, Scarlett Johansson sometimes visits the set to meet the director. Hee hee. He was rubbing his hands as he turned around. He was smiling at first, but his expression turned sour when he realized that someone was standing behind him. It was a tall person, over 6 feet. Based on his stature and muscular build, he probably went to the gym at least twice a week. The man was handsome, and Aquino believed that he could become an actor if he wanted to. The person behind him was Kazir Grey. Good morning, director, Aquino stuttered. He was scared shitless. He hoped that Kazir hadn't heard what he said. You're fired. Pack your bags and leave, Kazir muttered. He wasn't joking. He had heard everything Aquino said, and he wasn't happy at all. He actually wanted to punch the guy. When Aquino said that he wanted to try seducing Amber Heard, Kazir had almost nodded his head. However, the extra then started talking about Keira Knightley, who was an important actress in the franchise. And he also mentioned Scarlett Johansson. Kazir didn't need to hear an explanation. Aquino had to leave. Director, let me explain. Kazir contacted the guards to kick out the unknown extra. Aquino was grabbed by the security guards. The incident caused a bit of a ruckus, but was quickly forgotten. From that point on, Aquino was blacklisted from Grey Pictures and 20th Century Fox. Kazir clicked his tongue as he looked around. He admitted that he might have made a mistake this time. The set was filled with handsome men. It didn't help that they were at the beach and most of them were showing off their physiques. When Kazir became determined to destroy Amber Heard's chances of breaking into Hollywood, he had decided to start cooking up a plan. He talked to the casting directors about hiring handsome actors as extras. The casting directors gave Kazir a weird look, but they didn't ask why. They trusted the director. Kazir wanted to use these men to seduce Amber Heard and possibly destroy her relationship with Johnny Depp. So far, the plan seemed to be working because he sometimes saw Amber biting her lips while staring at the extras. The problem also arose when the female crew members and the extras started flirting. It affected the mood on the set. Should I stop it? Amber Heard was still getting lovey-dovey with Johnny Depp. The woman only had a small role in Pirates of the Caribbean, and she hoped that her boyfriend would introduce her to better jobs, perhaps starring roles in future movies. That explained why the woman was still on the set, even though her scenes were already finished. Shut the fuck up. Suddenly, a commotion happened and caught the attention of everyone nearby. Johnny Depp came out of his trailer, followed by Amber Heard. The woman was crying as she tried to touch Johnny's shoulder, but the actor, still in his pirate costume, moved away from her. Babe, I'm sorry. Let me explain. You don't have to explain anything. I know what you did. You think I didn't notice how you've been staring at those extras with lust? Please, listen to me. She tried to approach him, but Johnny just stared. I also know that you've been flirting with James Franco. Damn, it happened already? Kazir was surprised. He knew that James Franco and Amber Heard had a history while the woman was still married. We're just friends, she sobbed. Yeah, right. And you know what? My maid said that you shit in my fucking bed. My dog stepped on a bee. Johnny was fuming with anger. We're done. No, baby, don't do this to me. I need you. Johnny glanced at Kazir, and the director nodded. Immediately, 2 guards restrained the sobbing woman and kicked her off the set. Many people witnessed what happened. Kazir grabbed his megaphone. I just want to remind everyone that you signed a non-disclosure agreement. Make sure to make the right decision. The crowd dispersed after that. Kazir approached Johnny. The actor was in bad condition and found a chair to sit on. Man, if you need rest, I can give you a week. Even though he wanted Amber and Johnny to separate, he didn't want to negatively affect Johnny's mental state. After all, he needed the actor to finish the project. It's fine. I don't want to affect others just because I feel sad. There are so many people who will suffer if I take a week off. Thanks, Johnny. I appreciate your goodwill. Still, you can take today off to calm your nerves. We can film the other scenes while you're resting. Just return tomorrow. Yeah, that will do. Johnny excused himself. I didn't expect that they would break up just like that. Kazir said to himself as he watched Johnny return to his trailer to remove his makeup. It was too fast. But Kazir felt good knowing that he had prevented a scandal from blowing up. At least this time, Amber Heard was still a nobody, and the damage she could do to Johnny was minimal. Chapter 478. The small incident quickly faded. Although some tabloids discussed Johnny Depp's relationship, they weren't strong enough to generate a buzz. At the end of the day, Amber Heard was still not famous, and people didn't care about her. Besides, many people on the set had witnessed what happened, and they knew that Johnny was mostly innocent. He did raise his voice, though. Kazir knew that someone on the set had spread the word, but since the outcome wasn't too bad, he decided to let it go. It would also take time to find the person responsible for sharing the information. Once Kazir confirmed that Johnny and Amber were done, he decided not to invite the handsome extras again. After the production crew paid them their salaries, they stopped showing up altogether. As for the scenes he had filmed while the extras were in the background, he decided to cut most of them from the movie. Kazir was the director of Pirates of the Caribbean, and he had the power to decide whether a scene would be included or not. These actors and actresses simply had to act in front of the cameras. There was a reason why big studios entrusted the editing to Kazir, because he never missed. Those actors might be looking forward to watching their scenes in theaters, but they will probably be disappointed. When Kazir was still a nobody, he could relate to the hardships of small-time actresses and actors who were hoping to make it big. They would work in a movie, hoping they might get at least a single line, hoping that their faces would be captured by the camera, hoping that they would get noticed. But now that Kazir was a famous director, he understood why background actors were hardly noticed. First, the movie had time constraints. Films were usually around 100 to 120 minutes long, depending on the progression. That time was too short to focus on minor background characters. They didn't have screen time at all. Second, the movie wasn't about them, obviously. The movie always focused on the leading characters. Third, they were extras. They were nothing more than background characters meant to make the environment look realistic. Kazir felt bad, but he was past the point of being a nobody. As the director of a movie with a budget of over $100 million, he had no time to babysit nobodies. Sad to say, but they'll be disappointed once they watch the movie in the theater and fail to find their scenes. September was the month of Taken 3. The movie dominated the month and grossed $278 million after 30 days of screening. As for October, The Legend of Zorro and Saw 2 were the movies that made a lot of money. When November arrived, Chicken Little, which was a movie produced by Walt Disney Pictures, was released in the first week and easily won the box office that week. In the second week, Now You See Me joined the party. The premiere was spectacular, as the cast performed some magic tricks. Kazir also attended the premiere. He was paid $1 million by Lionsgate just to show up. Imagine getting paid that much just to attend a red carpet event and have fun watching a movie. The third week was another banger because Warner Brothers released Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. This was the movie that transitioned the franchise into a more serious tone after Cedric Diggory died, one of the major characters. This was also the film where Voldemort was fully resurrected. The Goblet of Fire was an important part of the franchise, and its box office performance clearly showed that. Things slowed down at the end of November and the first week of December, but people knew that Hollywood would soon release another batch of movies to entertain the public. While things were getting hectic in the film industry, many fans of Game of Thrones were excited to watch the second season. The first season of Game of Thrones was still being aired, and many fans loved to rewatch it. Some even bought the DVD so they could enjoy it anytime they wanted. When Season 2 was released in the first week of December, it became the center of attention and the main topic of conversation. Overall, the season had so many interesting plots. The Battle of Blackwater, Tyrion Lannister's rise to power, the introduction of Brienne of Tarth, Daenerys' story progression, and many more. Fox TV's ratings exploded again when Season 2 was released. The network's situation was improving, and more people were starting to notice their programs. Did I hear that right? Kazir was a bit surprised when he heard Stella's announcement. Do I have to repeat it again? I'd love to hear it again, just to be sure. This year, Grey Pictures has a revenue of $1.4 billion. Wow, that was also my reaction when I first heard it. I called accounting to recheck, but there's no mistake. The company really made that amount of money. Kazir knew that the company could generate $1 billion a year, but he didn't expect that. Despite having only 2 projects this year, Taken 3 and Game of Thrones Season 2, the company would still make over $1 billion. I'm getting richer. No, I'm getting wealthier. Chapter 479. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at the numbers that represented the revenue they earned this year. He clasped his hands as if he were praying that everything was real. His eyes gazed at Stella. This is incredible. With only 2 projects this year, I'd say we outdid ourselves. Stella also smiled, pleased that the boss was satisfied. She knew that the board of directors would also be happy once they heard about this outcome. After swapping shares with 20th Century Fox, Grey Pictures had a board of directors, but their presence was not that important. They were more like inspectors, particularly the people who represented 20th Century Fox. Most of the time, the board of directors helped with the production of their projects. They were sort of like executive producers. Indeed, our strategic investment and partnerships have paid off, Stella agreed. Working with 20th Century Fox to have a steady distribution of products helped them a lot. They couldn't ignore the fact that 20th Century Fox might absorb Grey Pictures in the long run, but as long as Kazir was in the company, Grey Pictures was safe. Kazir was the heart of Grey Pictures and the key to their success. 20th Century Fox wouldn't take the copyrights of their projects, such as the CCU and Pirates of the Caribbean, as long as Kazir was providing them benefits. The fact that Final Destination was a box office hit satisfied their hunger. It was a win-win situation for both sides. Kazir's mind drifted to the possibilities. What's the breakdown of our revenue? Taken 3 grossed over $780 million after 4 months of screening worldwide. 40% of that $780 million became our revenue, which was $312 million. So far, Game of Thrones Season 2 has generated more than $350 million, and the remaining $740 million came from merchandise, DVDs, and peripherals that were sold this year. It was $1.4 billion in revenue. Taken 3 was so strong because of its amazing plot, and the word of mouth was positive. Even now, despite 4 months of screening, the cinema score was still A+. Grey Pictures believed that the movie could surpass $1 billion. It might become the second $1 billion movie of the Continental Cinematic Universe. Christopher Nolan became a hot topic in Hollywood, and many studios expressed their intention of working with the director. It was true that Taken 3 grossed $780 million, but it had to be divided among 3 sides. Cinema Alliance and 20th Century Fox got 60% of that amount, while Grey Pictures was left with 40%, which was $312 million. The accounting was still not done because Taken 3 was still making money, although Grey Pictures had already received $250 million from them. The money they invested in Taken 3 was $150 million, including promotion, and the box office returns were worth it. As for Game of Thrones Season 2, since it only had 10 episodes, Grey Pictures spent $135 million to create it. The 2 projects generated money, but the profit would only range between 30 to 20%. If there was good news, the profit from DVDs and peripherals was more than 50%. The accounting department computed that the profit in 2005 was $600 million. Kazir clapped his hands. Stella, you better expect a bonus. The employees as well. Stella started thinking about her vacation, but she realized that she had already taken one this year, so her mood dampened a little bit. Well, she could go to a singles mixer during the holidays to find a boyfriend. $1.4 billion in revenue might be a lot, but it was nothing compared to the Big Six. On average, the Big Six had a revenue of $10 billion per year. Walt Disney's average revenue in the 2010s ranged around $30 billion. Still, for Grey Pictures to have a steady income per year was amazing. The completion of Pirates of the Caribbean was smooth sailing. Dead Man's Chest had 90% completion, while At World's End had 70% completion. If the schedule didn't suffer any bumps, the 2 movies would probably finish filming in February. So far, Kazir had been focusing on the filming of Dead Man's Chest, since this movie needed editing and special effects. Kazir's life was steady and didn't suffer hiccups compared to a few years ago. His last movie, Batman Begins, had ended its screening worldwide. The movie grossed $549 million at the box office. Warner Brothers naturally invited Kazir to their Christmas party to celebrate the success of Batman Begins. Scarlett and the other cast members of Batman Begins were also invited. Even though some people in the management were disappointed, most were happy that they had broken the curse of their superhero movies. Catwoman was. Ahem. Also, the last Batman movie had a bad reputation, and it was fortunate that Kazir changed the perception of people when it came to Batman Begins. At least Batman Begins had a positive reputation. Kazir attended the party together with Scarlett and mingled with the others. Nice yacht. Tom and Kazir were fishing together in the ocean, hundreds of meters away from the shore of Santa Monica Beach. What do you think of it? Kazir tapped the yacht that he had recently bought. It's amazing, Tom chuckled. I'll add it to my collection. You better be. I spent $8 million just to buy this yacht, Kazir grumbled. The 2 had made a bet. Nothing big, just a small wager to have fun. The bet was about their movies, which were Batman Begins and War of the Worlds. The highest box office would win a yacht. Batman Begins grossed $549 million, while War of the Worlds grossed $603 million. Obviously, Kazir lost the bet and had to gift a yacht to Tom. And now, they were using said yacht to fish in the ocean. They were having fun fishing, as they had already filled one of their containers. Haha, looks like we'll have sushi tonight. I'll contact my chef. Since Tom received a new yacht, he decided to celebrate. Honestly, he thought he was going to lose, but it seemed that Kazir also missed sometimes. If the definition of failure was only earning $549 million at the box office. Chapter 480. When the sunset arrived and Kazir saw the orange glint of the sun, the two decided to return to the shore. The fish they caught were taken into the kitchen, where a group of cooks prepared them. Kazir knew that he wouldn't always win. The bet he played with Tom Cruise showed that. It was good sportsmanship, by the way. Sometimes, he couldn't believe that he would wager millions of dollars just for fun. The two started talking about their lives and their projects. After they won the Best Actor and Best Director awards at the Oscars, the relationship between the two became closer. Both of them were not perfect people, and they suffered from scandals every other year. So they could relate to each other. As for their personal lives, they respected each other's boundaries and never talked about sensitive topics. Tom said that his next project was Mission Impossible 3. The movie was already in production. Kazir was not surprised because he was already aware of it. Mission Impossible was a well-known franchise at this point after releasing 2 movies. I still can't believe that you didn't agree to direct Mission Impossible. Paramount is ready to pay you top dollar. Tom laughed. We've had this conversation so many times now. You know I'm busy with other projects, and my schedule is full till 2009, Kazir replied. They had this conversation years ago, even when Kazir was just making action movies. Paramount Pictures and Tom Cruise had already expressed their interest in hiring Kazir. Unfortunately, things didn't happen. While they were filming Revenant, Tom also popped the question once in a while, but Kazir kept saying no. How about a cameo? This sushi is delicious. Tom expressed his appreciation to the chef. A cameo? Kazir felt like Tom was just tipsy and saying random stuff. Nah, I'm serious. This is the 3rd installment of Mission Impossible, and there's nothing wrong with doing the best. I believe if you have a cameo, the audience will like it. Aren't you afraid that they'll misunderstand the movie? What if they think that Mission Impossible and the CCU are connected? Kazir frowned. He was sort of a mascot of the CCU. People would think that Mission Impossible and the CCU were connected if he had a cameo in Mission Impossible 3. Then I'll also have a cameo in any of your CCU movies. I can also have a cameo in Pirates of the Caribbean. Don't worry about the money. Just think of it as my thanks after you gifted me a yacht. You should talk to your agent, the director, and the producer first. Maybe they are not comfortable with what you're thinking. Nah, I'm the producer of Mission Impossible 3. I can do whatever I want. Also, Mission Impossible is my franchise. Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible will never separate. Fine. Talk to me tomorrow once you're sober. The next day, Tom Cruise said that Paramount Pictures was not comfortable with the idea because it could confuse the audience. They might believe that Mission Impossible was part of the CCU. It could be used as hype and a great promotion to increase the box office of the 3rd movie. However, it could also affect the franchise negatively if the audience truly believed that Ethan Hunt was part of the CCU. Paramount Pictures decided to go with the safe side. Kazir told Tom that he could do a cameo in his next project instead. 2006 came by, and the holidays passed. January released some interesting movies such as Hostel, Hoodwinked, Underworld, Evolution, Big Mama's House 2, and Nanny McPhee. None of these movies surpassed $200 million because January was never a great schedule to release movies. The Big Six usually released their unpopular movies in January. As for the other studios, they released their movies around this month because the competition was less. Anyway, Kazir had some free time and decided to watch Underworld, Evolution. Kate Beckinsale was truly a gorgeous actress. Truly one of a kind. This year, many movies were released that were related to him. Grey Pictures alone had 3 projects to release: Pirates of the Caribbean, The Bourne Ultimatum, and The Kingsman. The Kingsman was a new franchise that was part of the CCU. It was a surprise movie that Grey Pictures was quiet about, as this movie would become the next assembly of the CCU protagonists. Grey Pictures could handle 3 movies in a year since they had a bigger budget now. For other movies, 20th Century Fox would release 300, directed by Zack Snyder. Kazir also heard that 20th Century Fox was looking for the director of Paranormal Activity. Ted was also in production, but Warner Brothers couldn't confirm if they would release it in 2006. As for Lionsgate, after meticulous thinking, The studio decided to buy The Quiet Place and The Conjuring. Lionsgate bought the two scripts for $15 million. Kazir was satisfied with the transaction. It was not bad working with Lionsgate since he knew the potential of this studio. In his opinion, Lionsgate was the studio that DreamWorks failed to be. In a few years, Lionsgate would become the uncrowned Big Seven because of its continuous success. Chapter 481. November babies were usually created in February, specifically on February 14th. But this fact had no relation to the fact that February 2006 had a lot of movies that surpassed $100 million. One movie even surpassed $200 million, which was an achievement for this kind of schedule. Bambi 2 from Walt Disney. Curious George from Universal Pictures. Firewall from Warner Brothers. The Pink Panther from Sony Columbia. Date movie from 20th Century Fox. 8 Below from Walt Disney. The movie that grossed over $200 million. There were clear similarities between these movies. They were all from the Big Six. 46 movies were released in February, yet only a few selected movies did great. The small studios couldn't stand it all because they never had the chance to do so. The Big Six had the complete package in this kind of business dealings. That was the reason why it was impossible to stand up against the Big Six. Not even DreamWorks could do so. The Big Six monopolized the industry, and it was hard to break through. Only a few selected studios achieved it. However, movies surpassing $100 million were not the main topic in February. There was more important news, such as the Winter Olympics, the Hajj Stampede in Saudi Arabia, and the launch of YouTube's public beta. This news didn't make a ruckus, but it would be an important part of internet history in the next decade. Aside from that, Hollywood also experienced another shocking piece of news. The second $1 billion box office from Grey Pictures. The second $1 billion box office of the Continental Cinematic Universe. When Wanted created history a few years ago, everyone in Hollywood already understood the power of the new genre called the cinematic universe. It was an accumulative type of franchise where the more content was released, the more the audience would consume it. Taken 3 surpassed $1 billion after 7 months of screening. The movie grossed $1.07 billion at the worldwide box office as of now. This kind of news created another sensation in Hollywood. It was very, very hard to achieve this kind of accomplishment, almost impossible. Yet a rookie director who had only produced 3 movies actually did it. Taken 3 and Christopher Nolan became hot topics in Hollywood. Of course, Grey Pictures was also happy. Now they had another trophy to brag about. After this achievement, the rankings for movies released last year were updated by a magazine. 1. Taken 3. $1.07 billion. Grey Pictures / 20th Century Fox. 2. Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. $895 million. Warner Brothers. 3. Star Wars. Episode 3. Revenge of the Sith. $849 million. Lucasfilm / 20th Century Fox. 4. The Chronicles of Narnia. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. $745 million. Walt Disney. In my opinion, this franchise has the potential to become like Harry Potter and the Lord of the Rings. 5. Kung Fu Panda. $631 million. Blue Sky Studio / 20th Century Fox. 6. War of the Worlds. $603 million. DreamWorks / Paramount Pictures, International Distributor. 7. King Kong. $556 million. Universal Pictures. 8. Batman Begins. $549 million. Warner Brothers. 9. Madagascar. $542 million. DreamWorks. 10. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. $474 million. Warner Brothers. Another win for Grey Pictures and Kazir Grey. Ronald Meyer dropped the newspaper and sighed. The fact that Grey Pictures had another $1 billion movie didn't sit well with him. He felt like all the things he did were useless. 2 years ago, Universal Pictures tried to destroy Spider-Man 2 and Kazir's career. They even talked to Kazir's mother just to find any information that could destroy the director. Instead, the woman said that she could destroy Kazir's will by making him brokenhearted. In this regard, Elizabeth kept her promise. She managed to break up Kazir and Angelina. But this breakup didn't make Kazir slack off. He didn't lose motivation. He didn't go to bars and parties all night. He didn't do drugs. and he also didn't hurt anyone. Instead, because of heartbreak, Kazir became focused on his career. They couldn't find any fault at all. No matter how many scandals they threw at Kazir, the director managed to stand up. At this point, the only way for Kazir to stop succeeding was by killing him. However, this kind of solution was never respected in Hollywood. Everyone acknowledged that Hollywood was nothing but business, and no one deserved to die. It would also be a huge loss to the culture of filmmaking if Kazir was killed. No one would forgive the mastermind. The only way to end this conflict is by fixing things with Kazir. But I'm not sure if that can happen. The conflict became deeper after what happened with Spider-Man 2. Did Ronald regret it? No, he was doing it for the betterment of Universal Pictures. For now, let's hire Christopher Nolan to make a film for Universal Pictures. This director is promising. He just made a $1 billion movie. Maybe he's interested in the person who invented the atomic bomb. Universal Pictures had to move fast, though, because they were not the only studio interested in Christopher Nolan. In fact, Walt Disney was also desperate to hire Christopher Nolan. Walt Disney was suffering from its past mistakes and needed a movie franchise that could carry them into the next decade. In this timeline, Walt Disney didn't have Pirates of the Caribbean. Since Christopher Nolan is still a rookie, I'm sure he won't disagree with a 20+20 contract. Only a few selected directors could enjoy this kind of offer. Christopher Nolan's agent was probably dying from happiness since many studios were trying to work with Christopher Nolan. As for the outcome, no one could predict it. Kazir had changed the timeline so much that no one could expect what would happen next. Maybe Kazir would have a child in November? We don't know. One thing was for sure. Pirates of the Caribbean had ended its production. Kazir had now put his attention toward post-production. Perhaps Kazir was also trying to film a small-budget horror movie. Chapter 482. Kazir had a trauma that he wanted to overcome. In his past life, he spent his whole career making horror movies. They were all failures at the box office. There were so many movies released in a year. His horror movies could only secure dozens of theaters to release his films, and none of them brought in profit. Still, making horror movies was profitable. He sold his films and made $1 million that way. He also received residual income from those movies. Studios loved acquiring films to expand their film libraries. This trend intensified when online streaming became mainstream. Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime, and other streaming services loved to buy small-budget movies to expand their content libraries. Sometimes, these streaming platforms even invested in producing their own films. Netflix created Bird Box, Enola Holmes, and other movies and TV series just to make sure their customers had content to watch. So, even though Kazir's movies were not box office hits, he had a constant source of income. In fact, despite his old age, some actresses were interested in him because of his career as a director. In his past life, after his divorce from Cassandra, Kazir had a few long-term relationships with women, but none progressed to the next stage, which was marriage. He had girlfriends in his past life. However, he understood that they were only interested in him because of his profession. It became a bane for him. He had a hard time trusting the opposite sex after that. Anyway, Kazir had been making horror movies his whole life, and he knew the formula. Before his death, he had written a script that he wanted to produce. He even convinced Netflix to invest in his project, but he died before the production began. Shadows Beneath. Kazir muttered while staring at the script on his table. Kazir was scared. He wasn't scared of the script. He was scared that he would fail again now that he was trying to make an original horror movie. He admitted that he had a trauma, and he had to face it. He was way past the point of being depressed about his decisions. He had to do it, or else he would stay stagnant and truly never move forward. He planned to film it in just 2 months. Editing was also not a problem since the movie didn't require many special effects. This was a small project. He wanted to hire his friends for this movie, but he knew that it would be tough to do so. In the first place, this movie only had a budget of $15 million. This film required 2 months of filming, and those 2 months were important to everyone. They couldn't waste 2 months of their time for such a small amount of money. Their agents wouldn't agree. Even Salvatore wouldn't approve from a business standpoint. He had free time this year, and that was the only window he had to film this movie. Because after this year, Kazir had to work on The Dark Knight. I should call my assistant director. We will have an audition. In the meantime, I should focus on editing the footage of Pirates of the Caribbean. Kazir had a new assistant director after Palenque Simone left his crew. Yes, director. I'll do what I can. Everest Thorne put down his phone as he looked at the ceiling. He had just woken up. He had partied all night now that he had more time for himself. 2 years ago, Everest was lucky to be hired by Grey Pictures as Kazir's assistant director. It was a huge honor. He had many rivals trying to get the position, but Everest landed the job. He thought he was the luckiest person alive. Director Grey had 2 assistant directors before Everest, and those 2 assistants got their own projects after working with Director Grey. It showed that Director Grey was the kind of person who trained his assistants for better careers. He took care of his people and helped them grow. Everest was so happy at that time. But after working with Kazir, Everest realized something important. Director Kazir Grey was a workaholic. Every year, he had a new project to make. It was exhausting, especially this time, when they traveled to the Caribbean to film Pirates of the Caribbean. Everest was sleep-deprived for half a year because of Pirates of the Caribbean. Being the assistant director, he was Kazir's right-hand man in managing the production crew. It was not easy at all. Thankfully, now that Pirates of the Caribbean had wrapped filming, Everest had more time for himself. He still had to go to Grey Pictures to help Kazir with editing the movie, but at least he didn't have to go around managing people anymore. Last night, he went to a party to have some fun. And today, while lying in bed, he was forcefully awakened by a call. He looked at the clock and realized it was already 1 p.m. He was fucking late for work. He immediately answered the call when he realized it was Kazir calling him. Everest was nervous at first when Kazir said he didn't need to go to the editing room. He thought he was going to be fired. But before Everest could explain himself, Kazir dropped a bombshell. You don't have to go to the building. Instead, form a small production crew. I want to film a horror movie. I also want you to start an audition. Everest was speechless. They had just finished a project, yet the director wanted to start another one. Damn. At least he didn't fire me. Chapter 483. While Kazir was busy with the editing of Pirates of the Caribbean, even going to Industrial Light and Magic, ILM, to check the special effects, Everest focused on the pre-production of the new project. Most of the crew members expected that this year would be a sort of rest for them since Kazir had no announced projects. Oh boy, they were wrong. Some of the crew members signed up, while others decided to take a rest for the year. Because of this, the production crew had missing positions to fill. Everest talked to Kazir, and the director agreed to go talk to the CAA to fill in the missing positions. Since the project was unexpected, the crew couldn't help but be disorganized. Thankfully, CAA sent them a producer who would help manage the project. When everything was in line, the crew asked CAA to provide them with actors and actresses for the movie. At this point, Grey Pictures had hired CAA on a package deal. In this ordeal, Grey Pictures already spent $9 million of its budget. It was more than half of the production cost. Kazir had never experienced overspending on his movies, and this might be the first time. Because the movie would be directed by Kazir Grey, it was impossible to keep it a secret. The news quickly spread, and other agencies also heard about it. Some actors and actresses applied, and even sent in their resumes and audition tapes. Unfortunately, the production crew had already signed a contract with CAA for a package deal. CAA already had a cast for the movie. When the news came out, many actors and actresses within CAA talked to their agents and hoped that they would have a chance to get cast in Kazir's new project. No one believed that Kazir's movie would fail. Working with director Grey meant instant success. He had proven himself many times, and many actors and actresses became celebrities after working with him. Because the budget of the movie was limited, CAA had to match the salaries accordingly. They also sent small actors and actresses for the roles. Despite being unknown, it didn't mean that these actors and actresses weren't talented. They were simply people who had failed to find opportunities. And this time, they received an opportunity they couldn't let slip away. Before hiring these small actors and actresses, the production crew had to test them first through auditions. The actors and actresses accepted this fact. It was standard practice that they had to audition before getting the roles. However, there was a massive problem. The script was missing. Yeah, the actors and actresses had no idea what scene to act out because they didn't have the script. They only knew that Kazir's small project was a horror movie. Only Everest had a copy of the full script. He read it and could say that it was promising. The plot twist was pretty kitsch, but Hollywood was full of kitsch movies anyway. Hollywood is never truly innovative. They just keep recycling stuff and making it look new. Kazir specifically said that no one should get the complete script, not even the actors and actresses. He also stated that the actors and actresses could only receive 1/3 of the script in the audition room. As for why Kazir gave these complicated orders, Everest had no idea. He simply followed them. Everest didn't know that the reason Kazir didn't want to share the script was because he was embarrassed. This was an original script he wrote himself, and he was afraid the cast might think it was mediocre. Because of this complicated situation, the actors and actresses attended the audition with no clue what to expect. Before the audition, they practiced their acting. They performed frightened expressions. Some actresses even practiced their screams. When the audition ended, most of the cast passed and signed their contracts. As for those who failed, CA sent more people to fill the remaining roles. It was tough for Everest because the project had been announced unexpectedly. Most of the old crew members were absent, either on vacation or working on other projects. This caused a bit of a slowdown in production. The props preparation, costume designs, and filming locations all had to be ready before director Grey officially joined the project. Everest realized that being an assistant director was never easy. He had a lot of responsibilities. Sometimes he wondered how his seniors, Fremont and Palenque, had survived this kind of job. March was the third month of the year. Just like in previous months, new movies were released in March. Movies like Deep Sea 3D, documentary, Failure to Launch, romantic comedy, The Shaggy Dog, comedy, V for Vendetta, action, Inside Man, thriller/suspense, and Ice Age, The Meltdown, adventure, were released in March. These movies surpassed $100 million at the box office and were released in March 2006. Ice Age, The Meltdown was created by Blue Sky Studios. After the success of Kung Fu Panda last year, Blue Sky Studios received better treatment from 20th Century Fox. Everyone believed that another animation studio could rival Pixar/Disney, aside from DreamWorks. The competition during that month was tough, despite March not being considered a prime release schedule. Out of all the movies, Ice Age, The Meltdown, and V for Vendetta made the most money. After March, April arrived, and another batch of movies was about to be released. First on the list was none other than The Bourne Ultimatum. It was obvious that 20th Century Fox couldn't release the movie in a more popular schedule, so Grey Pictures had to settle for April, the month before summer. Yet, despite The Bourne Ultimatum being released during a less popular window, it was amazing that movie theaters were packed with people eager to see it. This was the effect of Taken 3 on the audience. Because of the massive success of Taken 3, grossing over $1 billion, the next movie of the CCU also became a box office hit. The excitement still hadn't died down. Chapter 484. The Bourne Ultimatum was released in the first week of April, which was April 6th, at midnight. The premiere was extravagant, as Grey Pictures was no longer a simple studio. Despite being only a decade old, Grey Pictures had already solidified its position in the industry. The company had a constant source of profit and made hundreds of millions every year. Furthermore, the huge success of Taken 3 last year gave the studio confidence. Fans started cheering as the cast showed up one by one. Kazir also attended the premiere despite his busy schedule. He had spent most of his time in the editing room, polishing the movie. He was also part of the cast since he had a cameo. This time in the movie, he was just a passerby that Jason Bourne bumped into while walking. He yelled at Jason, saying, "Hey, that's not nice. Don't you know that people are busy? Man, I can't even sleep because I spent most of my time editing a movie." Some might have found that interaction funny, while others felt it was forced. But it didn't matter. People were allowed to have their own opinions. Paul Greengrass was still the director of The Bourne Ultimatum. Paul had taken over the franchise after Kazir directed the first movie. While looking at the excited fans who attended the premiere, Kazir had a premonition. Every hair on his skin stood up. He got chills. For some reason, Kazir felt that The Bourne Ultimatum would deliver a powerful performance. I suddenly remembered the movie, Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel was an MCU movie released in 2019. It came out between Avengers, Infinity War, and Avengers, Endgame. Because of this phenomenon, Captain Marvel experienced strong hype that helped the movie perform impressively at the box office, earning more than $1.1 billion. Honestly, in my opinion, Captain Marvel is average at best. It's just a normal popcorn flick from the MCU. But because of its schedule, it was lifted by the massive hype of Avengers, Infinity War, and Avengers Endgame. That was how Kazir saw it. At best, Captain Marvel could have earned around $800 million at the box office if it had been released in a different window. This was the sensation Kazir felt while looking through the hectic crowd of fans excited to watch the Bourne Ultimatum. They just wanted to see how it would connect to the tragedy that happened in Taken 3. It was all about curiosity. Kazir didn't change much of the plot of the Bourne Ultimatum, although he connected it to the terrorist attack. This simple connection made fans satisfied. When the movie ended, the post-credit scene was about a new movie franchise called The Kingsman, The Secret Service. The first 24 hours, technically April 7th, of box office sales for the movie were calculated. Accounting was faster now that technology had improved. Kazir, Stella, and the other people from Grey Pictures were on the top floor of the building. They were already celebrating. Some were popping champagne and drinking wine. They were confident that the movie wouldn't fail. The question was how much it would earn. When the stats arrived, Stella Willow smiled and announced that they would have a dinner party. She had heard of a Korean restaurant that offered samgyeopsal. The expenses were covered by the company. This was just a small celebration. On the second day, April 8th, Saturday, the Bourne Ultimatum made another $35 million. On Sunday, the movie made another $29 million. In just 3 days, the Bourne Ultimatum grossed $103 million at the box office, probably the fastest $100 million of 2006. When that news spread, Hollywood became lively again. They were excited and scared about the development. Excited because this kind of performance was extraordinary. Scared because they didn't know how this movie would affect the industry. The cinematic universe had proven to be a profitable way of making money. And so far, only one company had succeeded in doing so. Rumors were going around that Warner Brothers was preparing its own cinematic universe, but no one could confirm whether it was real or fake news. Kazir yawned. He had just come out of the editing room to talk to his assistant director. He lacked sleep. He had only slept 3 hours that day. Well, one of the reasons he failed to sleep was because Scarlett had visited the company last night, and the couple decided to spend their time in Kazir's office. Wink, wink. Kazir's office had a bed, a bathroom, a toilet, a bathtub, and even a kitchen in case he wanted to eat. Kazir spent most of his time on the filming set or in his office. Everest, you did a great job, Kazir praised the young guy. He knew how hard it was to manage a group of people. Everest smiled, pleased that his work was appreciated. It had been a month since Kazir announced that he wanted to film a small project. Everest and his team had immediately implemented the plan. Now, they had completed the cast after a month of auditions. This was probably the shortest preparation they had ever done. Here's the cast. First on the list is this new actor, Henry Cavill. Who? Kazir paused for a second there. Never mind, continue. Kazir realized his awkward expression. Second is Megan Fox. She's a model. Kazir paused for 2 seconds. Nothing. Maybe I just lack too much sleep, so my mind can't process things right. Go on, continue. The third is Chris Hemsworth. Also a newbie actor. What the hell? He paused for 3 seconds. The fourth is Gal Gadot. She's a beauty pageant contestant and participated in Miss Universe. She's trying to find a career in Hollywood. Wow. Sometimes I have no idea how life plays around. Everest gave documents to Kazir. Everest was confused by Kazir's reaction, but he believed it was because Kazir lacked sleep. Thanks, Everest. I'll read this later. While I'm gone, take care of the production. Set up a script reading and make sure they attend. Make them practice rehearsals. Yes, sir. Kazir was shocked when he realized that these 4 upcoming celebrities would be working with him on this small-budget horror movie. Chapter 485. Kazir had heard of each actor that Everest mentioned. He knew them because they would become famous in the next decade. Let's see. It's understandable that they are still not famous. After all, they are just starting in the industry. If there was one thing that caught him off guard, it was that he didn't expect these 4 would actually work with him on a small-budget horror movie that he had written. It was an honor, but at the same time, it was pressure for him. He knew the future of these 4 actors. They would become well-known celebrities. He didn't want to negatively affect their careers because of his horror movie. He looked at their documents after Everest excused himself. I can say that their agents worked hard just to give them a slot in the audition. CAA was the strongest agency in Hollywood right now, and they had a lot of clients. Most of those clients probably fought for the roles in his horror movie, but these 4 new face actors got them. At this point, it didn't matter how much the salary was. Any actor would be elated once they got a chance to work with Kazir. Perhaps some celebrities even offered to lower their salaries, but Everest and the crew still chose these 4. Out of the 4 actors, Megan Fox and Henry Cavill had the highest salaries. Megan Fox signed a contract for $450,000, while Henry Cavill signed for $250,000. As for Gal Gadot and Chris Hemsworth, they both received a meager $100,000 as their salaries. Megan Fox had the best filmography out of all of them, as the model/actress had already worked in 3 movies, although as side characters. Her biggest role was in Bad Boys 2. I'm not going to lie. 2000's Megan Fox was the definition of beauty. She was so damn gorgeous that everyone would fall in love once they saw her. This was not even an understatement. Especially in the Transformers franchise, she gained a lot of fans because of her super sexy role. Yeah, men were simple, no one could deny that. As for Henry Cavill, he had already worked on 4 projects, but his roles were also side characters. His biggest project was The Count of Monte Cristo. Chris Hemsworth and Gal Gadot got their debut movies in 2009, which was 3 years from now. So it was already amazing that they received $100,000 as their salaries. Obviously, they didn't have credentials to back themselves up. Kazir was actually surprised they got the roles. Anyway, Everest would take care of them while Kazir was spending his time on Pirates of the Caribbean. He was close to completing Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. The special effects were already done, and they just needed polishing and trimming to make the movie theater worthy. As for the 3rd movie, which was Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End, ILM needed 2 to 3 months to complete the special effects. Kazir had already compiled the scenes that didn't need special effects into chronological order. Once the special effects were done, he would return to editing it. Aside from the Bourne Ultimatum, the month of April also had some interesting movies such as Scary Movie 4, The Wild, Silent Hill, and RV. However, only the Bourne Ultimatum performed amazingly at the box office. Yes, amazing was the best word to describe the movie, because despite being released on a weaker schedule, the Bourne Ultimatum grossed $318 million by the end of April. Most of the time, this kind of performance could only be seen in the summer season. Yet the Bourne Ultimatum achieved it in April. Furthermore, a movie that usually surpassed $300 million in a month ended up around $900 million once the screening ended. In fact, the worldwide box office of the Bourne Ultimatum was already at $450 million as the movie was released in other countries. In just a month, the Bourne Ultimatum was already close to reaching $500 million. Just as Kazir expected, the Bourne Ultimatum could be compared to Captain Marvel, a movie that followed the hype and experienced huge success. If the Bourne Ultimatum grosses over $1 billion, I would buy a mansion in California. Kazir gambled on himself in a fun way. Either way, Kazir and Grey Pictures were all winning. Matt Damon and Paul Greengrass were also winning. The two had solidified their positions in Hollywood, and more studios would hire them, especially once the movie grossed $1 billion. They would also experience the hype that Christopher Nolan experienced. Kazir had finished the post-production of Pirates of the Caribbean, and the promotion of the movie was ongoing. The marketing team of Grey Pictures was going all out. Furthermore, they were working with Victor Gray's company, which was top-notch at online marketing. Kazir stepped into the rehearsal studio, where he found the 4 actors practicing their lines. The 4 actors unconsciously fixed their postures when they realized that Director Grey was back. "Chris, state your lines without stuttering. I know you need to express that you're scared, but you can show that using your expression. Besides, you look too tall to be stuttering." "I will." Chris nodded and repeated the line. To be fair, both Chris Hemsworth and Henry Cavill were over 6 feet. Kazir was also over 6 feet. The 3 men in question were tall, so whenever Megan and Gal talked to them, they had to slightly raise their heads. Chapter 486. "Henry, your accent is showing. Repeat that line again." Henry Cavill nodded and looked at Megan Fox. He grabbed her shoulders and shook her to calm her down. Megan was screaming after what she experienced. She saw an illusion where she was tied to a bed while the doctors experimented on her body. "You're doing great." Kazir nodded and gave it a passing mark. 3 days from now, they would start the filming. Everest and Kazir's trusted friend, Renner Hector, found a filming location where they could shoot the movie. It was a real abandoned mental hospital in Ohio. Ohio had some crazy stuff going on, or so the internet and memes stated. The production crew had already talked to the municipality, and they agreed. They just hoped that the crew wouldn't make a ruckus, as the mental hospital was near the woods and could possibly start a fire if the crew made mistakes with their props. Also, the mayor wanted an autograph from Kazir. Kazir looked at the script. He was nervous and excited at the same time. He was afraid that this movie might fail, which could cause his extreme depression. It would prove that he had no real talent as a director and that the only reason why he was successful was because of the plagiarizing he did. If that happens, I might kill myself, he joked. He was mature enough to overcome this kind of challenge. However, he knew that his mentality would be affected if this original script indeed failed. He glanced at the 4 actors. This movie was a small project, and these were the only important characters in the movie. The others were just background characters that Kazir could hire at any moment. He clapped his hands and announced that the practice for the day was over. I can see that all of you have potential. I believe your career in Hollywood will be amazing. Knowing the future, these 4 actors made names for themselves. When the 4 heard Kazir's praise, they couldn't help but smile. It meant that the director could see a future where they became famous celebrities. To be fair, they were kind of celebrities lately. The fact that they got hired to be part of director Grey's horror movie qualified them to be celebrities. Even though this was only a small-budget horror movie, almost everyone in Hollywood became interested in it. It was because of the simple fact that the director of this small-budget horror movie was director Grey. It gained a lot of attention. Furthermore, Kazir even said to his agent that he wanted to sell this movie to a studio. It meant that Kazir planned to let go of these copyrights and let another studio take care of the franchise. If there was a franchise, well, Kazir's scripts usually had a sequel or 2, so this horror movie could probably have a sequel. Perhaps? This news immediately shook Hollywood. Salvatore received so many phone calls from people. As for the intention behind why Kazir did that, he was the only one who knew the answer. Kazir wanted to sell the copyrights because he treated Shadows Beneath as his first real business deal in Hollywood. After so many years, back in his past life, he also sold his movies to other studios and platforms, such as Netflix, to make money. Let's just say Kazir wanted to experience that kind of transaction. He probably missed it. This place is scary. Scarlett Johansson frowned as she stepped into the woods. A couple of meters into the woods, she found an old abandoned mental hospital. The place was so eerie that it gave her the chills. If not for the tents in front of the building, Scarlett might have turned around and left the place. She was wearing a thick jacket and a bonnet. She was done with her job and had free time to visit her boyfriend. As she got closer, she saw Kazir talking to a beautiful woman. The woman was hot and sexy, and her eyes were playfully gazing at Kazir. If I remember it right, that actress is only 2 years younger than me. Scarlett raised her brow. This was not the first time this kind of thing happened. Despite having a bombshell of a woman next to him, Kazir kept talking as if he didn't care at all. He gave his opinion, and the actress left with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. It was hard not to be attracted to a tall, mature guy who had a successful career. In Hollywood, most of the actresses treated Kazir as the peak of masculinity because the director almost checked all of their preferences for a man. In fact, Kazir was featured in a magazine as the hottest man of 2007. It might not be an exaggeration if people fapped to his pictures. Tall, handsome, mature/older, billionaire, hot, and ahem, had a huge manhood. The last description was just rumors circling around, but there is no smoke if there's no fire. Scarlett chuckled when she witnessed the whole scene. She found it funny that the actress tried to flirt with Kazir, but she was left disappointed instead. Scarlett got closer until Kazir saw her. The man stopped the filming and announced an hour break and approached Scarlett. The woman saw how the man's expression turned happy and excited to meet her. I have a nice and cozy trailer. Let me make you a hot chocolate. He gently took her purse and carried it. He then leaned closer and kissed her. Thanks, babe. Scarlett giggled and hugged Kazir's arm as they walked to the trailer. The crew was a bit surprised as they witnessed how Kazir transitioned from being stoic and serious to having a smile on his face. Most of the time, they rarely got to see him smile. Chapter 487. The filming of Shadows Beneath didn't have much of a problem. However, the production crew faced a problem regarding the budget. You see, the crew had to work against time and props. The announcement of this project was abrupt, and they had to finish the filming within 2 to 3 months. They couldn't help but blame Kazir for that. Still, money is money, and they couldn't deny that their salaries were quite good, so they were not bitter. Anyway, they faced problems such as the props and background settings. They needed to make props if those specific props couldn't be bought, which required time and perhaps money, especially if they needed to hire more prop makers. Also, the background settings. The movie was not only filmed in a single location like the mental hospital. The production crew also needed to make a hospital room in the studio for specific scenes. Making the background required time, but most importantly, it required manpower. To make sure that background settings were done before the start of filming, the production crew had to spend money to hire more manpower. Because of this, they overspent. The expected budget of Shadows Beneath was only $15 million. Yet, they had already spent $17 million. This was the first time that Kazir overspent on his movie. His clean record was no more. But Kazir was not angry about it. He was also not angry at his crew. In the first place, he started this project unexpectedly, and most of his longtime crew members couldn't join, hence the slow progression. Furthermore, the time to prepare the props and background settings was too short. Just to keep up with the schedule, they needed to spend more money. Kazir understood it. His record of never overspending was not meant to be taken seriously. At least Kazir didn't take it seriously. Thankfully, except for the small problem of adding another $2 million, their filming was smooth sailing. The cast didn't experience mental blocks while on the set. They were performing great. Just like that, 2 months passed while Kazir spent time filming Shadows Beneath. The premiere for Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest would happen in a week. Kazir finished the filming of Shadows Beneath 2 days before the premiere, and he quickly returned to Hollywood to join the promotion of the movie. He attended many shows together with Johnny Depp, Orlando Bloom, and Keira Knightley to promote the movie. Johnny Depp never talked to Amber Heard after the incident. At least that was how Kazir saw it. He hoped that the two were done in this timeline. By the way, while Kazir was busy with Shadows Beneath, many big movies were released in the summer. In May, movies such as Mission Impossible 3, The Da Vinci Code, Over the Hedge, High School Musical, and X-Men: The Last Stand were released. These movies received great reception when they were released. In June, movies such as The Breakup, The Omen, Garfield, A Tale of Two Kitties, The Lake House, Nacho Libre, Click, Superman Returns, and The Devil Wears Prada were released. These movies received great reception when they were released. And now that July has arrived, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest would have an introduction on July 6th, Thursday. Superstars such as Johnny Depp, Orlando Bloom, Keira Knightley, and director Kazir Grey showed up on the red carpet. Considering that they had constant projects in Hollywood every year, they were qualified as superstars. The premiere was spectacular as Grey Pictures didn't hesitate to spend money. The Bourne Ultimatum, which was released in April, already grossed $406 million in North America and $382 million internationally. The movie grossed $788 million worldwide. It was a success that the Big Five jealously stared at because they couldn't get a piece of it. Because of the success of The Bourne Ultimatum, Grey Pictures had no problem spending for the promotion of Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. After all, this movie was directed by Kazir Grey. Did we get scammed? Barry Mayer, the person who currently held the highest position in the management of Warner Brothers, weakly muttered while staring at the newspaper. The first weekend of Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest was a whopping $135 million. On Friday, the movie grossed $55 million. On Saturday, it grossed another $44 million. On Sunday, it grossed another $35 million, making the movie gross a total of $135 million. The Pirates of the Caribbean is going to make a lot of money, Barry easily deduced. As for us, he sighed. One of their biggest movies this year was Superman Returns. This superhero had given them so much profit back in the 70s and 80s. They believed that Superman would perform well in this era, but the statistics said the opposite. Superman Returns grossed $199 million after 9 days of screening. It looked promising, But the experts determined that the fuel of the movie was quickly disappearing. People didn't like it, and the ticket sales quickly went down. Furthermore, the cinema score of Superman Returns was an average B+. It was not a good sign. People just bought tickets for the hype, but they are not satisfied or excited to watch it again. Barry muttered the statements of the data experts in the company. Superman Returns had all of the formulas to succeed, except for one thing. Superman didn't have an enemy that could pose a threat to the godly being. That was the biggest factor why the audience didn't like it. It didn't help that the production cost of Superman Returns was a whopping $270 million. The promotion budget was not even included. The movie would have a hard time making a profit. Compared to Superman Returns, Pirates of the Caribbean had a better reception. That damn Kazir. He made an amazing movie this year, but his performance last year was mediocre. Batman Begins just barely made money at the box office. That was the reason why Barry Mayer felt like Warner Brothers was scammed. Chapter 488. Last year, Batman Begins was released, and its box office was $549 million. The production cost was $150 million. The movie earned more than twice its investment, so it made a profit. However, just like the management, Barry couldn't help but be bitter that Batman Begins only made that amount. They expected a bit more, around $600 million at least. Especially when Kazir Grey was the one who directed the movie. And now, his current movie, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, grossed $135 million in just 3 days. Compared to Batman Begins, which only grossed $54 million in 3 days, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest had twice the profit in the same time frame. It was devastating to compare them, but he couldn't help but do so. Both movies were made by the same director. Sure, the genre of the two movies was different, but still. Barry sighed. He felt like Kazir was not taking their cooperation seriously. Perhaps he was indeed sabotaging their projects. And now, Barry was thinking if he should hire Kazir for the sequel to Batman. In the contract, Warner Brothers had the upper hand, and they had the power to stop working with Kazir. The director didn't have a say about that. No, let's wait for a while. Based on the performance of Superman Returns, we might have to postpone our plans of making a cinematic universe, as we can't afford the losses. For the time being, let's keep the Batman trilogy. As long as the contract is in effect, Kazir will surely work with us. The Batman trilogy was the first trilogy contract that Kazir signed. I heard the director filmed a small-budget horror, and he wants to sell the copyrights to a studio. Maybe Warner Brothers can acquire it. As much as he wanted to deny it, Kazir's movies were profitable. He never had a movie that failed except for his first 3 movies, which were also horror movies. Let's watch it first before making a move. Barry recalled that Kazir's weakness was horror movies, so he had to think about it seriously before buying the movie. Being part of the summer season, July had some movies that surpassed $100 million. Aside from Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, movies such as Little Man, You, Me and Dupree, Monster House, Little Miss Sunshine, John Tucker Must Die, and Miami Vice were released, which grossed more than $100 million. However, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest smoothly dominated the month. No other movies could face it head-on. When July ended, Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest grossed $361 million at the North American box office. The movie was only in theaters for 25 days, yet its box office hit was that tremendous. The word of mouth and the CinemaScore ratings of the movie helped a lot. People just knew that if Kazir made a movie, it was a sure box office hit. While the director and his movie were the topic of the month, the director in question was busy with the post-production of Shadows Beneath. After a month of promoting Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, Kazir left the scene and let the cast do their jobs. After all, directors were meant to stay behind the spotlight. No matter what people say, the cast will always be the face of the promotion. Jack Sparrow will always be the face of Pirates of the Caribbean, even if a certain animation studio decided to fire Johnny Depp from his role. People would still acknowledge the fact that Johnny Depp was the face of Pirates of the Caribbean. So yeah, Kazir was not the face of promotion, and he was happy about that. At least now he could focus on editing his horror movie. Yeah, another sleepless month. Kazir yawned as he looked at the monitors that replayed the scenes. Next to him was Rector, the head of the editing/post-production team. The post-production team consists of many positions. film editor. This position was taken by Rector, the oldest editor whom Kazir worked with. The guy was now a permanent editor at Grey Pictures, responsible for editing Grey Pictures movies. Aside from the film editor, there was an assistant editor who organized the footage, managed media files, and synced sounds. Sound editor, who was responsible for editing dialogues, sound effects, and ambient sounds. Colorists, who adjusted the colors and tone of the footage. This created a specific mood for the movie. Music editor, who worked on background music that was aligned with the movie narrative. They also had visual effects artists, but Grey Pictures usually hired ILM whenever they needed heavy special effects scenes. Again, Grey Pictures was not a simple studio anymore. After years of success, it became one of the best B-list studios in Hollywood. I still can't believe that you reached this height. Sometimes I feel like you're not even living in the same timeline. I feel like you're from the future, Rector muttered to Kazir, who was happy now that he had time to work on his movie. Rector remembered the time when Kazir was still an unknown director who hired him to edit Napoleon Dynamite. It was a memory that sparked the start of their long-term cooperation. And now, the unknown director was no more. Only a successful director who was addicted to making movies. Kazir, when was the last time you took a long-term vacation? I think it was 4 years ago, back in 2002. Rector sighed. It was impossible to fix the guy. Just like that, 2 months passed, and big news shocked Hollywood. The Bourne Ultimatum surpassed $1 billion at the worldwide box office. It was the first movie that surpassed $1 billion this year, and probably the only movie, unless another miracle happens. Chapter 489. It was amazing that the Bourne Ultimatum grossed $1 billion. However, after some studies, the Big Six discerned the biggest reason why the movie performed so well. It was the hype. What happened in Wanted 3 set the hype so high that people were ready to consume every piece of content that the CCU released. This was the factor that made the movie gross over $1 billion. Because of this, another event occurred, and experts in movies and box office trends started studying Grey Pictures' marketing techniques and Kazir's miraculous ideas. Particularly, they wanted to know what was happening in Kazir's mind and how he could come up with such amazing ideas. The hype for the CCU was still not over. As of September, Grey Pictures had already started promoting the next movie, which was Kingsman. Furthermore, Grey Pictures showed in their trailer that this movie was where the CCU protagonists would assemble. Hollywood had already witnessed this kind of scene, and they had already seen what it could do. If things ran smoothly, then Kingsman would also surpass $1 billion. The movie was set to be released in November, and fans were already booking tickets, even though Cinema Alliance had just started releasing bookings. It was an experience that Hollywood rarely saw. Grey Pictures could probably have another movie that would surpass $1 billion. While this excitement was happening, Kazir was nearing the end of finishing The Shadows Beneath. However, Kazir had no time to rest after that. Now that the special effects for the third Pirates of the Caribbean movie were done, Kazir had to lead the team again to edit the footage into a complete story/movie. Some of the editors resigned because the workplace was so toxic and suffocating. The editors who resigned said that they couldn't rest at all because it was awkward to rest while their boss was working so hard and never even thought of resting. Kazir was not just the director, he was the big boss of Grey Pictures. The workers were so conscious of their surroundings that they couldn't rest at all. Furthermore, they had another project to work on, which was Pirates of the Caribbean. At World's End, they realized that they had to keep up with the heavy workload for at least 2 more months before getting a breather. It would be hell. Because of that environment, they decided to resign instead. Kazir was not cheap when it came to paying salaries, but they couldn't keep up with Kazir's work ethic, so they might as well find another employer to work with. When Kazir heard that, he felt bad and decided to give the editing team a week to rest before starting Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. The Shadows Beneath was finished, and it only needed polishing. It was ready to be presented to the distributors. The Bourne Ultimatum grossed $1 billion, and Kingsman: The Secret Service might also surpass $1 billion because it's the movie where the CCU protagonists will assemble. Ronald Meyer read the headlines and sighed. Lately, he had been sighing a lot. The position of being the CEO of Universal Pictures was amazing, but the responsibility it carried also put a lot of pressure on him. Just like Walt Disney, Universal Pictures was having a tough time finding a franchise that they could milk. They didn't own a comic publisher like DC Comics or Marvel Comics as sources of franchises. Universal Pictures was also not a family-friendly animation studio that could spam cartoons every year. Since its creation, Universal Pictures had focused on live-action movies. And now, they couldn't find live-action franchises to milk. They were in dire need of huge movies. Ronald looked at the newspaper for the nth time. He might have been old school because he preferred reading the newspaper rather than watching the news on television. Perhaps most CEOs and chairmen liked reading newspapers. Anyway, the headline didn't sit well with him. Based on his understanding, Continental Cinematic Universe wouldn't just have 3 movies that would exceed $1 billion at the box office. The franchise would probably have 4 movies that would exceed $1 billion at the box office. On top of that, Grey Pictures had a franchise apart from CCU that earned a lot. Based on the numbers that Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest was showing, this once unpopular pirate-themed movie had already grossed $841 million at the worldwide box office as of September. And it was obvious the reception was still strong because the fuel of this movie was still pumping. It wouldn't be a surprise if Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest surpassed $1 billion. This fact made Ronald absolutely livid. If this so-called Kingsman, the Secret Service performs well, it's obvious that it's going to surpass $1 billion. 2 years. 3 movies. 3 fucking movies were created by Grey Pictures, and each one grossed $1 billion in just fucking 2 years. That was so painful to watch. 1 at 3. The Bourne Ultimatum. And Pirates of the Caribbean was getting there, near $1 billion. At this point, Ronald thought of trying to destroy Kazir and Grey Pictures again, but he held back. Why? Grey Pictures had just announced that they would have a small screening of Kazir's horror movie in November, and Ronald Meyer was invited. Ronald didn't want to disrupt Grey Pictures' business because Universal Pictures was interested in Kazir's horror movie. Whoever thought of this plan is a genius. This way, the Big Six will refrain from sabotaging Kingsman, the Secret Service, which is going to be released in November. Stella Willow was the person who thought of it. Kingsman, the Secret Service would be released in the second week of November, while The Shadows Beneath would have a small screening in the last week of November. Chapter 490. Kazir's busy life never stopped. This year, he finished filming Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest and Pirates of the Caribbean, at World's End. He had been filming these 2 movies, and he just finished them in the first quarter of the year. The duration of filming a movie has a lot of factors to consider. If a movie doesn't need much preparation, it can be finished in just 2 to 3 months, depending on the situation. Sometimes, a movie can also take years to finish. This movie needed a lot of preparation and special effects. Most of the time, a movie needs a year or 2 to be completed. In Kazir's case, his filming was probably the fastest. Especially with scenes that didn't require many special effects, Kazir could easily finish them. Furthermore, Grey Pictures made complete preparations for Kazir's projects every year. The set, filming locations, studios, and props were done before the filming even started. Kazir could make a movie every year because of that. When Kazir was done filming Pirates of the Caribbean, he had to move to the next step, which was post-production/editing the movie. This was a time-consuming task that required a couple of sleepless nights. When Kazir finished the second movie, Dead Man's Chest, everyone thought he would take a break and rest. But no, Kazir Grey decided to make another movie, a fucking horror movie. Rest was probably the last thing Kazir wanted to do. With the help of his assistant director, another crew was assembled. Unlike usual, the preparation for the horror movie ran into a bit of trouble because of time constraints. Thankfully, Kazir still finished the filming before the premiere of Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. After joining the promotion, Kazir returned to editing Shadows Beneath. It was around September when Shadows Beneath was completed. Everyone thought Kazir would take some time to rest. But fuck no, the director heard that the special effects for Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End were done, and he decided to edit the movie after 2 weeks of rest. This rest wasn't for him, but for his editing team, who were spent after finishing an exhausting project. In fact, 2 more people resigned because of Kazir's relentless schedule. When the 2 weeks of rest ended, Kazir started the post-production of Pirates of the Caribbean at World's End. It would probably take 3 to 4 months to complete this movie. While Kazir was busy in September and October, new batches of movies were released. In September, movies such as The Queen, Jackass, Number 2, The Guardian and Open Season were released. These were the movies that surpassed $100 million. In October, movies such as The Departed, Flags of Our Fathers, The Prestige, Babel, and Saw 3 were released. These were the movies that surpassed $100 million. Woohoo! Liam, please impregnate me. Daddy Liam, I want you to be my daddy. Kazir and Scarlett turned around when a deafening noise struck them from behind. Kazir and Scarlett were attending the premiere of Kingsman, The Secret Service. Both were part of the CCU, as Kazir had a cameo in every movie while Scarlett played Liam's daughter in the film. The two saw Liam Neeson stepping out of the limousine. The actor waved his hands and smiled at the fans. After the massive success of Taken 3 last year, Liam Neeson was recognized as one of the best actors of all time. Well, he indeed was. Taken was the movie that helped people realize the seriousness of kidnapping and human trafficking. Taken was also the movie where Liam Neeson won his Best Actor award at the Oscars. This was the highest award an actor could receive in his lifetime. Since then, Liam Neeson had steadily become a globally recognized celebrity. Even his role as a villain in Batman Begins didn't affect his status. In fact, it further helped him. Liam Neeson was recognized as the hottest daddy in Hollywood. As for whoever gave him that title, he or she was clearly down bad and thirsty. Liam Neeson gradually approached the two. The actor smiled at them. He shook hands with Kazir and then hugged Scarlett. The flashes of the cameras rained down on the three as they smiled. The three posed in front of the cameras, showing that they were close. Well, they truly were close. I heard from Harold that you spent most of your days in the editing room. You should move around sometimes. Taking in sunlight is good for your health, Liam said to Kazir while the fans were going crazy over their interaction. Yeah, for some reason, women were screaming about that. Don't worry, the building has a gym that I can use to keep fit, Kazir replied. Going to the gym isn't enough. You should eat healthy foods, too. Scarlett joined the conversation. I know, I appreciate it every time you visit me and bring food. The director chuckled and whispered to Scarlett. The actress smiled and whispered something back. Liam Neeson watched their interaction. Honestly, Liam had some questions regarding their relationship, but he decided to respect their boundaries. After all, it seemed that the couple were happy. The couple bid their farewell while Liam had to do an interview before heading to the theater. Kingsman. The Secret Service was the movie where the protagonists would assemble. It was not a surprise that Liam had to do an interview. After all, this would probably be his last time acting as Brian Mills. Chapter 491. The audience sobbed as their gazes remained fixed on the screen, where Brian Mills was piloting a plane up into the sky. I'm sorry, Kim. I can't attend your birthday. Brian Mills weakly smiled as the plane flew further away from the city. Dad, please don't do this to me. Kim cried out loud. It was futile. A powerful shockwave struck the city, and the glasses and windows cracked. However, the city was not destroyed, and only a few people were hurt by the explosion. Kim Mills looked up at the sky and saw a giant red fiery ball slowly disintegrating. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she realized what had happened. She dropped the phone and kneeled. She cried as the people around her panicked because of the explosion. The other protagonists witnessed the explosion, and they had mixed emotions. That kind of scene is so overused. I've watched so many movies where the good guy always sacrifices himself to save the others. Armageddon, Deep Impact, The Iron Giant, Titanic, Saving Private Ryan. I'll tell you this, that trope is so fucking overused. Then why are you crying? Because it hurts. So you're telling me that Brian Mills died because he saved a city from destruction? He is a hero, but goddamn, it hurts. People were happy, yet sad as they left the theater one by one. The workers from CinemaScore asked them to rate the movie, and almost all of them rated it A+. Most of them said the same thing. The movie was amazing. Despite the sad part of the movie, the audience liked the overall film. It resonated with them. The first 24 hours of Kingsman, The Secret Service were so hectic because every theater that screened the movie was full. The first day box office hit of Kingsman, The Secret Service was $75 million. This was currently the highest first-day box office hit in history. The second was Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, which grossed $55 million on its first day. See the similarities? Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, and Kingsman, The Secret Service were released in the same year. The two movies were also released by the same production studio, Grey Pictures. This fact would make some people go crazy. The second day of Kingsman, the Secret Service was undoubtedly great. It made $44 million. On Sunday, which was the third day of screening, Kingsman, the Secret Service made $40 million. The first weekend box office hit of the movie grossed $160 million. Stella Willow was receiving so much praise from people. The management of 20th Century Fox also expressed their congratulations to the woman. She had been one of the key reasons why the performance of Grey Pictures was getting better every year. As for Kazir, Hollywood couldn't find the director, so the only person they could praise was Stella. In the first week of November, Borat, Flushed Away, and The Santa Claus 3, The Escape Clause were the big movies that were released. In the second week, only Kingsman, The Secret Service was the big movie that was released. No one was stupid enough to release movies in the same week as Kingsman, The Secret Service's release. They made the right choice because Kingsman, The Secret Service dominated the month with no hassle. In the third week, 007, Casino Royale, Happy Feet, and DJ Vu were released. In the fourth week, nothing much happened except for the fact that Grey Pictures prepared a theater that could house only 100 people to screen a movie. This small screening was not extravagant, but the audience who attended the movie were all important. Ronald Meyer from Universal Pictures, Robert Iger from Walt Disney, Barry Meyer from Warner Brothers, Tom Rothman from 20th Century Fox, Brad Gray from Paramount Pictures, Frank Price from Sony Columbia, John Feldheimer, the CEO of Lionsgate, Harry E. Sloan, the CEO of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Even director Steven Spielberg, the representative of DreamWorks, showed up. The CEOs looked around and greeted each other. They were all here to watch a movie, and also for business. Despite their amiable smiles, they were ready to tear each other's faces off just to win the copyrights. These were just some of the people who showed up. Together with them were their entourages and the higher-ups of their respective companies. First of all, I want to thank all of you. I'm honored that almost every decision-maker in Hollywood showed up for this small presentation of mine. Now, I will not waste more time. The movie shall begin. For those who have heart problems, I recommend you be prepared. Kazir announced the start of the screening. It was a 90-minute-long movie. There were scary and disgusting scenes, but the audience could stomach them. Overall, it was an entertaining movie. The plot twist was also unexpected. Still, it wasn't that great. Or, to be precise, they had watched better horror movies than this. It was above average, but not enough for people to fall in love with it. Suddenly, most people in the audience felt like they had been scammed. Kazir kept his smile. Actually, he didn't expect that the CEOs from the Big Six would show up today. He had the intention of selling his movie, but not like this. He was actually nervous. One thing was sure, despite the average reception, the movie would still make money. After all, this was Kazir's horror movie. Chapter 492. Despite his nervousness, Kazir kept his smile. Although he was nervous, he couldn't deny that he was also excited. Shadow Beneath was the horror movie he failed to film in his past life. He put everything he learned about filming horror movies into this project. This was his dream and also a burden. Since his regression, he had been haunted by the fact that his past profession as a horror movie director had failed. This was his biggest regret. This was also the thing he feared the most. Now, Kazir was trying to take a step and face his fears. He looked at the leaders of Hollywood who had personally attended this screening just to watch his movie. Some of them were skeptical. Some were calculating the profit, and some were against the idea of buying it. But overall, their expressions showed that they appreciated Kazir's movie. He was nervous as the lights turned on. Some of the people who attended the screening left, while some stayed. It didn't mean that the people who left were not interested in Kazir's movie. They were probably analyzing and talking to professionals regarding Kazir's new film. They could see the potential in his movie, but they didn't know the endgame. Furthermore, they also had to determine what offer would satisfy Kazir enough to sell the copyrights to them. The movie is entertaining. I must admit, the plot twist caught me off guard, but it's also not that mind-blowing. Robert Iger spoke to the people in the limousine as they returned to the company. They had just spent around 2 hours at Grey Pictures before heading back to the Walt Disney headquarters. The other people from the management and board of directors agreed. It has potential. If we do it right, the box office can reach at least $300 million. We can use Kazir as the center of our promotion, one of them added, and many agreed. To be fair, the reason why the movie could possibly reach $300 million at the box office was because of Kazir's box office appeal. Whenever people heard that Kazir was related to a movie, they knew that the movie was worth watching. If Shadows Beneath had the same plot but a different director, the movie would hardly make money at the cinema. But let's be honest here. We know that Kazir's career started with filming horror movies. His 3 horror movies never made money at the box office. I admit that their DVD sales skyrocketed, but it was because people considered them cult classics after they found out that Kazir filmed them. Overall, his first 3 movies are just average horror films. They also agreed with that fact. Being the best director in Hollywood, the management of Walt Disney studied Kazir's filmography seriously. They knew Kazir's strengths and weaknesses. His strengths were his fast filming, where he could make a movie every year. His strong budget control. He never overspent, except one time. His understanding of how to catch the audience's attention. He knew what movies people liked. His weakness. Kazir didn't have any clear, original style. All of his movies didn't follow a strict filming style. Horror movies were also considered his weakness based on statistics. As for the other bad traits, they couldn't really say those were Kazir's weaknesses. They were more like things they didn't like about Kazir. Kazir loved selling his scripts at an expensive price. Kazir also loved to negotiate contracts that were quite painful on the pockets. Lastly, Kazir was hard to convince. This was probably the hardest hurdle they would face in this negotiation. Robert listened to the management seriously, making their opinions valid. Robert was respected by the management as he slowly acquired ownership of Pixar, one of the foundations of 3D animation in the entire world. Furthermore, Robert was also the person who pushed for the production of many 3D movies. This year, the money they earned from toys from 3D movies were immaculate. It grossed $462 million. This might look simple, but it wasn't at all. The profit they gained from the franchises were immense. It all came down to toys. The sales of toys related to Toy Story alone exceeded $1 billion. It was obvious that kids liked the movie. In fact, in 2011, which was 5 years from now, the Toy Story franchise would generate $5 billion in merchandise sales. Robert Iger was one of the keys to why these projects became successful. After listening to them, and once the limousine stopped in front of the Walt Disney headquarters, Robert stepped out of the car and said to his entourage, "Contact Kazir and express that we are interested in buying his movie. I heard that this movie cost $17 million to make. We can double or triple that amount. It doesn't matter if we lose some profit. Our intention this time is to form a positive impression on Kazir. We are not investing in his movie. We are trying to fix our relationship through money. Understand that?" "Yes, sir." Robert stepped into the elevator. "Well, if we get this movie and it surpass $1 billion, it's going to be a miracle. Titanic did it. So it's not impossible for another miracle to happen." Robert shook his head. He was already surprised that Grey Pictures and CAA had invited him to watch Kazir's horror movie. It meant that they had a chance to fix their relationship. Chapter 493. On the other hand, a few people stayed in the screening to talk to Kazir and his representative, Salvatore Barlow, regarding the copyrights of the movie. Salvatore rarely experienced this kind of job when it came to Kazir. Kazir had his own production studio, and he rarely needed to negotiate with other studios. But this was different. This was a negotiation that Salvatore loved to participate in because he had a commission to earn. Sure, a 3% commission looked small. But what if the negotiation went up to $100 million? Does 3% look small anymore? The agent smiled and joined the conversation. The people who remained were from Lionsgate, Universal Pictures, and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. The first to offer a price was the representative of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. MGM was a dying company and needed another source of income. They desperately needed a new franchise. Aside from 007, MGM also owned Carrie, Poltergeist, and Species. The company also distributed some cult classics such as Silence of the Lambs. In a way, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer was good at handling horror movies. The one who stepped up was the representative of MGM. The CEOs of each studio had already left after giving instructions to their people. CEOs didn't have to do the negotiations, at least not in an informal setting like this. After all, everyone understood that this was just the beginning of the negotiations. Kazir was tough to crack, and this cunning director would probably wait until he got the deal he was looking for. $35 million. The MGM representative said. This was just the opening, yet someone had already offered to double their production cost. No matter how you looked at it, that was a positive sign. Kazir's horror movie had its appeal. Salvatore grinned and glanced at Kazir before looking at the representative. We can talk about that in a better place. For now, let the workers clean this room. Salvatore excused himself, and Kazir nodded. This kind of stuff should be left to the professionals. As for the contract, at this point, Kazir was too rich to even care. He would still choose the best deal, though. In November, some strong movies were released, such as Borat, Flushed Away, The Santa Claus 3, The Escape Clause, Kingsman, The Secret Service, Casino Royale, Happy Feet, and Déjà Vu. Out of these movies, Kingsman, The Secret Service dominated the month. In just 15 days, the movie had already grossed $328 million. When December arrived, many production studios joined in on buying the copyrights of Shadows Beneath, as this was one of the few movies that Kazir personally filmed but planned to sell. In his career, Kazir had a few movies that he directed but were not owned by Grey Pictures. Napoleon Dynamite, The Hangover, Spider-Man, Spider-Man 2, Batman Begins. These were the movies Kazir directed but didn't hold the copyrights to. Yet all of these movies were profitable. Obviously, just because of that simple fact, many studios believed that Kazir's new horror movie would also be profitable. The problem was how much money they could earn. 3 days after the small screening, the highest bidder was $62 million from Sony Columbia. 3 days was enough for people to study the potential of Shadows Beneath. In their opinion, if promoted right, this horror movie could make about $300 to $600 million, depending on the schedule. Because of that, $62 million was the base payment Sony Columbia concluded to pay to get the copyrights. Some believed it was too small, considering that this movie was directed by Kazir Grey. However, looking at it seriously, Shadows Beneath had no chance to become a franchise. The story was completed in just a single movie. Kazir also expressed that he had no intention of writing a sequel. To be precise, he had no idea what to write, as this was different from his usual ways. He realized that writing a script was not easy at all. While this was happening, big news shocked Hollywood. Some people already expected this, but they were still shocked. Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest successfully surpassed $1 billion at the worldwide box office after 6 months of screening. For those who had no idea, they just thought this was normal because Grey Pictures was known to make amazing movies. But for those who had been in Hollywood for a long time, it was shocking to see a B-tier studio that didn't have distribution lines achieve 2 movies that surpassed $1 billion at the box office in a year. It was not easy at all. As of now, only Warner Brothers could replicate that kind of success, since Warner Brothers had Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings to rely on. However, even Warner Brothers could only make 2 movies reach $900 million each in a year. Furthermore, as they studied Grey Pictures' 3 movies this year, they realized that Kingsman, The Secret Service had a strong chance to surpass $1 billion. Can you imagine that? 3 movies owned by a single studio, each surpassing $1 billion. That was hard to imagine, and everyone thought it was impossible. But this year, Grey Pictures was trying to break the impossible. They kept breaking the impossible. Because of this, Hollywood further understood how important this chance Kazir gave them was. This ignited their will to compete and acquire the copyrights of Shadows Beneath. That single piece of news made them look at the horror movie from another angle. Perhaps they could use this chance to ask Kazir to work with them. Kazir had already given Sony Columbia its first billion-dollar movie. Maybe he could work with another studio to help them achieve that milestone too. Plus. Thank you guys for all of your support. Chapter 494. When Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest grossed over $1 billion, every capable studio in Hollywood became active in trying to buy Kazir's latest movie. Sony Columbia offered $62 million. The reason why Sony Columbia was active was that they hoped Kazir would direct Spider-Man 3. This was the franchise that they had to maintain. Sony Columbia was not that confident in Shadows Beneath, but they wanted to use this chance to convince Kazir to sign another project with them. Warner Brothers offered $64 million. Warner Brothers still had a contract with Kazir regarding the trilogy of Batman, so they were not that active. Still, They were participating in the bidding since why not? Perhaps they had a chance to buy Shadows Beneath. 20th Century Fox didn't participate, as they already got two horror movie franchises from Kazir, which were Final Destination and Paranormal Activity. They were currently putting the focus on Paranormal Activity, as this found footage genre was a bit difficult to maneuver. Paramount Pictures offered $69 million. Noise. The reason why Paramount Pictures offered this nice amount of money was that they wanted Kazir to direct the trilogy of Transformers. They already got the copyrights from Hasbro, but they were still looking for a director. They invited Kazir last time, but the director didn't express any interest. They were using this chance to convince him. Lionsgate and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer both offered the same amount, which was $70 million. The two studios were considered second-tier studios because they were less popular. Still, they had the capability to participate in this kind of auction. The two were looking for a franchise that could help them revive or popularize their respective studios. As for DreamWorks, which was also a second-tier studio, the company was currently in shambles, as Jeffrey Katzenberg and Steven Spielberg wanted to lead their own teams and divide the assets of DreamWorks. This decision happened because of interference from the Big Six to ensure that DreamWorks wouldn't rise up to become a new giant studio. It also didn't help that Jeffrey and Steven were leaders who had no intention of lowering their heads to one another. The company didn't offer any amount. Walt Disney was also interested in Shadows Beneath, but for different reasons. They wanted to use this chance as a peace talk. They understood that their studio was losing spark regarding live-action movies. They hoped that Kazir could help them with that. Walt Disney generously offered $82 million. However, out of all of them, someone was crazy enough to offer $100 million. Universal Pictures was gambling at this point. Everyone had different reasons why they were interested in Kazir's horror movie. They were indeed affected by the success of Grey Pictures' last two movies, which surpassed $1 billion at the worldwide box office. They were experiencing impulse buying, as if they would regret it if they didn't buy the copyrights for Kazir's horror movie. Everyone believed that Kazir's horror movie would easily surpass $300 million. That was just the assurance based on the director's strong box office appeal. However, none of them were insane enough to offer $100 million. That was more than 5 times the amount of Shadows Beneath's budget. Anyone would be happy with that kind of profit. Grey Pictures could easily double the whole cast and crew members' salaries with that amount, and the company would still have millions of dollars left. Everyone was crazy, but Universal Pictures lost all of its reasoning. Instead of backing down, just to make a statement and ensure that no one would compete, Universal Pictures added another freebie. $100 million plus 5% of the North American box office. That was so fucking stupid. A stupid move. It needed to be repeated twice just to emphasize the term stupid. Universal Pictures basically put a nail in the coffin. That offer was too much to handle. Even if Shadows Beneath earned $300 million, it would still be considered a loss for them. However, that decision also stopped others from the game. They decided not to compete anymore, as they didn't want to gamble more than $100 million. Walt Disney was having second thoughts before admitting defeat. They wanted to use this opportunity to make amends with Kazir, but it seemed that they had to find another chance. When Universal Pictures said that, and even prepared a proper contract, Kazir and Grey Pictures were also happy to have a business deal with them. Kazir knew that this was business, and he didn't mix it with his personal emotions. He was professional after all. However, he admitted that he didn't like Universal Pictures because of what they did to him. While signing the contract, there were cameras that took their pictures. In the pictures, Kazir and Ronald Meyer were smiling while shaking hands. It looked like their bad blood had vanished after this business deal. Actually, Ronald Meyer was not the one who initiated the offer of $100 million plus 5% North American box office share. The mother company initiated it. General Electric currently owned Universal Pictures, but they were not happy with the situation. There were some rumors that General Electric wanted to sell Universal Pictures to Comcast. This move was a way to invigorate the stocks of Universal Pictures to increase its worth, while General Electric was selling it to Comcast. That's why Universal Pictures suffered a loss from this business deal. The only way to make this deal worthwhile is if Shadows Beneath surpassed $1 billion. But it should be impossible. After all, no horror movie made that amount of money. Ronald Meyer sighed as he left the signing of the contract. He actually tried to invite Kazir to a party, but the director respectfully declined. It was obvious that Kazir didn't like him. If Comcast acquired Universal Pictures, they will probably change the CEO, which means I will lose my job. He felt bad, despite earning millions and using his authority to his advantage. Well, it was indeed sad losing your position as one of the most respected people in Hollywood. Chapter 495. The day after the signing of the contract, there was a meeting that happened in one of the offices in Universal Pictures headquarters. This was the third time Kazir went to this place. The first was when he personally sent his script, hoping that Universal Pictures would be interested in it. The script in question was Seven. From the moment the script readers and analysts confirmed that the genre was dark thriller mystery, they immediately put the script into their script library. Kazir believed that his old script was still rotting in their library. He was wrong. When Seven became a huge hit, the higher management asked to have the script delivered for them to read. The second time he visited Universal Pictures was when he was looking for investors for his first action movie, titled Taken, the first movie that introduced the Continental Cinematic Universe. Universal Pictures believed that this experimental project called a cinematic universe would obviously fail, so they didn't work with Kazir. At that time, Kazir didn't want any status to acquire the full rights to Taken, so the highest he could offer to the investors was a 70% investment. Universal Pictures didn't like that, so the deal didn't happen. And now, Kazir didn't believe that he would step into this building for the third time. What happened in the past made him believe that it would be impossible to work with Universal Pictures. Some things were impossible to predict. Let's start our meeting. The presenter was Stella Willow. She had prepared for this meeting because she was the type who never backed down. Even though Grey Pictures only made more than $80 million as an initial profit, the company still had a 5% box office share to feast on. It was small compared to the usual shares they received whenever they worked with 20th Century Fox, but it was still pure profit on their side. Honestly, Stella had no idea why Kazir wanted to do this deal. This was considered a loss for them. If they had kept the copyrights, Stella had so many methods to make money out of it. Sure, it would take a longer time compared to an upfront payment of $100 million, but Stella was confident she could make more than that if given more time. Unfortunately, Kazir wanted to experience nostalgia, a selfish reason for a billionaire. Kazir had nothing to lose anyway. In the first place, he was too wealthy to even care. Grey Pictures was also not in a poor situation, and the company was not desperate for money. At least that's how Kazir saw it. The reason for this meeting was for them to come up with a promotion plan. Stella was the one who planned this promotion. Truth be told, she didn't want to present this promotion to a rival company, but she also didn't want another person to take credit for her hard work, so she might as well do it herself. This was the promotion plan that Grey Pictures offered. If Universal Pictures had a better idea, naturally, they would use the better idea. But for now, Stella Willow was going to explain the plan. Even Ronald Meyer was present because he was partially responsible for buying Shadows Beneath. He wanted to know how talented this so-called Stella Willow of Grey Pictures was. Stella had already proven herself, but she still wanted to make a statement. She loved it when people around her looked at her with respect and awe. That was her pride. Her assistant gave the documents to the people present in the room. After doing some research, I found these pictures from the mental hospital where Kazir filmed the majority of the movie. The people curiously looked at the pictures. They were taken in different years, but you can see that there are people in the pictures who resembled our cast. Kazir nodded. Having a resemblance was true, but Kazir could also see the difference between these people and the cast. Based on what you're telling us, you want to follow the promotion that Titanic did a few years ago. In one of the many promotions for Titanic, there was a picture of a couple on the ship who resembled Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet. Sort of. Stella nodded. Sort of. Here, I have another thing to show you guys. The projector lit up and a video started playing. In the video, the crew members were busy with their jobs. Suddenly, one of the cameras fell off, and the guy near it paused as if he saw something before turning around and running fast. The people who witnessed it also ran away from the scene. The clip ended with that. See what I did there? The people in the room were interested in what happened next, but the clip ended. They looked at Stella. They were waiting for an explanation. If you watch it out of context, you'd think they saw a ghost and ran away, right? Some of the people in the room nodded, while others kept waiting for an explanation. Kazir explained to them what happened. The crew found a snake and they ran away. If I'm not wrong, they started screaming about snakes after that video clip. Ronald now had an idea about Stella's promotion. The woman didn't wait anymore and started explaining. My promotion is that while filming, the crew realized that the mental hospital is haunted. We can make things up and tell people that the cast sensed some unknown entities were watching them while they acted in the set of Shadows Beneath. There was a small accident while filming the movie. We can also blame that on ghosts or whatever. We will promote that the people in these pictures are still in the mental hospital, repeatedly experiencing the tragedies. Everyone in the room had watched the movie, and they were impressed when Stella came up with a promotion that could connect to the film. We will make it look like that mental hospital is a haunted place where spirits lingered. So, basically just like the Blair Witch Project? That's right. Are we not afraid that we will experience another incident like the Blair Witch? Besides, aren't people going to see through our lies? So what? Stella grinned. I believe it would be better if someone died because of the movie. That way, more people will be interested in the movie. However, I don't want anyone to die, just to be clear. Hollywood. Their main focus was making money instead of thinking about other people. It doesn't matter if they believe it. As long as more people watch our movie, then it's fine. This promotion was built on a lie. The cast and crew members also signed a contract about this promotion. From now on, they had to say that the mental hospital they filmed in was eerie. The snake incident didn't happen. It was an act of the supernatural. The stunt double didn't fall from the second floor because of equipment malfunction. He fell because a supernatural entity pushed him. Of course, Grey Pictures had to pay them money to make sure they would keep the lies. Chapter 496. When the management of Universal Pictures understood Stella's promotion plan, they agreed to it. Even Ronald was surprised by the woman's meticulous planning. With that, the promotion launched, and December became an active month for Universal Pictures and anyone related to Shadows Beneath. The cast also showed up for many interviews. The cast was paid to say that the mental hospital they visited was terrifying. They signed contracts to ensure that they wouldn't reveal the truth. The same also applied to the crew members. A video circulated online, showcasing supposed supernatural acts that occurred on the film set. In one clip, a camera fell, prompting many people to run away. Another story emerged about the stunt double who had an accident. He claimed he felt like someone pushed him. His medical expenses were covered by the production studio. Furthermore, Kazir promised him a role in the CCU, perhaps as a side character. Some people suspected that these incidents were just clever marketing tactics devised by Grey Pictures and Universal Pictures. But it didn't matter. Many people loved supernatural stories that defied scientific explanation. Why do you think some people believe that the Earth is flat? Why do you think people believe that Santa Claus is real? Santa Claus was a real person, but he surely didn't have reindeer that could fly across the sky and deliver gifts to every child in the world. Why do you think people believe in aliens? To be fair, the existence of aliens might actually be real. People choose to believe. And that was enough for Shadows Beneath to cause a stir. As long as people were interested, they would watch the movie. December marked the final month of the year, and Hollywood celebrated by releasing big movies such as Apocalypto, Blood Diamond, The Holiday, Charlotte's Web, Dreamgirls, Aragon, The Pursuit of Happiness, Rocky Balboa, The Good Shepherd, and Night at the Museum. Out of all these films, Night at the Museum sold the most movie tickets, grossing $735 million. Speaking of Aragon, this was the movie 20th Century Fox used in an attempt to replicate the success of Harry Potter and the Lord of the Rings. Aragon was based on a novel, and fans hoped it would be the next big fantasy franchise. Unfortunately, the movie underperformed. It even lost to Blood Diamond, which was released during the same week. Walt Disney also had a fantasy franchise based on the novels titled Narnia. The franchise had a strong start, but quickly faded after 3 movies. Only a few novels have had successful film adaptations, such as The Lord of the Rings / The Hobbit, Harry Potter, Twilight, The Hunger Games, Dune, and perhaps The Maze Runner. While all this was going on, Universal Pictures and Grey Pictures actively promoted Shadows Beneath. Universal Pictures knew they would lose money if they didn't release the movie soon. So, when January arrived, they announced that Shadows Beneath would be released at midnight on January 5th. Universal Pictures was worried they would lose money. On this endeavor, they had already spent more than $10 million promoting the movie in the United States alone. To summarize, Universal Pictures had already spent more than $110 million, and they knew this was only the beginning. They just hoped to break even. However, Universal Pictures also understood the reasoning behind their decision. Their stock value increased when news broke that they had acquired Kazir's movie. General Electric and Comcast were in negotiations regarding the future of Universal Pictures. General Electric wanted to sell Universal Pictures at a profitable price, which is why they decided to buy Shadows Beneath. The cast and the director of Shadows Beneath showed up on the red carpet. Typically, the red carpet was reserved for big-budget films rather than horror films with a budget of $17 million. Megan Fox, Chris Hemsworth, Gal Gadot, and Henry Cavill were clearly enjoying the moment as cameras flashed all around them. Everyone knew they would become instant celebrities after starring in Kazir's film, but the experience was still surreal. They finally understood how hard their agents fought to secure audition opportunities for them. The four appeared close, like friends, when the cameras were on them. But the crew knew none of them were truly close, especially the two actresses. Shadows Beneath. A group of urban explorers, led by Ethan, Chris, a charismatic yet skeptical leader, embarks on their latest adventure, exploring an abandoned mental hospital on the outskirts of a forgotten town. The group consists of Ethan's girlfriend Sarah, Gal, thrill-seeker Carly, Megan, and cameraman Kyle, Henry, who loves using vintage cameras. The hospital, known as St. Dimphna's Asylum, had a notorious reputation for brutal experiments on its patients during the 1950s. Rumors of hauntings and paranormal sightings make it an ideal location for their next web episode. Act 1. The setup. The group arrives at St. Dimphna's on a cold, foggy evening. The towering asylum looms against the darkening sky. The building has been abandoned for decades, its windows shattered, overgrown vines crawling up the walls, and an eerie silence filling the air. Inside, they find old patient files, grim medical tools, and graffiti left by previous trespassers. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, they laugh it off, thrilled by the footage they're capturing. Odd things begin to occur. Sarah's camera malfunctions, picking up static-laced audio filled with distorted voices. Carly hears faint whispers in the corridors. Ethan, though normally grounded, feels an unshakable unease. The group splits up to cover more ground. Kyle sets up stationary cameras, hoping to capture paranormal activity. Sarah begins to have vivid visions of past events she shouldn't know. Doctors in blood-stained coats and screaming patients. Act 2. The Descent. As night falls, the temperature drops and the atmosphere thickens. Paranormal phenomena intensify. Ethan sees fleeting figures out of the corner of his eye and discovers a hidden room not listed in the asylum's blueprints. Inside are photos of former patients, all with their faces scratched out. Carly becomes increasingly distressed, claiming she saw someone watching them. The others dismiss her concerns as paranoia until Kyle's hallway camera records a figure in a hospital gown staring at it before vanishing. The group begins to unravel. Ethan insists they continue filming, but the rest want to leave. When they try to exit, they find the doors sealed and the windows unbreakable. Their phones have no signal. It's as though the asylum won't let them go. Act 3. Unraveling reality. The group is separated. Each faces a personal nightmare. Sarah finds a room full of journals detailing Dr. Isaac's horrific experiments meant to purge mental illness by destroying the soul. These experiments ended in the slow deaths of many patients, whose spirits now haunt the hospital. Kyle finds a patient's journal describing a ritual used by Dr. Isaacs to bind souls to the asylum. The writer claims anyone who enters becomes part of a cycle, reliving trauma endlessly. Carly is lured into the basement by a child's cries. In a vision, she's strapped to a bed while doctors conduct experiments. She awakens in the present, but is now convinced the spirits are trying to consume them. Act 4. The Twist. Kyle vanishes. His camera is found recording, but no sign of him. Reviewing the footage, they see him being pulled into the shadows by a dark figure. Sarah and Ethan reunite. They find a locked room that Sarah believes holds the truth. Inside are old photos and records of themselves. They realize the awful truth: they were never alive. They are the spirits of former patients, doomed to relive their deaths over and over. Their memories of being explorers were fabrications created by the asylum. Kyle, was just a remnant of their collective memory, erased when he fulfilled his torment. Sarah remembers her death, strapped to a hospital bed, subjected to Isaac's cruelty. The hospital feeds on fear, forcing its victims to forget and suffer anew. Act 5. Eternal Torment. The group's memories return. They see their past lives, each a patient tormented by Dr. Isaacs. The asylum is alive, feeding on the souls trapped within. Sarah and Ethan realize they're part of an endless cycle. The final shot is of Sarah staring into a mirror, her reflection turning into her true, tortured form. As the screen fades to black, the sound of a new group entering the hospital echoes. Final scene, a fresh group of explorers arrives, unaware of the cycle. The camera pans across Ethan and Sarah standing silently in the dark, hollow-eyed, watching the newcomers, themselves, the next victims, begin the journey they've already lived countless times. Anyway, the premiere occurred without issue. Because the movie was directed by Kazir Grey, the first 24 hours of Shadows Beneath grossed $18 million. On the second day, January 6th, it made another $23 million. Then Sunday, the third day, it earned another $14 million. The opening weekend grossed $58 million. When Universal Pictures saw these results, they breathed a sigh of relief. Based on the movie's performance, there was now a high chance of making a profit. Chapter 497. You are crazy. Update us once that happens. Elmeo, I'll also do that to my friends. I'll even recommend this movie to my professor just to mess with him. You guys are bad. Don't you feel bad about doing this? The commenter above me is gay. Let's go. Shane smiled as he looked at the comments. He was one of the employees of Grey Marketing Company. Grey Marketing Company was the business led by Victor and Aaron, Kazir's father and older brother. The company specialized in printing ads and producing commercials for local TV networks and radio stations. Their business started getting better after the turn of the century. The company began exploring the internet, and their new business endeavor turned out to be successful. They were one of the first marketing companies that popularized online marketing. The idea of online marketing came from Kazir Grey, and people realized that the director was not just a talented filmmaker, he also understood how to market effectively. His ideas greatly improved the company's growth. Shane was hired 2 years ago, during the time when Facebook and other online platforms were rising in popularity. They had been hired by many companies to promote products online. As one of the pioneers in online marketing, Grey Marketing Company had a solid foundation in the industry, so many businesses preferred to work with them. In fact, 20th Century Fox also hired them whenever they needed people to promote their movies online, especially on IMDb and other movie rating sites. Right now, Shane was promoting Shadows Beneath on Facebook. He was using one of his 10 Facebook accounts to market the movie by posting content related to it, commenting on other movie-related posts, interacting with users, and persuading them to watch Shadows Beneath. They were likely the first generation of the so-called Water Army. The term referred to a group of people who manipulated public opinion and subtly promoted products online. While doing this job, Shane realized that as long as he wrote something with a tone of credibility and added a bit of falsehood or exaggeration, people would still believe him. For example, there was a study claiming that vaccines were bad for health and could lead to death. Some facts seemed to support this, but most were about side effects and allergic reactions with extremely low probabilities of fatal outcomes. Such cases were rare. Nevertheless, some organizations used this tactic to convince people that vaccines were harmful. They cited isolated incidents and cherry-picked information to support their claims. Thankfully, Grey Marketing Company focused on advertising and avoided getting involved in politics. Politics was usually the field that thrived on spreading misinformation, or at the very least, twisting the truth into something worse. Shane was part of a 10-person team that promoted Shadows Beneath on Facebook and other platforms. Other teams were also promoting the movie online, but Shane's group specialized in socializing with users and persuading them to watch the film. Suddenly, their team leader arrived with a thick stack of documents. "We have a new job," the team leader announced. He handed out the documents to each team member, and they began flipping through the pages. There were pictures of abandoned hospitals, people restrained in hospital jackets, and even disturbing images of lobotomies and other unethical experiments. One of the female employees almost vomited and quickly shut the folder. Even Shane frowned as he turned the pages. Our task this time is to spread this information globally. We'll also need to hire translators to help us. For now, just start spreading these pictures, videos, and information. The internet was still in its early stages, and censorship was difficult to enforce. You could even upload porn and beheading videos on YouTube. The materials they were distributing focused on the cruelty and medical experiments carried out by doctors in mental hospitals. As for how their clients had obtained all of this data, no one knew. One thing was certain. People who were interested in this type of content would eagerly consume such morbid facts. This was yet another promotional strategy for Shadows Beneath. At the time, Shane didn't realize how massive this promotional campaign would become. Kazir was very nervous. He hadn't been able to sleep lately. This wasn't like his usual sleepless nights where he stayed up working on movie projects. This January, Kazir had so much free time that he could lie in bed without any problem. The issue wasn't about having free time. It was the growing anxiety about his original film. Universal Pictures and Grey Pictures had done their best to promote the movie, but Kazir couldn't help but feel uneasy. He had worked hard to promote the film, appearing in interviews and talk shows. Now that the movie was showing in theaters, Kazir felt like he needed to do even more to ensure the movie's success. Honestly, he would already be happy if Shadows Beneath surpassed $300 million. But deep down, he also wanted to push harder in hopes that the movie would earn even more. Unfortunately, there was only so much a director could do. Lately, all he could do was lie in bed, doing nothing but feeling nervous. Even sleep became difficult. Even Scarlett grew concerned about Kazir. She considered inviting him somewhere remote, someplace without internet or phones, to give him peace of mind. Chapter 498. Babe, you said that you have 3 weeks of free time before you start the filming of The Dark Knight, right? That's right. Kazir nodded. He was still deep in thought regarding Shadows Beneath. Warner Brothers had already started the pre-production of The Dark Knight a year ago. The props, locations, scripts, and cast had already been prepared by the studio. Of course, Kazir also checked on the project once a week while he was working on Pirates of the Caribbean and Shadows Beneath. The only time he couldn't visit the studio was when he was far from Los Angeles. Most of the time, Kazir stayed updated on everything happening with The Dark Knight. When Superman Returns flopped last year, Warner Brothers realized that their plan to launch a cinematic universe had to be put on hold for a while. Because of this, their future projects had to be restructured. Kazir spoke with Warner Brothers and asked them to make the Batman trilogy a standalone franchise with no connection to their DCU plans. Warner Brothers reluctantly agreed since the DCU was still not happening. As a result, Kazir convinced Warner Brothers to change the theme and essence of the trilogy. He also changed the title to The Dark Knight. He wanted the movie to focus on more realistic and deeper themes. When he sent the unpolished script to Warner Brothers, the studio was initially against it. They weren't stupid. They read the script once and immediately understood that the lead role of the movie was the Joker, not Batman. This went against common practices. Perhaps this was also the reason why Kazir changed the title to The Dark Knight, deliberately shifting the tone and theme of the movie. If they added Batman to the title, people might think it seemed childish or cartoonish. Perhaps Superman Returns also suffered from that perception. Hence, the title was changed to The Dark Knight. However, the script was another issue. Warner Brothers wasn't sure how to proceed with it. Kazir personally adjusted his schedule to meet with the management of Warner Brothers and DC Comics to convince them. He explained that he wanted to change the tone of the franchise since it was going to be a standalone anyway. Furthermore, he believed they could attract more fans if they went in this direction. Some people said that Rachel Dawes didn't need to die, but Kazir insisted on keeping that scene. He even discussed it with his girlfriend, and Scarlett had no issue. In fact, she liked the scene because it was so heavy and dramatic that it could help her career as an actress. If it weren't for Kazir's credibility as a scriptwriter and director, Warner Brothers probably wouldn't have listened to him. Anyway, after a year of negotiations and pre-production, The Dark Knight was ready to go. And since they still had 3 weeks before filming began, Scarlett invited Kazir to go on vacation. "We didn't go on vacation last year. Let's go and relax." She clung to his arm and kissed his cheek. Kazir weakly smiled. Honestly, he'd been on edge lately because of Shadows Beneath. He admitted that he needed a proper vacation. As for the results of Shadows Beneath, He believed that the movie would surpass $300 million at least. He was already satisfied with that. It proved to him that he wasn't a failure. Perhaps because all of his previous films were highly successful, he wanted Shadows Beneath to receive the same level of recognition. Yeah, let's go. I'll move my schedule. I love you, babe. Love you too. January obviously wasn't the summer season, so their best choice was a winter vacation. The two decided to go to Hokkaido, Japan, to go skiing. Kazir and Scarlett promised not to use their phones or the internet while on vacation. They referred everything business-related to their assistants. The couple had fun, and Kazir slept soundly throughout the trip. Occasionally, they saw news about mental hospitals and mental health in the headlines, but they didn't think much of it. Just like that, 3 weeks passed. 2 days from now, Kazir would officially start filming The Dark Knight. But that wasn't the current concern. Kazir and Scarlett sat in silence in the limousine after a nice vacation in Japan. Where the fuck have you been? I talked to Erica, and she said you went on vacation. You didn't even bring Anderson with you, so I had no way of contacting you. I almost called for a police search. Stella clicked her tongue in annoyance. The more she learned about Kazir, the more she realized he wasn't her type at all. Did something happen? Kazir felt guilty even though he hadn't done anything wrong. He had spoken to Stella before going to Japan, and the CEO even told him to take care of himself. Yet now, Stella was fuming. You need to see this. Shadows Beneath weekly box office. First week, $58 million. Kazir nodded, recalling the number. He was already satisfied that the movie earned over $50 million in its opening week. Second week, $49 million. This was the week when Kazir left for Japan. He had read the second week's results and wasn't surprised. It aligned with their expectations. However, he was caught off guard when he saw the third week's performance. Third week, $67 million. Kazir was stunned. The box office should have gone down. That was the typical trend. Movies usually started losing momentum around the second or third week, and only a handful ever made a comeback. Then Kazir looked at the fourth week. What the fuck? Are you sure this is the right document? Kazir glanced at Stella, and the woman nodded. Scarlett curiously looked at the document and was just as shocked. Fourth week, $72 million, Scarlett muttered. While you guys were gone, our promotion started gaining traction until TV networks picked it up. Even the president wants to promote Mental Health Awareness Month this coming May. While you were away, the topic of mental health, mental hospitals, and asylums became huge. It's a serious subject. The World Health Organization even released a statement. What? Kazir and Scarlett looked at each other. They had only been gone for 3 weeks, yet so much had happened without their knowledge. Shadows Beneath grossed $246 million while you guys were away. Next week, Universal Pictures will release the movie internationally, right when mental health awareness is at its peak. Chapter 499. Universal Pictures didn't expect this outcome. Even the other big studios didn't expect this outcome. They had an inkling about the marketing strategy that Grey Pictures and Universal Pictures implemented, but they didn't know it would become this big. Videos, documents, and posts started spreading on social media about the cruelty of mental asylums. Because of this, other countries also followed the trend, and curious people began searching for the dark secrets of mental asylums in their respective countries, which led to TV networks and newspapers covering the topic. Subjects such as mental health, mental hospitals, and cruel experiments on patients became the most searched topics on the internet, and people also discussed them in real life. The mental hospital that Shadows Beneath's production crew used as a set for the majority of their filming became a hotspot and tourist attraction. Grey Pictures also confirmed that some diabolical experimentations had occurred in the abandoned hospital. The curious visitors who came to the abandoned hospital believed the souls of the patients were still trapped there. These visitors offered food and other items to appease the spirits. There was no clear explanation. People simply believed that the souls lingered within the mental hospital. The public was also heavily influenced by the movie, so they were emotionally affected by the supernatural themes. It didn't help that Grey Pictures spread pictures of real patients, and the cast members bore a resemblance to them. Obviously, Shadows Beneath was having a blast. The Big Six were flabbergasted, and even second-tier studios were amazed by what had transpired. The fact that they once had a chance to acquire Shadows Beneath made it a bitter pill to swallow. Why? Because after 6 weeks of screening, Shadows Beneath had grossed $583 million worldwide. North America contributed $386 million to the box office, while the international box office reached $197 million. The response from other countries had been quiet, yet Shadows Beneath managed to pull in $197 million in just 2 weeks. The numbers didn't lie. This year, the topic of mental hospitals as horror hotspots had become the trend. Young people began visiting abandoned mental hospitals just for the thrill. They were influenced by the film Shadows Beneath and its extremely effective marketing strategy. Universal Pictures was elated. Even Ronald Meyer received congratulations from General Electric's headquarters. Comcast was even considering retaining Ronald as the CEO of Universal Pictures. Overall, the situation at Universal Pictures was going very well. Of course, they had to pay a 5% box office share to Kazir Grey. But who cared? Based on current statistics, Shadows Beneath would likely gross between $750 and $800 million. After all, horror movies typically couldn't surpass $1 billion. Unless Kazir made the impossible possible. And if there was one director who could, it was Kazir Grey. Well, Shadows Beneath was going well, so it didn't really matter. Fuck, I forgot about this fact. The Mishimas are ruthless once they put you on the wall. Pause. That statement could have had another meaning. You're talking about their endless combos, right? Huh? Do I look like I'm talking about something else? Of course I'm talking about their combos, Christian Bale replied, unaware of what Kazir was implying. Kazir and Christian were playing Tekken. Christian specifically requested that his trailer be equipped with a PlayStation. Christian Bale was the lead actor in the project, and people obviously respected him. Christian invited Kazir over to discuss the project, but they ended up playing Tekken instead. They forgot all about work once they picked up the controllers. After half an hour of spamming a single button, Kazir ended up winning most of the matches. Christian was actually irritated but held it in since he couldn't lash out at the director. He suddenly regretted inviting Kazir in the first place. When they were done, Christian finally brought up the main reason he called Kazir. Kazir, don't you think we need to change something in the filming? When Kazir heard that, he smiled knowingly, already anticipating where the conversation was headed. This wasn't the first time someone brought this up. Even the producer, Enrico Pucci, had asked the same question. The highlights of the movie were mostly centered around the Joker. Kazir and nearly every Dark Knight trilogy fan agreed on that. The Joker was the biggest reason The Dark Knight was a success. Heath Ledger's death was also a significant contributing factor. Kazir wanted to maintain the same energy, so the script naturally emphasized the Joker's scenes. Since Christian was the star and protagonist of the movie, it was understandable that he felt uncomfortable with another actor seemingly taking the spotlight. Don't worry, I'll make sure this movie will be a success. Kazir patted Christian on the shoulder before leaving his trailer. He didn't want to discuss the script any further. He was tired of hearing the same concerns over and over. Kazir was the highest authority on set, and not even Warner Brothers could stop him from doing what he wanted. Christian was left speechless as he watched the director walk away. There's probably a misunderstanding. I wanted to talk about my costume. It's so suffocating wearing it all the time. It's so uncomfortable and hot. My sweat can't even dry while I'm wearing it. Christian sighed. He would probably have to bring it up to Kazir again later. Chapter 500. If there's a miracle, then what I'm seeing right now is a miracle. Barry Mayer frowned as he looked at the miraculous statistics on his table. He had been in the industry for more than a decade, and these kinds of numbers were impossible to achieve. Even his Warner Brothers, the current #1 studio in Hollywood, could only replicate 2 $900 million movies. That was the best achievement they had accomplished so far. But the statistics he was looking at proved that 2 $900 million movies were just child's play. Have you ever seen a production studio with 3 $1 billion movies in just 1 year? Probably not. However, Grey Pictures was close to doing exactly that. After 5 months of screening, Kingsman: The Secret Service had grossed $926 million worldwide. A great movie could last 6 to 8 months in theaters, as long as people remained interested in watching it. In the case of Kingsman: The Secret Service, the movie was making at least $1 million per day. That explained why it had already earned $900 million. Barry could see that Grey Pictures would have 3 $1 billion movies. Kingsman: The Secret Service would be the third to reach that mark. He realized that 2006 was the year of Grey Pictures. The other studios had lost this particular year, and they didn't like that. Warner Brothers was recognized as the current #1 studio in Hollywood because most of its movies in recent years had been box office hits. Even low-budget movies from Warner Brothers were earning more than $100 million. Walt Disney couldn't compete at all. Disney was going strong with its 3D animated movies, but their live-action films weren't selling enough. As for the other big studios, they couldn't consistently release box office hits like Warner Brothers. Only Grey Pictures could match that level of performance. Honestly, if Grey Pictures decided to compete against the Big Six and acquire distribution lines, it would probably have the power to face them head-on. But that kind of threat would easily get plucked out, just like what had happened to their other competitors. So far, only Lionsgate had shown steady performance year after year, but even Lionsgate couldn't match the Big Six. Barry turned the page, and his expression worsened as he realized that Shadows Beneath had grossed $635 million after nearly 3 months of screening. It didn't sit well with him that the horror movie he had dismissed was performing so well. Warner Brothers had been content that Kazir had a trilogy with them. They also didn't think that Shadows Beneath would make that much. They had been too full of themselves. If I had known this would happen, I would have increased the bid. At least I'm confident that we could have acquired the copyrights if we had offered more than Universal Pictures did. $100 million plus 5% of worldwide shares was a contract that Warner Brothers could easily handle. The fact that Shadows Beneath's copyright had been acquired for that amount was almost laughable. A movie performing that well could bring far more profit. It's because of those disgusting experiments on the internet. People were so intrigued and curious that they began searching for gruesome content. There was even this thing called the dark web that many became curious about. Barry admitted that Grey Pictures had pulled off an amazing marketing strategy. Even though their own marketing department was studying the secret behind it, Barry had reprimanded them and forced them to study it more seriously. Regarding The Dark Knight, there were some questionable elements that Barry didn't agree with, but he decided to trust Kazir. The script was a bit too dark for a superhero movie. Barry had to use his influence to convince the Motion Picture Association of America, MPAA, to rate The Dark Knight PG-13. Warner Brothers had a seat in the MPAA, and that helped them protect the ratings of their movies. If The Dark Knight had received an R rating, it would automatically mean a loss for them. Warner Brothers was already preparing to make sure that never happened. By the way, the 6 members of the MPAA were the Big Six. Their seats in the MPAA were also one of the reasons why other studios couldn't surpass them. Being part of the board that decided movie ratings, they had the power to sabotage competing studios. If not for his credibility, I would never have agreed to Kazir's plot. This kind of script is too much for the fans to handle. I'm not sure they'll want to see their superhero lose. Management had been strongly against it even now. But the recent performance of Grey Pictures movies was so outstanding that they eventually agreed to Kazir's idea. Hey, so I want to ask, is it all right that you're letting Heath do his own makeup? Jane, the head of the makeup team, asked Kazir about his opinion regarding Heath Ledger's decision to do his own makeup. Kazir glanced at her before turning his attention to the trailer where Heath was currently staying. He paused for a second before nodding. Let him do what he wants. Jane narrowed her eyes and whispered something. Hey, are you sure that actor is doing fine? I talked to him earlier, and he gave me creepy vibes. Kazir just chuckled. That only showed that Heath Ledger was doing well as an actor. It showed he was fully immersed in the role. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Some people had been against hiring Heath Ledger because of his past role. 2 years ago, he starred in a movie called Brokeback Mountain. His role in that film was a gay cowboy. To be precise, the movie was about 2 gay cowboys who periodically went to Brokeback Mountain to rekindle their love. Some people were against hiring Heath because they feared it would negatively affect The Dark Knight's performance, but Kazir had been firm in his decision. In his opinion, Heath Ledger was one of the main reasons why The Dark Knight became successful. Chapter 501. Hollywood had a lot of gays and lesbians, so they were not that much against the idea of same-sex relationships between 2 men. However, Hollywood also had a lot of straight people. When Kazir first invited Heath Ledger to become the Joker, some people in the management of Warner Brothers were against the idea. They were afraid that the controversies surrounding Brokeback Mountain would affect the performance of The Dark Knight. Despite being an award-winning film, some people still criticize the movie because they couldn't let go of their ideologies while watching it. Some LGBTQ+ activists didn't like that the two gay roles were performed by two straight men. They wanted gay actors to take gay roles. But acting is a profession where a person acts as someone else or portrays a character. For a straight actor to play a gay man was not wrong, because that was his job. Another criticism that Brokeback Mountain faced was the backlash from conservative and religious organizations. In a way, Brokeback Mountain was fucked from both sides. Ahem. Yet despite the criticism, the movie won Best Director, Best Adapted Screenplay, and Best Original Score at the 78th Academy Awards, Oscars. The management tried to talk to Kazir, trying to convince him that Heath Ledger's current reputation was a bit tricky for the role of the Joker. Kazir stood by his opinion. He said it didn't matter since Heath Ledger would always be in clown makeup, and no one would recognize him as the cowboy from Brokeback Mountain. The two roles were vastly different anyway. He also knew that even the audience would be surprised when they realized that Heath Ledger was the Joker. The usual roles Heath Ledger took were nothing like the Joker. The Joker was a psychotic and dangerous character. Just like that, Kazir proved he was right. The interrogation room was dimly lit. The crew had built an interrogation room in the studio just for this scene. It cost a few dozen $1,000s. The camera operators were ready. They had already checked every angle. Kazir was sitting a couple of meters away, staring at the monitor that showed every angle of the interrogation room. Heath Ledger was in full makeup as he sat at the metal table. The crew members felt a dark vibe around the actor, and they kept their mouths shut. The dim room suddenly lit up. Christian Bale, in his Batman suit, appeared and slammed Heath Ledger's head onto the table. His head didn't actually touch the table, but the camera angle made it look like the Joker's face slammed against it. Never start with the head. The victim gets fuzzy. You wanted me, here I am. Batman and Joker started the conversation. The confrontation between the hero and the villain. Kazir liked where this was going. He could see that the two were performing excellently. I don't want to kill you. What would I do without you? Go back to ripping off mob dealers? No. You complete me. The Joker started giggling. Batman grabbed the Joker's collar and asked, "Where's Dent?" Okay, cut. Kazir had to cut the scene, even though he wanted to continue it. The next scene was about Batman slamming the Joker against the wall, and they needed a stunt double for that. They couldn't afford to hurt any of their cast, so they obviously needed a stunt double for physically demanding scenes. When the scene was done, some of the crew members stared at Heath Ledger in amazement. They got goosebumps just watching him. They felt like they were looking at the real Joker. Kazir looked around and saw the management from Warner Brothers and DC Comics. They were also impressed by Heath Ledger's performance. Some of them were the very people who were against casting the actor. When the management saw Kazir, they avoided his gaze and walked away. Kazir smirked. In his mind, he gave them a double invisible fuck you. These people had been on his nerves for a while. They were trying to interfere with his project. If I'm right, they didn't want to cast Heath because they had another actor in mind to play the Joker. Probably one of their buttlickers or something, Kazir thought. Another reason why the management was irritating was that they were bitter. They didn't like that Kazir's last two movies were performing amazingly while Batman Begins had an average $500 million box office. By the way, $500 million was not